Chapter 1: Marrying into the Wife's Family. Shanghai, Western Suburbs Manor. Zhao Ping'an stood in the middle of the living room. He was wearing a washed-out school uniform and a pair of sneakers with the soles almost worn out. But his spine was straight. Like a green pine tree growing tenaciously in the cracks of rocks, it has an innate stubbornness. He doesn't know. The school belle of Shanghai Wudao High School and the eldest daughter of the Yi family. Why did Yi Ziyi, who was known as the number one genius, suddenly call me over? Just sign it. At this moment, a cold voice came from the second floor. Zhao Ping'an looked up. I saw a young girl slowly walking down the spiral staircase. She was wearing a well-cut white dress, and her long black hair fell to her waist like a waterfall. Her skin is whiter than snow, and her facial features are so delicate that they seem like the most outstanding works of art by the gods, without a single flaw to be found. She is Yi Ziyi, the school belle of Shanghai Wudao High School. It is also an existence that countless chosen ones pursue and look up to. Yi Ziyi walked up to Zhao Ping'an. He casually threw a document onto the valuable rosewood coffee table in front of him. After 3 years of observation, you are the only one in the school who meets the requirements. Yi Ziyi sat down elegantly on the leather sofa opposite and crossed her legs. The hem of the skirt slipped down, revealing a pair of calves as white as jade, with tight and graceful lines. The pair of jade feet wearing exquisite sandals had cute round toes painted in a light pink. Against the backdrop of the luxurious carpet, it makes people feel dizzy. Every movement she made exuded a sense of justified pride. Zhao Ping'an's eyes fell on the contract on the coffee table, and his pupils suddenly shrank. There are 4 big words on the cover: marriage agreement. Like a needle, it stung his eyes. He took a deep breath, raised his head and asked, "What conditions do I meet?" Yi Ziyi's eyes did not evade at all, and she met his gaze frankly. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice still cold. First, mediocre talent. In the martial arts world, talent determines the upper limit. Your qi and blood value has been hovering at 9 for years, not even reaching the minimum threshold of 10 to become a martial artist. It means you have no strength, let alone ambitions that you shouldn't have. Zhao Ping'an quietly clenched his fists at his side. Talent is the deepest pain in his heart. In this era where martial arts are respected, not having talent is equivalent to having your future doomed. Second, you are an orphan with only a younger sister to rely on. It means you don't have any complicated relatives and won't cause me any trouble. Simple and clean. The third and most important point. Yi Ziyi's eyes finally changed slightly, a calm expression that showed she was in control of everything. I found out your sister has red blood syndrome, a rare blood disease that requires continuous blood purification treatment, which is very expensive. You're very poor and need money. For 3 years, you've been working part-time except for attending classes. So, you can't refuse me. She paused, as if admiring the paleness of Zhao Ping'an's face that had lost all its blood. Then he added the last sentence. Oh, yes, there is one last point. You're pretty good-looking. At least seeing you every day doesn't make me feel uncomfortable. No talent, orphan, poor, and short of money. Listening to Yi Ziyi's reasons, Zhao Ping'an felt as if his heart was being gripped by an invisible hand, and he could hardly breathe. He wanted to retort, to slam the door and walk out. But what came to my mind was my sister's pale face lying on the hospital bed due to illness. Zhao Ping'an's parents died early, and he has depended on his younger sister since childhood. Although life is poor, it is also easy. It was not until his first year of high school that his sister was diagnosed with hemoglobinemia. Since then, the house left by my parents was sold and their savings were spent. He works 5 jobs a day and has managed to persevere until now. Brother, I'm not hurt. Brother, when I recover, shall we go to the East China Sea to watch the sunrise together? Thinking of my sister's cute appearance. Dignity? What does dignity mean in the face of my sister's life? Zhao Ping'an's clenched fist slowly loosened, and the struggle and pain in his eyes turned into calmness. Yi Ziyi took in all his emotional changes. She stood up and walked in front of Zhao Ping'an. Then he leaned over slightly, and a faint fragrance entered Zhao Ping'an's nostrils. Forgive me for being blunt, but that's the truth. Her voice slowed down a bit, but still spoke with strength. In the entire Shanghai market, I am the only one who can come up with this money immediately and let your sister get the best treatment. This sentence was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Zhao Ping'an raised his head and said in a deep voice, I have a condition. Yi Ziyi raised her eyebrows slightly, as if she was a little surprised that he dared to put forward conditions. But he nodded, speak. For the first month, I need 300,000 federal coins. This is the full cost of the first phase of intensive treatment, not a penny less. Zhao Ping'an spoke word by word. This was his final bottom line. Can. Yi Ziyi's answer was clear and concise, without any hesitation. After you sign the agreement, 300,000 will be immediately deposited into your ID. After that, I'll give you another 100,000 federal coins every month as pocket money until the divorce. Remember, it's on your ID card. I'll be able to see all your spending records. There was a warning in her words. Zhao Ping'an certainly understood the importance of the identity device. After the Great Cataclysm, the era of advanced martial arts has arrived. In order to deal with the demons from other dimensions and interstellar enemies, the Human Federation has established a new social system. The identity device is the core of this system. It is implanted under the skin of the arm when everyone is born. It integrates all functions including federal identity, bank accounts, martial arts authority, communication, and payment. The ID device records all of a person's information and is the only proof of citizenship. People without identity devices are called black households in this era. They are equivalent to demon spies or interstellar refugees, not protected by federal laws and can be killed by anyone. Yi Ziyi can monitor his spending records at any time, which means she wants to keep him firmly under her control. Zhao Ping'an didn't say anything more. He walked to the coffee table and picked up the heavy pen. Then turned directly to the last page. In Party B's position, he wrote his name stroke by stroke. Zhao Ping'an. Drop. Almost at the same time. The skin on Zhao Ping'an's left arm glowed slightly, and a crisp prompt sound rang out. Federal Bank reminder, your account received a transfer of 300,000.00 federal coins, and the current balance is 304,399 federal coins. Look at that long string of zeros. Zhao Ping'an's tense body relaxed instantly. Enough. Lei's medical expenses are enough. However, just as Zhao Ping'an was immersed in this great joy and sorrow, another voice exploded in his mind. Ding. Strong emotional fluctuations detected in the host, meeting the activation conditions. The martial arts God Ascension system is binding. 10%, 50%, 99%. Ding. System binding successful. This system is dedicated to assisting the host in reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. Diligence can make up for shortcomings, sweat will turn into talent, and hard work can lead to godhood. The newbie gift pack has been distributed, please check it out. A series of sounds. Like thunder, it rang out in Zhao Ping'an's mind one after another. His body suddenly stiffened and he froze in place. System? Martial arts become a god? Chapter 2 Basic Bodybuilding Fist completed. System? Martial arts become a god? Zhao Ping'an's body suddenly stiffened and he stood there in a daze. Just when he lost consciousness, the sofa beside him sank slightly, and a stronger fragrance enveloped him. Yi Ziyi had sat next to him without him knowing when. When she saw Zhao Ping'an's dazed look, an almost imperceptible curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. Are you overwhelmed by this sudden change in wealth and status? Well, a tool that is easy to control is always better than an ambitious person with ulterior motives. Crack. A slight sound was heard and a flash of white light appeared. Zhao Ping'an subconsciously turned his head and saw something in the air opposite him. At some point, a holographic projection of a man in a federal uniform appeared, with a camera with a flashing red dot hovering next to him. Identity information verification completed, marital status confirmed, identity certificate being generated. A cold, emotionless electronic sound rang out. Next second, a gap silently slid open in the middle of the valuable rosewood coffee table, and two brand new red notebooks were slowly lifted up. Marriage certificate. The whole process takes no more than 10 seconds. Okay, you can leave now. Yi Ziyi waved casually. The federal worker's holographic projection and camera disappeared instantly, as if they had never appeared. She picked up one of the marriage certificates. Without even looking at it, he threw it into Zhao Ping'an's arms. Go pay your sister's bill. That black shadow in the garage will be yours from now on. Remember, you must be back before 10 o'clock every night. A series of orders without any room for negotiation. After saying that, she stood up and walked straight up the spiral staircase without even looking at Zhao Ping'an. Mr. Zhao. A respectful yet distant voice sounded beside my ears. Zhao Pingyan came back to his senses and saw a middle-aged man wearing a neat butler's uniform and with his hair combed meticulously. He was standing in front of him, bowing slightly. "Sir, I'll take you to the garage." The butler had a professional smile on his face. But there was no emotion in those eyes. Zhao Pingyan nodded silently. "Follow the butler through the luxurious living room and into an elevator. The elevator goes down and the door opens. It is a huge underground garage large enough to accommodate dozens of cars." The butler pointed to a magnetic levitation sports car in the corner. It was completely black and had smooth lines, as if it came from the future. "That's the one." Zhao Pingyan walked over step by step. When he was 3 meters away from the sports car, the car light suddenly lit up as softly as breathing, and a pleasant synthesized female voice came from inside the car. "Welcome back, master." Zhao Pingyan reached out and gently stroked the cold and smooth car body. Shadow 9. He had seen it in a magazine. The Federation's top luxury car, priced from 30 million Federation coins. 30 million? Enough to buy myself 30 years of freedom. And this car was just a means of transportation that she casually gave herself. A bitter smile appeared on the corner of Zhao Pingyan's mouth. This is the disparity in the world. In the high-level military era after the Great Cataclysm, vehicles have long been bound to identity devices. When Yi Ziyi said that the car belonged to him, the ownership of the vehicle has been transferred to the authority of his identity device through the federal network. The magnetic levitation engine started silently. The sports car drove smoothly out of the manor and merged into the endless torrent of Shanghai. In the Gaowu era, Shanghai is still ranked among the top 2 cities. Zhao Pingyan skillfully set his destination Shanghai First Central Hospital. Instead of going back to the old house that had been sold, he went straight to his sister's ward. However, when he arrived at the familiar general ward, he found that his sister's bed was empty. A panic instantly gripped his heart. "Excuse me, where is the patient in this bed?" He grabbed a passing nurse and asked anxiously. "Oh, you mean little sister Zhao Shila?" The nurse glanced at him and said with a smile, "She's so lucky. She was just transferred to the VIP ward on the top floor this afternoon. The medical conditions there are the best in our entire hospital." Zhao Pingyan was stunned. He took the elevator to the top floor. Sure enough, I saw my sister in the luxurious single room at the end of the corridor. The room is spacious and bright. Various advanced life support equipment were operating quietly, and the air was filled with the faint scent of disinfectant and flowers. All of this was undoubtedly arranged by Yi Ziyi. That cold and arrogant woman, although her words were harsh and her actions were domineering. But it is in these details that the value of her promise is demonstrated. An indescribable warmth quietly flowed through Zhao Pingyan's heart. Elder brother. When Zhao Shila, who was lying on the hospital bed, saw him, a bright smile immediately bloomed on his pale little face, like a small flower that bloomed tenaciously after the wind and rain. Lei. Zhao Pingyan walked over quickly and sat beside the bed. He rubbed her hair out of habit. "How do you feel?" "Much better. The nurse said she used the best purification potion on me, and it doesn't hurt at all." Zhao Shila shook his calves, his eyes sparkling. "Brother, are we rich now?" "Right." Zhao Pingyan nodded seriously and said with a smile, "Brother is rich now, you can rest assured to recuperate, use the best medicine, and you will get better soon." "Very good." Zhao Shila clapped his hands happily. "When I recover from my illness, we agreed to go to the East China Sea to watch the sunrise together." "No cheating." "Well, no cheating. I stayed with my sister in the hospital for a long time." Zhao Pingyan left quietly only after the medicine took effect and she fell into a deep sleep. He didn't go home. Instead, he drove Shadow 9 to Shanghai Martial Arts High School. After parking the car in a secluded corner, he walked straight to the school's public training room. This is where all civilian students sweat. It was also the place where he had felt the most despair in the past 3 years. The training room was empty, and the air still smelled of sweat and metal equipment. Zhao Pingyan found a corner to stand in, closed his eyes, and immersed his mind. The system interface reappears. There are no fancy property panels and no dazzling shopping malls. There are only 4 ancient and heavy characters floating in the center of consciousness. Diligence can make up for one's shortcomings. That's it? Zhao Pingyan was a little speechless. This system is a bit too simple. But now that things have come to this, we can only give it a try. He took a deep breath and slowly got into position. Starting move: basic bodybuilding boxing. This is the most widely promoted and least popular entry-level boxing style in the Federation. For a true martial arts family, this kind of boxing is not even worthy of laying the foundation for their own servants. But in this era, skills, elixirs, natural treasures, all resources that can enhance strength have long been monopolized by those complex and influential chaebol families. The Yi family, to which Yi Ziyi belongs, is the uncrowned king of the entire Shanghai market. A true local tyrant can decide the fate of countless people with just his words and actions. For a commoner like Zhao Ping'an, basic bodybuilding boxing is almost the only gongfu he can access. He put aside all distractions and began to practice, punch and kick. First time. It was the same routine that had been practiced thousands of times over the past 3 years. But when he started to practice for the second time, something strange happened. A faint warm current suddenly rose from the depths of his dantian and flowed through his limbs and bones along with the power of his fist. Those movements that were previously obscure and difficult to understand and had to be memorized by rote now seemed to be infused with souls. It turns out that the force point of this action is here. It turns out this is how you should breathe in and out. Countless insights flooded into my heart like a tide. The third time. The fourth time. Zhao Ping'an was sweating profusely and was completely focused. The movements are becoming smoother and more standard. Every punch he threw was accompanied by a gust of wind that had never been felt before. The warm current is growing stronger. It flowed endlessly within his body, washing over his body, which was somewhat weakened by years of hard work. The 10th time. When his last move, opening the mountain, landed, his right fist suddenly punched forward. Bang! A dull sound of gas explosion rang out in front of his fist. The air was compressed instantly, forming a white air wave visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the system interface in my mind finally has new changes. Basic bodybuilding fist has reached perfection. Health value +1. Zhao Ping'an suddenly opened his eyes and felt the unprecedented surging power in his body. He immediately rushed to the blood and chi tester in the corner of the training room and pressed his palm on it. The numbers on the screen jumped wildly for a while, and finally froze steadily. 10. The threshold of a warrior. He broke through. The bottleneck that had troubled him for 3 years ended on this incredible night. He completely shattered it in just 10 minutes. Zhao Ping'an looked at his fist, his body trembling slightly due to extreme excitement. My eyes became hot and tears could no longer be held back and burst out. These are not tears of humiliation, but the joy of finally seeing the light after 3 years of suppression. It is the excitement of seeing the blue sky through the clouds. Martial arts ascend to the top. Diligence can make up for weakness. It turns out to be true. Chapter 3: One Punch. However, just when Zhao Ping'an was immersed in great joy, he doesn't know. Campus forum of Shanghai Budo High School. It has completely exploded because of a photo. The photo shows Yi Ziyi and Zhao Ping'an sitting side by side on the sofa. The angle is exactly the same as that of the holographic projection staff member before. The title of the post is full of incitement. Shocking news. Our school's top beauty, Yi Ziyi, got married suddenly. Her partner is the school's famous black slave Zhao Ping'an. The so-called black slaves. It was a mockery of Zhao Ping'an working 7 or 8 jobs a day. Because of these 3 years, the milk tea shops, restaurants, martial arts halls, and martial arts shops around the school, you can see Zhao Ping'an working part-time everywhere. As soon as the post is sent, thousands of buildings were built below in an instant. Holy crap! This is fake, right? This is definitely photoshopped. Zhao Ping'an? That loser whose HP is always stuck at 9? He's not even worthy of carrying Goddess Ye's shoes. A toad has eaten the swan's flesh. Zhao Ping'an, I'll fuck you. Come out here if you dare, or I'll break your legs. Marrying into the wife's family. I heard that they signed a marriage agreement. This kid sold his dignity. Ridicule, abuse, jealousy, anger. Almost at the same time, the name Zhao Ping'an became the public enemy of all the boys in the school. Another 10 minutes passed. A declaration of war published in bright red bold font became a hot search. The poster SID is Chun Feng. Zhao Ping'an, I give you 1 day to get out of the Yi family, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Chun Feng. The only son of the Shanghai Chen group, although his family is not as good as the Yi family. But in the Shanghai Stock Exchange, he is also a well-known figure. As for Chen Feng himself, he is a prominent figure in Shanghai Martial Arts High School. His Qi and HP value is as high as 13, ranking among the top 10 strongest people in the school. He is also Yi Zi's most fanatical and high-profile pursuer. This post. The entire forum was completely blown up. Damn it! Young Master Chen has spoken. Now we're going to have a good show. Support Master Chen. Get that gigolo out of Shanghai. Who the hell is Zhao Ping'an? A piece of trash who can't even reach the threshold of a warrior, dares to touch our goddess? He's dead. Young Master Chen is known for his ruthlessness. Someone once provoked him and had both legs broken. He's still in the hospital. Haha, I can't wait to see Zhao Ping'an kneeling down and begging for mercy. Zhao Ping'an in the training room knew nothing about the storm outside. He was immersed in the great joy of his breakthrough in strength. Over and over again, I feel the endless energy and blood surging in my body. This feeling is so wonderful. It's like a traveler who has been thirsty for 3 days and 3 nights and finally drinks a sip of sweet spring water. However, this joy did not last long. Bang! The door of the training room was roughly kicked open. There were 7 or 8 students wearing branded martial arts uniforms, obviously from wealthy families. A tall, arrogant young man was surrounded and walked in with a swagger. The young man in the lead was Chen Feng. His eyes swept across the entire training room like an eagle, and finally locked onto Zhao Ping'an in the corner. Brother Feng, it's him. A follower immediately pointed at Zhao Ping'an with a flattering look on his face. Surround him. Chen Feng spat out a few words coldly, then walked over to a bench and sat down. The followers immediately dispersed and surrounded Zhao Ping'an in the center, with undisguised mockery and malice on their faces. One of them was a burly henchman with a buzz cut. He even took 2 steps forward, pointed his finger at Zhao Ping'an's nose, and said sarcastically, "Hey, isn't this Xiao Heinu, the most famous slave in our school?" "Oh, no, that's wrong." The crew-haired young man slapped his lips in an exaggerated manner and laughed even more brazenly. "Now I should call you Mr. Zhao. The Yi family's son-in-law, a gigolo." Ha ha ha. The followers around him suddenly burst into laughter. The word dog. It pierced Zhao Ping'an's heart deeply. He could endure others laughing at his poverty and lack of talent. She could even endure the humiliating marriage agreement. Because he needed money and needed to save his sister's life. But all this does not mean that he has no dignity or bottom line. He raised his head, revealing his eyes that had always been dodging due to inferiority and repression. At this moment, it is as calm as a deep pool of water, without any ripples. Get out of the way. His voice was not loud, but it contained an unquestionable coldness. Get out of the way? I'll let your mother. The smile on the young man's face froze. Then it turned into anger, and he opened his mouth to spew out even more obscene curse words. However, he was unable to utter the last word. Zhao Ping'an moved. No warning, no fancy moves, just a simple straight punch. Quick. Almost as fast as possible. Everyone present, including Chen Feng, who was sitting far away, he only saw a shadow passing by. Bang! A dull crash was heard. The expression on the young man's face froze instantly. His eyeballs suddenly bulged outward. Then, his strong body weighing more than 150 pounds. His feet left the ground and he flew backwards for 7 or 8 meters. Boom! The young man with a crew cut slammed his fist hard against the metal wall at the other end of the training room. The entire wall was sunken into a shallow pit. One punch. Just one punch. The Qi and blood value is steadily at 9. The quasi-warrior who was just 1 step away from becoming a warrior was killed in an instant. The entire training room fell into silence in an instant. You can hear a pin drop. Those followers who originally had playful expressions on their faces. At this moment, the smile on his face froze, replaced by endless horror and fear. They looked at Zhao Ping'an as if he were a monster. I subconsciously took 2 steps back, fearing that I would be the next one. Waste? Is this fucking trash? One punch can send a person flying 7 or 8 meters. This power. Could it be that he has become a formal warrior? Chen Feng, who was sitting on the bench, no longer had the leisure and arrogance on his face. He stood up slowly, his eyes so gloomy that tears could drip out of them. Chen Feng didn't expect that this was a waste that was worse than an ant in his eyes. He actually dared to fight back, and he had such amazing strength. This is no longer a provocation. This is like slapping him hard in the face in front of everyone. Interesting. A cruel arc appeared at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth. It seems that everyone has been fooled by your cowardly appearance. He walked towards Zhao Pingyan step by step. With every step he took, his aura grew. A sense of oppression that was several times stronger than that of the young man with a crew cut just now swept towards Zhao Pingyan like a tide. The air seemed to become thick. Health value 13. It's Master Chen. Oh my god, this aura is so terrifying. I feel like I'm having trouble breathing. The followers around were forced to retreat one after another by this momentum, with awe and fanaticism written all over their faces. In their opinion, no matter how good Zhao Pingyan is at fighting, he can never be a match for Chen Feng. The gap between the two is like a chasm. Chen Feng stood 3 meters away from Zhao Pingyan. The energy and blood in his body surged, even causing the air to emit a slight buzzing sound. He looked down at Zhao Pingyan as if he was looking at a dead person. Hidden strength, playing dumb and eating the tiger? Or did Zi give you this useless resource? That's how you, a useless piece of shit, broke through to become a warrior? Your cleverness ends here. Now, I will break your limbs with my own hands. Let me make you understand, trash, even if you show your claws occasionally, you are still trash after all. Chapter 4, Thunder Hand. Destroy me? A fierce look flashed across Zhao Pingyan's eyes. But before he could fight back, the energy and blood in Chen Feng's body surged. It has turned into a substantial wind pressure, blowing towards me. Zhao Pingyan felt his breathing stagnate, as if a small mountain was pressing down on his chest. Health value 13. This is the gap between him and Chen Feng. He had just broken through and his health value barely reached 10. In terms of strength, speed, and reaction ability, he is no match for Chen Feng. A head-on confrontation is like hitting a rock with an egg. The cruel smile on Chen Feng's face became more and more intense. He had already raised his hand, ready to enjoy the pleasure of stepping on this rival in love. Stop it. At this critical moment, a full-throated roar exploded at the door of the training room like thunder. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. I only saw a slightly fat man. A middle-aged man in a gray martial arts coach's uniform was standing at the door with a sullen face. His name is Wang Defa, and he is the chief instructor of the 3rd grade at Shanghai Martial Arts High School. He is also well known in the school for being impartial and just. Wang, Instructor Wang. The followers saw Wang Defa. Like a mouse seeing a cat, it instantly wilted and lowered its head respectfully. Chen Feng also stopped and frowned. The arrogance on his face subsided a bit, but his tone was still unfriendly. Instructor Wang, this is my private matter, you'd better not interfere. Personal matter? Wang Defa sneered and strode in, his eyes sharp as a knife. Gathering to fight in school is now a private matter? Chen Feng, do you think that just because your family has a few bucks, you can ignore the school rules? The Federal Martial Arts College entrance examination is in 3 months. Do you want to be disqualified from taking the exam by causing trouble now, or do you want to be recorded in the federal files and be a loser who will never get into martial arts university? Wang Defa's voice was not loud, but every word hit Chen Feng's heart like a heavy hammer. Cancel the college entrance examination qualification. Recorded in federal records. Any one of these is enough to ruin a martial arts student's future. The most important thing is, as a channel to cultivate the seeds of martial arts. For thousands of years, the Federation has prohibited any financial tycoons from interfering. Anyone who dares to reach out will die. Hearing this, Chen Feng's face instantly became extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and wanted to argue. He was the first one. I don't care who comes first or last. Wang Defa didn't give him a chance and interrupted him directly. I only saw you, Master Chen, with a group of people, blocking a classmate in a corner and trying to attack him. He paused, turned his gaze to Chen Feng, and added meaningfully, Chen Feng, you are a smart man. Think about the consequences of your actions. What will that person from the Yi family think of you? The one from the Yi family. These 4 words, like a basin of ice water, extinguished all of Chen Feng's anger from head to toe. He doesn't need to care about school rules or Wang Defa. But he couldn't help but care about Yi Zi's opinion. He pursued Yi Zi for 3 years, but she never even glanced at him. If this kind of violence causes her to feel disgusted with herself, then it would be a real loss. Chen Feng stared at Zhao Pingyan intently, his eyes seemed to want to eat him alive. You're lucky. He squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, then waved his hand violently. Let's go. A group of people came and went quickly, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. In the huge training room, only Wang Defa and Zhao Ping'an were left. And the young man with a crew cut who was knocked unconscious by a punch and was still embedded in the wall. Wang Defa didn't even look at the unlucky guy. He just looked at Zhao Ping'an with interest and said in amazement, "Boy, you're quite good. I saw it all on the surveillance camera just now. That punch was so clean and powerful. When did you break through to the warrior realm?" In his impression, Zhao Ping'an has always been that boy who works hard and has such mediocre talent that it makes people feel distressed. What happened today really surprised him. Just now. Zhao Ping'an told the truth. Just? Wang De was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Great. Great. If you don't make a sound, you'll be amazing. Come on, show me the boxing techniques you practiced again. Zhao Ping'an did not hesitate. He knows. This was Wang Defa testing himself, and it was also the only opportunity he could seize. Zhao Ping'an took a deep breath and started practicing basic bodybuilding boxing again. A punch, a kick. It is still the simplest and most inferior boxing style. But this time. But in the eyes of experts like Wang Defa, they see something completely different. If we say that Zhao Ping'an's previous boxing practice was just imitating an empty form. So at this moment, he was doing every move. It actually carries an indescribable charm. Every movement he made was extremely standard, as if measured with a ruler. Every breath he took matched perfectly with the rise and fall of his fists. The fist wind whistled, the blood and chi flowed, and there was a faint resonance with the air. This is no longer practicing boxing. This is a performance of boxing. He used a rigid set of boxing techniques to perform with his own spirit and energy. The smile on Wang Defa's face gradually disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity and shock. He has been an instructor for 20 years and has seen countless geniuses. Some are born with strong energy and blood, while others have extraordinary understanding. But this was the first time in his life that he had seen someone like Zhao Ping'an, who could perform a set of the common, basic bodybuilding boxing and show the rudiments of boxing spirit. 3 years have passed and the spirit of boxing has been born. How can this be considered mediocre talent? This guy is a one-in-a-million martial arts genius. A peerless uncut jade that has been covered in dust for 18 years. Bang! When Zhao Ping'an's last move opening the mountain landed, a circle of white airwaves exploded in front of his fist again. Wang Defa suddenly came to his senses. He quickly walked up to Zhao Ping'an, his hands trembling with excitement, and grabbed his shoulders. Boy! Did you have some kind of adventure? Or did you get some guidance from a famous teacher? Zhao Ping'an shook his head, a slightly bitter smile on his face. Instructor Wang, I'm just an orphan, how can I have a famous teacher? In the past 3 years, I've practiced this set of boxing no less than 100,000 times. Perhaps, practice makes perfect. He certainly couldn't tell that the system existed. Diligence can make up for lack of talent. These 4 words are his best cover. 100,000 times. Hearing this number, Wang Defa fell silent. He looked at Zhao Ping'an's school uniform, which was washed out to a pale color, and his sneakers, which were badly worn out due to long-term running around. Thinking back to the young man's 3 years of diligent training. I see. It's not a fortuitous encounter, nor a famous teacher. It's sweat. It's persistence. It was the indomitable will that broke the shackles of talent. At this moment, Wang Defa no longer had any doubts in his heart, only deep admiration and a barely perceptible regret. If such a good seedling were born in a noble family, with a vast amount of resources to cultivate, his future achievements will probably be something that even Yi Ziyi will have to look up to. What a pity. Wang Defa paced a few steps, as if making a difficult decision. Finally, he gritted his teeth, as if he had made up his mind. Come with me. He took Zhao Ping'an and walked into the instructor's lounge next to the training room. Standing in front of the special cabinet, he swiped his ID card. He carefully took out an ancient thread-bound book that was tightly wrapped in oil paper and had yellowed pages. This book, Thunderhands, is a second-grade martial art that I accidentally obtained when I was young. Although the rank is not high, it is strong and domineering. When you cultivate to the extreme, your moves will be as fast as thunder and extremely fierce. It is most suitable for someone with a strong will like you. Wang Defa handed the ancient book to Zhao Ping'an with a serious expression. This is all I can do for you. One technique, one protection. Chen Feng is a vindictive person. He suffered a loss today and he will definitely not let it go. He might not dare to attack you again due to school rules, but he still has an older brother named Qin Xian. He is the top student in the elite class and has been admitted to the martial arts university. His qi and blood value is as high as 18, and his character is even more ruthless than Chen Feng's. You're on your own. Wang Defa finished speaking. He patted Zhao Ping'an on the shoulder and turned away. He is an instructor who values talent, but he is also a realistic adult. Out of appreciation, he could give Zhao Ping'an some help within his ability. But for the sake of a commoner student, he had to completely offend the wealthy Chen family. Wang Defa can't do it and doesn't have the ability to do it. Zhao Ping'an held the heavy book Thunder Hand in his hand, feeling mixed emotions. He understood what Wang Defa meant. A path has been pointed out to him. Whether he can go on or not depends entirely on himself. He bowed deeply to Wang Defa's departing back. Chapter 5, Getting Started with Thunder Hand. Zhao Ping'an held the thread-bound ancient book in his hand, and his fingertips could clearly feel the rough and ancient texture of the pages. Without hesitation, he opened the first page of the oil paper package. 3 ancient large characters come into view: Thunder Hands. The handwriting is vigorous and the strokes are as sharp as iron and silver, as if it contains some kind of power. The moment his eyes touched the words, the cold voice in his mind rang again. Ding! Detected the second-grade martial art Thunder Hand. Do you want to start analyzing and practicing? Yes. Zhao Ping'an muttered to himself. The next moment, a huge amount of information rushed into his mind. This is different from the gradual understanding I had when I was practicing the basic bodybuilding boxing before. This time, it's indoctrination. It is compulsory cramming. The general outline of Thunder Hands, the secret formulas, the 36 routes of qi and blood circulation, the 72 force generating techniques. Everything was branded into the depths of his soul by the system in a brutal way. Zhao Ping'an's body trembled violently and his face turned pale instantly. He felt like his brain was like a computer that was forced to be overloaded with excessive data and was almost about to crash on the spot. But this feeling comes and goes quickly. Just a few minutes later, when the flood of information receded, Zhao Ping'an slowly opened his eyes, and there was no longer any confusion in his eyes. He raised his right hand. An unprecedented sense of familiarity arose spontaneously, as if he had been practicing this martial art for several years. How qi and blood should circulate, how muscles should exert force, how joints should coordinate, everything has become the body's instinct. That's it. Others need months of hard work and countless energy to figure out and practice to barely reach this level. It only took him a few minutes. Zhao Ping'an suppressed the excitement in his heart. In the small instructor's lounge, the battle slowly began. The energy and blood in his body no longer simply surged like before. Instead, it began to run at high speed along a completely new, more complex, and mysterious route. Qi and blood flow through the meridians. There was a sizzling sound, as if countless tiny electric currents were running through the body. He suddenly pushed forward with a palm. I didn't use my full strength, it was just the most basic drill. Crack! There was a slight pop. A ray of silver-white electric light visible to the naked eye actually burst out from the palm of his palm. There seemed to be a faint thunder echoing in the air. Thunder Hand, small success. Zhao Ping'an immediately calmed down and looked at the system interface in his mind. Under the 4 big characters, diligence can make up for lack of talent, there was indeed an extra line of content. Thunder Hand, getting started 100. I see. The system is responsible for getting him started. And subsequent improvements still need to rely on his own sweat. Diligence can make up for lack of talent. These 4 words are the core of the system. Zhao Ping'an didn't stay any longer and turned around and walked out of the lounge. In the training room, the young man with a crew cut was still unconscious. Like an abstract mural, it hangs on the recessed wall. Zhao Ping'an didn't even look at him and walked straight to the punch strength tester in the other corner of the training room. This is a machine made entirely of high-strength alloy. The target surface is thick and can withstand a full-strength attack from a peak warrior. Zhao Ping'an stopped. The qi and blood in the body circulate violently according to the method of Thunder Hand. The muscles in his right arm instantly tensed up, veins bulged, and a force far exceeding that before gathered on the tip of his fist. Thunder! He growled and punched out. Bang! A loud noise that was far duller and more terrifying than the previous one exploded throughout the training room. The target surface of the punch force tester shook violently, and the numbers on the screen began to soar wildly. 800 kilograms. 900 kilograms. 1,000 kilograms. After the number broke through the 1,000 mark, the speed only slowed down slightly and continued to climb upward steadily. 1,100 kilograms. Finally, after jumping to the number 1,200 kilograms, it slowly stopped. 1,200 kilograms. For an ordinary warrior with a chi and HP value of 10, the limit of his punching power is 1,000 kilograms. And he, with the help of Thunderhand, raised his attack power by 2 levels. This is just the entry level. If one cultivates to great success, or even perfection, how terrifying would the power be? Zhao Ping'an slowly retracted his fist. Looking at the dazzling number on the screen, my heart was filled with great pride. From today on, he is no longer the useless person who was bullied by others. He walked to the wall. Stretch out your hand as if picking up a chicken. He grabbed the collar of the crew-haired young man with one hand and easily picked his 150-pound body out of the concave wall. Then he walked to the door of the training room and threw it away. With a bang. The young man with a crew cut was thrown into the corridor, raising a cloud of dust. After doing all this, Zhao Ping'an turned around and left without looking back. At the same time, in the school's central monitoring room, Wang Defa didn't go far. He was standing in front of a huge surveillance screen, taking in every move Zhao Ping'an made. When he saw Zhao Ping'an practicing Thunderhand, he was just a little surprised at the other party's understanding. When he saw Zhao Ping'an picking the young man with a crew cut off the wall, his eyes twitched. But when he saw the final number 1,200 kilograms on the punch strength tester, Wang Defa froze. He stared at the number intently, his mouth opening wider and wider. The thermos in his hand fell to the ground with a clang, and the scalding hot tea spilled all over the floor, but he was completely unaware. 1,002? His HP is 10, and he punched with a force of 1,200 kilograms? He just got the technique, and it took less than 10 minutes, and he's already achieved minor success? Wang Defa's voice was trembling, and his face was filled with shock that overturned his cognition. This can no longer be described as genius. This is a monster. It's a monster. He suddenly remembered what Zhao Ping'an had said before. In the past 3 years, I've practiced this set of punches no less than 100,000 times. Perhaps, practice makes perfect. Practice makes perfect? After practicing basic bodybuilding fist 100,000 times, he not only developed the essence of boxing, but also developed such a perverted ability to learn martial arts? Wang Defa feels his own worldview. He was being ruthlessly crushed by this young man in the most unreasonable way. Monster, this kid is a real monster. He looked at Zhao Ping'an's calmly leaving back on the screen and muttered to himself. Zhao Ping'an drove Shadow number 9 and merged into the night traffic in Shanghai. The magnetic levitation engine is silent, and the car is so quiet that you can only hear your own breathing. Just then. Drop. There was a slight sound from the identification device on his wrist. It is an encrypted message. Sender, Wang Defa. Zhao Ping'an clicked on the message and a line of text appeared in front of him. Be careful of Chen Xian, he already knows. I just got the news that he's spreading the word outside the school that he's going to accidentally cripple you during tomorrow's baseline test. Chen Xian. Chen Feng's brother. An elite with a HP value of up to 18. Zhao Ping'an's eyes turned cold. He deleted the message and didn't reply. The sports car passed through layers of checkpoints and drove smoothly into the Yi family manor. When the car lights swept past the villa entrance, Zhao Ping'an stepped on the brakes and the car slowly stopped. He saw a cold figure standing on the steps at the entrance of the villa. Yi Ziyi. She changed out of her long dress and put on a tight-fitting white training suit. It makes you look taller and more heroic. The moonlight poured down like mercury, sprinkling over her. Her whole body was enveloped in a layer of clear light, not like that of an ordinary person. She just stood there quietly, watching Zhao Ping'an get out of the car. The door closed silently after Zhao Ping'an passed through. The only sound in the entire courtyard was the rustling of leaves in the wind. Zhao Ping'an walked to the bottom of the stairs and looked up at her. Their eyes met. In the end, it was Yi Ziyi who spoke first. Her voice was as cold as the moonlight, without any emotion in it. I was the one who released the information on the forum. Chapter 6, Life and Death Challenge. Zhao Pingon, do you dare to accept it? The moonlight is cold and the courtyard is quiet. Yi Ziyi's voice was cold as she stated a fact. I was the one who released the information on the forum. Zhao Pingon stood at the bottom of the stairs and looked up at her. The evening breeze blew the corners of his thin clothes, and he still carried the lingering smell of sweat and metal from the training room. Why? I need a shield. Yi Ziyi's answer was simple and direct. My family wants me to marry into another wealthy family in Shanghai. I don't like it. She paused, and her eyes swept across Zhao Pingon's face with the scrutiny of someone examining goods. And you, a school-famous waste, an orphan with nothing, have become my nominal husband. This news is enough to disgust all the self-righteous suitors and make them retreat on their own initiative. You are the best tool. Tool. This word is more hurtful than the dog that Chen Feng's followers had used before. Zhao Pingon quietly clenched his fists at his sides, his nails digging into his palms. Yi Ziyi's eyes fell on his school uniform, which was stained with dust and sweat, and her brows frowned slightly. As my husband, I don't want to see you in such a mess outside. Her tone grew colder. It would lower my standards. Before she finished speaking, she flipped her wrist. A small medicine bottle that is crystal clear, as if carved from crystal. A parabola was drawn from her hand and flew towards Zhao Pingon accurately. Zhao Pingon subconsciously reached out to catch it. The bottle is cold to the touch, and contains a pool of blue liquid, which shimmers with a dreamy luster under the moonlight. This is body-tempering fluid. The market price is 100,000 Federation coins. Yi Ziyi's voice came from the top of the stairs, carrying an irrefutable command, drink it. Don't embarrass me on tomorrow's test. Her gaze penetrated the night and fell on Zhao Pingon's face. At least, walk off the ring standing up. After saying that, she no longer looked at Zhao Pingon. He turned and walked into the brightly lit villa, his back looking lonely and resolute. Zhao Pingon held the bottle of body-quenching liquid worth 100,000. He stood there for a long time without moving. The room allocated to Zhao Pingon in Yi Family Manor is in the corner of the third floor of the villa. The room is very large and decorated in a minimalist style of black, white and gray. All the furniture had a cold metallic sheen, like a luxurious yet lifeless cage. Zhao Pingon ignored all this. He walked straight to the holographic computer in the room and opened the campus forum of Shanghai Martial Arts High School. What meets the eye is a sea of blood red. The entire forum page. They were all dyed a glaring red by a post pinned with the highest authority, as if announcing an impending massacre. The title of the post, every word is full of blood and arrogance. Tomorrow's test, a life or death contest. Zhao Pingon, do you dare? Poster SID Qin Xian. The post only contains one photo. It was the embarrassed look of Chen Feng's followers as they carried the knocked-out young man with a crew cut out of the training room. Below the photo was a brief and domineering sentence from Chen Xian. My brother's face isn't something you can hit with just any random person. Zhao Pingon, tomorrow, I'll break your bones inch by inch in front of the entire school. This post is like a nuclear bomb. In the already boiling forum, a huge wave of indignation was set off. Oh shit. It's Senior Chen Xian. The monster in the elite class with a HP value of 18. A life and death duel. Oh my god. This is a fight to the death. How dare the school approve of this? Approval bullshit. Senior Chen Xian is forcing the emperor to abdicate. He wants to crush that loser Zhao Pingon to death in front of everyone. Zhao Pingon is finished. He's dead. Senior Chen Feng is just ruthless, but Senior Chen Xian is a real killer. I heard that he was training outside last year and killed a second-level monster with his own hands. Does Zhao Pingon dare to answer? If he does, I'll do a handstand and eat the keyboard live. What the hell? He's probably pissed himself in his pants right now, kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy from Senior Chen Xian. The comments section below the post was filled with tens of thousands of comments in just a few minutes. Chen Feng's ID was the most active, and he was shouting crazily under the post. Chen Feng at Zhao Pingon, you piece of shit, get out of here. I'm giving you a chance. Now kneel down and get under my crotch. Maybe I can get my brother to go easy on you tomorrow and only break your legs. Chen Feng at Zhao Pingon, are you speechless? A freeloader, you're supposed to be a good fighter, aren't you? You knocked my brother away with one punch? Come on, try to show off in front of my brother. Chen Feng, listen up everyone. I'm opening the betting. Bet on whether Zhao Pingon will show up in the ring tomorrow. I'm betting 1 million he won't dare. Countless ridicules, insults, and curses came like a tide. At this moment, the name Zhao Ping'an became the biggest joke in the entire Shanghai martial arts high school. Everyone was waiting to see him kneel down and beg for mercy like a stray dog. Zhao Ping'an closed the forum expressionlessly. He picked up the bottle of blue quenching liquid on the table without any hesitation in his eyes. He unscrewed the cap. Tilt your head back and drink it all in one gulp. Boom! The surging power of the medicine exploded in his body like a flood breaking through a dam. An indescribable pain came from deep within every cell of his limbs and bones. It was as if billions of steel needles were piercing his flesh, meridians, and bones at the same time. Zhao Ping'an's body suddenly arched like a cooked shrimp. Beads of sweat the size of beans instantly seeped out of his forehead and rolled down his cheeks. A suppressed groan of pain emanated from his throat. All the muscles in his body were cramping and shaking violently. But he didn't fall. Zhao Ping'an gritted his teeth. He let the violent power of the medicine run rampant in his body, washing over every corner of his body. He could feel his bones making creaking sounds under the heavy burden. The meridians were stretched and stinging, and the qi and blood were boiling and growing at an unprecedented speed. Amidst this wave of severe pain, Zhao Ping'an held onto his body and slowly got into position. Thunder Runner! The energy and blood in his body began to circulate wildly along that mysterious route. Sizzle! A faint flash of lightning flickered in his palm. First time. The movements were jerky and somewhat deformed due to the severe pain. The system interface appeared in my mind. Thunder Hand, getting started 100. He didn't stop and immediately started practicing for the second time. With the blessing of the violent medicinal power of the body-tempering liquid. The speed at which the blood and energy in his body flowed was several times faster than before. Second time. The third time. Sweat had already soaked his clothes and formed a puddle at his feet. The only sounds in the room were his heavy breathing and the whistling of his fists and feet cutting through the air. His movements, tempered by the severe pain, became more and more standard and fierce. Every punch and every push of the palm was accompanied by a ferocity and arrogance never seen before. Thunder Hand, getting started 15-100. Thunder Hand, getting started 29-100. Thunder Hand, getting started 47-100. The progress bar is rising rapidly. Every practice gave him a deeper understanding of this martial art. On the top floor of the villa, in the master bedroom, Yi Ziyi stood in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window. The holographic screen in front of her was clearly playing the surveillance footage in Zhao Ping'an's room. Looking at the figure who was struggling in severe pain, but still practicing madly like a tireless beast. Looking at him, his whole body was soaked in sweat, and his muscles were shaking due to the extreme force. Watching him repeat that fierce palm technique again and again, as if he wanted to burn his life into it. In Yi Ziyi's eyes as cold as an ancient well. For the first time, there was a hint of surprise that she herself had not noticed. She gave Zhao Ping'an the body fluid. She just didn't want her tool to be killed instantly the next day and lose face. In her opinion, it was a pity that a commoner like Zhao Ping'an could get such a precious medicine. The first reaction should be ecstasy, and then careful absorption, fearing to waste even a single bit. But she didn't expect it. Zhao Ping'an actually chose the most painful and craziest way. Use extreme training to squeeze out every bit of medicinal power from the body fluids. This kind of willpower to be extremely cruel to oneself is simply not something a waste who has been ridiculed by everyone for 3 years can possess. This tool seemed to be much tougher than she had imagined. Time passes by every second. Inside the room, Zhao Ping'an had no idea how many times he had practiced Thunder Hand. The severe pain in his body had long since numbed, replaced by a sense of pleasure from growing strength. Under his frantic pressure, the medicinal power of the body-tempering fluid had gradually been absorbed into his limbs and bones. His energy and blood are more than twice as strong as before. Thunder Hand, getting started 88-100. Thunder Hand, getting started 99-100. There is only one last step left. Zhao Ping'an's eyes were red and he let out a low growl. Pour all the remaining medicinal power in the body into his palms. He pushed forward violently. Thunder! Crack! A crisp bang exploded in the room. This time, it was no longer a faint flash of lightning. Instead, 2 clearly visible silver-white arcs of electricity jumped in his palm, making a sizzling sound. A muffled thunder-like roar was faintly heard in the air. At the same time, that cold voice in my mind finally sounded again. Congratulations to the host, the Thunderhand has reached the minor success level. Health value +2. Boom! A force far more powerful than before erupted from deep within the dantian and swept through the whole body. Zhao Ping'an's health value jumped from 10 to 12. A bottleneck that plagues ordinary warriors for months or even years. He broke through it completely in just one night. The feeling of weakness from exhaustion came over me like a tide. Zhao Ping'an could no longer hold on. His body went limp and he fell heavily to the floor. He was breathing heavily and was soaked as if he had just been pulled out of the water. But his pale face was broken into a brilliant smile. The sky is bright. The first rays of morning light filtered through the window, illuminating the mess in the room. Zhao Ping'an struggled to get up from the ground and walked to the computer. He looked at Chen Xian's blood-red post and the tens of thousands of comments below that mocked and cursed him. He stretched out his fingers, which were still trembling slightly. I typed 2 words in the reply box of the post. Then, tap send. The next second, the entire campus forum fell into deathly silence. All online students. Everyone has seen the latest and only reply from the person involved. Zhao Ping'an, I'll take it. Chapter 7 Battle with Chun Feng. Zhao Ping'an, I'll take it. 2 words. No unnecessary explanations, no angry roars. It just appeared so plainly below the blood-red post, totally out of tune with the tens of thousands of insults and ridicules. The entire campus forum of Shanghai Martial Arts High School. At this moment, it was as if the pause button was pressed. All the students who saw this reply thought they were dazzled. Silence. Deathly silence. 3 seconds later. The forum server was like a depth bomb was dropped on it and exploded completely. Holy crap! He replied. He actually replied. Is he crazy? He's really crazy. Doesn't he know who Senior Chen Xian is? Take it? What will he take it with? With his pitiful health value of 9, or with the face that Yi Xiaohua gave him? It's over, there's no way out now. This is a life or death battle, the school's top brass can't save him even if they want to. Just wait and see. Tomorrow will be the bloodiest public execution since the founding of Shanghai Martial Arts High School. Countless students flocked to the post. I wanted to reply, but found my hands were shaking. They witnessed the birth of a madman. A madman who runs headfirst into a dead end even though he knows it's a dead end. And the instigator, Chen Feng, saw those 2 words. He was stunned at first, then burst into crazy laughter. Chen Feng, good. 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 You piece of shit, you got some guts. Tomorrow, my brother will show you how to write the word death. He put down his laptop, his eyes filled with resentment and excitement. Chen Feng could already imagine it. Tomorrow, Zhao Ping'an will be trampled under his brother's feet like a dead dog, with his bones broken inch by inch. What a wonderful picture that will be. The next day. It was just dawn. The #1 martial arts training ground of Shanghai Martial Arts High School was already packed with people. This is the largest martial arts arena in the school, large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. In the center is a huge arena made of high-strength alloy. Cold and solid, it has witnessed countless fierce confrontations. But today, the atmosphere is very different. The air was filled with a sense of repression, excitement, and a hint of blood. Everyone came. Students from regular classes, geniuses from elite classes, and even some instructors who usually stay at home, all appeared in the audience. Their eyes were all focused on the same place. The central arena where the life and death battle is about to take place. Here he comes. Senior Chen Xian is here. There was a commotion among the crowd. All I saw was the VIP passage to the martial arts arena. A group of people surrounded a tall young man and walked in slowly. The young man was wearing a black suit, with a stern face and eyes as sharp as an eagle. He just stood there. An invisible sense of oppression spread out, causing the noisy students around to unconsciously quiet down. Chen Xian. Qi and blood value 18. A monster admitted to the Federation's top martial arts university. He didn't walk towards the ring. Instead, he walked straight to the front row of the audience, the exclusive seat for elite students. Then he sat down. With his arms folded across his chest, he looked down at the arena below, like a god judging the world. Beside him, Chen Feng had a grim smile on his face, searching the crowd with resentful eyes. Brother, that loser hasn't come yet. Could he be too scared to come? He will come. Chen Xian spoke, his voice was calm, but it carried an irresistible pressure. When a dog is cornered, it will jump over the wall. Moreover, he now feels that he has the Yi family as his backer, and his claws have become sharper. He paused, turned his gaze to Chen Feng, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Today, you go. Chen Feng was stunned. Me? Good. Chen Xian's eyes were still fixed on the empty arena. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? I want to show everyone that even my brother is powerful enough to be crushed to death like an ant. I want him to understand that there is a huge gap between him and me that he will never be able to cross in his lifetime. Go ahead, don't let me down. Break his limbs, drain his blood, and then drag him to me like a dead dog. Yes. Brother. Chen Feng's face was instantly filled with ecstasy and ferocity. He has been waiting for this moment for too long. Chen Feng jumped suddenly. His body drew a graceful arc in the air and landed heavily in the center of the ring. Boom! The alloy arena made a muffled sound. Chen Feng's blood and energy surged throughout his body. A powerful aura belonging to a health value of 13 burst out, sweeping the entire venue. Zhao Ping'an! Come up here and die! His roar echoed throughout the entire training ground. The atmosphere of the entire venue was completely ignited at this moment. It's Senior Chen Feng. Oh my god, Senior Chen Xian didn't even play. That's too cruel. This is a blatant humiliation. Senior Chen Xian simply doesn't bother to do it himself. 13 HP against 9 HP, how can we win? It's a completely one-sided massacre. Amidst everyone's discussions, the ordinary entrance to the martial arts field. A thin figure walked out step by step against the flow of people. Zhao Ping'an was wearing a school uniform that was washed out. He didn't have any aura, just like an ordinary student who had walked into the wrong set. He ignored all the sympathetic, pitiful, and gloating looks from those around him. He walked up the stairs calmly and stood opposite Chen Feng. Seeing Zhao Ping'an's appearance, Chen Feng's grim smile became even more intense. You idiot, you really dare to come here. I thought you packed up and left Shanghai last night. Zhao Ping'an didn't say anything. He just moved his hands and feet, and there was a crackling sound of bones breaking. Pretend. Chen Feng was completely enraged by his disregarding attitude. I will make you pay for your arrogance with blood. The game begins. The referee instructor's voice sounded at this moment. Before he finished speaking, Chen Feng moved. He kicked his feet hard. The whole person was like a cannonball fired from a gun, instantly crossing a distance of 10 meters and appearing in front of Zhao Ping'an. The speed was so fast that countless students in the audience exclaimed. A punch was thrown, and the wind from the fist was whistling. With a gust of evil wind that tore through the air, it went straight to Zhao Ping'an's face. He didn't hold back at all in this punch. Zhao Ping'an's pupils shrank. He slid sideways suddenly and narrowly avoided the fatal punch. Swish! The wind from the fist brushed past his shoulder, tearing a hole in his school uniform and revealing the bronze skin underneath. Hide? I wonder how long you can hide. Chen Feng missed the first attack and launched a more fierce attack. His fists were like a violent storm, transforming into fist shadows all over the sky, completely covering Zhao Ping'an. Bang! 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 The dull sound of hitting continued. Zhao Ping'an dodged awkwardly on the ring. Both speed and strength were obviously suppressed by Chen Feng. He was like a small boat in the raging sea, which could be completely swallowed up at any time. Soon, several scars appeared on his body. The places that were hit by the fists felt burning pain, and the clothes became even more tattered. The whole person looks like he is in danger. Useless. Is this the power you get by living like a gigolo? While launching a fierce attack, Chen Feng mocked loudly, and his voice spread throughout the venue. Too weak. Weaker than a dog. Can't you knock my brother away with one punch? Come on. Throw me another punch. Kneel down. Kneel down and beg for mercy. Perhaps I can let you die more quickly. Every word of Chen Feng. They were all like a knife, stabbing Zhao Ping'an's dignity. Not only did he want to destroy Zhao Ping'an physically, but he also wanted to do it in front of all the teachers and students in the school and in front of Yi Ziyi. Completely crush his spirit and will. In the audience, countless students burst into laughter. Ha! I told you, this was a one-sided beating. Look at how miserable he looks. Doesn't he look like a lost dog? Senior Chen Feng is so awesome. Stompling this loser to death. Listening to the ridicule in my ears and feeling the severe pain in my body. Zhao Ping'an's eyes became brighter and brighter. Under Chen Feng's fierce attack, he was pushed step by step into the corner of the ring, with no way to retreat. A hint of cruel pleasure flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. He gathered all the energy and blood in his body into his right fist, and even a faint red light appeared on his fist. It's over. Trash. He let out a roar and delivered a powerful punch. Carrying a tremendous force, he struck Zhao Ping'an's chest fiercely. This punch. It is enough to kill a warrior with a HP value of 10 on the spot. Everyone in the audience held their breath. In the audience, a sneer of confidence of victory appeared on the corner of Chen Xian's mouth. However, just when the fist was about to touch the chest, forced into a desperate situation, Zhao Ping'an made a move that no one could understand. He closed his eyes. The outside world's noise, ridicule, and fists seemed to have all disappeared at this moment. In his mind, all that remains are the complex and mysterious routes for the circulation of qi and blood, and the fierce and domineering force-generating techniques. Last night, the insights I gained from frantically practicing thunder hands in severe pain flooded back into my mind like a tide. The violent effects of the drug, the repeated exhaustion, the extreme pressure on every movement. Everything comes together at this moment. Now is the time. Zhao Ping'an suddenly opened his eyes. There was no fear or retreat in his eyes, only a cold calmness. Instead of retreating, he advances. Facing Chen Feng's heavy punch that was powerful enough to break stones and split rocks, he raised his right hand. He came forward from an impossible angle that no one could understand. On his palm, a ray of almost invisible light blue electric light flashed by. Thunder Runner! A low roar came out of his mouth. Fists and palms collide. The expected muffled sound of bones breaking did not occur. Instead, it was a crisp sound, like a loud thunderclap. Crack! The grim smile on Chen Feng's face froze instantly. He felt a brutal, violent, destructive force bursting out from the opponent's palm. The force tore through the blood and qi defense on his fist like a rotten wood. Then, it flowed into his arm meridians with unstoppable force. Crack! A clear sound of bone breaking resounded throughout the venue. Ah! A shrill scream burst out from Chen Feng's mouth. Under the gaze of thousands of horrified eyes in the audience, Chen Feng's strong right arm twisted backwards at an extremely strange angle. The whole person was like being hit head-on by a mad monster, and flew backwards with a scream. Boom! He slammed hard onto the ground of the ring more than 10 meters away. It slid a long way before it stopped. One move. Just one move. Chen Feng, with a qi and health value of 13, ranks firmly among the top 10 in his grade. Killed instantly. The entire number 1 training ground fell into silence in an instant. You can hear a pin drop. The expressions on the faces of all the students who were mocking, laughing, and gloating froze. They looked at the corner of the ring as if it were a monster. The figure, covered in blood and tattered clothes, but standing straight. Zhao Ping'an slowly put down his hand. He walked up to the unconscious Chen Feng and looked down at his completely deformed arm. Then he slowly lifted his feet. In the audience, the sneer on Chen Xian's face had long disappeared, replaced by a dark look. A terrifying murderous aura rose from him into the sky. You dare! He roared loudly, his voice like thunder, shaking the entire training ground. Just as Zhao Ping'an was about to step down, a cold female voice. Through the broadcasting system of the martial arts field, the sound was clearly transmitted to every corner. He is my husband. Anyone who touches him will be an enemy of my Yi family. Chapter 8, Equal Dialogue. That cold female voice. Through the broadcasting system of the martial arts field, the sound was clearly transmitted to every corner. He is my husband. Anyone who touches him will be an enemy of my Yi family. Yi family. These two words, like a bolt of thunder from the sky, exploded over the martial arts arena. There were tens of thousands of students in the entire training ground. At this moment, all the instructors' brains suddenly shut down. The horror, shock, and disbelief on their faces reached their peak at this moment. Yi Ziyi, the eldest daughter of the Yi family who is so arrogant and looks down on all her suitors. She actually openly challenged the Chen family for the sake of her nominal husband, Zhao Ping'an, who everyone thought was her shield. This is no longer a warning. This is a declaration. In front of all the teachers and students in the school, Zhao Ping'an was completely brought under the protection of the Yi family. The front row of the audience. Chen Xian's iron blue face instantly turned blue, then white, and finally turned into a humiliating purple. The terrifying murderous aura rising from him. In front of the two words Yi family, it was like being poured with a basin of ice water, instantly extinguishing most of the energy. He doesn't care whether Zhao Ping'an lives or dies. He can ignore the school rules. But he didn't dare, and absolutely couldn't, openly challenge the dignity of the Yi family. It was a behemoth that was more than 10 times larger than their Chen family. Good, very good. Chen Xian stared at Zhao Ping'an on the ring. His teeth were chattering, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. The murderous intent in his eyes almost turned into a physical knife, cutting Zhao Ping'an into pieces. But in the end he didn't dare to take another step forward. Let's go. He uttered 3 words from between his teeth, flicked his sleeves, turned around and left. Several followers rushed onto the stage, crawling and tumbling, as if they had been pardoned. He hurriedly lifted up Chen Feng, who had fainted like a puddle of mud, and left dejectedly behind Chen Xian. That back figure was full of embarrassment and unwillingness. Until Chen Xian and his group completely disappeared from the VIP channel. The string that was stretched to the extreme in the martial arts arena finally broke with a snap. The entire number 1 martial arts arena was in a frenzy. Oh my god. School beauty Yi actually protected him. Husband, she admitted it herself. This is not an excuse at all, this is clearly true love. Didn't you see it? Zhao Ping'an's last move. What kind of martial arts was that? It crippled Chen Feng in one move. His HP isn't even 9 at all. He's been hiding his strength. He's a truly ruthless person. Contempt, ridicule, gloating. All the eyes that were previously cast on Zhao Ping'an. At this moment, everything turned into awe, shock, and even a hint of fanaticism. This is a madman who dares to swing a knife at an elite student and knock him down with one blow. A strong man who is personally protected by the eldest daughter of the Yi family. Quick! Quick! Medical team! A loud voice broke through the noise. Instructor Wang Defa was the first to rush down from the instructor's seat. His fat body burst out with amazing agility at this moment, and he rushed onto the ring in 2 steps. He looked at Zhao Ping'an, who was covered in blood and tattered clothes but still standing straight, and his face turned red with excitement. Good boy. Good boy. Are you okay? Wang Defa carefully checked Zhao Ping'an's injuries, his voice trembling. What he saw was not a disheveled student, but a peerless uncut jade that was blooming with brilliant light. Zhao Ping'an shook his head. The feeling of weakness after exhaustion came over him again, his eyes went dark, and his body swayed. Wang Defa was quick to act and supported him. Quick! Send to the infirmary. Use the best medicine. In the school's highest standard single-person infirmary. The rich aroma of medicine filled the air. Zhao Ping'an was shirtless, with more than a dozen scars on his body caused by the wind from his punches. It was being carefully applied with light green ointment by a medical robot. He closed his eyes, blocking out everything from the outside world. His mind sank into the system interface deep in his brain. Congratulations to the host, you have experienced a life or death struggle and achieved a breakthrough in a desperate situation. Your understanding of the Thunder Hand has deepened. Thunder Runner, Deshang 1000. Health value +3. Boom. A force that was far purer and more powerful than when he absorbed the quenching fluid before, burst out from the deepest part of his body. This power is not as violent as the quenching fluid, but is gentle like water, yet vast like a river. It flowed through Zhao Ping'an's limbs and bones, washing every inch of his meridians and nourishing every cell of his. Under the nourishment of this power, those burning wounds actually began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. He could clearly feel that his energy and blood were surging at a terrifying speed. Zhao Ping'an immediately looked at his personal attributes. Host, Zhao Ping'an. Qi and blood value, 15. Technique, basic bodybuilding fist, clear fist intention. Martial arts, Thunder Hand Great Mastery. 15 o'clock. His energy and blood values increased overnight. From 10 o'clock, it jumped to 15 o'clock. This battle not only allowed him to advance Thunder Hand from entry level to minor success. Moreover, under the pressure of life and death, he directly broke through to the great perfection realm. An ordinary warrior. To increase the HP value from 10 to 15, even with sufficient resources, it would take at least a year of hard training. And he only needed one battle. This is the transformation brought about by a life and death battle. Just then, the door of the infirmary was pushed open silently. A cold figure walked in. Yi Ziyi. She was still wearing the white training suit, and there was no expression on her beautiful face. Her eyes swept across the rapidly healing wounds on Zhao Ping'an's body, and finally fell on his calm face. Whoosh! A jade bottle that was crystal white and exuded a faint fragrance flew out of her hand. It drew a precise arc and landed on the cabinet beside Zhao Ping'an's bed. Shang Jixigu ointment, for external application. Her voice was still cold. I don't want my husband to be seen as a cripple tomorrow. Zhao Ping'an did not look at the ointment, which was worth at least 300,000 federal coins. He raised his head and looked at Yi Ziyi. This was the first time he was not in a humble position and needed to look up to others. Instead, he looked directly at this superior woman with an equal gaze. Why help me? His voice was hoarse, but calm. Yi Ziyi was silent. In the infirmary, the only sound was the gentle movement of the medical robot. After a moment, she spoke again. My tools can only be thrown by me, no one else can touch them. Her gaze stayed on Zhao Ping'an for 2 seconds. Deep in those calm eyes, there was a hint of inquiry and complexity that Zhao Ping'an could not understand. In addition, you're sharper than I thought. After saying that, she didn't stop. He turned around and left the infirmary. The moment she turned around, drop. There was a slight sound from the identification device on Zhao Ping'an's wrist. A new authorization message pops up. You have been granted access to 12 advanced training grounds, including the S-Class Gravity Training Room, the Class Mimicry Battle Room, the Class Chi and Blood Retention Warehouse, and more. Authorized by Yi Ziyi. Then came a short text message. Don't waste your effort. This was the first time she used the word hardworking to describe him. At the same time, the campus forum of Shanghai Wudao High School has been completely overturned. The blood-red declaration of war posted by Qin Xian is still pinned high. But the comments below have completely reversed the trend. Sticky comment 1, holy crap. Holy crap. Zhao Xin is awesome. One punch. Just one punch. He broke Chen Feng's stupid arm. Video proof. Top comment 2, I'm so fucking dumbfounded. How can this be considered trash? This is like a dragon swimming in shallow water, soaring into the sky. I declare that from today on, I am Zhao Xin's #1 fan. Top comment 3, get lost. I'm the one. Zhao Xin's last kick was so cool. If that old dog Qin Xian hadn't come out and barked, Chen Feng would have been trampled to death on the spot today. Chen Feng at Zhao Ping'an, you wait for me. My brother won't let you go. Chen Feng's shouting was quickly drowned out by countless ridicules. Reply to it, wow, you can still type with a broken arm? Go get it fixed quickly, or you'll end up crippled. Reply to at, return your brother? Your brother doesn't dare to fart in front of Yi Xiaohua. Die laughing. In just 1 hour, the name Zhao Ping'an went from being the biggest joke in the school to a legend that everyone admired. In the infirmary, Zhao Ping'an unscrewed the bottle of Ji Xinggu Xiaogao. A refreshing medicinal fragrance wafts towards me. He picked up a little milky ointment with his fingers and applied it to the wound. A cool feeling spread instantly. He could feel it clearly. One's skin, flesh, tendons and bones are recovering and regenerating at an incredible speed. Less than 10 minutes. All the scars on his body have disappeared, not even a scar is left. The skin becomes tougher than before, full of explosive power. Zhao Ping'an stood up and slowly clenched his fists. Feeling the unprecedented 15 points of qi and blood in the body, like a rushing river. Feeling the terrifying power brought by the great perfection of Thunder Hand, which seems to be able to control thunder and lightning. A cold and fierce look flashed in his eyes. He opened the identity device and found Chen Xian's contact information. His fingers moved quickly on the virtual screen, editing a message. I paid for your brother's medical expenses. Next, it's your turn. Click and send. Chapter 9 Dragon Blood Body Tempering Pill. The message was sent successfully. Zhao Ping'an put away the ID device. He didn't bother to see whether Chen Xian replied, nor was he interested in knowing how furious the other party was. He pushed open the door of the infirmary and walked out. Outside the corridor, some students who had heard the news saw him. Subconsciously took a step back. There was no longer the contempt in his eyes, replaced by a complex emotion of awe and fear. Zhao Ping'an ignored these gazes. He walked straight through the crowd and headed to the other end of the teaching area. There is the most core and mysterious area of the entire Shanghai Martial Arts High School, the S-Level Advanced Training Area. This is a holy place for cultivation, open only to the school's top talents and the children of powerful people with terrifying backgrounds. Ordinary students are not even qualified to get close, let alone enter. Rumor has it that every inch of space there is engraved with a spirit-gathering formation, and the concentration of spiritual energy in the air is several times higher than that of the outside world. Every piece of training equipment inside represents the Federation's most advanced technology and is priceless. When Zhao Ping'an's washed-out school uniform appeared in front of the heavy metal gate of the S-level training area, it immediately attracted the attention of several elite students at the door. "Stop! Is this the place you can come to?" A young man in branded training clothes frowned and shouted. Zhao Ping'an ignored it, just raised his wrist and placed the ID card on the sensing area of the access control system. Ding! Authorization passed. "Welcome, Zhao Ping'an." A cold electronic synthesizer sounded. That alloy door that ordinary elite students need to apply specially to enter. In front of him, it slid silently to the sides. Behind the door, a spiritual energy far richer and purer than that from the outside world rushed towards you, making every pore in your body relax. The scolding of the elite students at the door suddenly stopped, and the expressions on their faces were completely frozen. They watched Zhao Ping'an with their own eyes. He stepped into the holy land of cultivation that they had long dreamed of, and his back disappeared behind the door. The entire S-level training area is extremely spacious, but there are only a handful of people. Each of them is a top figure in the elite class with strong blood and powerful aura. The appearance of Zhao Ping'an. Like a stone thrown into a calm lake, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. But he still ignored it. Zhao Ping'an's eyes swept across the training rooms with different functions. Finally, they locked onto the deepest room, the gravity training room. This is the simplest and most brutal training method. By changing gravity, the warrior's body is squeezed in all directions. This can strengthen your chi and blood, and strengthen your muscles and bones, with effects far exceeding those of conventional training. Zhao Ping'an walked to the control light curtain at the door of the gravity room and stretched out his finger. Directly click on the option that can only be enabled with the highest authority. Triple gravity. Buzz. The alloy door in front of him slowly opened, revealing an empty metal room inside. Zhao Ping'an stepped in. Behind him are the elite talents in the training area. They all stopped their practice and looked at him as if he were a madman. Triple gravity? He wants to die? Even the top 3 monsters in the elite class can only withstand 2.5 times gravity for half an hour. His HP is only at 10. No, even if it's 12 or 13, he'd be courting death if he went in. Under everyone's gaze, the alloy door closed heavily. Boom! A terrifying pressure came from all directions. From every corner of the room, it came down with a loud bang. Zhao Ping'an's body sank suddenly. He felt as if he had suddenly carried an invisible mountain on his back, and the weight of his body had tripled. The flow of blood becomes sluggish. Breathing became extremely difficult. The bones groaned under the heavy burden. Even lifting a finger requires a huge amount of strength. But on Zhao Ping'an's face, there was no trace of pain, but instead a flush of excitement. That's the feeling. Extreme pressure. Without any hesitation, he immediately lowered his waist and stood up. The chi and blood in the body began to circulate with difficulty according to the mysterious route of Thunderhand. Drink! He let out a low growl and slowly thrust out a punch. The movement was slow and heavy, as if pushing a mountain. Every muscle was trembling and every bone was screaming. Beads of sweat the size of beans oozed from his forehead. As soon as it slid, it was pulled directly to the ground by the terrifying gravity, making a crisp sound. At this moment, a cold system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! The host has been detected practicing in an extreme environment. The effect of the talent, diligence makes up for lack of skill, has been doubled. The value of sweat increases by 100%. Zhao Ping'an was greatly encouraged. His punching speed is even faster. 1 punch. 2 punches. Push palm. Sweep. He practiced the thunder hand moves over and over again in this small gravity room. His movements gradually became smoother from the initial sluggishness. Every punch seemed to tear the sticky air, making a dull explosion sound. Every time he was exhausted, the energy and blood in his body would be squeezed out a little bit, and then become more refined. This speed of improvement is comparable to an hour of hard training in the outside world. Gravity room. A tall, arrogant young man stopped his training and walked to the observation window of the gravity room. His name is Li Mu, a student in the elite class. The health value is as high as 14 points. He is also ranked among the top 20 in the entire senior year. He looked at the screen. The figure who was practicing like a wild bull under triple gravity had a look of disdain and ridicule in his eyes. Just because you luckily defeated that loser Chen Feng with Yi Xiaohua's elixir, do you really think you're a big shot? He's just a gigolo. Li Mu's voice was loud and clearly heard by several other people in the training area. He walked to the access control panel of the gravity room and unceremoniously opened the public communication channel. Hey, that gigolo named Zhao Ping'an. Li Mu's arrogant voice rang out in the gravity room. Do you dare to compete with me? It's a competition to see who can last the longest under triple gravity. The loser, get out of the S-level advanced training area immediately and are not allowed to set foot in it again. Li Mu's words were full of provocation. He wanted to expose the true face of this giggle boy in front of everyone. Let him understand that everything he gets from women is ultimately illusory. In front of a true genius, he is nothing. However, inside the gravity room, Zhao Ping'an seemed not to hear what he said. He continued to practice madly, punching and kicking. The fists whistled and sweat splashed. He didn't even bother to glance towards the door. Ignore. Blatant disregard. Li Mu's face turned red instantly, and he felt like he had punched cotton. Good. Very good. I wonder how long you can keep pretending. He snorted coldly. He turned around and walked to another gravity room next to it and also turned on the triple gravity mode. Li Mu wants to use his absolute strength to crush Zhao Ping'an. Time passes by every second. Half an hour passed. Li Mu had stopped practicing in the gravity room where he was. He rested his hands on his knees. His whole body felt like he had just been fished out of the water, and he was gasping for breath. Under triple gravity, his energy and blood were consumed at a rate far beyond imagination. He turned his head and looked at the surveillance screen of the gravity room next door. In the picture, Zhao Ping'an's figure is still moving like a dragon and a tiger, and his punches are as fast as thunder. His breathing also became heavy. But the rhythm was unusually steady, with no signs of exhaustion at all. How is that possible? For the first time, disbelief appeared in Li Mu's eyes. An hour later. Plop! Li Mu could no longer hold on, his body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground in a mess. He felt like his lungs were going to explode. The aches and weakness in his limbs left him without the strength to even stand up. So he struggled to press the emergency stop button and exited gravity mode. When Li Mu staggered out of the gravity room, seeing the surveillance footage from next door, he froze in place. Zhao Ping'an, still practicing. His movements were even more powerful and fierce than an hour ago. There was a faint sound of wind and thunder between those punches and palms. Madman. This guy is simply a complete lunatic. In the training area, several other elite students who were originally looking forward to watching the show also gathered around at this moment. The contempt and sarcasm on their faces had long disappeared. Instead, there was deep shock and horror. They looked at the disheveled Li Mu, and then at the tireless figure in the surveillance video. A thought arose in their minds at the same time. This Zhao Ping'an doesn't rely on Yi Zi at all. It's his extremely abnormal willpower and talent. Another hour passed. Inside the gravity room, Zhao Ping'an finally slowly finished his training and stopped moving. He let out a long breath. Under the pull of gravity, the turbid air shot straight to the ground like a sharp arrow. He called up the system interface. Host, Zhao Ping'an. Qi and blood value, 16. Technique, basic bodybuilding fist, clear fist intention. Martial arts, thunder hand great mastery. 16 o'clock. Extreme training in just 2 hours. His Qi and health value suddenly soared from 15 points to 16 points. If this kind of training speed were to be spread out, it would be enough to overturn the entire martial arts world's cognition. Zhao Ping'an turned off the gravity mode and pushed the door open. At the door, Li Mu and several other elite students. Seeing him coming out, I subconsciously took a step back. Their eyes no longer had the arrogance and disdain they had before, only deep or remained. Just then, a loud and majestic electronic announcement suddenly came through the training area's broadcasting system. The sound resounded throughout the entire S-level training area and even the entire Shanghai Martial Arts High School. Emergency notice. In response to the recent unusual movements of the demon race, the Federal Ministry of Education and the military have jointly decided to begin this year's city hunting ground trials early. In the Shanghai area, all students with a qi and blood value of 15 or above are welcome to sign up. In this trial, the person with the highest score will receive the ultimate reward provided by the federal military. 1 dragon blood body tempering pill. The sound of the broadcast echoed in the empty training area. Zhao Ping'an stopped and looked up. His eyes fell on the large golden characters displayed on the broadcasting system. Dragon blood body tempering pill. Chapter 10, Thunder Hand Perfection. Dragon blood body tempering pill. These 5 words. It was like an invisible hammer, hitting Zhao Ping'an's heart hard. His breathing stopped for a moment. The legendary third-grade elixir. It is made with the essence and blood of sub-dragon monsters as the main ingredient, supplemented by dozens of natural treasures, and is painstakingly refined by a master alchemist. Just 1 piece is enough to transform a warrior completely, cleansing his bones and marrow. Its value is as high as tens of millions of federal coins. Moreover, it is priceless and is a treasure that countless warriors dream of. Got it. Must get it. In a corner where no one was paying attention, Zhao Ping'an suddenly clenched his fist. Almost at the same time the broadcast started. The campus forum of Shanghai Wudao High School was once again set off by a blood-red post. Posted by Chen Xian. The post only has 1 sentence. City hunting ground, I'll be waiting for you. This time, there are no rules, no instructors, only life and death. Mad. Arrogance to the extreme. This is no longer a fight, but a naked declaration of death. The entire forum exploded instantly. This is crazy. Senior Chen Xian is going to kill us all. Life and death in the hunting grounds are your own decision. Zhao Ping'an is doomed now. Who can stop a monster with 18 HP? Is there even any need to think about this? Zhao Ping'an definitely wouldn't dare to sign up. He'd be courting death if he went. What a shame. A rising genius is about to be strangled in the cradle. Almost everyone believed that Zhao Ping'an would choose to retreat. No one thinks so. He dared to use his own life to challenge an almost invincible opponent. Beep. A communication request came from Zhao Ping'an's ID device. It's instructor Wang Defa. Boy, don't be impulsive. As soon as the communication was connected, Wang Defa's anxious voice came over. That brat Chen Xian clearly wants to kill you in the hunting ground. You are in the limelight now, and you have the Yi family's support. There is no need to fight him. Listen to me, don't participate in this trial. Wang Defa really values talent. He didn't want to see the uncut gem he had finally discovered shattered to pieces. Instructor. Zhao Ping'an's voice was calm. I have to go. You are confused. Wang Defa was so angry that he slapped his thigh. That's 18 HP. What can you use to fight him? This is not bravery, this is suicide. I have my reasons for going. Zhao Ping'an didn't explain much and hung up the phone directly. He opened the registration interface. After your name, click Confirm. Shanghai First People's Hospital, Intensive Care Unit. Zhao Ping'an peeled an apple. Cut it into small pieces and hand it to my sister lying on the hospital bed. Zhao Sheila's face was still a little pale, but he looked much better. At this time, he was holding a tablet computer and watching it with great interest. Brother, look, everyone on the forum is talking about you. Zhao Sheila held the tablet in front of Zhao Ping'an as if presenting a treasure, and on the screen was a post about the life and death competition. The comments below have changed from the initial ridicule to a unanimous Zhao Shen is awesome. They all said you knocked that bad guy out with 1 punch. Zhao Sheila's eyes sparkled with admiration. I've known for a long time that my brother is the most powerful person in the world. Zhao Ping'an rubbed her hair and said nothing. Brother, do you want to go to the city hunting ground too? Zhao Sheila suddenly asked, with a hint of worry on his little face. Then you must win. The girl clenched her fists and said innocently, kill all the bad guys. Brother is the best, he can definitely do it. His sister's trust was like a warm current flowing into Zhao Ping'an's heart. All his fatigue and stress. At this moment, everything seemed to disappear. He looked at his sister's innocent face and nodded heavily. Late at night. Zhao Ping'an just came out of the shower. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Who would it be at this point in time? Zhao Ping'an walked to the door and looked out through the peephole. At the door, a cold and aloof figure was standing quietly. Yi Ziyi. Zhao Ping'an opened the door. Yi Ziyi walked in. She didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. City hunting ground, let's form a team. Zhao Ping'an looked at her, somewhat surprised. Chen Xian's target is you. Yi Ziyi's voice was calm. My goal is the dragon blood body tempering pill. She paused and looked at Zhao Ping'an. You act as bait to attract the firepower of Chen Xian and all his men. I'm responsible for hunting down high-scoring monsters and striving for the top spot. After this is accomplished, the dragon blood body tempering pill will be mine. All the money from selling all the monster materials in the hunting grounds will be yours. That money will be enough to pay for your sister's medical treatment for a lifetime. This is a cold, cruel, yet tempting deal. Use your own life as bait in exchange for your sister's future. Zhao Ping'an was silent for a moment and asked a key question. Why do you believe that I can be a good bait? A qualified bait must at least be able to survive the hunter's encirclement. Otherwise, the transaction would be meaningless. Yi Ziyi's gaze fell on Zhao Ping'an's naked upper body. There, after being nourished by the Shangjixigu ointment, the skin became as tough as cowhide. The muscles are smooth and full of explosive power. I checked all your records in the S-level training area today. Triple gravity, continuous practice for 2 hours. At the end, your HP value is 16. Her tone remained calm. But what was said was enough to shock any warrior. You are the person whose strength has improved the fastest that I have ever seen. It's an investment. She looked into Zhao Ping'an's eyes and spoke word by word. Invest. Not sympathy, not charity. Rather, it is a high-risk, high-reward investment based on the value and potential he has demonstrated. Zhao Ping'an understood. This is Yi Ziyi's style. Good. He only said one word. This was not only for money, but also because he needed a powerful ally. An ally who was capable of confronting threats other than Chen Xian head-on and creating opportunities for him. This is his only chance. Make a deal. Yi Ziyi took out a black data storage chip from her bag and placed it on the worn wooden table. This is a detailed map of the city's hunting grounds compiled by my E-family, as well as information on the distribution, habits, and weaknesses of the main monster beasts. Memorize it. This was the first time she treated Zhao Ping'an as an equal partner. After saying that, she didn't stay for another second. He turned around and left the narrow room. The last night before departure. In the Chen family manor, in a secret room. Chen Xian sat in the main seat with a gloomy expression. Below, stood a dozen or so powerful members of the Chen family and their confidants. Are you all ready? Don't worry, Brother Xian. Everything is ready. A young man answered with a grin. Chen Xian nodded and took out a metal box beside him. He took out a dozen palm-sized black instruments and distributed them. This is a military-grade signal jammer with an effective range of 100 meters. Once activated, any communication equipment will be reduced to scrap metal. He looked at everyone, his voice as if it had been tempered by ice. Tomorrow, after entering the hunting grounds, find Zhao Ping'an and immediately activate the instrument. I'll make sure he cries out to heaven and earth, but no one will answer him. An extremely cruel smile appeared on Chen Xian's face. I will personally break all his bones one by one. At the same time, in Zhao Ping'an's room, he sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. The muscles all over his body were trembling slightly at a strange frequency. The qi and blood in the body are like a rushing river. Following the route of Thunderhand, it runs madly over and over again. With the completion of the last cycle of the week. Boom! It was as if some shackles in his body were suddenly broken. An aura that was even more powerful and condensed than before burst out from him. Inside the room, the air made a slight crackling sound. Thunderhand, perfect. Zhao Ping'an suddenly opened his eyes. A light blue electric light flashed in the depths of his pupils. He called up the system interface. Host, Zhao Ping'an. Chi and blood value, 17. Technique, basic bodybuilding fist, clear fist intention. Martial arts, thunder hand perfect. 17 o'clock. A night of hard work, one step further. Zhao Pingyan slowly stood up and walked to the old mirror full of cracks. He looked at himself in the mirror, whose eyes were as sharp as a knife, and slowly raised his right hand. 5 fingers spread out, and a tiny arc of electricity appeared. It jumped silently on his palm. Chapter 11 Defeat Qin Xin. The next day. It was getting light. The East District Square of Shanghai Martial Arts High School was already bustling with people. Thousands of senior students gathered here, each with excitement and nervousness on their faces. Directly in front of the square is a cold alloy wall that is 100 meters high. The walls are covered with dense electric grids, emitting a dangerous glow. This is the entrance to the urban hunting ground. An abandoned urban area that has been completely blocked and filled with a large number of monsters. It is a trial ground and also a real battlefield. Zhao Pingyan was wearing the most ordinary black combat uniform. Blending in with the crowd, he is inconspicuous. A moment later, a cold figure walked through the crowd and walked straight to him. Yi Ziyi changed into a tight silver-white combat uniform, which perfectly outlined her perfect figure. Behind his back, he carried a long sword wrapped in black cloth. Her appearance instantly attracted the attention of the entire audience. The combination of Zhao Pingyan and Yi Ziyi seemed out of place amidst countless gazes filled with jealousy, surprise, and amusement. Attention all students taking the trial. The radio above the high wall sounded, and it was the principal's majestic voice. Once you enter the hunting grounds, all personal communication devices will be blocked and controlled. Your ID devices will only retain vital sign monitoring and emergency rescue functions. Remember, hunt monsters and earn points. But surviving is the top priority. Now, the hunting ground opens. Boom! The heavy alloy door slowly opened to both sides with a harsh friction sound. A strong wind filled with the smell of blood and decay blew in from behind the door. It was like a ferocious beast that was choosing its prey, opening its bloody mouth. Students flocked in. Zhao Pingyan and Yi Ziyi looked at each other and walked into the abandoned city shrouded in shadows. As soon as the two entered, he quickly left the main group and went into a secluded alley. Roar! An iron-armored bull as big as a buffalo, covered with green scales. He suddenly rushed out from a corner, lowered his head, and used the sharp horns that were flashing with cold light to hit Zhao Pingyan, who was walking in front of him. A first-level high-level monster. The power of Qi and blood is comparable to that of a 12-point human warrior. Zhao Pingyan misstepped and slid half a step to the side like a ghost. Barely avoided the fatal collision. The huge body of the iron-armored bull roared past him with tremendous force. At the moment when the two intersect, a stream of data flashed across Zhao Pingyan's eyes. The iron bull's movement trajectory and weak points were analyzed instantly. He put the 5 fingers of his left hand together to form a knife, and a faint green light appeared on the edge of his palm. Thunder Runner! There was no earth-shattering thunder, only a dull bang. With one palm strike, he slashed the iron-armored bull's neck with incredible precision, at the seam between the 3rd and 4th scales. That is the weakest point in its entire defense system. Puff! The tough cowhide was torn apart in an instant, and the violent thunder force penetrated into the body, destroying its nerve center. Moo! The armored bull let out a painful wail. The huge body staggered, and the forward momentum stopped for a fraction of a second. Now is the time. A silver sword light flashed like a cold star passing through the sky. Silent, yet extremely fast. Yi Ziyi had appeared on the other side of the armored bull without anyone noticing, with the long sword in her hand drawn. The tip of the sword drew a graceful arc and pierced accurately through the bullseye socket, all the way to the handle. One hit, dead. The huge cow carcass fell to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. Killed the high-level monster iron-armored bull, earning 10 points. Information popped up on both of their ID devices at the same time. The whole process was smooth and the coordination was seamless. It takes no more than 3 seconds from discovering the monster to killing it. Zhao Pingyan is responsible for restraining the opponent and creating opportunities. Yi Ziyi was responsible for the final blow, a fatal one. The combination of the two unleashed a terrifying efficiency where the sum of one was far greater than 2. They were like 2 of the most efficient hunters, starting a frantic harvest in this abandoned city. Hiss! Inside a residential building. 3 black-scaled poisonous pythons hung down from the hole in the ceiling and launched a surprise attack. Zhao Ping'an did not retreat but advanced, with both palms out and lightning flashing. He laid a lightning net in front of him, blocking all the attacks of the 3 poisonous pythons. The next second, the sword flashed. 3 huge snake heads rose into the sky. Kill 3 intermediate-level black-scaled poisonous pythons, earning 18 points. In an abandoned square, a group of sharp-claw wind wolves as fast as the wind surrounded the 2 men. Zhao Ping'an lowered his waist and stood up straight, waving his fists, and the wind from his fists was whistling. Like an unshakable reef, it withstood the wolves' most ferocious attacks. Yi Ziyi's figure turned into a silver whirlwind of death among the wolves. Every time the sword flashes, it will inevitably take the life of a wind wolf. Kill 12 high-level monsters, sharp-claw wind wolf, and earn 120 points. Just 1 hour. The points of the 2 people soared like a rocket. Soon, he entered the top 20 on the virtual ranking list of all student ID cards in the hunting ground. After they once again teamed up to eliminate a level 2 initial stage giant explosive ape. Yi Ziyi looked at the figure in front of her, whose clothes were stained with the blood of the monster, but whose breathing was still steady and long. In her cold eyes, for the first time, there was a strange glow that she herself had not noticed. Zhao Ping'an's combat awareness is terrifying. He always uses the simplest and most effective method. Create the most perfect opportunity for yourself at the most appropriate time. It was as if he was not fighting, but performing an extremely precise surgical operation. Every block and every movement is just right. Whoosh! She took a small white porcelain bottle from her pocket and threw it over. Qi and blood pills, to restore consumption. Her voice was still cold. Zhao Ping'an took the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. A gentle medicinal power dissolved in his body, quickly replenishing his depleted energy and blood. A big guy is coming. Zhao Ping'an's gaze was cast towards a dark, abandoned department store not far away. Yi Ziyi followed his gaze. A black afterimage. It flashed by the broken glass windows of the building so quickly that it almost seemed like an illusion. The second-level peak monster Shadow Cat. Known for its speed and stealth, it is extremely dangerous and also represents extremely high points. Chase! Yi Ziyi uttered a word and rushed out first. Zhao Ping'an followed closely behind. The 2 rushed into the abandoned building that exuded an ominous atmosphere, one in front and one behind. Inside the building, the lights were dim and there was dead silence. The 2 of them had just stepped into the first-floor lobby. Clang! 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 At all the exits of the building, the heavy fire shutter doors slammed down at the same time, completely blocking all their escape routes. 7 or 8 figures walked out from the shadows surrounding the hall. The leader was tall and had a sinister face. It's Chen Xian. He was playing with a black instrument in his hand, with a cat-and-mouse grin on his face. There was a soft beep sound. The red light on the instrument comes on. An invisible wave spread out. The screens of the identification devices on Zhao Ping'an and Yi Ziyi's wrists flashed at the same time, and then went completely black. The emergency distress signal has been cut off. Yi Ziyi, now, even if you scream at the top of your lungs, no one will hear you. Chen Xian's eyes swept over Yi Ziyi unscrupulously, full of greed and possessiveness. His target has never been just Zhao Ping'an. As long as you promise to be my girlfriend, I will let this piece of trash go today. How? A layer of frost covered Yi Ziyi's beautiful face. Chen Xian, you are seeking death. Clang! The long sword was unsheathed, and the sword reflected a cold light in the dim light. She was ready to take action. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? A calm voice sounded. Zhao Ping'an reached out and gently pressed down the sword that Yi Ziyi was about to swing. He took a step forward and stood in front of Yi Ziyi. Alone, he walked towards Chen Xian and the 7 or 8 confidants behind him. Boom! A terrifying energy and blood that far exceeded the previous one burst out from his body without reservation. Like a dormant volcano, it erupted. The air in the entire hall became sticky and oppressive because of this huge force of qi and blood. The top of his combat uniform was rustling due to the surging blood and energy. The grim smile on Chen Xian's face froze instantly. He stared at Zhao Ping'an intently, his eyes almost popping out of his sockets. 17 o'clock. Qi and blood value, 17 points. How is this possible? Yesterday in the gravity room, he was clearly only 16. How could he have increased his qi and blood just overnight? This completely overturned his understanding of martial arts. But, so what? 17 o'clock. Chen Xian's face turned from pale to blue, and finally turned into a furious and ferocious look. No matter how deep you hide, you must die today. He is still conceited. He is a genius with a Qi and HP value of 18 points. He is the undisputed #1 in the entire Shanghai Martial Arts High School. A little bit higher in Qi and blood will become an insurmountable chasm. Come on. Destroy him. Chen Xian roared angrily. The 7 or 8 Chen family confidants behind him shouted at the same time, their blood and energy burst out, and they rushed towards Zhao Ping'an from all directions. Zhao Ping'an did not dodge or evade. He looked at the people rushing towards him with cold eyes. His right hand slowly raised. In the palm of his hand, strands of light blue electric light began to gather and jump wildly. Thunder hand, the state of perfection. Sizzle. The harsh sound of electricity exploded in the hall. He thrust out his palm slowly, facing forward. This palm strike seemed slow, but it seemed to stir up wind and thunder. A blue lightning flash visible to the naked eye burst out from his palm. It turned into a violent electric net, instantly covering all enemies in front. Ah! The 3 Qin family members who were rushing in the front didn't even touch the corner of Zhao Ping'an's clothes. He was hit head-on by the electric fence. The protective Qi and blood were torn apart in an instant like paper. The 3 men screamed and flew backwards, their bodies charred and foaming at the mouth. He was twitching on the ground and instantly lost his fighting ability. One move. Just one move. The remaining few people were so frightened that they stopped abruptly and dared not move forward even a bit. Waste. Chen Xian cursed angrily and finally took action himself. Boom! 18 points of Qi and blood power rushed up into the sky without reservation. The ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch, and his whole body turned into a shadow, and he punched Zhao Ping'an in the face. This punch was so powerful and heavy that it brought with it a sonic explosion that tore through the air. Zhao Ping'an stood where he was, neither dodging nor avoiding. He also raised his right fist. There was a flash of lightning on the tip of the fist. 2 fists. Under the gaze of everyone, they collided violently. Bang! There was a loud bang, like a thunder, which made the whole hall buzz. The airwaves rolled and smoke and dust rose everywhere. A figure was hit head-on as if by a speeding truck. He spurted blood from his mouth and flew backwards screaming. It hit the wall more than 10 meters away hard, and then slid to the ground like a puddle of mud. The smoke and dust dissipated. Zhao Ping'an, still standing there. The posture hasn't even changed. And Chen Xian fell in the corner. The right arm was twisted at a strange angle, and the white bone stump pierced the skin, exposed to the air. One move against another. Chen Xian, whose Qi and blood value is 18 points. Abandoned. Zhao Ping'an walked up to Chen Xian step by step. He raised his foot and stepped heavily on Chen Xian's chest. Crack. The sound of the sternum cracking can be clearly heard. He looked down at the face at his feet, which was twisted with pain and humiliation, with cold eyes. Your brother, you. The next one is your Chen family. Just then, the shadow cat that was chased here by them and disturbed by Chen Xian and others had been lurking in the shadows in the corner. Next to its corpse, an inconspicuous black stone mixed in with the rubble. Suddenly, there was a click sound and a crack appeared. A faint, yet extremely strange spatial fluctuation leaked out from it. The stone cracked, revealing a pigeon egg-sized strange crystal wrapped inside. The entire thing was a dreamy purple color. Yi Zi, who had been standing at the back with a cold expression. The moment I saw the crystal, those calm eyes. For the first time, he showed a look of mixed horror and disbelief. Chapter 12, Level 3 Monster. The strange crystal, the size of a pigeon egg and with a dreamy purple color all over, lay quietly among the rubble. The light around it, they all seemed to be slightly distorted, emitting an indescribable mysterious fluctuation. Space Crystal Core. Yi Zi's voice. It had lost its former coolness and was now trembling with a shiver that was difficult to suppress. She rushed over in one step. Carefully, he picked up the purple crystal from the rubble and held it in his palm. Her expression was more solemn than ever before. What's this? Zhao Ping'an walked to her side and his eyes fell on the crystal. He could feel it in this tiny crystal. It contains an energy that is far more mysterious and terrifying than the lightning power of Thunder Hand. Among the demon race, there is a rare space-type demon beast, a treasure that can only be condensed after death. Yi Ziyi's voice was very low, as if she was talking to herself, but also as if she was explaining for Zhao Ping'an. The value of this thing is inestimable. She looked up and looked at Zhao Ping'an. Those eyes that were always covered with a layer of frost were now filled with a complex light. The dragon blood body tempering pill you heard about on the radio earlier is worth tens of millions of federal coins and can completely transform a warrior, right? Zhao Ping'an nodded. This space crystal core. Yi Ziyi's tone became more serious. Its value is 10 times, or even 100 times, that of the dragon blood body tempering pill. This is a truly strategic resource. Strategic level. These 3 words made Zhao Ping'an's heart beat faster. Low-level space crystal cores can be used to create legendary storage equipment. And a crystal core of this quality. Yi Ziyi's breathing became a little rapid. It can be used to stabilize spatial channels. It can even be used by those at the pinnacle of martial arts, the divine realm, to comprehend the most fundamental laws of space. This is a treasure that even my Yi family and even the entire federal military will go crazy for. Just as Yi Ziyi was explaining, Chen Xian, lying in the corner with his right arm disabled and sternum collapsed, had unparalleled greed and resentment in his eyes. Space crystal core. He heard it. If I could obtain this treasure and present it to my family, it would be a great achievement. Not to mention breaking an arm, even if it costs him a huge price, it's worth it. By then, he would make sure that Zhao Ping'an and Yi Ziyi died without a burial place. His intact left hand reached silently into his arms and touched a cold piece of metal. That was a special distress signal device that the Chen family spent a huge amount of money to equip for their core members. Can ignore any conventional signal blocking. Just crush it, the strong man of the family. We can lock onto his position in the shortest possible time and rush to his aid. His fingertips were already exerting force. Just before he was about to crush the signal device, a black shadow appeared in front of him as if teleporting. It's Zhao Ping'an. Chen Xian's pupils suddenly shrank, and an extreme fear rose in his heart. How could he? Zhao Ping'an didn't give him any chance to think, his eyes were so cold as if he was looking at a dead object. He raised his hand and pressed down with his palm. The target is not Chen Xian's head, but it was his lower abdomen, where the Qi Hai Dantian was located. No! Chen Xian let out a desperate roar. Puff! A soft sound. It's like popping a balloon filled with water. Chen Xian's body twitched violently. His eyes instantly lost all their luster and became gray. He could clearly feel the energy and blood that had been condensed in his dantian after more than 10 years of hard practice. It was like a punctured tire, leaking fluid madly. His foundation, his future, all his pride. With this palm, the smoke disappeared. Zhao Ping'an destroyed his Qi Hai. From today on, he was no longer the martial arts genius with a Qi and HP value of 18 points, but a useless person who was not even as good as an ordinary person. Ah. Chen Xian made a strange hoarse sound in his throat. The resentment and madness faded from his eyes, leaving only endless despair and emptiness. The remaining few confidants of the Chen family witnessed this extremely cruel scene with their own eyes. They were so frightened that their souls were shattered and their legs went weak. Plop! Plop! Several people rushed to kneel on the ground and kowtowed to Zhao Ping'an desperately. His forehead hit the hard concrete floor with a dull thud. Master Zhao, please spare me. Master Zhao, please spare me. It was Chen Xian who forced us to come here. We won't dare to do it again. Please treat us like as if we were nothing. Zhao Ping'an didn't even look at them. He turned around and walked back to Yi Ziyi. Yi Ziyi looked at him quietly. Watch him cripple Chen Xian without hesitation, and watch him ignore those followers who knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. The space crystal core in her hand seemed to become a little hot. Silence. Deathly silence. After a long time, Yi Ziyi took a deep breath and seemed to have made an extremely difficult decision. Zhao Ping'an. She spoke, her voice hoarse, a sound she hadn't even noticed. Do you know why I came to you and signed that marriage contract? Zhao Ping'an didn't say anything, just looked at her. Because I was born with a space affinity physique. Yi Ziyi revealed a secret that was enough to shock the entire Shanghai market and even the entire Federation. This physique is 1 in a billion. Once exposed, I will no longer be myself. I will become the family's highest bargaining chip for clinging to the powerful. I will be treated like an object, sent to the capital, and married to a top-tier wealthy old monster whom I extremely detest. For the first time, an expression of disgust and powerlessness appeared on her face. I spread the word that I wanted to marry you into my family, even at the cost of tarnishing my own reputation, just to make my family, and those who were eyeing me, think that I, had low vision, was self-degrading, and unfit for any great purpose. And so, they would give up on me. I thought this was my only option. She raised her head and looked at Zhao Ping'an with burning eyes, and also at the mess behind him. But now, I have a better choice. Her gaze returned to the purple crystal core in her hand. With it, I no longer need to rely on anyone's pity or abandonment. I can rely on my own strength to break through to a realm beyond their control. I will firmly grasp my own destiny in my own hands. Zhao Ping'an finished listening. He understood all of Yi Ziyi's choices, all of her disguises, and all of her struggles. Zhao Ping'an was silent for a moment. Then, under Yi Ziyi's incredulous gaze, he reached out and took the space crystal core from her palm. Yi Ziyi's heart sank suddenly. Yes. Who can resist being tempted by such a treasure? The so-called deal, the so-called ally. In the face of absolute interests, it is completely vulnerable. She was too naive. However, the next second, Zhao Ping'an made a move that she would never forget. He handed the space crystal core that was enough to drive the entire Federation crazy back to her. Your destiny should be controlled by yourself. Zhao Ping'an's voice was calm. His eyes are very clear. No greed, no desire, no calculation. There is only pure, equal respect. Yi Ziyi was completely stunned. She stared blankly at Zhao Ping'an in front of her, and at the crystal core he handed her. This crystal core is her only hope to escape her fate. And this man, after knowing its full value, he actually gave it back to her without hesitation? Why? Her heart had been frozen for 19 years. At this moment, it was as if a hot stone was thrown. For the first time, there was a huge uproar. She didn't answer it immediately, but asked, Zhao Ping'an, why? Zhao Ping'an shrugged, because you are my wife. Ha! Yi Ziyi obviously didn't take it seriously and said softly, from now on, we are true allies. Her voice returned to its coldness. But there was an unprecedented firmness. The Chen family's revenge will come soon. We must face it together. Zhao Ping'an nodded and withdrew his hand. Yi Ziyi then stretched out her trembling hand and solemnly put away the space crystal core. She placed the crystal core close to her body, and her expression instantly became extremely solemn. Although you blocked Chen Xian's distress signal, I saw him crush the signal device. That's a special signal device made by the Chen family, and our shielding here can't stop it. Her speech became extremely fast. In 10 minutes at most, the Chen family's experts will be here. We must leave immediately. She glanced at the downed fire shutters in the hall. And, there's even bigger trouble. Yi Ziyi's face suddenly turned pale. The aura of this spatial crystal core leaked out the moment it appeared. This aura is an irresistible temptation for some powerful monsters. I'm afraid it has alerted an even more terrifying existence in this hunting ground. She had just finished speaking. Roar! A roar that shook the heavens and the earth suddenly came from the depths of the hunting ground. The pressure contained in that voice was 100 times more terrifying than any monster encountered before. The entire department store was shaking violently at this roar. Dust is falling from the ceiling. That terrifying pressure was like an invisible tide. Sweeping in from the depths of the hunting ground, it instantly enveloped the entire area. In the hall, the Chen family members were still kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Under this pressure, he couldn't even scream. Just rolled his eyes. He foamed at the mouth and fainted from fright. Zhao Ping'an's body suddenly tensed up. The qi and blood in the body circulated on their own, barely able to withstand this terrifying pressure. He and Yi Ziyi looked at each other. They both saw 4 words in each other's eyes. Level 3 Monster. Chapter 13 The True Meaning of Martial Arts. Roar. A terrifying roar. It turned into a tangible sound wave and slammed hard against the wall of the department store. Crack. Crack. Countless hideous cracks. It spread wildly on the load-bearing columns and the ceiling at a speed visible to the naked eye. The abandoned building groaned as it was overwhelmed. Zhao Ping'an and Yi Ziyi's expressions instantly became extremely solemn. Level 3 Monster. This kind of pressure can definitely be possessed by a third-level monster. An existence comparable to a human martial arts master. Boom! There was a loud bang. The outer wall on the west side of the building was directly shattered from the outside by an irresistible violence. The steel bars twisted in concrete chunks flew everywhere. A black figure so huge that it was suffocating. Against the light, he walked in step by step from the broken cave. It was a giant bear that was over 5 meters tall. Its hair is not black. Instead, it is a dark brown color that seems to be made of rock, full of hard texture. A pair of scarlet animal eyes, burning with the flames of tyranny and greed. With every breath, 2 streams of hot air came out of his nostrils. Every time he stepped on the ground, the entire hall shook. Level 3 Demon Beast, the earth-splitting demon bear. It was attracted by the aura of the space crystal core. Those scarlet animal eyes locked onto Yi Ziyi's location at the first moment. In other words, it locked onto the space crystal core in her body. Buzz. An invisible force field, with the earth-splitting demonic bear as its center, spread out with a burst of explosive force. The entire space seemed to be filled with sticky mercury. Zhao Ping'an only felt that an invisible mountain was pressing down heavily on his back. The bones made a creaking sound. The blood flow rate becomes sluggish. The aura of the Grandmaster Demon King is locked. In this area, it is the absolute master. You go first. Yi Ziyi's voice sounded urgent for the first time. She pushed Zhao Ping'an back suddenly. He faced the terrifying pressure and took a step forward. I'll hold it back. She knew very well that Zhao Ping'an was the only one among the two of them who had a chance to escape. Since I was carrying the space crystal core, I was the primary target of the Demon King and there was no way for me to escape. Before he finished speaking, Yi Ziyi's left hand's fingers were like a sword. On his right wrist, which was holding the long sword, there was a lightning-like stroke. Blood gushed out. Without hesitation, she used her blood-stained fingertips. On the silver sword body, a mysterious and complex blood-red rune was quickly outlined. The Yi family's secret technique, burning blood to sacrifice the sword. Buzz. The long sword made a loud sound. A sharp aura far beyond her own realm rose into the sky. Her whole aura. They were all rising steadily at this moment, and there was even a tendency for them to compete with the earth-splitting demon bear. Walk! Yi Ziyi shouted. The figure turned into a silver lightning and rushed towards the huge monster. Zhao Ping'an staggered when she pushed him. He tried to move, but found his legs felt like they were filled with lead. Every inch of movement requires all the strength of the body. Under the locked aura of the third-level Demon King, even escaping became a luxury. He understands. Today, no one can leave. His eyes were fixed on the front. Yi Ziyi's figure seemed so small in front of the huge body of the earth-splitting demonic bear. Like a moth to a flame. Clang! The long sword blessed with blood-colored runes slashed fiercely on the arm of the earth-splitting demon bear. A string of dazzling sparks exploded. Only a shallow white mark was left on the rock skin that was as thick as alloy. Roar! The earth-splitting demon bear was completely enraged. It raised its bare paw, which was bigger than a millstone. He took a fierce photo of Yi Ziyi's figure. Before the bear's paw arrived, the evil wind it brought had already caused the ground to crack inch by inch. Yi Ziyi's face turned pale and she exerted force on her feet. He retreated violently, barely avoiding the attack. Boom! The bear paw fell, and the entire hall floor suddenly sank. A terrifying palm print with a diameter of more than 3 meters appeared on the hard concrete ground. Zhao Ping'an's pupils shrank sharply. If this palm strike is real, even bones of steel will be crushed into pulp. He looked at Yi Ziyi, who was buying time for him, and looked at the bear paw that was devastating. My mind went blank. My sister's pale little face. Instructor Wang Defa gave anxious instructions. My desire for power and my obsession with survival. Everything, at this moment. They all turned into the most primitive and strongest will to survive. I want to survive. I must survive. Just when his spiritual will reach its peak. Bite. It is detected that the host is facing a life or death crisis. His willpower has exceeded the limit and his mental strength is highly concentrated. Diligence can make up for lack of talent. The system temporarily activates the battle enlightenment mode. In an instant, the world in Zhao Ping'an's eyes has changed. The whole world seemed to be in slow motion. He could see the dust particles dancing in the air. You can see every time the earth-splitting demon bear attacks. The expansion of muscles and the flow of power. That's not just brute force. It is a heavy, violent force that is powerful enough to tear the earth apart. He saw himself again. Saw inside myself. The surging energy and blood circulate along the route of Thunderhand. Quick. Extremely fast. Use speed to generate explosive power and tear through the enemy's defense. This is the essence of Thunderhand. But now, in the face of the earth-shattering power of the earth-splitting demon bear, this kind of simple speed seems so pale and so powerless. What is the real thunder? In Zhao Pingan's mind, it was as if a bolt of lightning split the chaos. Is it the speed? Yes. Is it power? Too. But that's not all. The real thunder is the power of heaven and earth. It is the will of destruction and the law that judges all things. It is a kind of transcendence above speed and strength. A more original and more domineering intention. Destruction. Rebirth. Destroy and then build. Boom. The thunder hand in his body is in perfect condition. At this moment, it seemed as if some strange resonance had occurred with the violent power contained in the earth-splitting demon bear's attack. The shackles were broken. When? A crisp sound. The long sword in Yi Ziyi's hand was in another hard collision. He was directly blown away by the huge force contained in the bear's paw. The tiger's mouth was broken and blood was dripping. She groaned and took more than 10 steps back before she managed to steady herself. The earth-splitting demon bear seized this opportunity. Its huge body. With an agility that was totally inconsistent with his body size, he pounced forward. The bloody mouth opened wide, and a foul-smelling gale blew in my face. The shadow of death instantly enveloped Yi Ziyi. It's over. A trace of despair flashed in Yi Ziyi's eyes. At this critical moment, a figure moved. Not retreating, not dodging, but moved forward. Zhao Pingan's figure, like a ghost, instantly appeared in front of Yi Ziyi. He raised his right hand. In the palm of his hand, there was no longer any jumping light blue arc of electricity. But it was a deep purple light. The purple light gathered, compressed, and condensed at an astonishing speed. Finally in his palm. It turned into a purple thunder seal that was only the size of a palm, but seemed to contain endless thunder. Lightning swirled above the thunder seal. It exudes a terrifying aura of destruction. The true meaning of martial arts. He slowly pushed out his palm towards the huge bear paw that was hitting his face. This palm strike seemed slow. But it seemed to have drained away all the light and sound around it. Under Yi Ziyi's horrified gaze, the purple lightning seal flew out of his hand and hit the palm of the earth-splitting demon bear. There was no earth-shattering noise. There was only a moment of dead silence. Next second. Sizzle. The extremely violent purple thunder exploded. The huge body of the earth-splitting demon bear was like being hit head-on by a siege cannon. Roar. It let out a roar of extreme pain. That indestructible bear paw. The violent force of thunder actually blasted a bloody hole in the middle. The huge body was uncontrollably pushed back half a step. Half a step. Although it's only half a step. But it is enough to make anyone who sees this scene drop their jaw in shock. The third-level Demon King was shocked back. It was at this moment. The energy and blood in Zhao Pingan's body surged like a torrent breaking through a dam. The bottleneck that had been hindering him for a long time was finally broken through in one go. Host, Zhao Pingan. Qi and blood value, 18. Technique, basic bodybuilding fist, clear fist intention. Martial arts, thunder hand true meaning revealed. 18 o'clock. He officially entered the ranks of those with a Qi and blood value of 18 points. For the first time, a hint of human-like surprise and uncertainty appeared in the scarlet eyes of the earth-splitting demon bear. It stared at Zhao Pingan intently. From this tiny human, it felt a threat that made its soul tremble. That is the power of true meaning. It growled unwillingly. At this moment, it suddenly raised its head and looked towards the entrance of the broken building. There are more than a dozen powerful human auras there, approaching at an extremely fast speed. Weigh the pros and cons. The earth-splitting demon bear finally suppressed the greed and rage in his heart. It looked at Zhao Pingan and Yi Ziyi with resentment, as if it wanted to carve their appearances into its soul. Then, the huge body turned suddenly. Boom! It crashed right through the other wall. After a few rises and falls, it disappeared into the depths of the ruined city. The terrifying pressure disappeared. Zhao Ping'an's body shook, and a feeling of extreme weakness surged up. He comprehended the true meaning and released that thunder seal, which almost drained all his energy. His legs went weak and he fell to one knee, gasping for breath. Yi Ziyi also collapsed on the ground as if exhausted. She looked at the figure in front of her, whose back was weak but still straight, with an extremely complicated look in her eyes. Shocked, surprised, unbelievable. All kinds of emotions intertwined in her cold eyes. You. Her voice was dry and hoarse. Have you comprehended the true meaning of martial arts? Before he finished speaking. Whoosh. 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 More than a dozen black shadows fell silently from the hole on the top of the building that was created by the earth-splitting demonic bear. They stood firmly in every corner of the hall. Block all of Zhao Ping'an and Yi Ziyi's escape routes. Everyone was wearing the Chen family's standard black combat uniform. On everyone. They all exude a tough and cold-blooded aura. Led by. He is a middle-aged man with a stern face and a crew cut. His eyes swept across the messy hall like a hawk. When he saw Chen Xian lying in the corner with his right arm twisted, his sternum collapsed and passed out like a puddle of mud. A bone-chilling murderous aura suddenly erupted. He slowly turned his head, his eyes devoid of any emotion. His eyes were fixed on Zhao Ping'an and Yi Ziyi, who were slumped on the ground. Kill my Chen family's Qilin child. His voice was calm and indifferent, yet it carried a cruel tone that seemed to be sentencing someone to death. Today, both of you will be buried with me. Chapter 14, A Ray of Hope. The middle-aged man who was in the lead. It was Chen Xian's uncle, Chen Wanli. Boom! An aura that was 100 times more terrifying than that of the third-level demon beast, the earth-splitting demon bear, rose from Chen Wanli's body into the sky. It is no longer just the power of qi and blood. It was a more condensed, more fiery, terrifying energy that seemed to be able to ignite the air. Under the pressure of this energy, the little strength that Zhao Ping'an and Yi Ziyi had just managed to recover from exhaustion was crushed in an instant. The two men's bodies seemed to be pressed down by an invisible mountain. Not to mention standing up, even moving a finger has become a luxury. The bones groaned under the heavy burden, making slight cracking sounds. In Zhao Ping'an's mind, the system panel was jumping wildly. Name, Chen Wanli. Realm, early stage of burning fire. Threat level, fatal. Fire stage. Zhao Ping'an was shocked. The path of martial arts is based on tempering the body. Qi and blood values between 10 and 100 points are all at the body tempering stage. To temper the body is to be a warrior. When the power of qi and blood exceeds 100 points, qi and blood become like mercury. Then you can ignite the fire of martial arts in your dantian, which is the fire burning stage. After that, there is the water condensation stage with a qi and health value of 500 to 2000 points. Gold forging level from 2000 to 5000 points. Temper the body, ignite fire, condense water, and forge gold. These are the first 4 realms of martial arts. One step, one level higher. A warrior at the body tempering stage. In front of a master of the burning fire stage, they are no different from ants. Chen Wanli's gaze passed Zhao Ping'an and fell on Yi Ziyi. There was no fear of the Yi family's eldest daughter in his eyes, only indifference. Yi family girl, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not knowing how to judge people and letting yourself fall into depravity. For a useless son-in-law, you dared to destroy my Chen family's Qilin son. Today, even if I kill you two here and then offer this spatial crystal core to the family, will your Yi family still go to war with my Chen family for a daughter who has lost her virginity? His logic is cold and cruel. In his eyes, Yi Ziyi's value. It is far inferior to a space crystal core that can make the family rise. Yi Ziyi's face was pale, her teeth were clenched, but she couldn't utter a word. In the face of the absolute gap in strength, any words seemed pale and powerless. Just then, Zhao Ping'an, who was pinned to the ground, began to tremble violently. He bit the tip of his tongue, and the severe pain gave him a moment of clarity. The 18 points of qi and blood in the body were circulating wildly at an unprecedented speed. Zhao Ping'an used all his strength and supported himself on the ground with his arms. Little by little, trying to pull his body out of that terrifying pressure. Crackle, crackle. The bones of his arms made a teeth-grinding sound. A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Wanli's eyes. A kid at the body-tempering stage could actually resist under the pressure of his own aura? Quite interesting. But that's all. Zhao Ping'an tried his best. Finally, he stood up tremblingly. Even though his legs were shaking like sieves, his back couldn't be fully straightened. But he finally stood up. He took a step forward. He used his not-so-big body to block Yi Ziyi, who was slumped on the ground. Even if you know it's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Even if it will be crushed into powder in the next second. He also has to fulfill his commitments to his allies. Yi Ziyi stared at the back in a daze. Looking at the back of that person who was still holding up the sky for her under the pressure of the Grandmaster. Her heart had been frozen for 19 years. Once again, I was deeply touched. You don't know your own limitations. Chen Wanli lost his last patience. He slowly raised his right hand, palm up. A ball of crimson flame suddenly ignited out of nowhere, illuminating the entire hall in crimson. Young man, in your next life, be more discerning. He raised his palm and was about to slap Zhao Ping'an and Yi Ziyi. Right at this moment. A cold yet majestic female voice. It seemed to come from the sky above, ringing clearly in everyone's ears. Chen Wanli, do you dare to touch a hair on her head? Before he finished speaking. Laugh. A ray of extremely bright blue sword light. It came from nowhere, as if it had directly torn the space apart. Arriving in an instant. The sword light did not have the violent and fiery aura of Chen Wanli. There is only one pure, extreme sharpness. It seemed as if everything in the world would be split in two in the face of this sword light. The expression on Chen Wanli's face froze instantly. A fear coming from the depths of his soul made all the hairs on his body stand up. Not good. He let out a horrified scream, without a second thought. The martial arts fire in the dantian burned wildly, and an extremely thick wall of flaming energy instantly blocked in front of him. However, the green sword light did not stop at all. Like a hot knife cutting butter, he easily tore through the wall of flaming energy. Puff! The sword light pierced through the chest. Ah! Chen Wanli let out a shrill scream. The whole person was carried away by the terrifying force contained in the sword light and flew backwards dozens of meters. Boom! He was nailed to the load-bearing wall at the deepest part of the hall. A horrific wound so deep that the bone was visible. Blood gushed out from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. One move. Just one move. Chen Wanli, the master of the burning fire stage, was defeated in seconds. There was dead silence in the hall. Those close confidants of the Chen family were all stunned. He was so scared that he collapsed to the ground, shit and urine flowing out. Under everyone's gaze, an extremely graceful figure emerged from the hole on the top of the building that was created by the earth-splitting demonic bear. Stepping on the void, he slowly descended, step by step. She was a beautiful woman wearing a green palace dress. She looks 70% similar to Yi Ziyi. But she has lost the girlish immaturity and gained a grace and dignity that has been accumulated over the years. Her temperament is more domineering and fierce than Yi Ziyi's. It was as if she was the center of this world. The life and death of all things depends on her thoughts. Yi Ziyi looked at the person who came, her pale face showing an extremely complicated expression. She struggled to stand up and shouted softly. Mother! The person who came was one of the real leaders of the Yi family. Yi Ziyi's mother. Lin Qingtan, a 6th-rank 5 Elements realm expert who was praised as the Green Lotus Sword Immortal by the upper echelons of the entire Federation. Lin Qingtan's gaze didn't even stay on Chen Wanli, who was struggling to death on the wall, for a second. She walked over to Yi Ziyi. She stretched out her delicate hand and gently wiped away the trace of blood on her daughter's cheek. Then she turned around and her eyes fell on Zhao Ping'an for the first time. That look was full of scrutiny and inquiry. It was as if he wanted to see Zhao Ping'an clearly from inside out. My daughter's marriage, my daughter's man. Lin Qingtan spoke, his voice was calm, but it made the temperature of the entire space drop a few degrees. When will it be your turn as a lowly family like the Chen family to have a say? She glanced at Chen Wanli, who was nailed to the wall, then turned her gaze back to Zhao Ping'an. Boy, you're pretty good. You can comprehend the true meaning of martial arts at the body tempering stage. It makes me, a daughter with high standards, look at you differently. The most important thing is that you dare to stand in front of her. You are qualified to be my son-in-law, Lin Qingtan. Zhao Ping'an didn't say anything, but just faced the gaze that seemed to see through everything. Lin Qingtan changed the subject and looked at Yi Ziyi. Ziyi, you have passed the test. This spatial crystal core, coupled with the potential shown by this kid, is enough to allow you to break free from your engagement with that old monster in the capital. Her voice became extremely powerful. But, as a price, you two must represent Shanghai Bay City and win the Federal Youth Martial Arts Competition within 3 months. If you can't do it. Lin Qingtan's gaze turned cold again. Your fate is still determined by me. Chapter 15 Bloody Thorns. If you can't do it. Lin Qingtan's gaze shifted from Zhao Ping'an's face and returned to her daughter. The strength in that gaze is enough to crush anyone's will. Ziyi, you still have to fulfill your engagement with the one in the capital. As for him. Lin Qingtan's finger casually pointed at Zhao Ping'an. A loser has no right to sully the bloodline of my Yi family. I will personally remove him from this world and erase every trace of his existence. These words were not a threat, but a statement. To state an established fact that cannot be changed. Yi Ziyi's body trembled. His lips moved, but no sound came out. In front of her mother, all her pride and resistance seemed so insignificant. Zhao Ping'an met Lin Qingtan's gaze and did not retreat. He just stood there quietly, his back straightened even more under the invisible pressure. Lin Qingtan looked at him, and in those eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, a barely perceptible strange color flashed across her. Bang! She snapped her fingers. A jade pendant with a faint green light all over it. It drew a graceful arc and landed precisely in Zhao Ping'an's hands. The jade pendant is soft to the touch, and is carved with a lifelike green lotus, exuding a majestic vitality that is exactly the same as Lin Qingtan himself. This is a token of my son-in-law from the Yi family. Lin Qingtan's voice came. With this item, you can mobilize some of the Yi family's resources in the Shanghai Bay City. More importantly, it can allow you to enter the Yi family's true core training ground. Her eyes swept between Zhao Ping'an and Yi Ziyi. This is both an investment in you and a shackle. Remember, you only have 3 months. After he finished speaking, Lin Qingtan said no more. She stretched out her hand and placed it on Yi Ziyi's shoulder. With a flash of green light, the figures of mother and daughter disappeared out of thin air. As if it had never appeared. Chen Wanli was nailed to the wall, and the Chen family members collapsed on the ground. She never looked at him again from beginning to end. At the last moment she disappeared. A voice that only Zhao Ping'an could hear rang directly in his mind. That voice carried an unprecedented solemnity and warning. Boy, don't let me down, and don't let Ziyi down. The story behind the Chen family is not as simple as you think. This competition is your only chance to survive. The sound dissipated. The hall was once again filled with dead silence. Only Zhao Ping'an was left, standing in the ruins with his exhausted body. He lowered his head and glanced at the green lotus jade pendant in his hand. Then, without any hesitation, he turned around and rushed out of the abandoned department store. He ran in one direction, using up all his last bit of strength. Shanghai First Central Hospital. The highest level VIP ward area. Zhao Ping'an's figure appeared at the end of the corridor. He was covered in blood and his clothes were tattered, which was out of place in the clean and bright environment. Several doctors and nurses in white coats immediately surrounded them vigilantly. Sir, this is a restricted area, please leave immediately. Zhao Ping'an ignored them. He walked straight to a ward and looked through a special observation window. Looking at the girl lying on the hospital bed, her face as pale as paper. It's my younger sister, Zhao Sheila. His heart seemed to be gripped tightly by an invisible hand. He raised the green lotus jade pendant in his hand. My name is Zhao Ping'an, from the Yi family. His voice was hoarse and dry. Immediately, transfer my sister to the Federation's highest level Cradle of Life convalescent ward. All expenses will be charged to the Yi family's account. The chief physician's face changed drastically the moment he saw the jade pendant. He did not dare to be negligent and bowed immediately. Yes. Please wait a moment, I will arrange it immediately. Efficiency is unprecedentedly high. Less than 10 minutes. Zhao Sheila was carefully transferred into a transparent container filled with light green nutrient solution, like a life support device in a science fiction movie. Cradle of Life convalescent chamber. The daily maintenance costs are an astronomical figure that is enough to make any ordinary family go bankrupt in an instant. But its effect is immediate. Through the transparent warehouse wall, Zhao Ping'an could clearly see that his sister's face looked pale because of red blood disease. It is becoming redder little by little at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed, and she slept soundly. Zhao Ping'an's tense body finally relaxed. He leaned against the cold wall, looking at his sister sleeping peacefully in the warehouse. All the tiredness, all the pain, all the stress. At this moment, everything turned into an unprecedented driving force. He is going to win. Win that competition at all costs. Completely cure my sister. Just then, the communicator on his wrist vibrated slightly. It was a message from Yi Ziyi. There were no cold orders and no unnecessary greetings. There is only one extremely detailed document about the Federal Youth Martial Arts Competition. And a short line of text. The competition brought together geniuses from all the top forces in the Federation. Many of them had HP values over 20 points. There were even burning stage geniuses who hid their abilities and disguised themselves as body-tempering stage to compete. Your weakness is obvious, your realm is advancing too quickly, leaving you with an unstable foundation. Your understanding of the true meaning of martial arts remains at the initial stage, intermittent and ineffective, and you lack the ability to control it with ease. This is a fatal weakness. Hit the nail on the head. Zhao Ping'an turned off the communicator and clenched the green jade pendant in his hand. He turned and strode out of the hospital. Half an hour later, Zhao Ping'an's figure appeared in the deepest part of the Yi family manor. This is a remote mountain area. He followed the instructions in Yi Ziyi's message. He pressed the green jade pendant in his hand into an inconspicuous groove in the stone wall. Buzz. The stone wall shook. A gate of light slowly emerged. Behind the door is a completely different world. The sky was covered with dark clouds, as if it would collapse at any time. The air was filled with violent and pure lightning elements. Boom! A flash of silver lightning, like the sharp claw of a dragon. It tore through the sky and slammed heavily into a mountain not far away. Rocks exploded and electric snakes danced wildly. This is the secret realm specially prepared by the Yi family for practitioners of thunder attribute skills. Thunder Valley. Zhao Ping'an stepped into the light gate without any hesitation. He stood in the center of the valley. Actively dissipated the energy and blood that protected the body, completely exposing his body to the violent power of heaven and earth. Bring it on! He looked up to the sky and let out a low growl. The thunder hand technique in the body is running wildly. He began to practice his boxing skills over and over again in this valley filled with thunder and lightning. One punch, one move. It ignites free electric arcs in the air. Bite. Diligence can make up for lack of talent. The system detects that the host is comprehending the power of heaven and earth, and the talent effect is doubled. Each effective practice not only increases martial arts proficiency, but also provides a deeper understanding of the true meaning of thunder. The system's prompt sound made Zhao Ping'an even more excited. He was no longer satisfied with absorbing those free arcs of electricity. He took the initiative to rush towards the lightning that had just fallen. Sizzle! A violent electric current instantly swept through his entire body. Severe pain. The pain goes deep into the bone marrow. His body was twitching, his skin was charring, and his muscles were tearing. But he didn't stop. He gritted his teeth. In the endless pain and destructive atmosphere, he was still practicing Thunder Hand madly. Once. 10 times. 100 times. Zhao Ping'an seemed to have turned into a tireless madman. Seek new life and destruction. In pain, hone the true meaning. Finally. Boom! A purple divine thunder as thick as a bucket seemed to be angered by his crazy behavior. It fell from the rolling calamity clouds with a loud bang and hit Zhao Ping'an right on the head. The breath of death instantly enveloped him. At the last moment when he was completely swallowed by the terrifying lightning. In Zhao Ping'an's mind, all the insights about Thunder Hand and all the understanding about thunder suddenly came through. Bite. Congratulations to the host, for seeing through the illusion and understanding the true meaning between life and death. Thunder Hand comprehended the true meaning of thunder, destruction. Martial arts rank raised to rank 3. The system prompt sound is like the sound of nature. Exploded in Zhao Ping'an's mind. The purple divine thunder that was powerful enough to turn a master of the burning fire stage into charcoal surged into his body the moment it did. It was unexpectedly struck by a new, more domineering and purer purple lightning mark. Absorb and refine it all. At this moment, his energy and blood erupted like a volcano. A sudden surge. Health value +2. Host, Zhao Ping'an. Chi and blood value, 20. Technique, basic bodybuilding fist, clear fist intention. Martial arts, thunder hand true meaning, destruction. 20 o'clock. He officially reached the 20-point mark in chi and blood value. Zhao Ping'an slowly opened his eyes. 2 purple lightning flashed in his pupils. He raised his hand. He casually punched a 100-meter-high mountain wall in the distance. Roar! Purple lightning flew out of his hand. In midair, it turned into a lifelike purple thunder beast that roared towards the sky. The thunder beast crashed into the mountain wall. Boom! A loud bang. The entire Thunder Valley trembled. A huge bottomless pit was blasted out of the 100-meter-high mountain wall. Gravel fell like a rainstorm. Zhao Ping'an looked at his fist, feeling the surging new power in his body. Just then, a figure appeared at the entrance of Thunder Valley. It's Yi Ziyi. Her expression was extremely solemn, even with a hint of anxiety. The Chen family is really making some moves. Her voice penetrated the roaring thunder and reached Zhao Ping'an's ears clearly. They hired the most notorious assassin organization in the federal underground world, Bloody Thorns. The target is your sister. Chapter 16, Divine Revelation. The target is your sister. Boom! Hear this. The purple thunder that had just subsided in Zhao Ping'an's body began to run wildly again. The lightning in his eyes that had just disappeared instantly turned into a purple abyss that was enough to freeze the soul. A terrifying murderous intent that cannot be described in words exploded with him as the center. In the Thunder Valley, the countless electric snakes wandering around seemed to sense this destructive will. They all stopped at this moment. Then, he bowed his head in the direction of Zhao Ping'an. Wan Lei surrenders. The Chen family. Zhao Ping'an squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. Sister, Zhao Shila. It is his only obsession to survive, and it is his untouchable reverse scale. He moved, and his whole body turned into a violent purple lightning, about to rush out of Thunder Valley. Stop! A cold and graceful figure blocked the light gate. It's Yi Ziyi. She looked at Zhao Ping'an at this moment, and looked at the aura of destruction around him that almost turned into substance. Even though she had a strong heart, she still felt a palpitation. If you rush out now, it will only alert the enemy and do nothing. Get out of here! Zhao Ping'an's voice was as hoarse as 2 pieces of metal rubbing against each other. The Cradle of Life convalescent pod is a product of the federal military's highest technology. It has an extremely high level of defense and is connected to the entire hospital's security system. In the event of a violent attack, the military's rapid response team will arrive within 3 minutes. Yi Ziyi speaks very fast and clearly. The assassin organization is not stupid. They won't force their way in. They will just wait for you to reveal your flaws, wait for you to leave the Yi family's protection. If they don't move, we will always be passive. The lightning around Zhao Ping'an subsided slightly. What do you want to do? Yi Ziyi looked at him, word by word. Lure the snake out of its hole. Zhao Ping'an left the Yi family manor. He was not riding in any vehicle, just alone. Wearing clothes that were torn to shreds by lightning in Thunder Valley, he walked on the road leading to the suburbs. A piece of news spread quietly through certain special channels. The target, Zhao Ping'an, has left the Yi family and is heading to the abandoned industrial area number 7 in the west of the city. He is suspected of searching for the special metal materials needed for a breakthrough. The message is short, but contains enough information. Alone. Stay away from shelters. A clear destination. This is a perfect trap for the hunter. Shanghai, West City, abandoned industrial zone number 7. This place was once a glorious symbol of heavy industry in the old days. Now all that remains are rusty steel skeletons and dilapidated factory buildings, wailing like ghosts in the wind. Zhao Ping'an appeared at the entrance of the industrial zone. He walked steadily into the steel jungle, as if he was really searching for something carefully. He walked into a huge abandoned smelting workshop. Sunlight streams through the hole in the dome. Mottled beams of light were cast, and the air was filled with a strange smell mixed with rust and dust. Zhao Ping'an bent down and picked up a piece of discarded metal part. He weighed it in his hand, then threw it away. He was like a true treasure hunter, patient and focused. Just 100 meters behind him, a figure seemed to blend into the shadows. There was no sound, not even a faint breath. His name is Ghost. One of the top ace killers in the Crimson Thorns organization. Chi and blood value, 25 points. At the body tempering stage, this is a number that most warriors would look up to. What he is best at is hiding and assassination. He was once under the nose of a burning fire grandmaster. Successfully assassinated the other party's children and escaped unscathed. Hunting down a young man whose health value has just reached 20 points. To him, it was like an adult crushing an ant. He looked at the defenseless figure in front of him, with a hint of cruel sneer on his lips. The Yi family's intelligence system is indeed well deserved of its reputation. The target was really alone. What a stupid prey. He started to move. Her steps were as light as a cat's. Every movement of the body makes perfect use of the surrounding light, shadow, and obstacles. The distance between him and Zhao Ping'an was quickly shortened silently. 90 meters. 70 meters. 50 meters. This distance is already within his absolute assassination range. He can guarantee that the moment he strikes, the target won't even have time to react. The ghost did not act immediately. When a lion fights a rabbit, it uses all its strength. He would wait for the perfect time and use the perfect method to end this boring hunt. He saw Zhao Ping'an walk to a huge furnace in the center of the workshop and seemed to be interested in the furnace. Reach out and touch the cold steel furnace wall. Now is the time. The target's attention is completely attracted. With his back to me, completely defenseless. The ghost moved. His body, like a poisonous snake that was compressed to the extreme, suddenly shot out. There was no sound of wind. There was no sound of breaking air. A special alloy short blade in the ghost's hand drew a deadly trajectory in the dim light and pierced Zhao Ping'an's back. This knife condensed all the strength of his 25 points of energy and blood. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Enough to penetrate 3 centimeters thick special steel plate. He seemed to have seen the scene of the knife tip piercing into the flesh and crushing the heart. However, just as the tip of the knife was about to touch Zhao Ping'an's clothes, the figure who had his back to him turned around. Not a panicked, hasty turn. Instead, she was calm and composed, as if she had been there for a long time, waiting for his arrival. There was no expression on Zhao Ping'an's face. His pupils were a deep purple. The ghost's heart skipped a beat. Wrong. He was discovered. How is that possible? As soon as this thought arose, the ghost saw a fist. A fist wrapped in violent purple lightning rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. That wasn't the jumping arc of electricity in Thunder Hand. It is a more condensed and overbearing destructive force that seems to completely wipe out everything in the world. In the face of this punch, the speed that Ghost Shadow was proud of became a joke. The alloy short blade in his hand could not hold out for even a moment in the face of the terrifying lightning, and was directly evaporated into nothingness by the high temperature. He wanted to retreat, to dodge. However, he discovered that the surrounding space was locked tightly by the destructive intention and was as heavy as a quagmire. He could only watch as the fist hit his chest. Boom! A muffled sound. The destructive lightning instantly engulfed the ghost's body. The combat uniform he was wearing, which was made of special materials and strong enough to withstand large-caliber bullets, was shattered into pieces like paper. Puff! The ghost spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments. The whole person flew backwards dozens of meters like a kite with a broken string. It hit a thick load-bearing pillar hard, and then slid to the ground like a puddle of mud. A horrific charred bloody hole appeared on his chest, which was transparent from front to back. All the bones in his body were shattered. The chi and blood in Dantian were completely washed away by the overbearing power of thunder. He was destroyed. One punch. Just one punch. The ghost looked in disbelief at the figure slowly walking towards him. Is that person really a young man who has just entered the 20-point chi and blood stage? This power. This will. This is simply not a power that can be possessed by the body tempering stage. Zhao Ping'an walked up to him and looked down at him. Who sent you? Hey hey hey. The ghost laughed out loud, blood gushing out of his mouth. Killers have their own rules. Zhao Ping'an didn't say any more nonsense. He stretched out his right hand, spread out his 5 fingers, and pressed them on the top of the ghost's head. A strange mental wave flowed along his palm and forcibly invaded the ghost's brain. This is a secret torture method that Yi Zi taught him. Rough and direct. But it is most effective against such determined warriors. Ah! The ghost's body twitched violently and his eyeballs bulged. The blue veins crawled on his face like earthworms, and he let out a shrill scream that was not like a human voice. His memory, his will. It is being torn apart by an external force and being savagely flipped through. Countless chaotic images flooded into Zhao Pingan's mind. Bloody training. Brutal mission. A bunch of cold faces. Soon, Zhao Pingan found the information he wanted. The Chen family paid a high price for their commission. But, before the Chen family's commission, there's another commission. A more mysterious and irresistible commission. The client did not directly give the order to assassinate Zhao Pingan's sister. Instead, they asked Bloody Thorn to cooperate with their actions at all costs during the competition. The Chen family was just a pawn pushed out to the surface by them to attract fire. The symbol of this mysterious organization is an open white eye without a pupil. Just at the moment when Zhao Pingan's mental power touched the symbol, the ghost's spiritual world collapsed. His last bit of sanity was completely destroyed. God. Divine Enlightenment meeting. An indistinct roar came from the ghost's mouth. His eyes became extremely fanatical and fearful. God's coming is unstoppable. You will all die. For the sake of God's chosen path. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Amidst wild laughter, black blood flowed out of his 7 orifices at the same time. The last ray of hope was gone. Zhao Pingan withdrew his hand with a serious expression. Divine Enlightenment meeting? The path chosen by God? Federal Youth Martial Arts Competition? He looked at the corpse lying on the ground with its eyes open and connected the clues together. A larger and more terrifying conspiracy is emerging. He took out his communicator and dialed Yi Zi's number. The person has been dealt with. What did you ask? Things are more complicated than we thought. Zhao Pingan looked up at the gloomy sky outside the abandoned factory. The Chen family is just a front. Behind them, there is an organization called the Shinchi Society. Chapter 17, Kunlun Ruins. There was a deathly silence on the other end of the communicator. Zhao Pingan could hear Yi Zi's breathing, which suddenly became rapid and then forcibly suppressed. The Divine Enlightenment meeting. After a long time, Yi Zi's voice sounded again. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between teeth, with an unprecedented solemnity. Are you sure that this is the name in the killer's memory? I'm sure. Zhao Pingan didn't have any extra explanations. I see. Yi Zi hung up the phone. Zhao Pingan stood there, looking at the cold body on the ground, without moving. He knew that Yi Zi would go and verify it. With the power of the Yi family, it shouldn't be difficult to look up the name of an organization. However, just 5 minutes later, the communicator vibrated violently again. Return to the manor, immediately. I'll be waiting for you in the meditation room in the back mountains. Yi Zi's voice was filled with a kind of anxiety and horror that Zhao Pingan had never heard before. Yi family manor, back mountain. In a quiet room carved out of a whole piece of black ice rock, cold air permeated the air. Yi Zi stood in the middle of the quiet room with her back to the door. In the air before her, virtual light screens composed of data streams were suspended in the air, with countless complex codes and red warnings for permission verification flashing on them. Zhao Pingan pushed the door open and walked in. Crash! All the light screens shattered at the same time. It turned into spots of light and dissipated in the air. Yi Zi turned around. Her face was so pale that there was not a trace of blood in those eyes that have always been cold and aloof. For the first time, the emotion called fear was revealed. I used the highest level of privilege I could muster, even secretly borrowing part of my mother's access token. Her voice was a little dry. In the end, there was only one. The term Divine Revelation Society has been designated an S-class taboo by the Federal Supreme Security Council. All relevant information has been physically isolated and sealed at the bottom layer of the Federal Central Server. Any attempt to query it will be immediately locked down and treated as a threat of treason of the highest level. Zhao Pingan's pupils shrank. He thought this organization was not simple. But I never thought that the water would be so deep. The Supreme Federal Security Council. It is the highest authority above all families, chaebol, and military regions. What does it mean for an existence to be listed as an S-level taboo? The Chen family is not the mastermind behind this at all. Yi Ziyi's fingertips trembled slightly. They're not even chess pieces. At most, they're just discarded pieces pushed out to attract all of our attention. This competition. Zhao Pingan took over her words. From the beginning, it was not for the purpose of selecting geniuses. This is a bureau. Yi Ziyi's gaze fell on Zhao Pingan. A scheme targeting all the top talents in the entire federation. The Divine Revelation Society wants to do something earth-shattering in this competition. Their eyes met in the air. An invisible tacit understanding formed between them. They were involved in a huge conspiracy that could overthrow the entire federation. And their current strength. In front of this huge wave, it is as small as a small boat. At any time, it may be completely overturned. I must become stronger. We must, in the shortest possible time, possess the power to protect ourselves from this storm, or even break free. The two spoke almost in unison. After saying that, Yi Ziyi looked at Zhao Pingan deeply. There was struggle and determination in those eyes. But in the end, it all turned into a determination to burn the boats. She slowly spread out her palms. The purple space crystal core that was temporarily taken away by Lin Qingtan. At some point, it returned to her hands. The crystal core quietly floated in her palm, emitting a dreamy purple glow. The surrounding space was slightly distorted due to its existence. This is the only way. Yi Ziyi's voice returned to its usual coldness, but with a hint of unquestionable determination. I'm going to absorb it. Zhao Pingan's heart skipped a beat. Are you crazy? Your mother said that at your current level, forcibly absorbing it would be tantamount to suicide. I'm not crazy. Yi Ziyi shook her head. I have a space affinity physique, which is a unique gift of our lineage. Mother said no because she's used to using the most cautious approach. But now, we don't have time for that. Once successful, my physique will be fully activated, and my true innate magical powers will be awakened. By then, my strength will undergo earth-shaking changes. But if we fail, failure means death. Yi Ziyi interrupted him, but just sitting there and waiting for death is also death. I choose to take a gamble. She looked at Zhao Pingan with burning eyes. During the absorption process, I cannot be disturbed by anything. My mind will be completely immersed in the crystal core, and I will be completely defenseless against anything in the outside world. I need someone to protect me. Someone who I can completely trust with my life. There was dead silence in the quiet room. Only the space crystal core was emitting a faint purple light. Zhao Pingan didn't say anything. He just walked forward and stood in front of Yi Ziyi. Then he turned around, with his back to her, facing the door of the quiet room. Give your own answer through actions. From this moment on, the relationship between the two is no longer a cold contractual alliance. Instead, you can completely entrust your back and your life to your comrades on the other side. Yi Ziyi looked at the back that was not very broad but extremely reliable. Deep in his eyes, a strange light flashed by. She no longer hesitated. Sit cross-legged. The space crystal core slowly flew up and hovered in front of her eyebrows. Let's get started. Buzz. A humming sound seemed to come from the depths of space. The space crystal core suddenly burst out with billions of brilliant purple lights. The entire quiet room made of black ice rock was instantly dyed a deep purple. Terrifying energy poured out from the crystal core. Yi Ziyi's body trembled violently, and mysterious purple lines appeared. Starting from her eyebrows, it quickly spread to her whole body. Crack, crack. The air around me was like a shattered mirror. Dark, irregular space cracks appeared out of thin air. A terrifying suction force came from those cracks. I want to swallow up everything in this quiet room. Space turbulence. Zhao Pingan's face changed, and the destructive thunder in his body exploded. Purple electric light completely enveloped his body. His feet were like roots, nailed firmly to the ground. Using his strong body and domineering true meaning, he resisted the twisting force that was strong enough to tear steel apart. His skin was cut by tiny cracks in the space. As soon as the blood flowed out, it was annihilated by the violent spatial energy. The bones groaned under the heavy burden. But he didn't move at all. Like a guardian angel, he stood firmly in front of Yi. Just when he was struggling to hold on, the system's notification sound exploded in his mind without any warning. Byte. High concentration of spatial law fragments detected. The host is in the core area of spatial turbulence. Do you want to perform analysis? Successful analysis will allow the host's martial arts skills to comprehend the spatial attribute, significantly improving dodge, speed, and explosive power. A gleam of light flashed in Zhao Pingin's eyes. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. Analysis. He roared in his heart without hesitation. Next second. Countless mysterious, obscure, and indescribable information. Like a torrent of data, it rushed into his mind crazily. That is the essential mystery about space, dimension, and distance. Zhao Pingin's brain seemed to be bursting by this huge flow of information. He had to use his body to resist the terrifying spatial turbulence from the outside world. On the one hand, but also in the mind. Crazy digestion, understanding, and perception of those fragments of spatial laws. This is an inhuman torture. But Zhao Pingin managed to carry it through. He brought the basic bodybuilding boxing skills to their utmost, guarding a trace of clarity in his mind. Push the destructive true meaning of thunder hand to its peak, erasing the pain of the flesh. His mind and body are undergoing an unprecedented transformation. Time has lost its meaning in this small quiet room. 1 day. 3 days. 5 days. The wounds on Zhao Pingin's body became more and more numerous, deep enough to see the bones. But the aura around him became more and more condensed and unfathomable. Yi Ziyi's body was completely wrapped in a huge purple cocoon of light, and the situation inside could not be seen clearly. All I could feel was that breath rising at a terrifying speed. Day 7. Buzz. The purple light cocoon that wrapped Yi Ziyi emitted a violent tremor. All space cracks, all space turbulence. At this moment, it was as if being smoothed by an invisible big hand. The purple light dissipated. Yi Ziyi's figure reappeared. She slowly opened her eyes. There was no longer the coldness in those eyes. But it is a vast galaxy. It seems that with just one glance, you can see through the barriers of space and see the end of the world. Her aura soared to a whole new level. Health value, 22 points. She stood up and took a light step towards the empty wall. The figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next moment, she appeared at the other end of the quiet room. During the entire process, there was not the slightest energy fluctuation and not a single sound. As if she was supposed to be there. Innate magical power so close yet so far away. At the same moment she completed her transformation. Zhao Pingin, who had been standing still, also moved. He also took a step forward. The most basic and common martial art, follow the wind step, was performed under his feet. However, take this step. His figure suddenly became blurred and illusory, as if it had merged into the space. 1 step down. The person has appeared beside Yi Ziyi. Quick. So fast that it exceeds the limits of vision. Like teleporting. Byte. Congratulations to the host for successfully analyzing the fragments of the spatial law. The basic body movement follow the wind step comprehends the true meaning of space, and the martial arts level is upgraded to divine grade. The new martial art is named Shrinking the Earth into an Inch. The two looked at each other. They could see the joy and confidence in each other's eyes after their strength surged. However, this joy didn't last more than 3 seconds. Drip. Drop. Drop. An extremely rapid alarm sounded from the communicator on Yi Ziyi's wrist. That was no ordinary communication request. It is the highest level emergency call from the Yi family. Yi Ziyi's expression changed and she answered the call immediately. Lin Qingtan's elegant face appeared on the light curtain. But at this moment, her face was full of anxiety and solemnity. Ziyi. Listen. Her voice was extremely urgent, not giving Yi Ziyi any chance to speak. The competition rules have been temporarily changed. All participants, immediately cease all actions and gather at Kunlun Ruins. There. Something big has happened. Chapter 18 Death Elimination. The image on the communicator screen went dark. Lin Qingtan's anxious expression disappeared. Quiet room. There was no longer any trace of joy on Zhao Pingin and Yi Ziyi's faces after their sudden increase in strength. Kunlun Ruins. The place that only exists in the oldest legends of the Federation. Competition rules have been temporarily changed. All doubts, all clues. At this moment, everything points to a horrible truth. Walk. Yi Zi didn't hesitate at all. She took a step forward, and her figure merged directly into the void and disappeared into the quiet room. Zhao Ping'an followed closely behind and performed the shrinking the earth to an inch technique. The figure became blurred, and he stepped out of the quiet room and appeared in the back mountain. The two men, one in front and one behind, turned into two streams of light and rushed towards the helipad outside the manor. Half an hour later. A military warship that is completely black with the Federation's eagle and sword emblem printed on its hull. It tore through the clouds and hovered over the Shanghai Stock Exchange. A huge tractor beam fell, sucking Zhao Ping'an and Yi Zi into the hull. The spacious cabin was already full of people. Hundreds of young talents from major base cities in the eastern war zone of the Federation gathered here. Everyone looked solemn and had a powerful aura. Almost none of their blood and energy fluctuations were lower than 15 points. Among them are many top talents like Zhao Ping'an and Yi Zi who have already stepped into the 20-point mark. These people are the hope for the future of the entire Federation. At this moment, they were like a group of prisoners being escorted to an unknown destination. Inside the battleship, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was suffocating. No one talked. There was only the low roar of the battleship's engines. Zhao Ping'an and Yi Zi stood in the corner, observing their surroundings. They could feel the gazes falling on them, some curious, some scrutinizing, and some hostile. Especially the look that fell on Yi Zi was filled with various complex emotions. After all, the name of Yi Jiamingzhu is well known throughout the upper echelons of the Federation. Sudden. An extremely discordant voice broke the silence in the cabin. "Hey, isn't this Sister Z? Why are you hiding in such a corner?" The crowd separated. A young man wearing a white martial arts uniform, with a handsome face but an evil aura. Surrounded by a group of followers, he walked over with a swagger. The way he walked, with his chin slightly raised and his eyes looking down on everyone present, seemed as if he didn't take anyone present seriously. Seeing this young man, Yi Zi frowned slightly. Wang Tong. Her voice was flat. Capital, Wang family. One of the top martial arts families in the Federation. The Wang Tong in front of him was the grandson of the old monster who wanted to marry into the Yi family. TSK, Sister Z is still so cold. Wang Tang's gaze swept over Yi Zi unscrupulously, and finally fell on Zhao Ping'an beside her. That look changed instantly. It went from amusement to undisguised contempt and disdain. "Is this the live-in son-in-law you found from a small place like Shanghai?" Wang Tang sneered as if he had heard a huge joke. A loser who can't even afford to wear a martial arts uniform? He spoke loudly, deliberately letting everyone in the cabin hear. Countless eyes instantly focused on Zhao Ping'an. Zhao Ping'an's clothes were torn to pieces by the lightning in Thunder Valley, and he had no time to change them. He is indeed out of tune with the glamorous geniuses around him. "Sister Z, your vision is really getting worse and worse." Wang Tong shook his head, his face full of grief. "You chose this piece of trash instead of my Wang family's Qilin. You are slapping our Wang family in the face, and also slapping your Yi family in the face." A follower behind him immediately stepped forward and pointed at Zhao Ping'an's nose. "Boy, who do you think you are? Are you worthy enough to stand next to Miss Yi? Get out of here." Zhao Ping'an didn't look at the follower. His gaze fell calmly on Wang Tong's face. "Your mouth stinks." "What did you say?" The henchman flew into a rage, his energy and blood bursting out, ready to attack. "My grandfather said so." Wang Tong raised his hand to stop his follower's actions. He looked at Zhao Ping'an as if he was looking at a dead person. "When we get to Kunlun ruins, I will personally clean up the mess and completely crush you, the scum who has tarnished Sister Z's reputation." He took a step closer and lowered his voice so that only the three of them could hear. "I'll let you watch how I toy with her. Then, I'll break your limbs and throw you into a pile of monsters, leaving you bewildered and unable to live or die." A cold light flashed in Yi Zi's eyes. However, someone is faster than her. Just as Wang Tang finished speaking, Zhao Ping'an moved. There were no signs. His figure suddenly became illusory, shrinking the earth into an inch. The true meaning of space. Bang! An extremely crisp slapping sound resounded throughout the entire cabin. No one saw what happened. They only saw Zhao Ping'an standing there a second ago. The next second, he appeared in front of Wang Tang. Wang Tang looked like he was hit by a high-speed armored vehicle. The body rotated 720 degrees in mid-air. Several teeth mixed with blood foam flew out, drawing a sharp arc in the air. Bang! Wang Tang's body slammed heavily into the alloy wall more than 10 meters away. Then it slid to the ground like a puddle of mud. Half of his cheek swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a purple-red pig's head. The whole audience was dead silent. All the Wang family's followers were dumbfounded. The pupils of hundreds of geniuses in the cabin contracted at the same time. They didn't catch Zhao Ping'an's movements at all. That feeling is like teleportation. Zhao Ping'an withdrew his hand as if he had just swatted a fly. He turned around and stood beside Yi Ziyi again. The whole process was smooth and extremely fast. You. Wang Tang struggled to raise his head, his eyes filled with resentment and disbelief. He wanted to say something, but because of the air leaking from his mouth, he could only make indistinct whimpering sounds. Just then. Quiet. A majestic voice rang out in the cabin like thunder. A man wearing a federal general's uniform with a star on his shoulder. A middle-aged man with a face as cold as iron walked up to the command platform in front. His eyes were like knives, sweeping across the entire room. Everyone he saw felt a mountain of pressure coming towards them. I am the chief instructor of this competition, Long Zhan. His voice was emotionless. Now, announce the new rules of the competition. Due to a large-scale high-level demon riot within Kuntan Ruins, all scheduled team and arena competitions have been cancelled. The first stage has been changed to Death Knockout. The word death made the hearts of all the geniuses present sink. Later, all of you will be randomly teleported to different areas outside Kunlun Ruins. Long Zhan opened the huge light curtain behind him. On the light screen, a vast mountain map appeared, divided into hundreds of red areas. You have 2 tasks. First, hunt monsters and gain points. Second. Long Zhan's gaze became extremely cold. Hunt down everything alive you can see, including other contestants. For every player you eliminate, you will receive half of his points. This elimination round will last for 72 hours. After 72 hours, those who are still alive and ranked in the top 100 in points will advance. The rest of the people die or be eliminated. The rules have been announced. The entire cabin was in an uproar. This is not a competition. This is raising a goo. A bloody and brutal killing feast. However, Long Zhan did not give them any time to react. Teleport, start. He slammed the red button on the control desk. Buzz. The entire battleship shook violently. Dazzling white beams of light appeared under everyone's feet. Zhao Ping'an and Yi Ziyi looked at each other and instantly understood what each other meant. They were separated. The white light swallowed everything. Next second. Zhao Ping'an felt dizzy. When he landed on the ground again, he was already in an unfamiliar primitive jungle. The air was filled with spiritual energy that was so rich that it was almost liquefied, and a strong smell of blood. The sky above was a strange dark red. The towering ancient trees block out the sky and the sun. He hasn't fully adapted yet. 3 auras filled with murderous intent locked onto him from 3 different directions. Get started. A loud shout. On the left, a sharp blade light, with the momentum to cut off everything, slashed towards his neck. On the right side, a poisoned bone spear silently pierced his back. Right in front of him, a burly man with thick rock armor covering his fists was charging like a bull. The 3 of them worked in perfect harmony and attacked ruthlessly. It was obvious that they were an elite team from the same city. They wanted to work together to get rid of this unlucky guy who had just landed as soon as possible. However, they chose the wrong target. Facing the 3 people's fatal siege, there was no expression on Zhao Ping'an's face. At the moment when the knife and bone spear are about to hit the body, his figure disappeared, shrinking the earth into an inch. Where are the people? The 3 attackers' faces changed drastically. The next moment, a figure wrapped in violent purple lightning appeared behind the sword-wielding warrior. The first one. Zhao Ping'an's voice was like the whisper of death. He punched out. Thunder Runner. The true meaning of destruction. Roar. The purple lightning transformed into a roaring thunder beast, instantly engulfing the swordsman. Before he could even scream, the man turned into a pile of charcoal in the terrifying lightning. Zhao Ping'an didn't pause. He took a step forward. The figure blurred again. He appeared directly in front of the warrior holding the bone spear. The man was horrified and wanted to retreat, but found that his body was locked by an invisible will and he could not move. Zhao Ping'an put his fingers together like a sword and slashed casually. A condensed purple lightning burst out from his fingertips. Swish! A huge human head soars into the sky. Blood dyed the ground red. Only the last burly man was left. He watched his companions being slaughtered in the blink of an eye, his eyes filled with fear. He turned and ran. Want to leave? Zhao Ping'an's figure appeared above his head like a shadow. One step down. Boom! The thunder of destruction falls from the sky. The rock defense that the burly man was proud of was shattered into pieces like tofu in front of the domineering lightning. His entire body was trampled into the ground, turning into a pool of flesh and blood that was no longer human. Destroy with overwhelming force. From the time the 3 men attacked until they were all killed, it only took 3 seconds. The communicator on Zhao Ping'an's wrist vibrated. It shows his initial score, which skyrocketed instantly because he killed 3 people. He didn't look at the points. Instead, he looked up and looked into the depths of the jungle. There are more prey there. The killing began. The next time, Zhao Ping'an transformed into the most terrifying hunter in Kunlun ruins. He was like a ghost, moving between jungles, valleys, and swamps. Any monster or other contestant that tried to attack him was completely crushed by him in the most domineering and direct way. The true meaning of destruction combined with shrinking the earth into an inch turned him into a ruthless killing machine. No one can match his speed. With strength, he can crush anything. Competition Command Center. On the huge light screen, a points ranking list updates the rankings of all players in real time. Right under everyone's gaze, a name called Zhao Ping'an soared wildly at a rocket-like speed. From outside the 1000th place, they broke into the 500th, 300th, 100th place. Finally, it made it directly into the top 10. This speed attracted the attention of all top observers. Check. Who is this Zhao Ping'an? At the same time, another place in Kunlun ruins. Yi Ziyi was dressed in white, spotless. Around her lay the corpses of 7 or 8 monsters. Her points also ranked second on the list, second only to Zhao Ping'an. She took a look at the rankings, and then, according to the prior agreement, she mobilized a trace of spatial power and sent out a unique signal. Soon, a flash of purple lightning appeared from the distant sky. Zhao Ping'an's figure appeared in front of her. The two meet up. There were no extra words, just a glance. After joining forces, their hunting efficiency became even more terrifying. One main attack, the thunder of destruction, is invincible. One master controller, with spatial magical powers that make him appear and disappear mysteriously. On the standings, the first and second positions were firmly occupied by the two of them, leaving the third place far behind. While chasing a red-eyed demon ape that was comparable to the early stage of the burning fire stage. The demon ape panicked and fled into a canyon shrouded in thick fog. The two of them chased in without hesitation. Through the thick fog. The scene before them made them both stop at the same time. The end of the canyon is not a dead end. Instead, it is an empty circular flatland. In the center of the plain stood an ancient altar built of huge black stones. On the ground of the altar, a huge and strange emblem was carved with an unknown blood-colored pigment. An open white eye without pupils. Divine Enlightenment Meeting. And on the altar, there were more than a dozen corpses lying in a mess. They are all contestants in this competition. Everyone's face maintained an expression of extreme fear before death. Their bodies were shriveled and withered, as if all the blood and essence in their bodies had been completely sucked away by some force. Chapter 19 Ritual completed. At the end of the canyon, there was dead silence. The smell of blood in the air mixed with spiritual energy, forming a sickening sweetness. Zhao Ping'an and Yi Ziyi's eyes were fixed on the ancient black altar in the center of the plain. That white eye emblem with no pupil. It was like a brand, burning deeply into their retinas. On the altar, the dozen or so shriveled and withered corpses silently told of the horror that had just occurred here. Their blood, their life essence, was all sucked dry. Yi Ziyi's voice was low, but it was chilling. Zhao Ping'an didn't say anything. His eyes swept across the corpses and finally fell back on the altar itself. This is a sacrificial array. Use the Federation's top talented warriors as sacrifices. Pa pa pa. The crisp sound of applause suddenly came from the shadows deep in the canyon, breaking the dead silence. The applause was neither fast nor slow, with a rhythm of appreciation. What keen observations! You are indeed the two variables that can turn my plans upside down. A figure slowly walked out of the darkness. He was dressed in a spotless white martial arts uniform, had a handsome face and a gentle smile. His appearance made the surrounding light brighter, and he had a natural affinity. Yi Zi's pupils suddenly contracted. Li Hao. This name is well known among the younger generation throughout the Federation. The Li family of Beijing is a top family on par with the Wang family and the Yi family. Li Hao is recognized as the strongest person of this generation. He is known as the Son of Holy Light and is the most popular candidate for the championship of this competition. In the standings, they have always been ranked first with a slight advantage over everyone else. No one could have imagined that he would appear here. Miss Yi, we meet again. Li Hao's smile was flawless. He nodded slightly, his eyes swept over Yi Zi, and finally fell on Zhao Ping'an. Presumably, you are the one that Zi chose even at the cost of breaking off the engagement, Zhao Ping'an? His tone was full of curiosity, as if he was examining an interesting collection. Zhao Ping'an's eyes fell on the land beneath his feet, which was stained with blood-red lines. You did all this. It's not a question, it's a statement. Li Hao smiled, spread his hands and admitted it frankly. No, not me. He shook his head, and the smile on his face became pious and fanatical. It's God's will. The moment he finished speaking, an extremely terrifying aura burst out from his body. That was not the chi and blood power of the body tempering stage, but a more condensed, more advanced energy with a breath of heat and destruction. Half a step to ignite the fire. But this energy is also mixed with a strange, extremely uncomfortable coldness and greed, as if it can devour the life of all things. It seems that you already know about the existence of the Divine Revelation Society, but... Li Hao's smile was still gentle, but his eyes became compassionate. Originally, you could have become the cornerstone of God's chosen path like them, without any pain. But you are too smart. He raised his hand slightly. My followers, welcome our distinguished guest. Swish. 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 Figures flashed out from the shadows of the rock walls on both sides of the canyon. There are more than a dozen people. They were all wearing the competition uniforms, and each of them was a talented contestant. But at this moment, there was no longer the pride of genius in their eyes, only fanatical admiration for Li Hao. They quickly dispersed and stood in various directions. The qi and blood in the body exploded at the same time, connecting with each other to form an impenetrable energy network. Completely blocked the entire circular flat ground. A carefully planned decisive game. Yi Zi's expression changed without any hesitation. Walk. She grabbed Zhao Ping'an's arm and suddenly activated her innate magical powers. The space in front of her began to twist violently, and a deep purple vortex was about to take shape. So close yet so far away. However, just when they were about to merge into the space vortex. Buzz. The air in the entire canyon suddenly sank. The space vortex that was about to take shape seemed to be grasped tightly by an invisible giant hand. It shook violently for a few times and then collapsed. Yi Zi groaned, staggered, and her face turned pale in an instant. It's useless. Li Hao's voice carried a hint of elegant cruelty. In order to welcome you, I have borrowed a little authority from God and established a no-fly zone in this area. Here, space is frozen. The retreat route is completely blocked. Kill. The dozen or so believers of the Society of Divine Revelation received the order, roared in unison, and launched an attack from all directions at the same time. Blade flashes, sword shadows, fist winds, blazing flames. More than a dozen top talents joined forces to form a formation, and the attack they unleashed was enough to raze a hill to the ground in an instant. Desperate situation. A true life or death situation. At this critical moment. In Zhao Ping'an's mind, the system prompt sounded like thunder. Bite. Detected that the host is facing a life or death crisis. Combat Epiphany Mode activated. Analyzing the fusion path of the spatial essence of shrinking the earth into an inch and the destructive essence of Thunderhand. Route deduction successful. Understand a new killer move Thunder God Tribulation. No time to think. No time to hesitate. Faced with the devastating attack sweeping from all directions, Zhao Ping'an did not retreat, nor did he dodge. He let go of Yi Ziyi's hand and took a step forward. Boom! The extremely violent purple lightning was no longer wrapped around the tip of his fist, but gushed out from every pore of his body. In an instant, his entire body turned into a purple pillar of lightning and shot up into the sky. Destroy! Pure will to destruction fills every inch of space. What? The gentle smile on Li Hao's face froze for the first time. The pupils of those followers of the Divine Revelation Society who were charging forward were even more shocked. They saw that the purple pillar of lightning suddenly exploded at the moment it reached its peak. It turned into a thunderstorm that swept in all directions. Zhao Ping'an's figure is the center of the storm. He didn't use any moves, but just spun and rushed in a wild and unreasonable manner. His entire person is the strongest killing move. Sizzle! A genius holding a long sword was hit by a violent thunderstorm before he could even draw his sword. The combat uniform on his body turned to ashes in an instant, and his whole body turned into a pile of charcoal with a shrill scream. Boom! Another strong man who was good at defense had just put up his blood and energy shield when he was hit head-on by the thunderstorm. The shield shattered like glass, and his burly body was torn into pieces of flesh and blood. Destroy with overwhelming force. Unstoppable. The battle formation formed by more than a dozen geniuses was as fragile as paper in front of this human-shaped storm of destruction. Wherever Zhao Ping'an passed, people and horses fell to the ground, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. He used the most domineering and brutal method to tear a bloody gap in the deadly encirclement. Stop him! Li Hao let out a roar of shock and anger. He could no longer maintain his composure, and a mixture of holy light and cold aura burst out, and he slapped the purple thunderstorm with one palm. A huge white palm of light condensed out of thin air, carrying the dual properties of purification and devouring, and pressed down fiercely. However, that thunderstorm was no match for him head-on. The storm suddenly subsided. Zhao Ping'an's figure flashed in the lightning, shrinking the earth into an inch. The next moment, he appeared beside Li Hao like a ghost. Still that violent posture, the will to destroy. A punch was thrown. This punch condensed all the power of Thunder God's tribulation. It was extremely fast and domineering. Li Hao's face changed drastically. He had never expected that the opponent could display such bizarre body movements in that explosive state. In his haste, he could only cross his arms. Mobilize all your strength and set up a thick barrier of holy light in front of you. Boom! The purple destructive thunder fist collided with the white holy light barrier with a loud bang. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a teeth-grinding sound of energy annihilation. The ground beneath Li Hao's feet was cracking inch by inch. The whole person was knocked back more than 10 steps by this terrifying force. Crossed arms, shredded sleeves. His skin was charred black, and strands of destructive thunder were madly drilling into his body, destroying his vitality. He was suppressed. A powerful genius who was half a step away from igniting fire was suppressed head-on by a warrior with only 22 points of health. How could your will be so strong? For the first time, horror appeared in Li Hao's eyes. Zhao Ping'an did not answer. He took a step forward, and his figure became blurred again. The second punch was already following him. Just when Zhao Ping'an was about to hit Li Hao again. Li Hao, however, suddenly stopped hiding. He looked at the destructive thunder fist that was so close to him, looked at the expressionless face, and suddenly smiled. It was a crazy laugh that showed a successful plan. Ha 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 ha. Amazing. Your rage. Your murderous intent. Your will to destroy. It's really the most perfect sacrificial emotion. Boom. At this moment, the black altar under his feet suddenly burst into a blood-red light that shot up into the sky. On the ground, the white eye without pupils seemed to come alive. There were more than a dozen shriveled corpses on the altar, and the remains of slaughtered monsters around them. At this moment, it all transformed into the purest blood energy and was madly extracted by the altar. A blood-red beam of light as thick as a pillar of heaven tore through the thick fog in the canyon and pierced through the dark red sky of Kunlun ruins. Li Hao opened his arms, bathing in the blood, his expression crazy and intoxicated. Thank you for your struggle, which has brought this feast to its climax. Now, welcome the coming of God. Crack. The sky directly above the altar looked like a broken mirror. An indescribable force tore a dark crack open. A terrifying demonic energy from ancient times, powerful enough to make all things wither, poured down from the crack. A huge devil's claw covered with fine black scales, with hideous bone spurs growing on every joint and a faint light flashing on the fingertips. It slowly stretched out from the dark crack. Chapter 20. The earth trembles. The devil's claw that emerged from the dark crack blocked the only source of light above the canyon. Ancient, evil, and chaotic. Just the aura it exudes makes the entire space freeze. The bodies of Zhao Pingyan and Yi Ziyi. It felt like it was filled with 10,000 tons of mercury, and every cell felt extremely heavy. Qi and blood stagnate, and the true meaning becomes obscured. Even lifting a finger has become a luxury. This pressure exceeded everything they knew. Fire stage? No. It is a more terrifying and higher dimensional existence than the burning fire stage. Ha 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 ha. Li Hao was bathed in the blood light rising into the sky, with his arms outstretched and a crazy look on his face. He admired the uncontrollable horror on Zhao Pingyan and Yi Ziyi's faces. Do you feel it? This is the power of God. This is just one arm of the outer territory demon. His voice echoed in the canyon with a kind of morbid arrogance. As long as I sacrifice you, and all the top talents of this tournament, I can pave the final path for the arrival of the true body of God. By then, I will receive God's blessing, ascend to heaven in one step, and become the new ruler of this world. He looked at Zhao Pingyan, the greed and fanaticism in his eyes almost overflowing. And you, Zhao Pingyan, your pure will to destroy will be the most perfect sacrifice to God. Zhao Pingyan's bones groaned under the terrifying pressure. The destructive thunder in his body was suppressed tightly and could not be mobilized at all. Yi Ziyi's face was as pale as paper. But her eyes, that vast river of stars, were flashing madly. She was using her innate magical powers to sense the fluctuations in every inch of space around her. Suddenly, her eyes were fixed on the dark crack where the devil's claws protruded. There is the source of the entire no-fly zone, and it is also the place where the energy is the most violent and chaotic. Because of this, it has become the weakest link in this solidified space. A thought was instantly transmitted to Zhao Pingyan through the invisible connection between the two. Cracks. Attack the cracks. Zhao Pingyan immediately understood her intention. However, the devil's claw, blocking the crack, was like an insurmountable chasm. With their current strength, let alone attacking the crack, they can't even shake the devil's claws. Time waits for no one. The devil's claw was slowly pressing down in a slow and irresistible manner. Before the claws arrived, the destructive aura had already caused the ground to crack inch by inch. I'll create opportunities. Zhao Pingyan's voice was hoarse but resolute. He made a crazy decision. Yi Ziyi's heart trembled and she looked at him. Zhao Pingyan turned his head and looked at her deeply. If I die, take care of my sister. Yi Ziyi's eyes instantly turned red, but she did not cry. She just used all her strength to nod heavily. You won't die. We won't die. At this moment, there was no longer any barrier between the two of them. It is entrustment, it is trust, it is sharing life and death. Ah! Zhao Pingyan looked up to the sky and let out a roar that was not like a human voice. The qi and blood in his body no longer flowed along his meridians, but burned in the reverse direction in a self-destructive manner. The essence of the basic bodybuilding fist is clear and bright, guarding the last bit of clarity in his mind. The destructive true meaning of Thunderhand was driven to an unprecedented peak by this burning energy and blood. Boom! The purple lightning no longer just wrapped around the body. But it was squeezed out from his flesh and blood, from his bone marrow, and from the depths of his soul. His skin cracked inch by inch, and the bright red blood just seeped out when it was evaporated by the even more violent lightning. His entire body turned into a purple-black lightning star. The breath that was tightly suppressed by the devil's claws was forcibly opened up by him at this moment by burning his life. Destroy. A word squeezed out from the depths of his throat. He concentrated all his strength, all his will, and all his burning life into his right fist. An unprecedented purple-black divine thunder, which seemed to be able to create the world and recreate chaos, condensed on the tip of his fist. The surrounding air was completely annihilated by this force, forming an absolute vacuum. Now! Zhao Pingyan roared. At the same moment he was burning himself. Yi Ziyi also moved. She poured all her spatial power into the sword in her hand without reservation. Buzz! The ordinary alloy sword let out a wail as it could not bear the weight. The space around the sword was highly compressed, twisted, and collapsed. Finally, a silver spot of light formed on the tip of the sword. It was smaller than the tip of a needle, but contained an extremely sharp edge. Sword of Space. Go! Zhao Pingan's world-destroying divine thunder flew out of his hand. The purple-black lightning did not make any earth-shattering sound. Wherever it passed, everything was silent, the light was swallowed up, and the sound was erased. It has only one goal. The claws in the sky. The fanatical smile on Li Hao's face froze for the first time. He felt a fatal threat. He wanted to mobilize the power of the altar for defense, but found that the speed of the divine thunder exceeded the limit of his reaction. The purple-black divine thunder slammed heavily on the wrist of the giant devil's claw. Bang! An extremely dull bang did not spread in the air, but exploded in everyone's soul. The devil's claws, covered with black scales, with their overwhelming downward force, paused for a 10,000th of a second. Now is the time. The stars in Yi Ziyi's eyes turned to the extreme. The space sword in her hand turned into an invisible silver line, and she arrived first. Instead of attacking the claw, it made a slight arc around it. At an extremely tricky angle, it pierced into the still wriggling and extremely unstable spacecraft with incredible precision. Laugh! It sounded like a balloon being popped. The spacecraft that was forcibly opened by the devil's claws. This coordinate, which did not originally belong to this world, instantly lost its balance the moment it was pierced by the sword of space. Roar! A roar filled with pain and unwillingness came from a distant space, coming from the crack. The crack, like a lit fuse, began to collapse inward madly. Violence. Chaos. A spatial turbulence powerful enough to crush everything swirled out from the crumbling cracks. That huge devil's claw took the brunt of the attack. Crack. Crack. The indestructible black scales were torn into pieces like paper in the face of the chaotic force of space. The hideous bone spurs were twisted into a pretzel. The entire demon claw was attacked by the backlash of spatial turbulence. It was twisted into black flesh and blood pieces from the wrist. The sky returned to clarity. The pressure that was enough to make all things wither disappeared. Puff! On the altar, Li Hao was struck by lightning and spit out a mouthful of blood. The summoning was forcibly interrupted, and he suffered the most direct backlash. He looked at the two almost exhausted people below with resentment, and there was no calmness in his eyes anymore. He lost. The carefully planned killing plan and the ritual to summon the gods were completely shattered by these two people who were just ants in his eyes. You think you won? Li Hao let out a hoarse and sinister laugh. He crushed an ancient jade talisman from his arms. This is just the beginning. God's gaze is upon you. You cannot escape. The words fell. His body turned into ashes bit by bit in the light of the shattered jade talisman. But there was a resentful thought that could not be tracked or locked. But it ignored the barriers of space and disappeared into the horizon. Zhao Pingan used up his last bit of strength. He stuffed a pill into his mouth, swayed his body, and knelt on one knee. Yi Ziyi also felt uncomfortable. The excessive overdraft of spatial power made her pretty face pale. The two of them had just caught their breath. Boom! The entire Kunlun ruins began to shake violently without any warning. No, not shaking. It's the entire earth that is rising and awakening. Chapter 21 Dragon. Boom! The canyon is wailing and the earth is rolling. This is not shaking, it's the entire Kunlun ruins. This ancient land, which has been designated as a restricted area by the Federation, is like a giant beast that has been sleeping for eternity and is now waking up. The mountain wall collapsed and huge rocks fell like raindrops. The open space that was previously used as an altar was instantly swallowed up by a huge rift that was torn open from the ground during the violent crustal movement. The power that Zhao Pingan gained by burning his life receded like the tide. Endless weakness instantly swept over the whole body. His eyes went dark and his body fell limp. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, a cold but strong hand came. He grabbed his arm and pulled him forward. Yi Ziyi. She had overdrawn all of her spatial power, and her pretty face was pale without a trace of blood. But her eyes were still clear. Hold on. She held Zhao Pingan, staggering and dodging with difficulty between the gaps of the falling boulders. There is no stable ground under your feet. Boom! A rock the size of a house fell from the sky, smashing into the two men's heads with a destructive sound. There is no way to retreat. Yi Ziyi gritted her teeth and was about to forcefully activate her already dried up innate magical power. Just then, a cracked mountain wall nearby collapsed inward with a loud bang, revealing a bottomless, dark hole. A desolate and ancient atmosphere blew towards me from the cave entrance. No time to hesitate. Yi Ziyi held the unconscious Zhao Pingyan and used up her last bit of strength to rush into the cave. The next second, the two figures disappeared. The huge rock fell to the ground, turning the place where they had been standing into a terrifying deep pit. The entire canyon completely collapsed and was buried by endless earth and rocks. The inside of the cave was not as narrow as expected. After passing through a rugged passage, the view suddenly opened up. Here, there is actually an underground palace built inside the mountain. Bronze eternal lamps burned quietly on both sides of the walls. The unknown fuel never went out for thousands of years, illuminating the entire wide corridor as bright as day. On the walls, there are huge and ancient murals. The painting shows the ancestors of the human race in ancient times. They don't have fancy martial arts uniforms or sophisticated alloy weapons. They were covered in animal skins, holding stone axes and bone spears, yet they were engaging in the most primitive and bloody fight with the terrifying monsters whose bodies covered the sky and the sun. Every painting is filled with a will of iron and blood. Yi Ziyi had no intention of appreciating these things. She supported Zhao Pingyan and walked along the corridor, looking for a place to stay. Soon, a heavy stone door appeared at the end of the corridor. Above the stone gate, there are two ancient seal characters engraved Danfeng. A glimmer of hope appeared in Yi Ziyi's eyes, and she pushed open the stone door. A strong and indissoluble medicinal fragrance hits you in the face. The alchemy room was simply furnished with only a huge bronze alchemy furnace and rows of neatly arranged jade shelves. The shelf is empty. It seems that all the elixirs have turned into ashes over the long years. Yi Ziyi's heart sank. Just when she was about to give up, her eyes swept across the stone platform in the center of the alchemy room. On the stone platform, a palm-sized white jade pill box was quietly placed. On the elixir box, 3 ancient characters in a flamboyant style were written in cinnabar. Dragon Blood Pill. Yi Ziyi's breathing suddenly stopped. Dragon Blood Pill. Federal Martial Arts Competition, the final championship reward. According to legend, the supreme elixir is made from the essence and blood of a sub-dragon monster as the main ingredient, supplemented by hundreds of natural treasures. Just one is enough to transform a warrior at the body-tempering stage into a complete new person. Who would have thought that this legendary treasure would appear here? Yi Ziyi didn't hesitate at all. She picked up the pill box, walked quickly to Zhao Pingyan, and helped him up. Open the pill box. A pill the size of a longan, red as blood, with golden dragon patterns flowing on the surface, lay quietly inside. A domineering and fiery breath of life surged out. Yi Ziyi carefully put the dragon blood pill into Zhao Pingyan's mouth. The pill melted in his mouth, turning into a violent torrent that flowed down his throat and into his limbs and bones. Boom! The surging power of dragon blood exploded in Zhao Pingyan's body. His body, dried up due to the burning of life, was like a long dry land that welcomed a huge flood. Almost instantly, the injuries on his body were completely repaired by the domineering life energy. But this is just the beginning. After repairing his injuries, the power of dragon blood began to transform his body crazily in an even wilder manner. Crack! Crack! Under the tempering of this force, Zhao Pingyan's bones made a crisp sound as if they could not bear the weight. The severe pain suddenly woke him up from his coma. He saw a dazzling golden light shining under his skin. His bones were breaking into pieces, and then reassembling in an instant. The new bones are as clear as jade and indestructible. His blood was being assimilated by the power of dragon blood, gradually changing from bright red to light gold with a hint of nobility. Every inch of flesh and blood, every meridian, is experiencing a baptism of destruction and rebirth. The strength of the physical body is skyrocketing at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he surpassed the limits of ordinary warriors and was comparable to those 4th-level monsters known for their defense. During this drastic transformation, the system's prompt sound rang wildly in Zhao Pingyan's mind. Ding! High concentration of dragon blood essence detected flowing into the host. Diligence can make up for shortcomings. System activated. Perfect absorption in progress. Absorption efficiency 100%. Converting the dragon blood medicinal power into the host's foundation. Conversion successful. A series of system prompts turned into the final fruit. Health value +1. Health value +1. Health value +10. Boom! A terrifying energy and blood that far exceeded the previous one rushed up from Zhao Pingyan's body and set off a strong wind in the alchemy room. His health value soared wildly from the original 20 points. Finally, it stopped steadily at 30 points. The middle stage of the body tempering stage. Just one last step and you'll be able to step into the late stage of body tempering. Zhao Ping'an clenched his fists, feeling the explosive power in his body. This is a qualitative change. If he was a stream before, he is now a rushing river. However, the surprises are not over yet. The remaining dragon blood power contained a hint of the domineering dragon power from the ancient true dragon. This dragon power rushed into Zhao Ping'an's sea of consciousness, trying to completely crush his will and occupy this perfect body. At this moment, the true meaning of destruction in his sea of consciousness started to operate on its own. The purple destructive lightning and the golden domineering dragon power collided most violently in the sea of consciousness. This is not devouring, but a higher level of fusion. Destruction means the end of everything. Dragon's might represents the unyielding spirit and eternal suppression. I don't know how long it took. When the purple light and the golden light completely merge into one, Zhao Ping'an's true meaning of destruction has been sublimated. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the true meaning has been sublimated. Destroy the true meaning and comprehend the second attribute, unyielding. Zhao Ping'an suddenly opened his eyes, and two rays of divine light containing the substance of destruction and indomitable spirit flashed by. He slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, which actually left a shallow white mark on the ground in front of him. He stood up and looked at Yi Ziyi, who was protecting him. Thanks. 2 words, light yet heavy. Yi Ziyi shook her head, and a smile from the heart appeared on her cold face. Zhao Ping'an stretched out his hand and placed it on her wrist. Don't move. Without waiting for Yi Ziyi to react, he practiced his skills, transforming the dragon blood power that had not yet been fully absorbed in his body into a stream of pure energy, which slowly flowed into her body. Yi Ziyi's body trembled. She could feel that her qi and blood began to steadily improve under the nourishment of this pure energy. In the end, her qi and blood value steadily increased from 22 points to 25 points. The realm is completely stable. The two looked at each other, and a silent understanding flowed between them. The relationship has long surpassed that cold contract. Let's see what this place is. Zhao Ping'an spoke, breaking the silence in the alchemy room. The two walked out of the alchemy room and returned to the corridor covered with murals. This time, they calmed down and carefully studied the murals on the wall. The content of the murals forms a complete story. In ancient times, monsters from outer space invaded, and humans and demons joined forces to resist. Finally, a powerful human holding a thunder spear appeared and quelled the unrest. The end of the mural. It depicts the powerful human being who used a chain that pierced through heaven and earth to suppress a huge black dragon, which was completely black and exuded endless evil energy, in the deepest part of Kunlun ruins. The moment they saw the black dragon, their hearts were shocked at the same time. That evil aura was exactly the same as the extraterritorial demon that Li Hao had summoned before. They passed through the corridor and came to the main hall of the underground palace. In the center of the main hall is a huge throne carved from a single piece of obsidian. There was no one on the throne. But the moment they stepped into the main hall, an old and tired voice sounded directly in their minds. The voice seemed to come from the throne. The Divine Revelation Society is the lackey of the heavenly devil. They want to break the seal of the black dragon and bring the devil to the world. Hold my token, you can control the underground palace formation and prevent the catastrophe. Yes, the black dragon has awakened, leave quickly. The words fell. An ancient token flashing with lightning slowly fell from the throne and hovered in front of Zhao Ping'an. It's at this moment. Roar! A shocking dragon roar, as if coming from the depths of the 9 nether hell, echoed throughout the entire underground palace with endless resentment and madness. Rumble! The entire underground palace shook violently, and countless cracks spread wildly on the walls and the ground. Chapter 22 Suppression. The dragon roar from the 9 netherworld, carrying with it endless hatred and madness, exploded from the deepest part of the underground palace. The moment the words fell, the ancient token in Zhao Ping'an's arms, which was flashing with lightning, shone brightly. At this moment, the entire underground palace began to shake violently. Rumble! The obsidian throne in the main hall was the first to collapse. Spider-web-like cracks spread wildly on the walls and the ground, the dome above collapsed in pieces, and huge rocks fell like meteorites. The end of the world is coming. Zhao Ping'an's energy, which had just surged due to the dragon blood pill, instantly stagnated under this devastating pressure. He groaned, his body softened, and he fell straight back. Careful! Yi Ziyi held him down, and her pretty pale face was completely devoid of any color. Walk! She held Zhao Ping'an, staggering, and ran for her life in the rain of falling rocks. They rushed out madly along the corridor they came from. The palace behind him was being completely swallowed and buried by endless earth and rocks. Boom! A huge rock as big as a mountain blocked their only way of retreat. Death is imminent. An air of despair enveloped the two of them. Yi Ziyi looked at the insurmountable boulder in front of her, and then looked at Zhao Ping'an, who was breathing weakly beside her. She gritted her teeth, and a look of determination ignited in her clear eyes. She was ready to burn her own essence, even if it meant her death, to open a way out for Zhao Ping'an. Just when the dried-up space power in her body was about to be ignited in a self-destructive way, an extremely bright green sword light descended from the sky without any warning. The sword light seemed to ignore the distance in space, tearing through the dark red sky of Kunlun ruins. With the supreme majesty of cutting through eternity, it penetrated straight through the extremely thick strata of the earth. The sword light penetrated deep into the ground. Ah! The black dragon's earth-shattering roar instantly turned into a shrill wail filled with pain and unwillingness. Then, it stopped abruptly. The tremors of the earth subsided. A voice as majestic as that of a god resounded throughout heaven and earth. Evil beast, I will suppress you for another 1,000 years. Crisis resolved. Yi Ziyi stared blankly at the sword mark that pierced through the sky and earth, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. Mother! She was deeply shocked by the unfathomable strength. At this moment, the ancient lightning token in Zhao Ping'an's arms became slightly hot. Above the token, a faint flash of lightning pointed to a corner nearby that was buried by rocks. There was a secret passage that was not affected by the collapse. The two looked at each other, no longer hesitated, supported each other, and walked into the passage. When the two walked out of the passage, the dazzling sunlight made them squint their eyes at the same time. The outside world is no longer the desolate canyon. Dozens of silver rescue ships painted with the federal military emblem were quietly floating in the air. On the ground, medical tents have been set up, and medical staff in white uniforms are busy treating the surviving contestants. The competition was forcibly terminated due to a serious natural disaster. Soon, some staff members found them and took them into the largest flagship. The atmosphere in the cabin was depressing. All the surviving geniuses had expressions of relief and confusion on their faces, showing that they had survived the disaster. At this moment, an inopportune and arrogant voice sounded. Hey, isn't this our great hero Zhao Ping'an? Why is he in such a mess? Wang Tong walked over. His face was still swollen like a pig's head, and the look he gave Zhao Ping'an was full of resentment and gloating. Seeing that Zhao Ping'an was weak and looked like he would collapse at any time, he laughed even more arrogantly. What a shame! The competition is cancelled. All the points you worked so hard to earn are now just a bunch of useless numbers. Once we return to the Federation, without the protection of the competition rules. He moved closer to Zhao Ping'an, lowered his voice, and spoke word by word. I will make you live a life worse than death. Wang Tang's undisguised malice seemed to have touched an invisible switch. Zhao Ping'an felt a sudden chill deep in his soul. A cold, evil, and superior gaze from an unknown dimension penetrated the endless void and locked onto him. Li Hao's curse before his death. God's gaze. It's coming. Zhao Ping'an's body trembled uncontrollably and his face turned pale in an instant. Without waiting for any reaction from him, a cold figure stood in front of him. Yi Ziyi. Although she was equally weak, her phoenix eyes contained murderous intent that was enough to freeze the soul. A faint force of space flowed through her fingertips. Wang Tang, do you want to die now? That decisive and murderous aura instantly subdued the arrogant Wang Tang. He subconsciously took a step back, remembering the fear of being dominated by this woman. At this tense moment, drop! The main screen inside the cabin suddenly lit up. The stern face of Chief Instructor Long Zhan appeared on the screen. His expression was more solemn than ever before. Emergency notice. Although this competition has been terminated early due to force majeure, in order to commend everyone for their heroic performance during this crisis, the Supreme Council of the Federal Martial Arts Federation has resolved. Long Zhan paused for a moment, and his eyes swept over everyone in the cabin. All points are valid. The final rankings and rewards will be announced immediately based on this. The words fell. There was dead silence in the cabin. The next second, everyone's eyes were fixed on the huge screen that was about to display the final rankings. Chapter 23 Yi Tianan. Long John's serious face disappeared from the screen. Instead, there was a golden list background composed of the Federal Army emblem and the Martial Arts Alliance emblem, full of solemnity. Inside the cabin, the breathing of hundreds of surviving geniuses almost stopped at this moment. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the huge screen. The resentment on Wang Tang's face turned into an undisguised grin. He straightened his expensive but damaged combat uniform, straightened his back deliberately, and glanced at the weak Zhao Pingyan with the attitude of a winner. Waste, see clearly. Some people are born in Rome. As for you, no matter how high you climb, you will only be a son-in-law who serves as a dog for others. His voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for people around him to hear clearly. A flash of light appeared on the screen. The final ranking will appear one by one from back to front. 100th place, Li family, Li Yan, points, 1890. Number 99. The names scrolled by rapidly. Inside the cabin, suppressed exclamations or sighs of frustration were heard from time to time. Soon, the list scrolled to the top 20. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Wang Tang's smile became more and more arrogant. Before the Kunlun Ruins incident, his points were firmly in the top 3. Although there were unexpected events in this competition, the rules remained unchanged. He believed that he would be the final winner. He has already made up his mind that once he wins the championship, he will severely humiliate that ignorant Zhao Pingyan in front of everyone. The list continues to refresh. 10th place, Sun family, Sun Lai, points, 28,500. 3rd place, Wang family, Wang Teng, points, 78,600. On the screen, Wang Teng's name and the glaring 3rd place were frozen together. The cabin suddenly became quiet. The grim smile on Wang Teng's face froze. His eyes widened as he stared at the screen, as if he wanted to poke a hole in the metal screen. 3rd? How is that possible? How could he be 3rd? Who can be ahead of him? Before he could recover from his shock, the list started jumping again. 2nd place, Yi family, Yi Zi, points, 455,000. 455,000. The moment this number appeared, there was a sound of people gasping in shock throughout the cabin. Everyone's eyes subconsciously turned to the woman who was standing quietly in the corner, her face pale but still unable to conceal her unparalleled beauty. This score is already an incredible astronomical figure. Wang Tang's face changed from stiff to the color of liver. The more than 70,000 points that he was proud of were a complete joke compared to Yi Zi's 450,000. He felt like his face was slapped hard by an invisible big hand, and it was burning with pain. But this is not over yet. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Yi Zi is the 2nd place. Who will be the 1st place? Who else can surpass this terrifying score? Under the gaze of hundreds of people, and in Wang Tang's eyes that were almost spitting fire. At the top of the list, that belongs to the throne of champion. The golden light converged into 2 names that were enough to make everyone's eyes explode. 1st place, Zhao Pingyan, points, 512,000. 512,000. 2 names, 2 rows of points, tied at the top of the list. Zhao Pingyan and Yi Zi's combined points are close to 1 million. It belongs to the 3rd place Wang Teng, 13 times. Dead silence. In the entire main cabin, you can hear a pin drop. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, with their mouths wide open, expressions frozen on their faces, and their minds blank. This result overturned their cognition. That loser who was laughed at by everyone, regarded as the son-in-law of the Yi family, and humiliated in public by Wang Teng. He is the champion of this martial arts competition. No, impossible. Fake. This must be fake. Wang Teng let out a scream that was not like a human voice. He looked like a madman, pointing at the screen and roaring at the staff around him. You cheated. The Federation military cheated. How could a loser like him, with only 20 HP left, possibly win the championship? I want to report him. I want a thorough investigation. However, no one paid attention to his roar. Everyone's eyes were focused on the young man who remained unusually calm from beginning to end. Zhao Pingyan ignored Wang Teng's roar, nor did he care about the complicated looks around him. As he looked at the results on the screen, what he thought of was not the supreme glory. But it's my sister's life-saving money. It was the real dragon blood pill promised by the Federation. He turned his head and looked at Yi Zi beside him. Yi Zi was also looking at him, and in her cold phoenix eyes, a smile from the heart was rippling. The two smiled at each other. There are no words, but everything is implied. At the same time, the news of the final ranking of Kunlun ruins was like a level 12 superstorm, instantly sweeping across the entire Federation. The Shanghai Stock Exchange was in a complete turmoil. The Chen family had previously vowed to form an alliance with the Yi family through marriage, and had even spread the word in advance that they would regard Yi Ziyi as their own daughter-in-law. At this moment, he completely became the laughingstock of the entire upper-class society. The main residence of the Chen family. Bang! The precious purple clay tea set was swept to the ground by a big hand and shattered into pieces. Trash. A bunch of trash. The head of the Chen family, Chen Xiaotian, this big shot who could cause an earthquake in Shanghai with just a stomp of his foot, now had a dark face and was shaking with anger. Check. Check it for me. How could a wild boy who came out of nowhere, alive and son-in-law, win the championship? It must be the Yi family behind this. There must be something wrong with the military's data. A senior member of the Chun family spoke cautiously. Master, I'm afraid the news jointly released by the military and the martial arts alliances. I don't care. Chen Xiaotian roared angrily. Contact the media immediately and publicly question the fairness of this competition. Muddy the waters. I don't believe that under the pressure of public opinion, they dare not give an explanation. For a moment, the storm was about to come. However, the Chen family underestimated the power of Yi Ziyi's mother, and even more underestimated her determination to protect her. Just when the public opinion offensive launched by the Chun family had just caused a little ripple, the Green Lotus Sword immortal, Lin Qingtan, personally convened an online press conference for the entire Federation. No extra nonsense. Lin Qingtan directly threw out a core combat data image decrypted by the federal military as highest command. Screen and start playing. The first scene is in the canyon shrouded by the bloody altar. More than a dozen top talents with powerful auras and empty eyes formed a battle formation and surrounded and killed Zhao Pingyan and Yi Ziyi. That's the Divine Revelation Society. They're all under control. A sharp-eyed reporter exclaimed. Then, the scene changed. Zhao Pingyan transformed into the god of thunder, and with an unreasonable and rude attitude, he forcibly broke through the encirclement of the fatal attack. The overwhelming fighting power made the scalps of all the people watching the live broadcast tingle. The screen switches again. The sky shattered, and a huge black devil's claw emerged from the crack. The terrifying pressure that was enough to make countless warriors tremble just through the image made the entire press conference dead silent. Oh my god, what kind of monster is that? The demon from outside the domain. The legendary demon from outside the domain. To everyone's horror, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. Zhao Pingyan burned his life and turned into a purple-black world-destroying divine thunder, fiercely bombarding the devil's claws. Yi Ziyi held the sword of space and accurately stabbed it into the unstable space crack. The cooperation between the two is seamless. Finally, the devil's claws shattered and the summoning ritual was forcibly interrupted. The image ends here. Lin Qingtan's cold voice resounded throughout the venue. The championship points were earned at the cost of their lives. Who has any objection? The entire federation was in complete silence. The Chen family, which had been clamoring wildly on the internet, suddenly fell silent. All their doubts turned into a self-humiliating farce in the face of such ironclad evidence. Shanghai, First People's Hospital. Zhao Pingyan did not attend any celebration banquet, nor did he pay attention to the outside disturbances. He rushed here as soon as possible with one of the championship rewards he had just received from the military special envoy, a bottle of 10,000 years stalactite in a jade box. Compared to those astronomical cash rewards, this priceless treasure that can nourish the soul and stabilize the source of life is what he needs most now. Outside the intensive care unit, Zhao Pingyan solemnly handed the jade box to the attending physician. Doctor, please. The doctor's hands were shaking as he looked at the liquid in the jade box, which was as warm as milk and exuded a strange breath of life. As a senior medical expert, he recognized at a glance what a miraculous treasure this was. Mr. Zhao, don't worry. We will definitely do our best. The 1,000-year-old stalactites are carefully injected into the nutrient circulation system of the cradle of life. Zhao Pingyan stared at the person in the nutrition chamber through the thick observation window. His body was full of tubes and he was as quiet as Sleeping Beauty's sister. Time passes by minute by minute. Zhao Pingyan's heart was in his throat. Sudden. A miracle happened. On the monitoring screen of the Cradle of Life, a slight fluctuation appeared in the lines representing Zhao Sheila's brainwaves. Immediately afterwards, the fluctuations became stronger and stronger. Zhao Ping'an's pupils contracted, and he saw that his sister's long eyelashes, which had been closed for a long time, trembled slightly. 1 time. 2 times. Then, those tightly closed eyes slowly opened a little. A pair of clear, dust-free eyes looked at this strange world with some confusion. Finally, her gaze penetrated the observation window and fell on the familiar figure. Her cracked lips opened slightly. A voice so faint that it was almost inaudible, but enough to light up Zhao Ping'an's entire world, was gently uttered. Elder brother. Boom. Zhao Ping'an is a man of iron and blood who never frowned even in the face of life and death. At this moment, his eyes instantly turned red. Huge tears rolled down uncontrollably. Just as Zhao Ping'an was immersed in the great joy of his sister's awakening, Yi Ziyi, who was beside him, suddenly had the communicator on her wrist vibrate. She answered the communication. A cold and majestic male voice came from the communicator, without a trace of emotion. Ziyi, take that wild boy named Zhao Ping'an back to the Yi family's main residence immediately. Family meeting, start now. The words were orders that could not be questioned. Yi Ziyi's expression instantly turned cold. She hung up the phone and looked at Zhao Ping'an, her eyes full of worry. It's my father, Yi Tiannan. His lineage is extremely powerful within the family and has always advocated using me as a marriage partner to maximize the family's benefits. They view my mother's lineage as a thorn in their side. This family meeting is definitely a hongmen banquet. Zhao Ping'an had just wiped away his tears and came back to his senses from the joy of his sister waking up. He looked at Yi Ziyi's worried eyes, stretched out his hand, clenched his fists gently, and felt the blood and energy surging like a river in his body. I've even seen the heavenly demon, so why would I be afraid of a few mortals? The words just fell. Deep in his soul, the mark of God's gaze that Li Hao had carved with his life suddenly felt a sharp pain like a needle prick. It seemed to be silently mocking his arrogance. Chapter 24 Discipline Hall. Yi Ziyi hung up the phone, and a layer of frost covered her cold and flawless face. The hongmen banquet is coming sooner than we thought. She looked at Zhao Ping'an, the worry in her eyes almost overflowing. My father's family sees my mother as a thorn in their side, and they see you as the culprit who ruined their marriage plan. This time, Zhao Ping'an had just come back to his senses from the great joy of his sister waking up. He looked at Yi Ziyi, stretched out his hand, and slowly clenched his 5 fingers. The energy and blood surged like a mighty river, roaring in the body. I've even seen the devil, so why would I be afraid of a few mortals? Before he finished speaking, deep in his soul, the mark of God's gaze that Li Hao had carved with his life suddenly felt a sharp pain like a needle prick. A cold and resentful thought seemed to be silently mocking his overestimation of his own abilities. Zhao Ping'an's body stiffened and his face turned pale in an instant. The martial arts college entrance exam is coming soon, and I need to go back to school to handle my enrollment. Zhao Ping'an suppressed the abnormal movement of his soul and said, I'll talk about the Yi family's affairs after I finish dealing with this. Yi Ziyi nodded. This was indeed the most important thing at the moment. Shanghai Martial Arts High School. When Zhao Ping'an and Yi Ziyi appeared at the school gate, the whole school was in an uproar. A black hovercraft came speeding from the administrative building almost instantly and stopped steadily in front of the 2 people. The car door opened. The principal's face, which usually looked dignified, was now filled with a chrysanthemum-like smile. He trotted over, keeping a very low profile. Classmate Zhao, classmate Yi, hey, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming back so I could send someone to pick you up? Behind him, the dean of studies and several senior teachers also looked like stars surrounding the moon, staring at Zhao Ping'an with burning eyes, as if they were looking at a rare treasure. Student Zhao, I'm your fighting teacher. Do you remember? I knew you were something special. Student Zhao, I'll take care of your enrollment. I promise to take care of it perfectly. In the past, they regarded him as waste, son-in-law, and the last one. Today, he has become the much-anticipated champion, genius and dragon among men in their eyes. This attitude of being arrogant at first and respectful later is so realistic that it makes people laugh. Amidst the fawning compliments, a discordant voice interrupted rudely. Get out of the way. The crowd was roughly pushed aside. A tall, arrogant young man strode over, surrounded by a group of followers. Chen Tianzi. A descendant of the Chen family's side branch, a genius ranked in the top 10 in the school, with a health value of up to 35 points. He stood in front of Zhao Ping'an, looking him up and down with his eyes, showing no disdain and provocation. Are you Zhao Ping'an? I heard that you relied on Yi Ziyi and got lucky enough to win the championship? His voice spread throughout the school gate. Everyone fell silent and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Some people say you're a hero, but I think you're just a gigolo who relies on women to get ahead. Your strength is all just hype from the military and the Yi family, right? Today, I will expose your true colors in front of the entire school and save face for my Chen family. As soon as he finished speaking, the energy and blood in Chen Tianxi's body exploded. 35 points of qi and health, released without reservation. A wave of scorching air swept out in all directions with him as the center. It's the Chen family's unique martial art, the Fiery Fist, a student exclaimed. The teachers and students who were watching stepped back, their faces filled with excitement and anticipation. They all wanted to see how worthy this new national champion was. A raging flame ignited on Chen Tianxi's right fist, and the air was distorted by the burning, making a sizzling sound. He exerted force with his feet, causing the ground to crack. His entire body turned into a line of fire, carrying a sky-high momentum, and punched Zhao Ping'an in the face. This punch was so powerful. All the teachers and students in the school held their breath. Everyone thought that what was about to happen would be an earth-shattering fight between dragons and tigers. However, Zhao Ping'an did not move. He didn't even lift his eyelids. Facing the punch that was burning with flames and powerful enough to shatter steel plates, he just raised his hand casually. There is no burst of qi and blood, and no practice of martial arts. It was just an ordinary hand, even a slender hand that looked whiter due to being tempered by dragon blood, that came forward nonchalantly. The next moment, fists and palms collided violently. There was no loud noise as expected. The burning flames were extinguished instantly the moment they touched Zhao Ping'an's palm, as if they were doused with a basin of cold water. Chen Tianxi's unstoppable fist was stopped firmly in midair by that palm, unable to advance even an inch. Time seems to stand still at this moment. The ferocity on Chen Tianxi's face turned into astonishment. The expectations on the faces of the surrounding teachers and students froze into dullness. Zhao Ping'an exerted force with his 5 fingers and slowly closed them. Crack! An extremely crisp sound of bones breaking suddenly rang out at the silent school gate. Chen Tianxi's finger bones were crushed into pieces by that palm. Ah! The shrill screams broke the tranquility of the campus. Zhao Ping'an shook his wrist, as if throwing away a piece of garbage, and threw Chen Tianxi, who was holding his wrist and howling, away. His eyes swept across the entire audience and finally landed on Chen Tianxi. The Chen family's reputation? You guys have already lost it all. The words fell. The system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! The host defends his Tao heart with absolute strength, and his understanding of the true meaning of unyielding deepens, perfectly absorbing the aftermath of the battle. Health value +5. Current HP value, 35 points. A more condensed and powerful force flows through every part of his body. Outside the crowd, Yi Ziyi had been standing there without knowing when. She looked at Zhao Ping'an, who was surrounded by countless gazes of awe, fear, and admiration, and a smile appeared on her cold face that no one noticed. Wait until the storm subsides and the crowd disperses. She walked forward and said nothing. She just took out a bottle of water from her space ring and handed it to Zhao Ping'an silently. This simple and natural action is worth 1,000 words. The students around him who had not yet left cast countless envious glances in their eyes. In this moment of warmth, buzz. The mark of God's gaze deep in Zhao Ping'an's soul seemed to be activated by the scene that attracted everyone's attention just now, and it burned fiercely. A cold and evil energy was madly eroding his soul. His eyes went dark, his body swayed, and he almost fell down. A cold hand supported him in time. Yi Ziyi looked at the flash of black energy in his eyes and her expression changed drastically. This curse is growing stronger by absorbing your emotions and the attention you receive from the outside world. She lowered her voice and spoke rapidly. The more attention you pay today, the stronger it will become. My father and the others will definitely make a fuss about this. Before he finished speaking, the military communicator on Zhao Ping'an's wrist suddenly vibrated. A message popped up forcefully. It was an official summons from the Yi family. The sender was 3 large gold-plated characters Yi Tianan, the head of the Yi family. The summoning location was written in 2 large blood-red characters that made Yi Ziyi's pupils shrink. Discipline Hall. Chapter 25, Control. Yi family, discipline hall. The cold floor was paved with dark blue stones. The hall was dimly lit with only a few giant tallow candles as thick as arms burning. The flames danced, casting distorted and shaking shadows of the ferocious beasts carved on the walls on both sides. The air was filled with the oppressive scent of sandalwood and old wood. Yi Ziyi's father, Yi Tiannan, sat high in the main seat in the hall. He had a stern face and was wearing a well-tailored black martial arts uniform. His eyes gleamed with brilliance, and he exuded the majesty of someone who had been in a superior position for a long time. On both sides of him sat a dozen elders of the Yi family. These people all had solemn auras and unfriendly expressions. The moment Zhao Ping'an and Yi Ziyi stepped into the discipline hall, dozens of gazes, like tangible swords, fell on Zhao Ping'an. It was not an inspection, but more like a butcher looking at an animal to be slaughtered, estimating its weight and value. Zhao Ping'an. Yi Tiannan spoke. His voice was not loud, but it caused echoes in this empty and solemn hall. He didn't even look at Zhao Ping'an, his eyes were always on his wristband which he had wiped spotlessly clean. I know everything about Kunlun ruins. Although you were lucky enough to win the championship, you were also tainted with misfortune and were cursed by the demon from outside the domain. To the Yi family, you have not only accomplished nothing, but are actually a huge burden, a walking disaster. The words were cold and harsh, directly devaluing Zhao Ping'an's championship glory. Yi Ziyi's face darkened instantly, and she was about to speak. He. A frivolous laugh came from outside the hall, interrupting her. The door was pushed open from the outside. Wang Tong walked in with a swagger. He changed into a brand new combat uniform, and the injuries on his face caused by Zhao Ping'an had long since healed, but the hatred in his eyes was 100 times stronger than before. Behind him followed an old man in a tang suit with a deep and solemn aura, and a young bodyguard with eyes as sharp as an eagle and bulging temples. Uncle Yi is right. Wang Tang looked around and his gaze finally fell on Zhao Ping'an, with the sarcasm on his lips not concealed at all. Garbage should be kept in the trash can. How can it be allowed into the house? Yi Tiannan turned a blind eye to such rude words. Instead, he put down his wristband, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he nodded slightly to the old man behind Wang Tang. Butler Wang, thank you for your hard work. Then, he looked at Wang Tang and said to everyone in the hall, including Yi Ziyi, whose face was pale, in an introductory tone. This is the grandson of the Duke of Jingguo in the capital, young Master Wang Tang. It's also Ziyi, the future husband. Boom! This sentence, like a thunderclap, exploded in Yi Ziyi's mind. She was shaking with anger, her nails digging deep into her palms. It turns out that this is not a family meeting at all. This was a grand abdication plot set up by her father, in league with outsiders, to force her to abdicate. A complete Hongmen feast. Zhao Ping'an's eyes also turned completely cold. He finally understood that everything, starting from the summons, was a trap. Yi Tiannan finally turned his gaze to Zhao Ping'an, with a condescending look in his eyes. For Ziyi's sake, I can give you a chance to leave with dignity. First, hand over the lightning token you obtained from the Kunlun Ruins underground palace. Second, hand over all the rewards you won in this competition, including the dragon blood pill. You don't deserve these things, and they will be kept by young Master Wang Tang. Third, you must abandon your cultivation, get out of Shanghai, and never set foot in it again. With every condition he mentioned, the oppressive atmosphere in the hall became heavier. The elders on both sides showed expressions of matter-of-factness on their faces. Yi Tiannan's voice, with irresistible majesty, made the final judgment. If you can do these three things, I will forgive you for tarnishing the reputation of our Yi family. Otherwise, today, I will suppress you right here in the discipline hall on the charge of colluding with outsiders and plotting evil. Have you thought it through? Dead silence. In the entire discipline hall, you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were focused on Zhao Ping'an, waiting for him to surrender. In their view, an orphan with no background, facing the two powerful families of Yi and Wang, had no choice but to kneel down and beg for mercy. Your conditions. Zhao Ping'an spoke, breaking the silence. He faced the pressure from Yi Tiannan and all the elders. His voice was not loud, but every word was sonorous. I won't agree to any of them. He turned his head and glanced at Yi Ziyi, who was shaking with anger beside him, and then his eyes met Yi Tiannan, who was sitting in the main seat. Miss Ye's man will only be me. Those who want to steal her things, those who want to touch her. Zhao Ping'an slowly raised his hand and clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. Ask my fist first if it agrees. Presumptuous. Arrogant. Several elders slammed the table and stood up at the same time, shouting angrily, "You ignorant ants!" Wang Tang even sneered and winked at the young bodyguard behind him. The young man with eyes as sharp as an eagle took a step forward with a grim smile. How dare a lowly ant at the body tempering stage speak so arrogantly? Boom! A terrifying pressure far beyond the body tempering stage burst out from the young man's body. Hot. Furious. It was like a giant flaming beast awakening in this discipline hall. The temperature in the entire lobby suddenly rose. The air was distorted by the burning, and the hard blue-black stone slab began to crack inch by inch with his foothold as the center, and spiderweb-like cracks spread out in all directions. Burning fire realm. Yi Ziyi's heart instantly rose to her throat. That was not an ordinary explosion of qi and blood, it was a master who ignited the power of qi and blood in his body and transformed it into true fire. The qi and blood value is definitely over 150 points. This is overwhelming power. Faced with this terrifying pressure that was enough to melt even steel, Zhao Pingyan was like a small boat in the storm, as if he would be completely torn apart and burned to ashes in the next second. The elders of the Yi family in the hall all looked like they were enjoying the show. The smile on Wang Tang's face became more and more cruel. He seemed to have seen Zhao Pingyan being burned to charcoal and kneeling on the ground begging for mercy in a miserable state. However, in the center of the scorching airwave, Zhao Pingyan was not crushed at all, and even the corners of his clothes did not move at all. The light golden dragon blood in his body was boiling wildly at this moment. From within the bones came bursts of dragon-like roars. Within the sea of consciousness, the true meaning of destruction and indomitable spirit are madly intertwined. A surge of fighting spirit rose from his eyes. Burning fire realm? Zhao Pingyan faced the master and grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Just right, I'll use you to test out my new bones. Is it hard enough? The moment he finished speaking, instead of retreating, he took the initiative to step forward. He took a step forward and faced the master of the burning fire realm. Chapter 26. Come again. In the discipline hall, the burning fire realm grandmaster, Wang Meng, sneered. Every step he took forward caused the hard blue-black stone slab to crack inch by inch, and spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly. You little bastard, in your next life, remember to keep your mouth clean. Before he finished speaking, he moved. No extra fancy moves, just a simple and direct punch. Boom! Wherever his fist passed, the air instantly ignited, leaving a crimson trail of scorching heat. The gust of wind from his fist, powerful enough to melt gold and iron, formed a visible gust of air that blasted fiercely towards Zhao Pingyan's face. This punch blocked all of Zhao Pingyan's escape routes. In the hall, there was a cold arc at the corner of Yi Tiannan's mouth. Wang Tang's face showed undisguised cruelty and pleasure. Yi Ziyi's heart was in her throat, the power of space was madly gathering at her fingertips, and she was ready to attack at any time regardless of the consequences. Everyone thought that in the next second, Zhao Pingyan would be smashed into a pool of charred flesh and blood by this punch. However, just as the scorching fist was about to touch Zhao Pingyan's face, Zhao Pingyan's figure suddenly became blurred, shrinking the earth into an inch. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a wisp of insubstantial green smoke, leaving behind a faint afterimage. Wang Meng's extremely domineering punch penetrated the afterimage without any hindrance and hit the stone pillar behind Zhao Pingyan heavily. Bang! A loud bang. The huge stone pillar that could be hugged by one man was shattered by the force of the punch, and countless pieces of stone mixed with scorching airwaves shot out in all directions. Wang Meng's punch missed and his pupils narrowed slightly. The real Zhao Pingyan had already appeared like a ghost, 3 meters away from his left, standing upright and unharmed. Can you just hide? Wang Meng slowly retracted his fist and twisted his neck, making a crisp crack sound. A trace of anger at being teased flashed in his eyes, and he grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp white teeth. This discipline hall is so small, I wonder where you can hide. Boom! 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 Wang Meng no longer held back, and both fists came out together, turning into fist shadows all over the sky. Each punch was packed with the terrifying power of a master of the burning fire realm, making the air explode. The blazing fist wind raged through the discipline hall like a firestorm. Zhao Pingyan's figure turned into a constantly flickering stream of light in the storm. He pushed the shrinking the earth into an inch technique to its limit, moving at high speed in the limited space. Every time he dodged, he narrowly avoided the violent fist wind. The ground was blasted with charred holes. The wall was rubbed by the force of the fist, leaving melted marks. The entire discipline hall was in ruins under Wang Meng's violent attack, as if it would collapse at any time. However, he couldn't even touch the corner of Zhao Ping'an's clothes. "You're useless. You can only run around like a rat." When Wang Tang saw this scene, he couldn't help but curse, his face full of anxiety. Several elders of the Yi family in the hall also showed disdainful expressions. "He's just relying on his cunning agility and acrobatic skills. He has no ability to fight back. His defeat is inevitable." That's right, the true firepower of the Burning Fire Realm Grandmaster is endless. Once this kid's strength is exhausted, it will be his death. Yi Tiannan snorted coldly, picked up the teacup beside him, and blew away the hot steam. He seemed to have lost interest in the battle. In his opinion, this was just a game of cat and mouse, and the outcome was already determined. Yi Ziyi's clenched fist slowly loosened a little. Others saw Zhao Ping'an dodging in a panic, but she saw something different. Every move of Zhao Ping'an seems thrilling, but in fact it is extremely precise. He can always avoid the most deadly attacks at the lowest cost. His breathing remained steady. His eyes remained calm. He is not running away, he is waiting. Waiting for a chance to kill with one strike. During this high-speed movement and dodging, Zhao Ping'an's fists hanging by his sides were quietly changing. Strands of light golden dragon blood power surged out from his limbs and bones and merged into the tip of his fist. Strands of purple-black destructive lightning were drawn from the depths of the sea of consciousness and wrapped around it. The unyielding will turns into fighting intent, like a catalyst, forcibly compressing and fusing these two completely different forces. He is accumulating strength. He is brewing his strongest attack. Come and die. After a long period of attack, Wang Ming's patience was finally exhausted. He let out a deafening roar and stomped his feet on the ground. Boom! The true fire of martial arts in his body burst out without reservation. Flames burned the city. A visible crimson wave of fire, centered on him, swept across the entire discipline hall like a tsunami. Wherever the fire waves passed, the blue-black stone slabs were burned red and even began to melt. The air was completely ignited, and the temperature suddenly rose to a terrifying level. This was an indiscriminate area attack, completely blocking all of Zhao Ping'an's space to dodge. "It's over!" Wang Tang shouted excitedly. Cruel smiles also appeared on the faces of the elders of the Yi family. However, just when everyone thought that Zhao Ping'an was doomed to die, a sudden change occurs. Facing the deadly fire wave that was coming towards him, Zhao Ping'an not only did not retreat, but instead faced the raging flames and advanced. Now is the time. At this moment, he threw out his right fist, which had been charged to the extreme. The energy and blood in his body roared wildly at this moment. Thunder Dragon Break! A low roar burst out from the depths of Zhao Ping'an's throat. Ah! An earth-shaking dragon roar resounded throughout the discipline hall. A divine dragon made entirely of purple gold lightning roared out from the tip of his fist. The thunder dragon is only as thick as an arm, but it looks lifelike. On the dragon's body, purple destructive lightning and golden unyielding dragon power intertwined, and the scales and armor were clearly visible. In the dragon's eyes, there is a tremendous fighting spirit that looks down on the world and would rather die than surrender. The purple gold thunder dragon, with a violent attitude that could tear everything apart, crashed into the red sea of fire. Swish! Like a hot knife cutting through butter. The fierce flames that were powerful enough to melt gold and iron were torn open with a huge hole the moment they came into contact with the purple gold thunder dragon. The destructive lightning madly extinguished the raging flames. The body of the thunder dragon, like a hot knife through butter, penetrated through layers of fire waves and blasted straight towards Wang Mang, who was stunned by the fire waves. Too fast. It was so fast that Wang Mang had no time to react. He could only watch the roaring thunder dragon as his pupils rapidly enlarged. Then, it collided fiercely with the fist that he had hastily blocked in front of him. Boom! An unprecedented loud roar exploded in the discipline hall. The terrifying energy turned into a visible shock wave, spreading wildly in all directions. The entire discipline hall shook violently. The tables and chairs in the hall were blown away by the shock wave and smashed to pieces. The teacup in Yi Tiannan's hand exploded instantly, and the scalding hot tea splashed on his hand, but he was completely unaware. All the elders of the Yi family subconsciously used their energy and blood to resist, with horror written all over their faces. The center of the storm. Wang Meng's burly body was shaken by this punch and he took 3 steps back. Every step left a deep charred footprint on the hard stone slab. The sleeve of his right arm, which he used to block, had long since turned to ashes. The protective aura on the entire arm had been completely torn apart by the power of the Thunder Dragon. The exposed skin was charred black, and even strands of electric light were jumping on it. A trickle of blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The whole audience was in dead silence. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone's gaze froze. The excitement on Wang Tang's face froze into an expression as if he had seen a ghost. The disdain and cruelty on the faces of the Yi family elders turned into incomprehensible dullness and confusion. A body-tempering stage. A head-on confrontation, with one punch, repelled and injured a grandmaster in the middle stage of the Burning Fire Realm? How is this possible? This completely overturned their decades of knowledge of martial arts. Yi Tiannan's 5 fingers on the armrest suddenly tightened, leaving 5 clear finger marks on the hard iron and wooden armrest. His pupils contracted violently for the first time since Zhao Ping'an stepped into the discipline hall. Puff! Wang Mang felt a sweet taste in his throat and spurted out another mouthful of blood. He looked at his charred arm and felt the power of thunder still raging in his body. The astonishment on his face was quickly replaced by boundless rage and humiliation. He, a powerful master of the Duke of Jinghua's mansion, was actually injured by a body-tempering ant with just one punch. This is a great shame and humiliation. Little beast! Wang Mang let out a roar that was not like a human voice, and his eyes turned red in an instant. You succeeded in irritating me. Die! Boom! The true fire of martial arts in his dantian was like being poured with a bucket of gasoline, burning fiercely. An aura that was more than twice as violent as before surged from his body into the sky. He no longer suppressed his strength, and released the pressure of the middle stage of the Burning Fire Realm without reservation. Buzz! A 3-foot sword made entirely of crimson flames condensed out of thin air in his hand. Flames rose from the blade, burning and distorting the surrounding light. Little bastard, it's your honor to die under my flame-killing blade. Wang Mang held a flaming sword in his hand and walked towards Zhao Ping'an step by step. With every step he took, his aura increased. A fatal sense of crisis surged towards Zhao Ping'an like a tide. However, instead of fear, there was a hint of excitement and fighting spirit on Zhao Ping'an's face. Just at the moment when Wang Mang's breath surged, the system's prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Under extreme pressure, the host breaks through the battle maze. The due diligence makes up for incompetence. System activates the battle deduction mode. Thunder Dragon break proficiency plus 100%. Analyzing the opponent's weaknesses. Analysis completed. The target sword technique is Flame-Killing Sword, with 3 fatal flaws in total. Flaw 1, in the opening stance, when the right shoulder sinks 0.3 inches, the flow of true fire will stagnate for a moment. Flaw 2. Flaw 3. An extremely clear battle simulation scene instantly unfolded in Zhao Ping'an's sea of consciousness. Every action and every change of Wang Mang that follows is clearly deduced by the system. Looking at Wang Mang, who was walking towards him with murderous intent, holding a flaming sword. Instead of retreating, Zhao Ping'an grinned. He did not dodge or evade, but instead faced the terrifying pressure again and took the initiative to move forward. Come again. Chapter 27 Must Kill. Come again. Zhao Ping'an gave a low shout and advanced instead of retreating. He took the initiative to face the master of the Burning Fire Realm, who was holding a flaming sword and whose momentum had reached its peak. Court death. Wang Mang's eyes were red, and the muscles on his face were twisted. The flaming sword in his hand made a buzzing sound, and the flames on the blade surged 3 feet. He no longer had any temptation and started with the most ferocious killing move in Flame-Killing Sword. Flame Dragon Slash. A knife chopped down. The crimson blade light transformed into a ferocious flaming dragon in the air, opening its huge mouth and biting Zhao Ping'an on the head with the momentum of burning everything. The temperature in the entire discipline hall soared again. The elders of the Yi family in the hall all used their energy and blood to protect their bodies in order to resist the scorching heat wave. This knife blocks all angles. However, there was no panic in Zhao Ping'an's eyes. Just when Wang Mang's right shoulder sank 0.3 inches and the circulation of true fire suddenly stagnated, shrinking the earth into an inch. Zhao Ping'an's figure moved half a step to the left as if teleporting. Just this half step. The sharp claws of the fire dragon brushed past his clothes. Swish! The sword energy directly cut open his combat uniform at the shoulder, leaving a blood mark, and the blood instantly soaked the clothes. Zhao Ping'an didn't even frown. The flaw deduced by the system is the stagnation point of the true fire, not the flaw of the swordsmanship itself. He could avoid the vital points, but he could not completely avoid the ubiquitous sword energy. The gap in realm is like a chasm. I wonder how long you can hide. Wang Meng's sword missed, and he slashed horizontally with his backhand. The knife flashed like a streak of silk, sweeping across the waist. Zhao Pingyan touched the ground with his toes, raised his body, and leaped dangerously over the knife light. But the scorching blade still left a charred cut on his calf. TSK. 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 Wang Mang went completely crazy and unleashed his sword skills, each strike faster than the last. The entire discipline hall turned into a prison of flames and swords. Zhao Pingyan is like a small boat in the stormy waves. Relying on the system's accurate prediction of flaws and the cunning steps of shrinking the earth into an inch, he struggles to make his way through the swords and shadows. There were more and more wounds on his body. Arms, back, thighs. The wounds caused by the knife energy were of varying depths and bleeding profusely. His combat uniform soon became tattered, like a bloody man. In the hall, Wang Tang was so excited that he laughed out loud. Kill him. Wang Mang, chop him into minced meat. Several elders of the Yi family also showed a look of satisfaction. It's just a last-ditch effort. The oil is running out and I'm about to collapse. Yi Tianan sat in the main seat with an expressionless face. In his cold eyes, the figure of Zhao Pingyan fighting bloody battles was reflected. He finally spoke, his voice cutting through the roar of swords. Give up, you can't win. An ant trying to shake a tree will ultimately destroy itself. Kneel down and beg for mercy now, and I can leave you with an intact body. The cold words, like a knife, tried to break Zhao Pingyan's will. Zhao Pingyan dodged the knife flash, blood dripping down his jaw, but he grinned, his teeth stained red with blood. Old dog, wait until I kill him, the next one will be you. Presumptuous. A murderous look flashed in Yi Tiannan's eyes, and the hard iron and wooden armrest in his hand was crushed to pieces by him. Wang Mang, there's no need to hold back. Wang Mang, who received the order, roared. Die. The flaming sword in his hand shone brightly, and he slashed 3 times in a row, forming a shape, blocking Zhao Pingyan's last bit of space to dodge. There is no way to retreat. There is no way to avoid it. At this moment, Zhao Pingyan no longer dodged. He stood where he was, allowing the 3 deadly sword lights to chop towards his head, heart and dantian from 3 directions. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and his left hand suddenly took out something from his arms. It was an ancient bronze token covered with lightning patterns. Kunlun Underground Palace, Thunder Token. Edict. Zhao Pingyan used up all his strength, and poured the remaining blood and energy in his body into the token frantically, uttering an ancient syllable. Buzz. Above the token, thousands of lightning flashes suddenly burst out. An indescribable, vast wall from the ancient times spanned endless time and space and came crashing down. At this moment, Zhao Pingyan's aura changed. It is no longer as sharp as the body tempering stage, but like an abyss, like an ocean, like a sacred mountain supporting the heaven and earth. As deep as the sea, as majestic and vast as the sky. Inside the discipline hall, everyone felt a shudder from the very soul. It seemed as if the person in front of them was no longer a young boy. But he is a sage of the human race who walked out of ancient mythology. The 3 flaming sword lights that Wang Mang had been determined to win actually let out a wail the moment this will came, and the flames on the swords all waned. Facing the 3 sword lights slashing towards him, Zhao Pingyan slowly raised his right hand. He threw a punch. There was no flash of lightning. There was no dragon shadow roaring. It was just an ordinary, unremarkable punch. However, his fist carried an ancient power that could suppress everything and destroy everything. The next moment, the fist collided violently with the 3 flaming sword lights. There was no earth-shattering noise. The flaming sword that was powerful enough to cut through steel was as fragile as rotten wood in front of that fist. Snap! The flaming sword shattered into pieces. The raging flames were like ice and snow encountering the bright sun. They melted away instantly, disappeared, and turned into nothingness. Wang Meng's pupil shrank to the size of a needle tip, and his face was full of fear. After shattering the knife light, the fist's power remained undiminished. It penetrated through the heavy airwaves and imprinted on his chest. Bang! Wang Meng felt like he was hit head-on by a prehistoric beast. The protective true fire on his chest was extinguished instantly. The sound of the sternum collapsing can be clearly heard. He spat out a large mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments, and flew backwards like a cannonball. Boom! His heavy body slammed hard against the stone pillar at the back of the discipline hall. The huge stone pillar that required two people to hug was cracked like a spider web and almost broke on the spot. Wang Mang slid down the stone pillar to the ground, his body twitched twice, his head tilted, and he fainted completely. One move. Just one move. A master in the middle stage of the burning fire realm, the elite guard of the Duke Xinggua's mansion. Defeated in seconds. The entire discipline hall was in deathly silence. The wild laughter on Wang Tang's face froze. The satisfaction on the faces of the Yi family elders froze. Everyone's expression was as if they had seen a ghost, filled with incomprehensible shock and confusion. Yi Tiannan suddenly stood up from his seat. He knocked over the teacup in front of him without noticing it. He stared at the figure in the field who was covered in blood but still standing upright. One punch suppressed a grandmaster? How is this possible? At this moment, Zhao Pingyan in the field suddenly shook his body. Borrowing the power of the ancient will, it almost drained all his energy and spirit. His face turned pale, his throat felt sweet, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. He almost fell to his knees on the spot. Chance. Deep in his soul, the cursed mark of God's gaze was like a shark that smelled blood, taking advantage of the moment when his will was weakest and retaliating madly. Buzz. A cold and resentful black air emerged uncontrollably from Zhao Pingyan's 7 orifices. His eyes began to blur. Consciousness seemed to be dragged into the endless dark abyss by a huge force. At this critical moment. How dare you touch my son-in-law, Lin Xingtan? A cold shout, like thunder falling from the sky, exploded throughout the discipline hall. This voice carries with it an aura of boundless majesty and murderous intent. Yi Tiannan and all the elders of the Yi family changed their expressions drastically when they heard this voice. At the front door. A tall and graceful figure had been standing there without anyone noticing. Lin Xingtan was wearing a simple training suit, with her long hair casually tied behind her head. Her beautiful face was covered with a layer of frost that was enough to freeze the soul. A sharp sword intent that was 100 times more powerful than Wang Meng's and even more terrifying than Yi Tiannan's instantly enveloped the entire discipline hall. Everyone present felt as if an invisible sword was placed on their necks, making it difficult to even breathe. Lin Xingtan didn't even look at Yi Tiannan, whose face was ashen, and Wang Tang, who was frightened. She took a step forward, and her figure shrank into an inch, and in an instant she came to the side of the crumbling Zhao Pingyan. Looking at the hideous wounds on the boy's body and the backlash of black energy, a flash of pity and anger appeared in her eyes. Lin Xingtan stretched out her onion-like index finger, and with a flash of green light at the tip of her finger, she gently tapped Zhao Pingyan's brow. An extremely pure green lotus sword intent instantly penetrated Zhao Pingyan's sea of consciousness. The cursed black energy that was madly eroding his soul, when it encountered the green lotus sword intention, was like a mouse seeing a cat. It let out an unwilling scream and was instantly suppressed, shrinking back into the mark. Zhao Pingyan's eyes went dark, and then he regained his clarity. He was breathing heavily, looking at the back of the person standing in front of him, who was as sharp as a peerless sword. He then glanced at Yi Zi, who was running to him quickly, with a worried look on her face and red eyes. He finally let go of the worry in his heart. He won the bet. Lin Xingtan slowly turned around, and her cold phoenix eyes swept across the entire audience. Finally, her gaze fell on Yi Tiannan and Wang Tang. Today, none of you can leave. Yi Tiannan's face turned pale and blue. He opened his mouth, but under the pressure of Lin Xingtan's terrifying sword intent, he couldn't say a word. Lin Xingtan's gaze passed him and fell on Wang Tang. Go back and tell the Duke of Xinghua that my Yi family has withdrawn from this marriage. If he doesn't agree, let him come to me in person. Wang Tang was so frightened that his whole body trembled and he didn't even dare to fart. Finally, Lin Xingtan's gaze returned to Zhao Pingyan. The coldness in his eyes dissipated, turning into an unprecedented solemnity. Boy, follow me. If you want to survive, you must completely resolve this curse before the martial arts college entrance exam. Chapter 28, Fire. Lin Xingtan's words were like an order and could not be questioned. She didn't even look at Yi Tiannan again. The murderous intent on her icy face disappeared, leaving only the solemn curse on Zhao Pingyan. She lifted Zhao Pingyan's collar with one hand, as if she was holding a chicken. Zhao Pingyan only felt a flash before his eyes, and then his whole body was enveloped by a soft but irresistible force, and his body instantly flew into the air. Mother! Yi Ziyi exclaimed and hurried to catch up. Inside the discipline hall, Yi Tiannan's face was so gloomy that it looked like water could drip out of it. He watched Lin Xingtan's departing back, his fists clenched tightly and his chest heaving violently, but in the end, he didn't dare to utter a single word. Uncle Yi, I. Wang Tang was frightened and stammered. Get out! Yi Tianan shouted angrily, venting all his frustration and anger on Wang Tang. Wang Tang was so frightened that he trembled and crawled out of the discipline hall, not daring to stay for a moment. The other side. Lin Xingtan took Zhao Ping'an and Yi Ziyi and did not leave the Yi family mansion. Instead, they passed through several heavily guarded secret doors and went downstairs. The passage was made of an unknown metal, and the walls were engraved with intricate array patterns. Every 10 steps, there was a spiritual stone emitting a soft glow for illumination. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air was getting higher and higher, almost condensing into substantial mist. The dragon blood in Zhao Ping'an's body began to become active under the nourishment of this pure spiritual energy. I don't know how long I walked down, but suddenly the view in front of me opened up. A huge underground cave appeared in front of the 3 people. In the center of the cave is a pool about 10 meters in radius. The water in the pool is not clear, but a milky white liquid like nectar, emitting a misty spiritual light, illuminating the entire cave as bright as day. A wave of energy that was extremely masculine, strong, and pure emanated from the pool. Just by standing here and breathing, Zhao Ping'an felt that his injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his drained physical strength was also recovering rapidly. This is the Yi family's forbidden area, the heart-cleansing pool. Lin Xingtan put Zhao Ping'an down, his voice more serious than ever. It is built on a superb underground spiritual vein. She turned her gaze to Zhao Ping'an, and her cold phoenix eyes reflected the faint black aura on him. The mark you were struck with wasn't the god's gaze at all. Its true name is Demon Seed. The heavenly demonic seed? Zhao Ping'an and Yi Ziyi were shocked at the same time. Yes. Lin Xingtan nodded, his tone icy. It's an extremely vicious parasitic mark from outside the realm. It will take root in your soul and destiny like a maggot, constantly absorbing your potential, your emotions, and all the attention you receive as nourishment to strengthen itself. When it fully matures, you will become a coordinate, a beacon. The demons from outside the realm will use you as a springboard to descend into this world. By then, not only will your soul be annihilated, but you will also become the sinner who brings about a monstrous disaster. Lin Xingtan's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Zhao Ping'an and Yi Ziyi's hearts hard. It turns out that behind this curse lies such a horrible truth. Then, what should we do? Yi Ziyi's voice trembled and the color drained from her face. Lin Xingtan's gaze fell back on the heart-cleansing pool, and his eyes became extremely complicated. The only way is to destroy and then rebuild. Her voice echoed in the empty cave. Before the Tao seed fully matures, I will use the extremely yang and strong power of this underground spiritual vein to forcibly impact your qi and blood, igniting the fire of your martial arts. Use the original true fire that was born from you to refine it from your soul bit by bit. Yi Ziyi's eyes suddenly lit up and she saw hope. But Lin Xingtan's next words pushed her into an icy cave again. But this process is a life or death struggle. Lin Xingtan looked at Zhao Ping'an and warned him word by word. Your realm is too low, and your foundation is too shallow. Forcing your body, at the tempering stage, to carry the energy of an entire spiritual vein to impact the burning fire realm is like trying to hold a river in a wooden barrel. Your meridians, your dantian, and your body could burst at any moment due to the violent spiritual energy. Even if you manage to hold on, the moment you ignite the true fire will be the moment of your final confrontation with the Tao seed. It will devour your soul at all costs. The success rate of the entire process is less than 10%. Once you fail, you won't even have the chance to reincarnate. You will be completely devoured by the Tao seed immediately, and your soul will be completely destroyed. Not even a trace will be left. Dead silence. Inside the cave, only the faint glow of the spiritual liquid flowing in the cleansing heart pool remained. Less than 10% chance of survival. To say that one has narrowly escaped death is already an optimistic statement. This is simply a dead end. Yi Ziyi's eyes instantly turned red. She grabbed Zhao Ping'an's arm tightly, and her knuckles turned white from the force. But Zhao Ping'an smiled. He reached out and gently patted the back of Yi Ziyi's hand, signaling her to be at ease. Then, he met Lin Xingtan's inquiring gaze without any hesitation or retreat. I choose this path. 3 words, decisive. He turned his head and looked at Yi Ziyi, whose eyes were red, with an unprecedented tenderness and determination in his eyes. Wait until I come out. Yi Ziyi looked at him, saw the blood all over his body, saw the unyielding fighting spirit in his eyes, and finally her tears burst out. She didn't cry out loud, but just nodded heavily. Zhao Pingyan took a deep breath, turned around, and walked step by step towards the cleansing pool that exuded infinite energy. He took off his tattered combat uniform, revealing a body covered with hideous wounds, but still as straight as a gun. Then, under the nervous gaze of Lin Qingtan and Yi Ziyi, he stepped into the pool. Buzz! The indescribable spiritual energy seemed to have found an outlet the moment Zhao Pingyan entered the pool, and it madly poured into his body from every pore. The system's prompt sound exploded in his mind. Ding! The host has been detected to be in a top-grade spiritual vein, and the cultivation environment has been increased by 1000%. Diligence can make up for shortcomings. System God rewards hard work mode is turned on. Every time the host breathes in and out, every time the blood and qi circulate, the effect will be multiplied 100-fold. Zhao Pingyan was cheered up. But before he could be happy, a heart-wrenching pain came from all over his limbs. The violent spiritual energy, like countless red-hot knives, rampaged through his meridians. At the same time, that heavily demon seed deep in his soul felt the fatal threat and completely erupted. Waves of cold and evil black air gushed out from the Tao seed frantically, trying to snatch the spiritual energy, pollute his dantian, and erode his soul. One cold, one hot, one good, one evil. Two completely different forces collided in his body in the most primitive and brutal way. Ugh! Zhao Pingyan let out a suppressed roar of pain, and his veins bulged out on his forehead, neck, and arms like a dragon. His skin was sometimes stretched red by spiritual energy, as if it was about to explode. Sometimes it was dyed black and blue by black energy, emitting a decayed smell. Cut into pieces. 10,000 ants devouring my heart. No words could describe the pain he was going through at this moment. His consciousness began to blur due to the severe pain. Hold on to your Dao heart. Activate your cultivation technique. Lin Qingtan's clear shout, like the morning bell and evening drum, rang out in his sea of consciousness. Zhao Pingyan bit his tongue hard, and the severe pain made him wake up instantly. Right. Practice the exercises. He can't just passively accept it like this. He will lead this war. In this boundless pain, he forced himself to gather the last bit of his willpower and made a basic boxing stance in the heart cleansing pool. Basic bodybuilding boxing. One inhale, one exhale. A punch, a kick. His movements were clumsy and slow, but with a tenacity that would rather die than give in. With every breath he took, every punch he threw, the 100-fold effect of God rewards hard work is beginning to show. The speed at which he refined spiritual energy increased 100-fold. The efficiency of his blood circulation increased 100-fold. Streams of pure qi and blood that he had initially refined began to emerge and flow into his dantian like streams. Health value +1. Current HP value, 36 points. Health value +1. Current HP value, 37 points. This process is painful and crazy. The heavenly demon Dao seed was not willing to be outdone, and was also madly devouring spiritual energy, trying to snatch control of his body. Zhao Pingyan's body became the most tragic battlefield. He didn't know how much time had passed. 1 day? 2 days? His consciousness kept jumping between wakefulness and drowsiness. The only thing that supported him was his unyielding will and the system prompts that kept ringing in his mind. Current HP value, 40 points. Current HP value, 60 points. Current HP value, 80 points. With the 100-fold blessing of God's reward for hard work, the speed at which he accumulated qi and blood reached an incredible level. In a short period of time, he completed a journey that would take ordinary warriors several years, or even more than 10 years to complete. Finally. Ding! Current HP, 99 points. The limit of the body tempering stage. Bottleneck. At this moment, the heavenly demon seed seemed to have sensed its own doomsday and launched the most violent counterattack. Buzz! All the black air shrank in an instant and condensed into a pitch-black demonic shadow, which rushed towards Zhao Pingyan's dantian regardless of everything. It wanted to completely devour Zhao Pingyan's dantian before he could ignite the true fire and take over his dantian. Break it for me. Zhao Pingyan's eyes widened and he let out a roar that shook the entire cave. He compressed all the qi and blood that had accumulated to the limit in his body, up to 99 points, and all the spiritual energy that could be mobilized in the Shishin pool into 1 point. Then, he faced the dark demonic shadow and slammed into it hard. Boom! It was as if there was a sun exploding inside Zhao Pingyan's dantian. A bright, dancing flame with purple lightning and unyielding golden light burned brightly. The fire of martial arts is ignited. Fire burning state, accomplished. The purple gold martial arts true fire directly ignited the dark demonic shadow the moment it appeared. Grumble. The heavily demonic Tao seed let out a scream that was extremely shrill and did not sound like a human voice. Under the burning of the true fire, it was not destroyed. Instead, it was refined into the purest and most original soul energy like the best fuel, and fed back to Zhao Ping'an. Ding! Congratulations to the host for entering the burning fire realm. Health value, 100 points. The heavenly demonic Tao seed has been refined, and some of its characteristics have been integrated into the host's true intention. The true meaning of unyielding destruction is sublimated into immortal thunder flame. In the pool, Zhao Ping'an slowly opened his eyes. Deep in his pupils, two purple gold flames flashed by. Not only did he not die, but he turned a disaster into a blessing and his strength underwent a drastic transformation. He stood up, feeling the unprecedented terrifying power in his body, which seemed to be able to burn mountains and boil seas, and walked out of the Xixin pool in one step. He looked towards the poolside and saw Lin Xingtan and Yi Ziyi, who were looking at a piece of electronic intelligence that had just been sent to them with extremely serious expressions. Lin Xingtan looked up and saw that he walked out safely. A hint of relief flashed in her eyes, but the solemnity on her face did not diminish at all. You came out just in time. The Chen family and the remnants of the Divine Revelation Society are making a big move. Chapter 29 Goddess Gift. Lin Xingtan's words were like a huge rock, smashing into the calm lake. The solemnity on her face was not a disguise. In the cave filled with spiritual light, the light from the screen of that electronic intelligence seemed particularly cold. What big move! Zhao Ping'an spoke, his voice carrying a hint of the heat of fire and the hoarseness of thunder due to the recent breakthrough. The power of the burning fire realm in his body was like a rushing river, and every inch of his flesh and blood was filled with explosive power. See for yourself. Lin Xingtan handed over the device in his hand. It was a military-grade encrypted terminal, and on the screen was an emergency intelligence document marked as the highest level. The content of the intelligence is shocking. Target, the Chen family, remnants of the Xinqi society. Action, colluding with external forces, attempting to use the abandoned gantry crane array as a base to set up a filthy blood sacrifice array in the old port area of Shanghai. Purpose, using thousands of lives as sacrifices, incite the evil energy of the Earth's veins, permanently contaminate a city's secondary dragon vein node, and create a demon-tainted land. But the Devil's Land. These four words made Zhao Ping'an's pupils shrink suddenly. Once formed, the area would become a den of demons, barren of vegetation. Anyone who entered would be at best corrupted by the demonic energy, at worst transformed into a mindless monster. Even more terrifying, it would spread like a cancer, eroding the entire city's fortune. The Chen family is crazy. Why are they doing this? Yi Ziyi couldn't understand and her face turned pale. For power. Lin Xingtan retracted the terminal, his voice cold. The Chen family's ancestor is nearing the end of his life, with no hope of a breakthrough. So, he wants to borrow the power of the Divine Revelation Society to perform this inhumane and evil method to help him break through and prolong his life. And the Divine Revelation Society will gain a stable foothold, a springboard to descend into this world. Where are the city guards and the Demon Suppression Bureau? Zhao Ping'an asked. A feint to the east and attack in the west, Lin Xingtan said. The Chen family faked a large-scale monster riot on the other side of the city, attracting the main forces of the city guards and the Demon Suppression Bureau. By the time they reacted, it was too late. The whole plan is interconnected and extremely vicious. I'll go stop them. Zhao Ping'an said without any hesitation. He had just refined the heavenly demonic seed, and his strength had skyrocketed. He was filled with immortal thunder and flames, making him the nemesis of these evil demons. Lin Xingtan glanced at him, and that look seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. The old monster of the Chen family, Chen Tianxiong, is at the peak of the burning fire realm and has 1 foot halfway into the five elements realm. I will deal with him. She paused, her eyes sharp. But the core of the blood sacrifice formation is guarded by Chen Ao, the Chen family's genius, and a guardian of the Divine Revelation Society. That is the key. Your mission is to destroy the center of the formation. Mother! Yi Ziyi exclaimed, he has only just broken through to the burning fire realm, and his foundation is not yet stable. How could he possibly be a match for Chen Ao? Chen Ao was already in the middle stage of the burning fire realm half a year ago, and his red flame sword technique is superb. A towering tree can't grow in a greenhouse. Lin Xingtan's voice was emotionless. The path of a warrior is paved with blood and fire. He wants to be my son-in-law, Lin Xingtan, and wants to stand by your side. If he can't even handle such a small situation, he might as well become a useless person as soon as possible. These words were cold and cruel. Zhao Pingyan grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. I answered. He looked at Yi Ziyi with a firm gaze. Ziyi, stay here and wait for me to come back. No. Yi Ziyi shook her head stubbornly. She walked over to Zhao Pingyan and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. I'm more familiar with the terrain of the old port district than you are. I also know a thing or two about the Chen family's formations. I can help you. Lin Xingtan looked at the two people standing side by side and was silent for a moment. She took out a green jade talisman from her storage ring and handed it to Yi Ziyi. The green lotus amulet can block a full-strength attack from the five elements realm. Crush it, and I'll be there within half a breath. This is equivalent to giving Yi Ziyi a life. As for you, Lin Xingtan's gaze fell on Zhao Pingyan again, you don't have it. Whether you are a dragon or a worm depends on you. She snapped her fingers and a stream of light shot into Zhao Pingyan's hand. It was an ancient bronze compass, with a faint ray of lightning lingering on the needle. The Thunder Chaser, it will lead you to the center of the formation. Go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xingtan's figure turned into a green swordlight, soared into the sky, and instantly disappeared into the underground cave. No nonsense. Zhao Pingyan gripped the thunder-chasing plate tightly, turned around and left. Let's go. Yi Ziyi followed closely behind. The two of them, one in front and one behind, quickly left the Yi family's forbidden area and rushed towards the old port area of Shanghai under the night sky like two arrows. Old port area of Shanghai. This place has been abandoned for many years. The huge gantry cranes are like steel monsters, standing silently in the sea breeze, covered with rust. The air was filled with the salty smell of seawater and a disgusting smell of blood. Streams of black air, invisible to the naked eye, gathered from all directions and wrapped around the huge gantry cranes, forming a gigantic formation covering an area of several miles. In the center of the formation, a green flame was burning on an altar built of countless bones. Several figures stood around the altar. The leader, with a tall stature and handsome face, was none other than Chen Ao, the pride of the Chen family. Next to him stood a guardian of the Xinqi society, who was covered in a black robe, with a cold and strange aura. The time is almost up, let's begin the blood sacrifice. The black-robed guardian spoke in a hoarse voice. A hint of pleasure and cruelty flashed across Chen Ao's face. He was about to give the order. Suddenly, as if he sensed something, he turned his head sharply and looked towards the entrance of the port area. Two figures, a man and a woman, were approaching rapidly. Interesting. Chen Ao's lips curled up in a sinister arc. Just when I was worried about not having enough sacrifices, someone offered them to me. When he saw who was coming, the smile on his face instantly turned into endless resentment and jealousy. Yi Ziyi. His gaze moved from Yi Ziyi to Zhao Pingyan beside her. His eyes looked as if he wanted to eat him alive. And you piece of trash. Are you guys here to die together? Chen Ao's voice echoed in the gloomy harbor, filled with resentment. He took a step forward, and the momentum of the middle stage of the burning fire realm exploded. The crimson fire of martial arts rose up around him, burning the ground beneath his feet to a scorch. Yi Ziyi, I'll give you one last chance. Chen Ao's eyes were fixed on Zhao Pingyan, but his words were directed to Yi Ziyi. Come here, kneel down and beg me. Then, kill him with your own hands. Then I might consider letting you continue to be my woman. His words were full of condescending charity and humiliation. Yi Ziyi's pretty face was cold, and she was too lazy to respond with even a word. Zhao Pingyan answered him directly with his actions. Boom! An aura more violent and domineering than Chen Ao's rose from Zhao Pingyan's body into the sky. That's not pure fire. It was a purple gold flame with destructive lightning and unyielding will. Immortal thunder flame. The moment the thunder and flames rose, the temperature of the entire port area seemed to drop a few degrees. Chen Ao's crimson martial arts fire involuntarily wilted under the pressure of the purple gold thunder flame, as if a minister had seen the emperor. What? The arrogance on Chen Ao's face froze in an instant and turned into disbelief. Body tempering stage? The information is wrong. This piece of trash actually entered the burning fire realm. Moreover, why is the quality of his martial arts true fire so high? It can actually suppress my red sun true fire. Playing tricks. Jealousy and anger distorted Chun Ao's face. Even if you manage to enter the burning fire realm by chance, what good will it do? The gap in realm is an insurmountable chasm. Die! He roared, and a 3-foot-long flaming sword condensed out of thin air in his hand. Red flame sword technique, burning the river. A slash of sword. The crimson blade light transformed into a streak of flame that was dozens of feet long, carrying a scorching airwave, and swept towards Zhao Ping'an and Yi Ziyi like blocking a river. This sword strike was so powerful that it was enough to split a small cargo ship in two. However, Zhao Ping'an did not dodge or evade. He simply raised his right hand, spread out his 5 fingers, and made a light grip towards the flaming blade that was coming towards him. Noisy. Buzz. A giant hand made entirely of purple gold lightning flames appeared out of thin air, and it grabbed the crimson flame in its palm. Swish. There were no earth-shattering explosions. The violet red sun true fire, the moment it came into contact with the immortal thunder flame, was like it had met its nemesis, and was madly annihilated and purified by the destructive lightning contained in it. A soft sound. The giant hand of purple gold thunder and flames suddenly closed. The blade light that was powerful enough to burn a river and stop its flow was crushed abruptly, turning into sparks all over the sky and dissipating into nothingness. This is impossible. Chen Ao's eyes almost popped out. The swordsmanship that he was so proud of was broken so easily by the opponent. Interesting. The black-robed guardian who had been silent all this time finally spoke. His voice was hoarse and dry, and his eyes penetrated the black robe and fell on Zhao Ping'an's purple gold thunder flame with a hint of greed. This quality of true fire is truly a top-notch sacrifice. He. He let out a strange laugh, and his dry claws stretched out from his black robe and grabbed the ground fiercely. Demon servant, come out. Rumble. The entire blood sacrifice formation shook violently. Cracks appeared on the ground, and monsters made of dirty blood and black air crawled out from the ground. These demon servants had different shapes, some were like vicious dogs, some were like giant pythons, and they exuded a strong smell of decay and evil. They pounced towards Zhao Ping'an and the other man fearlessly. Ziyi, stand back. Zhao Ping'an growled and protected Yi Ziyi behind him. He looked at the demon servants that were pouring in, and fighting spirit rose in his eyes. It's just right, I'll use you to test my new strength. Thunder Dragon break. He punched out. Ah! The dragon roars. A purple gold thunder dragon, several times thicker than the one in the discipline hall, roared out. The body of the thunder dragon was almost solidified, the golden dragon might and the purple lightning intertwined, and on every dragon scale, there was an eternal flame jumping. Destroy. Purify. Suppress. The purple gold thunder dragon charged into the group of demon servants with an overwhelming force. Shichikichichi. Like a red-hot iron, it burned into the snow. The demon servants, whose scalps would tingle at the sight of ordinary warriors, were purified instantly and evaporated into black smoke without even having time to scream the moment they came into contact with the immortal thunder and flame. Wherever the thunder dragon passes, it is unstoppable and can destroy everything in its path. In just a few breaths, hundreds of demon servants were wiped out. My demon servant! The black-robed guardian screamed in pain. His little bit of Taoism was simply a joke in front of the immortal thunderflame. It's your turn. Zhao Ping'an's gaze fell on Chen Ao and the black-robed protector. His figure moved, shrinking the earth into an inch. Taking a step forward, the man appeared in front of Chen Ao. Too fast. Chen Ao's pupils contracted violently. He only had time to hold the flaming sword across his chest. Zhao Ping'an didn't even look at the sword. Ding! Battle simulation mode activated. The target sword technique is red flame sword technique, with 7 flaws in total. Flaw 1, when blocking horizontally, 3 inches below the left ribs, the true fire circulation creates a gap of a fraction of a second. The system prompt sound flashed through my mind. Zhao Ping'an's left fist was like a cannonball fired from a gun, arriving first. It did not hit the sword, but bypassed the blade at an extremely tricky angle and hit Chen Ao's left rib hard. Bang! A muffled sound. Chen Ao's protective true fire shattered with a sound. He was struck by lightning, spurting out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backwards like a broken sack, hitting the bone altar in the distance hard. Snap! A huge crack was created on the altar. One punch. With just one punch, the Chen family's prodigy, a master in the middle stage of the burning fire realm, was seriously injured. No. Pht. Chen Ao struggled to stand up, but he spat out another mouthful of black blood mixed with internal organ fragments, and his breath instantly became extremely weak. Zhao Pingyan didn't even look at him, turned around and walked towards the black-robed protector who was already frightened silly. No! Don't come over here! The black-robed guardian screamed in terror and turned around to escape. Zhao Pingyan's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. Didn't you say I was the best sacrifice? Zhao Pingyan stretched out his hand, grabbed the black-robed guardian's neck, and lifted him into the air. The purple-gold immortal lightning flame spread along his arm and onto the body of the black-robed guardian. Ah. The black-robed guardian let out a scream that was not like a human voice. The evil demonic energy in his body was ignited like gasoline under the burning of the immortal thunder and flame. His entire body turned into a purple-gold torch. The demon lord will not let you go. Before being completely purified, he used up his last bit of strength and uttered a resentful curse. He suddenly thrust a poisoned bone dagger into his heart. Use my blood as bait. Use my soul as the key. Come down. Great master. Boom. The body of the black-robed guardian exploded. All his flesh, blood, and soul turned into an extremely pure black energy and poured into the bone altar under his feet. The entire blood sacrifice formation was shining brightly at this moment. Space begins to distort. Above the altar, a dark crack was torn open. A terrifying aura from ancient times, far beyond the burning fire realm and even beyond the five elements realm, seeped out from the cracks. A ferocious giant claw covered with black scales and as big as a truck slowly emerged from the crack. The moment that ferocious giant claw stretched out, the air in the entire port area seemed to freeze. The indescribable pressure, like an ancient demon mountain, came crashing down. Snap! Snap! The ground couldn't bear the pressure, and spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly. The gantry crane in the distance groaned under the heavy load, and the thick steel cables broke one by one. Yi Ziyi groaned, her soul trembling, and she almost fell to the ground. Zhao Pingyan stood in front of her at the first moment, the immortal thunder flame in his body circulated wildly, and the purple gold light formed a protective shield to block the terrifying pressure. Even so, he could feel his bones creaking. So strong. This power was completely beyond his comprehension. This is definitely not the burning fire realm. Even Lin Qingtan's aura of the five elements realm cannot compare with it. He. A teeth-grinding laugh came from the crack. A ferocious, huge head with curved devilish horns slowly squeezed out from the crack. Its eyes, like two blood-red suns, are filled with greed and tyranny. Its gaze instantly locked onto Zhao Pingyan. To be more precise, it was locked onto the purple-gold immortal thunder flame on Zhao Pingyan. Such a pure source of thunder and fire. The monster's voice resounded directly in the depths of Zhao Pingyan's soul. I never thought that such a delicious soul could be born in this barren world. Human, give your all and become a part of this throne. This is your supreme honor. Before he finished speaking, the huge devil's claw slowly pressed down towards Zhao Pingyan. The speed is not fast, but it blocks all the space. It seemed as if the entire world was pressing towards Zhao Pingyan with this claw. There is no way to retreat. There is no way to avoid it. Go! Zhao Pingyan roared and pushed Yi Ziyi away. His eyes were wide open, there was no fear in them, only a crazy fighting spirit. Die? His life, Zhao Pingyan, belongs to him, not to some damn devil. Explode for me. The immortal lightning flame in his body was pushed to the extreme at this moment. The purple gold flame in the dantian was spinning and compressing wildly. He actually wanted to die together with the descending monster at the cost of his own true fire. However, at this critical moment, a green lotus petal floated over from nowhere. It looks light and weightless. It floated down leisurely onto the huge devil's claw. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The devil's claws that were powerful enough to crush mountains stopped in mid-air. For the first time, horror and fear appeared in the monster's blood-red pupils. The next moment, an extremely sharp azure sword light, which could not be described in words, burst out from the lotus petals. Laugh. No sound. The indestructible devil's claw, along with half of its arm, was silently cut off by the green sword light. The black devil's blood poured down from the crack like a waterfall. Ah! A shrill scream, so piercing that it seemed like no living creature could make, came from the crack, shaking the entire space and making it buzz. A mere projection dares to act so presumptuously in front of me? A cold voice came from the sky. Lin Xingtan's figure had appeared above the port area at some point. She stood in the air, her clothes fluttering in the wind, like the Queen Mother of the Nine Heavens. That beautiful face was covered with a layer of frost that was enough to freeze time and space. She didn't even draw her sword. He simply stretched out his onion-like index finger and lightly tapped the crack in the space. Qinglian, Sword World. Buzz. A huge green lotus that covered the sky and the sun bloomed out of thin air. Every lotus petal is an indestructible sword energy. The sword lotus slowly rotated, completely enveloping the space crack and the projection of the monster inside. No! You are, the green lotus sword immortal. Spare my life. From the crack, the monster's extremely terrified cry for mercy was heard. There was no trace of emotion on Lin Xingtan's face. She just uttered a word softly. Destroy. The huge green lotus suddenly closed. Billions of sword energies burst out at the same time. At this moment, space was completely shattered and turned into a chaotic nothingness. The crack, along with everything inside, was completely erased, leaving no trace. As if it had never appeared. After doing all this, Lin Xingtan's figure slowly descended from the air and stood in front of Zhao Pingyan. She glanced at Chen Ao, who was severely injured and unconscious beside the altar, and then looked at the port area that had been completely purified. Finally, her gaze fell on Zhao Pingyan. How does it feel? Very strong. Zhao Pingyan told the truth. At that moment, he truly felt death. That is the Lord Korn among the extraterritorial demons. What just descended was only a projection of 1/1000th of his power. Lin Xingtan's tone remained calm. Zhao Pingyan's heart sank. A 1/1000th projection is so terrifying? The Divine Revelation Society is even crazier than I imagined. A murderous glint flashed in Lin Xingtan's eyes. They actually dared to use the city's dragon vein nodes to perform a coordinate positioning summoning ritual. What do they want to do? Zhao Pingyan asked. They're testing. Lin Xingtan turned around and looked at the brightly lit city in the distance. Testing the reaction speed and strength of Shanghai's defense forces. And her gaze returned to Zhao Pingyan and became extremely solemn. To test your brand new Thunderfire Dao Seed that has been refined into the Heavenly Demon Dao Seed, to see how well it can restrain their power. All of this is in preparation for their real plan. An ominous premonition arose in Zhao Pingyan's heart. What's the plan? Lin Xingtan's eyes became colder than ever before. A true blood sacrifice, far larger than today's. The sacrifice is the most elite and talented young warriors of the entire Dongxia kingdom. She said the place word by word, which made Zhao Pingyan shudder all over. They've already infiltrated the upper echelons of the Martial Arts Alliance. The venue for this year's National Martial Arts College entrance examination was chosen by them, the final altar. Chapter 30 Martial Arts College Entrance Examination. Every word Lin Xingtan said was like a piece of black ice that had existed for thousands of years, hitting Zhao Pingyan and Yi Ziyi's hearts. The final venue of the National Martial Arts College entrance examination turned out to be a huge cemetery prepared for these chosen ones, a bloody altar dedicated to the extraterritorial demons. How crazy! How vicious! Why did they choose the college entrance examination? Zhao Pingyan's voice was hoarse, and the immortal thunderflame was surging in his body, but it could not dispel the chill that came from his bones. Because only at that time would the entire Dongxia nation's most elite and fortunate generation of geniuses gather together without any defense. Lin Xingtan's eyes were so cold that they seemed to be able to freeze time and space. Their flesh and blood, talents, and even their soaring luck are the most favored sacrifices for the heavenly demon. Once the blood sacrifice succeeds, not only will you die, but the polluted dragon vein node will become a permanent spatial coordinate, allowing the main force of the extraterritorial demons to march straight in and descend upon this world. By then, Shanghai, and even the entire Dongxia, will be reduced to a living hell. Yi Ziyi's face was completely pale. She couldn't imagine that scene. I'm going to report this to the Federation. Report it to the military's highest command. She raised the communicator on her wrist tremblingly. It's useless. Lin Xingtan interrupted her action with just one sentence. The Divine Revelation Society was able to infiltrate the upper echelons of the Martial Arts Alliance, so how can you be sure that the military and the federal parliament don't have their lackeys? If you report it now, you'll only alert them, causing them to launch an attack prematurely or change their plans. and you'll be the first target to be silenced. Lin Xingtan's gaze fell on Zhao Ping'an again, and his eyes were as sharp as a sword. So, this matter cannot be handled by us old guys. The only way to break the impasse is for you to completely destroy the core of the altar at the moment the blood sacrifice formation is activated. I will deal with Chen Tianxiong, but the Divine Inspiration Society must have a backup plan for this plan, perhaps even something more terrifying than the projection of the Lord Korn. Everything in the finals depends on you alone. Zhao Ping'an clenched his fists. He felt the heavy responsibility that almost crushed him. This is no longer a battle he fights alone. Behind it are countless innocent lives, the safety of the entire city, and even the entire country. What do I need to do? He said without any nonsense. Become stronger. Lin Xingtan's answer was equally simple and direct. There are still 7 days until the college entrance examination. In these 7 days, I will let you know what hell is. As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't give Zhao Ping'an any time to react. She stretched out her hand and an irresistible sword intent enveloped Zhao Ping'an. Mother! Yi Ziyi exclaimed. You, stay here and study the formation information I gave you. Lin Xingtan's voice came from a distance. If he dies in there, you use the Qinglian amulet and escape. The farther you run, the better. The next moment, Zhao Ping'an felt dizzy. When he looked around again, he found himself in a completely enclosed, huge space made of black metal. In the center of the space stood a huge metal pillar, connected to which were countless thick energy pipes. This is the Yi family's gravity training room, which can reach a maximum of 300 times gravity. Lin Xingtan's voice, like that of a god, echoed in the space. Your mission is to completely control your immortal thunder flame under 300 times the gravity, and integrate it into every move you make. Otherwise, die. The moment the words fell. Buzz. The terrifying pressure came crashing down. Zhao Ping'an felt as if a mountain thousands of feet high was pressing down on him, and his bones instantly groaned under the heavy burden. Plop. His knees softened and he fell to the ground uncontrollably, leaving 2 shallow pits on the hard metal floor from his knees. His internal organs seemed to be crushed into pieces by this tremendous force. Breathing became extremely difficult. This is only 50 times the gravity. Ding. The host has been detected entering a super-limit training environment. Diligence can make up for shortcomings system, potential explosion mode activated. Every time the host practices under extreme pressure, he will gain additional foundation growth. The system's prompt sound was like a stimulant, injected into Zhao Ping'an's mind. He bit his back teeth, veins popped out on his forehead, and he used all his strength to try to stand up from the ground. Yet, gravity keeps climbing. 60 times. 70 times. 80 times. Zhao Ping'an's body was pressed to the ground so tightly that even moving a finger was a luxury for him. His consciousness began to blur. Just when he was about to faint, a scorching power burst out from his dantian. Immortal thunder flame. Purple gold flames, like magma, seeped out from every pore of his body, forming a thin flame shield that offset some of the terrifying pressure on him. Zhao Ping'an took a deep breath and regained consciousness. He knew that this was the real beginning of the trial. He no longer resisted the heavy pressure, but actively guided the immortal lightning flame in his body, slowly flowing through his meridians along a specific trajectory. With each cycle, his control over the thunder and flames became more refined. The originally violent force began to become docile and could be controlled at will. Gravity has increased to 100 times. Zhao Ping'an was already able to sit cross-legged. Sweat mixed with blood continuously seeped out of his body and was instantly evaporated by the purple gold flames. Time passes day by day. Zhao Ping'an completely forgot everything about the outside world. In his world, there was only the ever-increasing pressure and the endless thunder and fire surging in his body. The next day, with a gravity of 150 times, he was able to stand up and slowly perform the basic bodybuilding fist. On the third day, with 200 times the gravity, his fists and feet were already carrying a trace of purple golden lightning and fire. On the fifth day, the gravity was 250 times stronger. His every breath merged with the immortal flame of thunder. Every move he made had the power to burn mountains and boil seas. Ding! Mastery of Thunder Dragon Break has reached perfection. The advanced killing move Thunder Flame Emperor Dragon Fist has been automatically comprehended. Ding! Mastery of Shrinking the Earth into an Inch has reached perfection. Advanced movement technique Lightning Movie has been automatically mastered. Ding! The host's foundation has been greatly strengthened, HP plus 20. Current HP value, 120 points. The peak of the early stage of the Burning Fire Realm. Day 7. The moment when 300 times the gravity completely descended. Zhao Ping'an suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! He did not release any aura, but an extremely condensed pressure emanated naturally from his body, and it actually formed a rival force with the 300 times gravity. He stood up slowly, his movements smooth and flowing, without any hesitation. He raised his hand, and a purple golden lotus of thunder and fire quietly blossomed and spun in his palm. Each lotus petal contains a terrifying power that is enough to easily tear apart a master of the Burning Fire Realm. And this power was perfectly controlled by him in his palm, without leaking out even a little bit. Good. Lin Xingtan's figure appeared at the door of the gravity room. She looked at Zhao Ping'an, and for the first time, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face, which had been frozen for thousands of years. Put it on. She threw over a brand new black combat uniform and a space ring that was gleaming with light. Inside the ring are the elixirs and formation diagrams that Zi prepared for you. Remember, the use of any communication devices is prohibited inside the college entrance examination venue. Your only means of communication is the thunder chaser I gave you. Zhao Ping'an took the combat uniform without asking any questions. Let's go, it's time. Lin Xingtan turned around. When Zhao Ping'an walked out of the gravity room, the dazzling sunlight made him squint slightly. Yi Ziyi was already waiting outside. When she saw Zhao Ping'an, a hint of surprise and heartache flashed in her cold phoenix eyes. After not seeing each other for 7 days, Zhao Ping'an's temperament had undergone a drastic change. If it was a sharp sword before, then now it is a peerless divine sword hidden in a sheath, its edge is restrained, but it is even more dangerous. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky, and his every move and gesture exuded the bearing of a master. The special plane for the college entrance examination is already waiting. Yi Ziyi's voice trembled slightly. The two walked side by side towards the helipad outside the Yi family mansion. A silver shuttle painted with the emblem of the Federal Martial Arts Alliance was quietly hovering there. The hatch opened and a smiling Alliance staff member in a white uniform walked down. Zhao Ping'an, Yi Ziyi, welcome aboard. I'm the team leader, Sun Miao. His smile was warm, but his eyes made Zhao Ping'an feel a little uncomfortable. It's so fake. Zhao Ping'an said nothing and boarded the shuttle with Yi Ziyi. Inside the cabin, there were already more than a dozen top talents from various martial arts high schools in Shanghai. When they saw Zhao Ping'an and Yi Ziyi, the atmosphere in the cabin suddenly became a little subtle. Envy, jealousy, disdain, all kinds of complicated looks intertwined. Hey, isn't this the champion who relied on women to get to the top? Why, are you planning to take your bodyguard with you to take the college entrance examination this time? A sarcastic voice sounded from the corner. He is a collateral branch of the Chen family, Chen Tianxi's cousin, Chen Tianyu. There was an undisguised sarcasm on his face. Zhao Ping'an glanced over indifferently. When Chen Tianyu was seen by that gaze, he felt his heart suddenly jump, as if he was stared at by a prehistoric beast. The rest of the words were stuck in his throat and he couldn't say a word. The entire cabin was instantly quiet. Everyone felt the invisible pressure. Team leader Sun Miao smiled and tried to smooth things over. All right, we're all classmates and we're going to participate in the final battle together soon, so we need to unite. As he spoke, he looked at Zhao Ping'an calmly, and a strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes. The shuttle slowly rose into the air, turned into a silver stream of light, and disappeared into the sky. The flying process is long and boring. Zhao Ping'an closed his eyes to rest, but his mind was immersed in the space ring given to him by Lin Xingtan. In the ring, in addition to the large number of recovery pills prepared by Yi Ziyi, there was also a detailed diagram of the filthy blood sacrifice array drawn by her personally. 36 energy nodes and a core array center are marked on it. Ziyi, if. Zhao Ping'an used his mental power to leave a message in the ring. If things are impossible, just crush the amulet and leave on your own. If you die, what's the point of me living? Yi Ziyi's mind recovered almost instantly, with an unprecedented determination. Zhao Ping'an's heart trembled suddenly. I don't know how long it took. The shuttle began to slowly descend. Team leader Sun Miao's voice rang out, everyone, we have arrived at the final examination venue, Dragon Prison Island. Zhao Ping'an opened his eyes and looked out through the porthole. A huge island shrouded in endless fog appeared in sight. The island is dark red in color, with rugged rocks and no grass growing on it, like an ancient ferocious beast crawling on the sea. The whole island was filled with an ominous and dead silence. The shuttle landed on a huge square paved with black metal. The square was surrounded by towering alloy walls covered with ferocious energy cannon muzzles and flickering electric grids. This place doesn't look like an examination room, but more like a prison where a vicious demon is imprisoned. When Zhao Pingyan and his companions got off the shuttle, hundreds of geniuses from all over the country had already gathered in the square. Each of them has a strong aura and sharp eyes, and is a true child of destiny. Zhao Pingyan's eyes swept through the crowd. Suddenly, his gaze met an equally sharp gaze in mid-air. He was a tall young man wearing a purple combat uniform with lightning patterns. He stood at the front of the crowd, like a spear about to pierce the sky, his whole body emitting a violent aura of thunder. When he saw Zhao Pingyan, a hint of fighting spirit appeared on the corner of his mouth. Shanghai City, Zhao Pingyan? The young man's voice, like thunder, spread throughout the square. My name is Lei Qianjue, and I'm from the Lei family in Beijing. I heard that you suppressed the Wang family's master with one punch? Very good. Lei Qianjue stretched out his finger and pointed at Zhao Pingyan from a distance. The champion of this college entrance examination is mine. And you will be the first stepping stone on my way to the top. The moment he finished speaking, a thick purple bolt of lightning shot up into the sky behind him, blasting a huge hole in the gloomy sky. The middle stage of the burning fire realm. Moreover, he specializes in thunder magic, and his combat power far exceeds that of the top geniuses of the same level. The entire square was instantly boiling with excitement because of his move. It was at this time. On the high platform in the center of the square, a middle-aged man with a dignified face and wearing a red cloak of the Martial Arts Alliance walked out slowly. His eyes swept across the entire audience, and his voice was like a loud bell. Quiet. I am the chief examiner of this year's college entrance examination, vice president of the Martial Arts Alliance, Xiao Wuji. Now, I announce the rules of the final battle. He paused, a strange smile on his face. There are no rules for this exam. All of you will be sent to various areas of Dragon Prison Island. There is only one thing you need to do. Survive. Kill any living creature you see, including your classmates, and you will earn points. Ultimately, the top 10 in points will qualify to enter the Federation's premier martial arts sacred ground. Time limit, 3 days. Whoever is still alive on the island after 3 days will be the winner. Now, the launch begins. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Wuji waved his hand violently. Hundreds of holes suddenly appeared on the ground of the square. An irresistible suction force came, and everyone fell down uncontrollably, and was randomly teleported to various corners of the island. At the moment of falling, Zhao Pingyan grabbed Yi Ziyi's hand tightly. The two of them turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the dark passage. On the high platform, Xiao Wuji looked at the empty square, and the smile on his face became extremely ferocious and fanatical. He took out a pitch-black token engraved with the head of a demon from his arms. Great Master, the sacrifice has been placed in the cage. Blood sacrifice feast. Now, begin. He suddenly pressed the token into the groove in the center of the platform. Buzz. A blood-red light curtain shot up into the sky, like an inverted giant bull, completely covering the entire Dragon Prison Island. Under the island, 36 energy nodes lit up at the same time. An invisible net made of blood and resentful souls, covering the entire island, slowly unfolds. Chapter 31 Good Acting. In the dark passage, the feeling of weightlessness and tearing came at the same time. Zhao Pingyan held Yi Ziyi's wrist tightly. The immortal thunder flame formed a thin protective shield on the surface of the body to resist the dizziness caused by space teleportation. He could feel that the power of transmission was rough and chaotic. It was not a precise, targeted transmission at all, but more like hundreds of people being randomly scattered over a vast area. The feeling of falling suddenly came. At the end of the passage is a scarlet sky. Pay close attention. Zhao Pingyan let out a low growl and pulled Yi Ziyi into his arms. The blood and energy in his body began to circulate, preparing to deal with the impact of landing. Boom! The two men fell on a dark red piece of land, the ground was as hard as iron, and a cloud of dust splashed up. Zhao Pingyan twisted his body forcefully at the last moment before landing, using his back to bear most of the impact. Even so, he still felt his internal organs churning. He quickly stood up, protected Yi Ziyi behind him, and looked around vigilantly. This is a rocky canyon, and the air is filled with a stench of rust and rotting flesh. The sky was an eerie blood red, with a black sun hanging high in the sky, casting an unsettling light. The ground beneath his feet was a dark red, soaked in blood for thousands of years, and no grass grew on it. There were only some twisted and dry strange trees, like struggling ghost claws, reaching towards the sky. The entire island is filled with a dead silence and evil that penetrates deep into the bones. The formation has been fully activated. Yi Zi's face was pale. She looked at the huge blood-red light curtain in the sky and said in a tense voice, "The spiritual energy here is polluted and filled with tyranny and chaos." Xiao Pingyan nodded, he could feel it. When the immortal thunder flame in the body came into contact with this foul aura, it spontaneously began to move, emitting a humming sound of resistance. This place has a natural suppression on martial artists who practice orthodox martial arts. But for those who practice evil and demonic skills, it is like a fish in water. Roar! A roar that didn't sound like that of a wild beast came from the depths of the canyon. In the shadows, 3 monsters, as big as rhinos, covered with bone spurs and with green ghost fire burning in their eyes, suddenly rushed out. Their bodies were flowing with black pus and blood, emitting a strong demonic aura. It is somewhat similar to the demon servant seen in the port area before, but more violent and more substantial. It's a native beast on the island. It was infected by the evil energy of the blood sacrifice formation and turned into a demonic creature. Yi Zi said quickly, "They've lost their minds and will only attack anything that lives." 3 demonized beasts came in a V-shaped formation, moving at an extremely fast speed, stirring up a gust of fishy wind. Just right. A fighting spirit flashed in Xiao Pingyan's eyes. After 7 days of hard training, he needed a satisfying battle to completely digest the surging power. Zi, step back. He took a step forward, and his whole body was like a sword drawn from its sheath, its edge fully exposed. Facing the demonized beast that was rushing towards him, Xiao Pingyan did not dodge or evade, but clenched his right fist. The Thunder Flame Emperor Dragon Fist was not used. It was just an ordinary straight punch, a basic bodybuilding punch. But the body that has been tempered under 300 times the gravity, combined with the blood and energy at the peak of the early stage of the burning fire realm. The power of this punch is so terrifying. There wasn't even any flame wrapped around the fist. Pure, ultimate, physical strength. Boom! The fist collided heavily with the head of the demonized beast. Snap! There was a teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking. The skull of the demonized beast was as hard as steel, but under Xiao Pingyan's fist, it exploded instantly like paper. Red and white splashed all over the floor. Its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang due to the huge inertia, twitched twice, and then died. One punch. Flash sale. A trace of instinctive fear flashed in the ghost fire eyes of the other 2 demonized beasts, but they were controlled by the evil spirit and still attacked from both sides without fear of death. One of them opened its bloody mouth and bit Xiao Pingyan's neck. The bony tail on the other end was like a steel whip, lashing towards his waist and ribs with a sound of breaking through the air. Too slow. Xiao Pingyan's figure left a faint afterimage on the spot. Thunder movie. His figure transformed into a purple gold electric light that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, and instantly circled to the side of the ferocious beast on the left. The beast's huge mouth was still in a biting posture, but it bit nothing. Xiao Pingyan put his fingers together like a sword, and a wisp of purple gold lightning flame flickered at his fingertips. Break! He pointed his finger and hit the demonized beast right on the temple. Laugh! The immortal thunder flame erupted instantly, and the destructive lightning contained in it was the natural nemesis of these filthy monsters. The ferocious beast's huge head couldn't even utter a scream before it was completely purified from the inside by the lightning flames and evaporated into a puff of black smoke. The huge headless corpse fell to the ground with a loud bang. At the same time, the huge bony tail of the other ferocious beast, with tremendous force, hit the place where Xiao Pingyan had just stood. Bang! A half-foot deep gully was dug out in the ground, and gravel flew everywhere. The beast's attack missed and it was about to turn around. A purple gold figure, like a ghost, appeared above its head. Xiao Pingyan stood in the air, looking down at it with an indifferent look. He raised his right foot, and the purple gold lightning flames gathered under his feet. Then, he stepped down suddenly. Boom! This kick seemed to carry a tremendous amount of thunder. He stepped hard on the entire head of the demonized beast into the hard ground, and it exploded into a ball of blood mist. 3 breaths. The 3 demonized beasts in the early stage of the burning fire realm were all killed. The whole process is smooth and full of the beauty of violence and destruction. Yi Zi stood not far away, looking at the tall figure, with a strange gleam in her cold phoenix eyes. After not seeing him for 7 days, his strength had already reached a level that she needed to look up to. Zhao Pingyan shook the blood off his fist, walked to the corpse of a ferocious beast, and frowned slightly. He could feel that after the death of these ferocious beasts, the filthy demonic energy and remaining life essence contained in their bodies did not dissipate. Instead, it turned into thin blood-red lines that were invisible to the naked eye and were slowly absorbed by the blood-red light curtain in the sky and the ground beneath the feet. "They're eating. Zhao Pingyan said in a deep voice. "The entire island is a giant living altar." Yi Ziyi walked over, her face solemn. "Any creature we kill will become its nourishment, making it stronger. Killing is a trap. But if we don't kill, we will be killed. This is an unsolvable conspiracy." At this moment, several screams and the sound of weapons clashing were heard from the other end of the canyon. "Help! Someone save us! Damn it! Why can't these monsters be killed?" Zhao Pingyan and Yi Ziyi looked at each other, moved their bodies, and jumped onto a huge rock in a few flashes. At the other end of the canyon, there were 5 candidates wearing different high school uniforms. He was being besieged by 7 or 8 similar demonic beasts, and was in great danger. These 5 people are all at the peak of the body tempering stage, and are only one step away from the fire burning stage. They are considered top talents in their respective schools. However, in this polluted environment, their strength was suppressed by at least 30%. Faced with the fearless demonized beasts, they could only barely form a circle and hold on. One of the tall boys split the chest of a ferocious beast with a knife. But the ferocious beast just shook, and black air surged from the wound, and it was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. No! Their recovery ability is too strong. My chi is almost exhausted. The tall boy shouted anxiously. "Captain! What should we do?" A girl cried out in tears, with 3 deep wounds on her arm that were visible to the bone. The black energy was flowing through the wound, constantly eroding her flesh and blood. Despair began to spread among the 5 people. Roar! Another ferocious beast broke through their defenses and bit the injured girl with its bloody mouth. The girl closed her eyes in fear. At this critical moment, call out! A stream of purple gold light descended from the sky, like a spear of divine punishment, accurately piercing the beast's head. The beast's body froze instantly, then collapsed to the ground, turning into a charred corpse. The 5 students were all stunned. They looked in the direction of the light. I saw a man and a woman standing quietly on the boulder. The man has a tall and straight figure and a calm face. The woman is stunningly beautiful and has a cool temperament. It was Zhao Pingyan and Yi Ziyi. It's Zhao Pingyan, champion of the Shanghai martial arts competition. And the Yi family's proud daughter, Yi Ziyi. The 5 people recognized them and their faces showed ecstasy of surviving the disaster. "Senior Zhao! Save us!" The tall boy shouted excitedly. Zhao Pingyan did not respond. His gaze shifted from the ferocious beasts to the 5 students. Then, he moved. His figure flashed, turning into a flash of lightning, and instantly rushed into the herd of beasts. Punching, kicking, pointing, and chopping. There are no fancy moves, only the simplest, most direct, and most effective killing. Each strike accurately hit the vital point of a ferocious beast. Each strike contained the power of purifying thunder and fire. TSK! 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 Those demonized beasts that left the 5 geniuses helpless. In front of Zhao Pingyan, she was as fragile as a doll. It only took a dozen or so breaths. The 7 or 8 ferocious beasts that besieged them were all wiped out and turned into charred corpses on the ground. The 5 students were stunned, their minds going blank. Is this the strength of a champion? They are both candidates, why is the gap so big? After Zhao Pingyan dealt with the ferocious beast, he slowly walked towards them. The tall boy in the lead reacted and quickly stepped forward, clasping his fists with gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Zhao, for saving my life. My name is Wu Gang, and I'm from the 13th Wu High School." He hasn't finished speaking yet. What greeted him was a fist that was extremely fast. Bang! Wu Gang still had a grateful smile on his face, but he felt like he was hit by a mad elephant. His feet left the ground and he flew backwards more than 10 meters, hitting the cliff wall hard, and rolled to the ground, fainting on the spot. The bones on his chest collapsed, leaving a clear fist mark. This sudden change left everyone stunned. The joy on the faces of the remaining 4 students froze in an instant, turning into boundless fear and confusion. The injured girl asked tremblingly. Didn't you see? There was no trace of emotion in Zhao Ping'an's voice. He pointed to the place where Wu Gang fainted. Behind Wu Gang, a dagger flashing with a faint green light appeared. The dagger was originally aimed at Zhao Ping'an's heart. Just now, when Wu Gang stepped forward to thank him and attracted his attention, another thin boy standing behind Wu Gang launched a sneak attack. Just his actions. In Zhao Ping'an's eyes, it was as slow as a snail. The thin boy was now stiff all over, his face full of horror. He didn't understand how his fatal attack was seen through. Good acting. Zhao Ping'an looked at him. Use a cry for help to lower the target's vigilance. Then the captain will step forward to attract their attention, and you will launch a fatal attack from behind. After that, you will eliminate the remaining 3 burdens and take all the points for yourself, correct? The thin boy's face turned pale in an instant. How do you know? Because, from the moment I appeared, your heartbeat has been accelerating. Zhao Ping'an walked towards him step by step. It's not the excitement of surviving a disaster, but the excitement of a hunter seeing his prey take the bait. Your eyes have been observing Eze behind me, planning how to kill 2 people with 1 blow. The thin boy's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He felt that he was not facing someone of the same age. But he is an old monster who has lived for thousands of years and can see through people's hearts. No. It wasn't me. It was Wu Gang. He forced me to do this. He screamed in terror and tried to shift the blame elsewhere. Noisy. Zhao Ping'an lost his patience. His figure flashed and appeared in front of the thin boy. He grabbed his neck and lifted him up with one hand. I gave you a chance to live. Click. A crisp sound. He easily broke the thin boy's neck and his head drooped weakly. Zhao Ping'an threw the body on the ground and glanced at the remaining 3 students who were already frightened. You guys, want to kill me too? The 3 of them were so frightened that they shook their heads desperately. No. I dare not. We know nothing. Please spare us. Zhao Ping'an didn't take any more action. He could see that these 3 people were truly unaware and were just pawns being used. Roll. He uttered a word. The 3 men, as if pardoned, fled to the other end of the canyon, crawling and tumbling, not even daring to look back. Yi walked over and took a look at the 2 corpses on the ground. A trace of disgust flashed across her cold face. The exam has just begun. Yes. Zhao Ping'an raised his head and looked at the blood-red sky. This is just the beginning. As soon as the words fell, from the depths of the canyon came an earth-shaking roar. Roar. This roar was more than 10 times more powerful than the previous demonized beast's roar. A violent, bloody breath filled with desire for destruction swept across the entire canyon like a tsunami. The ground was shaking violently. Countless pieces of rubble fell from the mountain walls on both sides. A terrifying figure, 5 meters tall, covered in blood-colored crystal armor and holding a huge bone blade, step by step out of the darkness. Its eyes were 2 whirlpools burning with blood-red flames. With every step you take, the ground beneath your feet corrodes and billows with black smoke. Its aura had surprisingly reached the middle stage of the burning fire realm. Moreover, it is much stronger than the greenhouse flower like Chen Ao. This is the real hunter in this bloody hunting ground. Blood. Blood Demon General. Yi Ziyi's voice trembled for the first time. This is the elite monster condensed after the blood sacrifice formation absorbed enough flesh, blood, and resentment. The Blood Demon General's gaze instantly locked onto Zhao Ping'an and Yi Ziyi. Its scarlet eyes revealed human greed and tyranny. It could feel how pure life energy was contained in the bodies of the 2 humans in front of it. Especially the purple gold flame on the male human, which has a fatal attraction to it. Devour him and you will be able to complete your next evolution. Humanity. A hoarse, distorted sound like metallic friction came from the Blood Demon General's throat. Become a part of me. It suddenly raised the huge bone blade in its hand and slashed at Zhao Ping'an and the other man through the air. Buzz. A blood-red blade light 10 feet long flew out. Wherever the blade passed, the space groaned as if it could not bear the burden. The air was torn apart, forming a vacuum zone visible to the naked eye. This knife is enough to cut a building in half. Before the blade arrived, the bloody and murderous aura was blowing towards him. It is enough to make ordinary warriors in the burning fire realm lose their minds and their hands and feet become cold. Zhao Ping'an protected Yi Ziyi behind him. In the black pupils, purple gold lightning flames rose up. Chapter 32 Shepherd. Facing the blood-red blade light that was powerful enough to split mountains and break peaks, Zhao Ping'an did not retreat but advanced. He took a step forward and the earth shook violently. Just in time. A long roar suppressed the roar of the demon general. The immortal thunder in flame in his body. After 7 days of hard training, he completely burst out without reservation for the first time. Boom! Purple gold flames shot up into the sky. It transformed into a huge beam of light, illuminating the dim canyon as bright as day. In the flames, lightning was surging and the dragon's might was overwhelming. Full of the overbearing will to destroy, purify, and suppress all evil. The filthy demonic energy attached to the blood-colored blade light came into contact with this breath the moment it came into contact with this breath. It was like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun, melting with a hissing sound, and its power suddenly weakened by 3 points. Zhao Ping'an clenched his right fist and raised it high. The purple golden lightning flames gathered towards his fist madly, compressed, and condensed. A lifelike purple gold thunder dragon, more solid and majestic than any previous one, was wrapped around his arm. The dragon's head is held high and its eyes are wide open. Every dragon scale flashes with destructive lightning. Thunder Flame Emperor Dragon Fist. Break! A punch was thrown. There are no unnecessary movements, just the purest and most domineering frontal attack. Ah! The purple gold thunder dragon flew out of his fist, emitting a dragon roar that shook the sky. With overwhelming force, he charged towards the bloody blade. Boom! A terrifying energy storm erupted in the canyon. Purple gold and blood color, 2 completely different forces. Crazy collision, erosion, and annihilation. The violet airwaves, like a Category 12 hurricane, swept in all directions. A layer of rock was scraped off the mountain walls on both sides. Countless huge rocks rolled down, and smoke and dust filled the sky. Yi Zigi had already activated the green lotus amulet given to her by Lin Qingtan the moment Zhao Ping'an threw his punch. A green lotus shadow enveloped her, blocking all attacks. Her eyes were fixed on the center of the explosion. In the smoke and dust, the blood-red blade light that was powerful enough to kill an ordinary person in the middle stage of the burning fire realm shattered into pieces. It was torn apart, swallowed, and purified by the purple gold thunder dragon. The thunder dragon's remaining momentum did not diminish as it roared and charged towards the blood demon general. For the first time, horror appeared in the blood-red pupils of the blood demon general. It didn't expect that this ant, who seemed to be only in the early stage of the burning fire realm, could burst out with such terrifying power. The purple gold flame has a natural restraint on it. It roared angrily and blocked the huge bone blade in front of its chest. Clang! The purple gold thunder dragon slammed heavily onto the bone blade, making a deafening sound of metal clashing. The huge body of the blood demon general was knocked back 7 or 8 steps by the residual force of this punch. Every step left a footprint half a meter deep on the hard ground. The arm holding the bone blade, covered with blood-red crystal armor, had tiny cracks appearing. The power of a punch is so great. However, before it could steady itself, a flash of lightning flashed in front of it. Zhao Ping'an's figure was so fast that only a shadow remained. He knocked the demon general back with one punch, without any pause, shrinking the distance into an inch and acting with lightning, and rushed forward in an instant. He knew very well that when dealing with this kind of monster, he must not give it any chance to breathe. Die! Zhao Ping'an's attack was like a storm. His fists turned into 2 purple gold meteors. With surging lightning, it bombarded the blood demon general madly. Bang! 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 The dull sound of impact, like dense drumbeats, echoed in the canyon. Every punch contains the purifying power of immortal thunder and flame. Each punch accurately hit the weak connection of the blood-colored crystal armor on the blood demon general. This is the best attack point that the system instantly analyzes after the battle simulation mode is turned on. The blood demon general only has the powerful strength of the middle stage of the burning fire realm. But under Zhao Ping'an's extremely fast and tricky attack, he was completely at a disadvantage. Its huge body became its biggest weakness. It roared angrily and swung its bone blade, trying to chop the annoying fly in front of it. But Zhao Ping'an's movements were too fast. It's like a cancer in the bone, following you everywhere. Every time it attacks, it can only hit a series of afterimages. Snap! Snap! The blood-colored crystal armor on the blood demon general. Under the violent rain of punches, it began to shatter and peel off in large pieces. The purple-gold lightning flames penetrated into its body along the wound, frantically destroying its demonic body. Roar! The blood demon general let out a painful roar. The evil energy in its body exploded, forming a blood-colored shockwave, trying to shake Zhao Ping'an away. Zhao Ping'an had anticipated this. He stepped forward and instantly retreated 10 meters away. Just then, Koan position, third from the left, blood and energy node. Yi Zi's cold voice suddenly rang out. She didn't know when, but she had taken out a compass-shaped magic weapon. On the magic weapon, a needle of light was pointing at a position below the left rib of the blood demon general. That was the formation information she had obtained based on the information given by Lin Xingtan. Combining the energy flow of this blood demon general, one of his core weaknesses was instantly deduced. When Zhao Ping'an heard this, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Without any hesitation, Thunder Dragon Break! He didn't hold back at all and punched out again. The purple-gold Thunder Dragon roared out. But this time, the target was not the demon general's head. But it is the inconspicuous blood and chi node under its left rib. The blood demon general felt the fatal crisis and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. It just burst out with demonic energy, and the old strength has gone and the new strength has not yet been born. Boom! Purple-gold Thunder Dragon hits the target accurately. The blood demon general's huge body trembled violently. The blood-colored crystal armor under its left rib exploded, revealing a huge hole. Streams of pure and filthy demonic energy, like a deflated ball, leaked out of the hole like crazy. Its breath instantly weakened a lot. Here you go. Zhao Ping'an praised and rushed forward again. It's not over yet. Yi Zi's voice came again, its gathering strength, preparing to self-destruct its magic core. Shock position, between the eyebrows. Zhao Ping'an looked up. I saw that the blood-red eyes of the blood demon general were shining brightly. A destructive force is madly gathering in the magic core inside its head. It actually wanted to self-destruct and die together with Zhao Ping'an. It's too late. Zhao Ping'an's figure soared into the sky like a cannonball. With an incredible turn in the air, he instantly appeared above the head of the blood demon general. He spread out the 5 fingers of his right hand, and the purple-gold lightning flames gathered into a 3-foot-long lightning flame spear. He stabbed the demon general hard in the center of his eyebrows. Destroy! Phew! The thunder flame spear penetrated the blood demon general's brow without any hindrance and exited from the back of his head. The violent power of thunder and fire exploded inside its head. The blood demon general's movements came to an abrupt halt. The blood-red flames in its eyes quickly went out. The huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, as if all its strength had been drained away. Then, starting from the inside, it is purified and decomposed inch by inch. Finally, it turned into a handful of black ash and dissipated in the wind. Only a fist-sized crystal stone, sparkling with blood, fell to the ground. Magic core. Zhao Ping'an fell from the air, breathing slightly. Although this fierce battle did not last long, it still took a heavy toll on him. He picked up the magic core on the ground and could feel the pure energy contained in it. This thing is a great tonic for you, but it is extremely poisonous to me. He threw the magic core to Yi Zi. Yi Zi took it and sealed it with a jade talisman. We must find the node of the formation as soon as possible and destroy it. Yi Zi looked at the increasingly eerie blood-red light curtain in the sky and said, I feel like this formation is becoming increasingly powerful. I'm afraid there will be more and more demon generals of this level. Zhao Ping'an nodded and was about to speak. Suddenly, both of them felt a sense of alarm at the same time. He turned his head suddenly and looked towards the entrance of the canyon. Snap, snap, snap. Clear applause came from over there. A tall figure slowly walked out from the shadows. The man was wearing a purple combat uniform with thunder patterns. He was tall and had a defiant look on his face. His whole body exuded a violent aura of thunder. It was the prodigy of the Lei family in the capital, Lei Qianjue. His eyes swept over the traces of battle left on the ground. And that handful of black ashes finally fell on Zhao Ping'an. There was no longer any contempt in his eyes as when they first met. Instead, there is a burning desire to fight as if one has met a worthy opponent. Such swift movements, such domineering boxing, such pure power of thunder and fire. Lei Qianjue's voice was like thunder, carrying a natural power. I take that back. You are worthy of being my opponent. But the championship is still mine. He walked forward step by step, and each step fell. Purple arcs of electricity flashed under my feet, scorching the ground. The momentum of the middle stage of the burning fire realm was released without reservation, competing with Zhao Ping'an. You killed the blood demon general? Lei Qianjue's gaze fell on the magic core in Yi Ziyi's hand, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, very fast. What's up? Zhao Ping'an's tone was calm. He couldn't say he had any dislike for this guy who was full of fighting spirit, but he definitely didn't have any good feelings towards him either. Let's make a deal. Lei Qianjue got straight to the point. I know the location of a formation node. Let's work together to destroy it. I'll take 7 of the spoils, and you'll get 3. How do I know you're not trying to use me as cannon fodder? Zhao Ping'an asked back. I, Lei Qianjue, disdain to use such means. Lei Qianjue's face was filled with pride. Besides, you should have sensed it too. There's something wrong with this island. Fighting alone will only lead to death. He obviously also discovered the strangeness of this island. Zhao Ping'an glanced at Yi Ziyi. Yi Ziyi nodded slightly and transmitted her thoughts. He's telling the truth. I just used the Thunder Chaser disc to sense a huge energy source in that direction. It must be one of the 36 nodes. For the two of us, forcing our way in is very risky. Can. Zhao Ping'an nodded in agreement, but the spoils will be split 50-50. You. Lei Qianjue frowned, and a violent force of thunder was about to erupt. Otherwise, we'll find it ourselves. Zhao Ping'an's attitude was equally tough. The two of them exchanged sharp words, and there seemed to be sparks flashing in the air. Finally, Lei Qianjue snorted coldly and restrained his momentum. Okay. It's 50-50. But I want to choose first. Make a deal. Just when the three of them formed a fragile alliance. Whoosh. 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 More than a dozen sounds of breaking through the air, tinged with green poison, suddenly rang out from the mountain walls on both sides of the canyon. Dozens of black crossbow arrows, like poisonous snakes. From all kinds of tricky angles, all their escape routes were blocked. Careful! Zhao Ping'an shouted loudly and pulled Yi Ziyi behind him. The immortal lightning flame turned into a shield to protect the two of them. Lei Qianjue's reaction was equally quick. He roared, and lightning flashed all over his body. Thunder shield. A spherical shield made of pure thunder wrapped his entire body. Ding ding dong dong. Dense crossbow arrows hit the shields of the two men. There was a series of crisp sounds, but it could not move forward an inch. But these crossbow arrows are just the first wave of attack. At the same time as the crossbow arrow was shot, 5 figures, like ghosts, jumped down from the mountain wall. These 5 people were wearing uniform black clothes and evil ghost masks on their faces. Everyone's aura has reached the initial stage of the burning fire realm. They cooperated with each other in perfect harmony, and their actions were filled with murderous aura. They were obviously killers who had undergone rigorous training. In the hands of 5 people. Each of them held a strangely shaped scimitar. An ominous black aura flowed on the blade. Their goal is very clear. 3 of them formed a 3 talons formation. The sword lights intertwined into a big net, covering Lei Qianjue, who had the most powerful momentum. The other 2 were on the left and the right. Like 2 black lightning bolts, they bypassed Zhao Ping'an and headed straight for Yi Ziyi behind him. Catch the leader first. In their opinion, Yi Ziyi. This is the most obvious weakness in this small group. Their timing was perfect. It was Zhao Ping'an and Lei Qianjue who had just experienced a great battle. Another mental and physical confrontation, the most relaxed moment. This was a long-planned, fatal game. Court death. Lei Qianjue roared angrily. He had never been attacked like this before. 10,000 thunder prison. He pressed his hands hard to the ground. Boom. With him as the center, the area within a radius of 10 meters instantly turned into a sea of thunder. Countless thick purple lightning snakes sprang up from the ground and madly bombarded the 3 men in black who were besieging him. The 3 men in black obviously did not expect Lei Qianjue's reaction to be so intense. Caught off guard, he was engulfed by the sea of thunder and let out screams. And the other side. Facing the 2 men in black who pounced on Yi Ziyi, Zhao Ping'an's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He didn't even turn around. Just turn your hand and slap backwards. Get out of here. Buzz. A giant hand made entirely of purple gold lightning flames appeared out of thin air. He grabbed the 2 men in black and the scimitars in their hands. Ah! A scream that was not like a human voice came from Lei Yinju's hand. The two killers in the burning fire realm were burned by the eternal thunder flame. He couldn't even hold out for a breath before he was burned to ashes along with the knife. Flash sale. Another instant kill. The battle on Lei Qianjue's side also ended quickly. His thunder magic was extremely domineering, and the three men in black had a sophisticated formation. But in the face of absolute power, it was still not enough and was quickly blasted into charcoal. It only took a dozen or so breaths. A fatal danger was completely crushed by the two of them with a crushing force. Someone from the Divine Revelation Society? Zhao Ping'an looked at the charred corpses on the ground with a frown. The martial arts of these people are of the same origin as the black-robed guardians encountered in the port area before. It's not just the Divine Revelation Society. A cold voice came from above the canyon. Zhao Ping'an and the other two suddenly looked up. They saw a familiar figure standing on the top of the mountain wall, looking down at them. The man was wearing the white uniform of the Federal Martial Arts Federation. There was a smile on his face as warm as the spring breeze. It is the leader of this college entrance examination, Sun Miao. Captain Sun? Lei Qianjue's brow furrowed even deeper. What do you mean? It's nothing. Sun Miao's smile became extremely strange, just introducing it to you. He clapped his hands. Behind him, more than a dozen candidates, also wearing school uniforms of various colors, walked out. But the eyes of these candidates revealed numbness and madness. These are the failed products that have been eliminated. Sun Miao's gaze swept over Zhao Ping'an, Yi Zi, and Lei Qianjue one by one, and finally stopped on Zhao Ping'an. His eyes were full of greed and fanaticism, as if he was admiring a perfect work of art. And you, I have carefully selected you, the most perfect main sacrifice. Please introduce yourself. He slowly took off his gold-rimmed glasses, and his gentle face instantly became extremely ferocious. An aura far beyond the burning fire realm, filled with evil and filth. A loud explosion erupted from his body. Xinqi Society, Shanghai Branch, Chief Director of the Shepherd Project, Sun Miao. Welcome to the final feast prepared for you. Chapter 33 Bloody Hunt. Shepherd? Lei Qianjue chewed on the word. Violet lightning danced around him, and his eyes became extremely dangerous. So, we, the candidates, are the sheep you keep in your pen? No. Sun Miao smiled and shook his finger. That smile sent chills down one's spine. Ordinary sheep are not worthy of being sacrificed to the great master. You are the carefully selected leading sheep. His eyes swept back and forth between Zhao Ping'an and Lei Qianjue. Especially you two, one of you carries the eternal lightning flame, the other a natural thunder spirit body. Your souls and luck are such a delicacy. As long as you are sacrificed, the passage for the master to descend into this world will be completely secure. Madman! Lei Qianjue shouted angrily. Madman? Sun Miao laughed out loud as if he had heard some ridiculous joke. No! We are the pioneers of the new world. We are the apostles welcoming the coming of the gods. And you will become the first cornerstone of the new era. This is your supreme honor. His expression was extremely fanatical. There's nothing good to say to a madman. Zhao Ping'an's voice was as cold as ice. Kill him. The moment the words fell, he and Lei Qianjue moved. The two of them were like two arrows shot from a bow, one on the left and one on the right. It turned into two streams of light, purple, gold and purple, rising into the sky and heading straight for Sun Miao on the top of the mountain wall. They all know that Sun Miao is the biggest threat here. The evil aura emanating from him had surprisingly reached the threshold of the five elements realm. Although the foundation is weak, it is obviously a false state created by evil methods. But the suppression of realms still exists. Just in time. Sun Miao laughed wildly and remained unafraid despite the attack from the two geniuses. He flung open his arms. The river of blood is overwhelming. Boom! The dozen or so candidates behind him with numb expressions suddenly trembled and then exploded. All their blood, flesh and essence were drained away in an instant. It turned into streams of scarlet blood and flowed into Sun Miao's body. Sun Miao's aura, at this moment, is rising steadily. A long, stinking river composed entirely of filthy blood gushed out from behind him. With the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling, he rushed towards Zhao Ping'an and Lei Qianjue. Evil ways. Lei Qianjue's eyes were filled with anger, and he formed seals with his hands. Purple Sky Divine Thunder, destroy the evil. Snap. An extremely thick purple divine thunder fell from the sky. Like a spear from the gods, it fiercely slashed into the river of blood. Chi-chi-chi. The most yang and powerful thunder and the most yin and evil river of blood collided with each other. A large amount of blood evaporated and turned into smelly black smoke. But the river of blood seemed endless and actually withstood the bombardment of the divine thunder. And the other side. Zhao Pingyin's figure has turned into a ray of lightning, penetrating the blockade of the blood river. Ding! Battle simulation mode activated. The target technique, Blood River Sutra, has 19 flaws. Flaw 3, when the energy flowed to the left shoulder, due to the forced absorption of other people's essence and blood, the meridians were blocked, and there was a stagnation of 0.08 breaths. The system's prompt flashed through my mind. In Zhao Pingyin's eyes. The blood-colored energy flowing through Sun Miao's body paused for a barely noticeable moment. Now is the time. Thunder Flame Emperor Dragon Fist. Without any hesitation, he concentrated all his strength into one punch. The purple gold thunder dragon roared out. The target was not Sun Miao's head, nor his heart, but his seemingly ordinary left shoulder. Sun Miao's pupils suddenly shrank. He never expected that Zhao Pingyin could ignore his river of blood. What I didn't expect was that the position of his attack was so tricky. That was the weak spot in the operation of his martial arts. He wanted to change his tactics and defend himself, but it was too late. Zhao Pingyin's speed is too fast. Boom! A loud bang. Sun Miao's left shoulder, along with half of his body. He was blown to pieces by this punch. The filthy black blood, like a fountain, filled the sky. Ah! Sun Miao let out a scream that was so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice. The whole person fell from the cliff like a kite with a broken string. Well done. Lei Chenjue was overjoyed upon seeing this, and his attack intensified, completely suppressing the out-of-control river of blood. However, there was no joy on Zhao Pingyin's face. He looked at Sun Miao falling from the sky with a frown on his face. Something is wrong. It's so easy. The person in charge of a plan, a master of the pseudo-5 elements realm, was severely injured by just one punch? Really? Just when Sun Miao's body was about to fall to the ground. The half of his body that was blown away had countless black granulations on the wound. They began to squirm and intertwine wildly. It actually grew back at a speed that went against the laws of life. Just 2 breaths. His body recovered as before. But his face became paler and his breathing became more disordered. Great! What a great immortal thunder flame! Sun Miao regained his balance and stared at Zhao Pingyin intently. The venom and greed in his eyes almost became tangible. I almost fell into your hands. But the game should be over. He took out a pitch-black token engraved with the head of a demon from his arms. It was exactly the same token as the one in Xiao Wuji's hand. Feed my demon servant with my blood. He spat out a mouthful of blood and sprayed it onto the token. Buzz. The token shines brightly. The entire dragon prison island shook violently at this moment. The mountain walls on both sides of the canyon suddenly cracked. 1, 2, 3. There were 8 terrifying figures that were exactly the same as the previous bloody demon general. Slowly crawled out from the crack. The aura of each one has reached the middle stage of the burning fire realm. 8-headed bloody demon general. Add to that the strangely powerful Sun Miao. Lei Chenjue's expression changed instantly. On the one hand, even if they join forces, it will be difficult. 8 heads? How to fight? Desperate? Sun Miao looked at the 2 men's ugly faces and smiled even more proudly. This is just the beginning. Great master, I love to see geniuses like you struggling in despair. Kill them. He gave an order. The 8-headed blood-killing demon generals are like 8 moving demon mountains. Roaring, they rush towards Zhao Pingyin and the other 2 from all directions. The earth wails under their trampling. Damn it! Lei Chenjue cursed angrily, and lightning flashed all over his body. We have no choice but to fight. Ziyi, use that. Zhao Pingyin's voice was unusually calm. Yi Ziyi heard this without any hesitation. She took out a thick stack of jade talismans covered with complex runes from her space ring. This is what she has learned over the past 7 days based on the information provided by Lin Xingtan. A disposable array plate made with all the effort. Blue Lotus Sword Formation, initiate. She threw all the jade talismans into the sky. Buzz! Dozens of jade talismans exploded instantly in the air. It turned into streams of green light, connecting with each other. It outlines a huge green lotus that covers half of the canyon. Every lotus petal is an extremely sharp sword energy. The sword lotus slowly rotates, and the sharp sword intent blocks the entire space. The two bloody demon generals rushing in the front crashed into the range of the sword formation. Swish! There were no earth-shattering explosions. The huge bodies of the two demon generals came into contact with the sword formation. It was silently cut into countless pieces by the billions of invisible sword energies. He didn't even have time to scream before he was completely strangled. This is a simplified version of Lin Qingtan's sword intent. Although it is only a one-time use, its power is far less than the original. But when used against these demon generals, it is still a dimensionality reduction attack. What? The pride on Sun Miao's face froze in an instant. He could never have imagined that this woman, whom he had always regarded as a weakness, could actually come up with such a terrifying trump card. Good opportunity. Zhao Pingyan and Lei Qianjue are both people with rich combat experience. The moment the sword formation was launched, the two of them attacked at the same time with telepathy. Thunder movie. Purple lightning and thunder. The two of them were moving at an extremely fast pace. One on the left and one on the right, they bypassed the range of the sword formation. The target was directly at the rear, where the other 6 demon generals were slightly delayed because their companions were killed instantly. Thunder Flame Emperor Dragon Fist. Thunder shakes the 9 heavens. 2 loud shouts rang out at the same time. The purple gold dragon fist and the violent purple lightning spear. One in front and one behind, they hit the same bloody demon general with precision. Boom! When two geniuses join forces, their power is terrifying. The demon general's protective crystal armor shattered before it could even hold out for a moment. The entire body was blown up and turned into a bloody rain. After a successful attack, the two men did not stop, their figures flashed, and they pounced on the next target again. Yi Ziyi was behind, constantly activating the sword formation. The demon generals that tried to approach one after another were drawn into it and torn into pieces. The desperate situation that was originally fatal was reversed in an instant with the perfect cooperation of the 3 people. Sun Miao's eyes were bloodshot. Trash. A bunch of trash. He roared and urged the blood river again, wanting to take action himself. But he just moved. A cold gaze locked onto him. After killing the second demon general, Zhao Pingyan still had enough energy to attack him. Your opponent is me. From a distance of 100 meters, Zhao Pingyan pointed out. A purple gold lightning flame that was condensed to the extreme turned into a thin line. Ignoring the space, it shot in front of Sun Miao in an instant. Sun Miao was horrified and hurriedly used the river of blood to resist. But the thin line of lightning and fire cleverly bypassed the river of blood and directly imprinted on his chest. Puff! Sun Miao was struck by lightning and spat out another mouthful of black blood, his breath weakening even more. The immortal thunder and flames were too harmful to someone with such an evil constitution as him. It only took less than a minute. The 8-headed bloody demon generals were slaughtered by the thundering attack of the 3 men. In the canyon, there were only broken limbs and fragments on the ground, and Sun Miao, whose face was pale and eyes were terrified. No. Impossible. He muttered to himself, unable to accept this fact. Nothing is impossible. Zhao Pingyan's figure appeared in front of him. In his hand, he held a still-beating heart stained with black blood. That was what he had just taken out from the body of the last demon general. Now, it's your turn. Zhao Pingyan's eyes were as indifferent as a god. You can't kill me. Sun Miao screamed in horror, I am from the Divine Revelation Society. Phew. Zhao Pingyan directly pressed the devil's heart into Sun Miao's mouth, interrupting him. Then, he punched him in the dantian. Burst. Boom. Sun Miao's body, like a lit barrel of explosives, exploded from the inside. The violent power of thunder and fire completely purified all his flesh, blood, and soul, leaving no trace. The battle is over. The canyon was in a mess. Yi Ziyi's face was a little pale. Activating a sword formation of that scale was extremely exhausting for her. Lei Qianjue was also panting, but his eyes were full of excitement. It feels so good. It feels so good. He looked at Zhao Pingyan and, for the first time, smiled in recognition. My name is Lei Qianjue. I'll remember your name, Zhao Ping'an. Zhao Ping'an ignored him and walked to the place where Sun Miao blew himself up and picked up the black token that fell to the ground. In addition to the statue of the demon god on the token, there is also a map engraved on the back. On the map, 36 locations are marked with red dots. And a huge altar pattern located in the center of the island, which is highlighted. This is. Yi Ziyi came over and recognized at a glance that this was the map of Dragon Prison Island. The coordinates of the array's center. Zhao Ping'an's eyes became extremely solemn. 36 disciplinary nodes and a core main altar. They marked everything? Lei Qianjue also saw it and looked puzzled. Isn't this just waiting for us to destroy it? No. Zhao Ping'an shook his head, a cold light flashing in his eyes. This is not a map, it's an invitation. They are deliberately leading us there. Every node is guarded by a shepherd like Sun Miao, or even a stronger being. They're using these nodes as bait to hunt down those of us who are trying to resist. Lei Qianjue understood instantly. This is a conspiracy. A trap. Just then, the entire Dragon Prison Island trembled violently. The huge blood-red light curtain in the sky suddenly began to ripple. Immediately afterwards, a huge leaderboard made of blood appeared above everyone's head. Remaining candidates, 412. First place in points, Lei Qianjue, points, 12. Second place in points, Zhao Ping'an, points, 11. Third place in points, Xiao Fan, points, 9. The cold sound of machinery resounded throughout the entire island. The first phase of screening is over. Congratulations to all survivors for entering the second stage, the Bloody Hunt. Now, awaken the Blood-Hell Demon General. The moment the words fell. Boom. 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 Underground of the island. 36 marked energy nodes burst out with bloodlight that shot up into the sky at the same time. 36 terrifying auras that are more than 10 times stronger than the Blood Demon General slowly awakened from underground. Each of their auras has firmly stepped into the five elements realm. Zhao Ping'an and the other two's expressions changed drastically. The ground beneath their feet is exactly where one of the nodes is located. It was shaking violently at this moment, and a huge crack was slowly opening in front of them. A terrifying pressure that made their souls tremble. Rising from the crack. Chapter 34, A Gamble on Everything. The earth cracked. From the bottomless black crack, thick, inky blood-red mist gushed out. That pressure was no longer simply a force of force, but more like a crushing of the life level. It was as if an ancient evil god was awakening from his slumber, slowly opening his eyes to look down at all living beings. Purple arcs of electricity surrounding Lei Qianjue. Under this breath, there was an uneasy crackling sound, and the light dimmed a lot. Yi Ziyi's face was as pale as paper. The energy consumption of her activating the Green Lotus sword formation was already enormous. At this moment, his mind was shocked by this pressure, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Retreat! Zhao Ping'an put his arm around Yi Ziyi's waist. There was a flash of lightning under his feet, and he retreated 100 meters. Lei Qianjue's reaction was equally quick, transforming into a streak of lightning and following closely behind. Boom! The next moment they left their original place. A giant hand covered with dark red bone armor, twice as thick as the previous Blood Demon Generals. It suddenly popped out from the crack and slammed hard on the ground. The entire canyon was shaken violently. The hard rock ground was shattered like tofu. A terrifying palm print with a diameter of more than 20 meters was deeply engraved on the ground. On the edge of the palm print, countless hideous cracks spread out like a spider web. Just one hand has such power. Roar! A roar that was unlike any other creature could make, full of brutality and destructive intent, came from deep underground. The sound waves turned into a tangible impact, sweeping in all directions. The mountain walls on both sides of the canyon rustled in the sound of the roar. Countless pieces of rubble rolled down, and some places that were not strong enough even collapsed directly. Immediately afterwards, a huge figure slowly crawled out from the crack. Its body is even taller than the Blood Demon General, nearly 5 meters tall. The entire body is covered with dark red bone armor, on which are engraved countless twisted and evil magic patterns. These magic patterns seem to be living things, constantly flowing. Every time it flows, it emits a heart-pounding energy fluctuation. There are no facial features on its head. There is only one huge, upright eye. There was no pupil in that single eye, only a chaotic blood-red vortex. In the center of the vortex, a cluster of blue flames burned. Everything is watched by this one eye. I felt like my soul was being sucked in, frozen, and then crushed. Behind it, there are 4 thick arms. 2 of them held a blood-red battle axe as big as a door panel. The other 2 were dragging 2 thick chains burning with hellfire. Blood Hell Demon General. This is the real main course that Shinchi will prepare for them. 5 Elements Realm. For the first time, Lei Qianjue's voice took on a hint of solemnity. And it's not a fake like Sun Niao's. Its energy is very condensed. The energy contained in the body of this Blood Hell Demon General is powerful and pure, without any sense of vanity. This is real, a terrifying force accumulated through countless killings and devourings. Roar! The Blood Hell Demon General seemed to have just awakened and was still a little sluggish. It shook its huge head, and the blood-red vortex in its single eye slowly turned towards Zhao Ping'an and the other 2. It saw the purple-gold lightning flame on Zhao Ping'an's body, which had not yet completely subsided. Buzz! The dark blue flame in the single eye suddenly jumped. A greed and desire that was 10 times stronger than the previous Blood Demon Generals instantly locked onto Zhao Ping'an. It opened its huge, fong-filled mouth. Streams of smelly saliva dripped onto the ground, corroding the ground into small pits that emitted black smoke. Thunder Flame. 2 intermittent but extremely clear words came out from the depths of its throat. It actually has wisdom. The next second, its figure disappeared. Zhao Ping'an's pupils suddenly shrank. Danger! Fatal danger! The system's warning, like an alarm bell, roared wildly in my mind. He didn't even have time to think. Relying entirely on his well-honed fighting instincts, he pushed the shrinking the earth into an inch and lightning movie to the extreme. Walk! He held Yi Ziyi in his arms and turned into a streak of purple gold lightning, rushing madly towards the exit of the canyon. Lei Qianjue also felt the threat of death. Lightning burst out from his whole body, and his speed soared to the limit. Boom! Almost at the same time they left. The huge figure of the Blood Hell Demon General appeared like a ghost where they had just stood. The blood-red battle axe in its hand chopped down fiercely with the power to create the world. A dark red axe blade that was 100 feet long tore through the space. A terrifying bottomless ravine was left on the ground of the canyon. In the ravine, there is the remnant of the axe. It was still madly cutting everything around it, making a teeth-grinding sound. Just a slight touch of the axe's edge. Lei Qianjue's thunder shield flashed violently and almost shattered on the spot. So fast. For the first time, horror appeared on Lei Qianjue's face. This demon general not only has terrifying strength, but also has an absurdly fast speed. It completely overturned his understanding of this huge monster. The attack missed, and the dark blue flame in the Blood Hell Demon General's single eye burned even more vigorously. The 2 chains behind it are like 2 fire dragons choosing their prey. With a sharp sound of breaking through the air, it shot towards the 3 fleeing people. Wherever the chain passed, the air was ignited, leaving 2 charred marks. Ziyi, can we still use the sword formation? Zhao Ping'an asked while running quickly. No. Yi Ziyi's voice was a little weak. My mental strength is almost exhausted. Besides, I only made 1 set of those disposable array plates. Zhao Ping'an's eyes darkened. With chains chasing in front and the demon general's body pressing in from behind, the situation is extremely critical. I'll cover your retreat. Lei Qianjue roared angrily, stopped abruptly, and turned to face the 2 chains that were shooting towards him. He can't escape anymore. If they continue to run, all 3 of them will be caught up and defeated one by one. He, Lei Qianjue, the prodigy of the Lei family in the capital, had never been so embarrassed. Thunder shakes the 9 heavens. He raised his hands high, calling upon the thunder from the 9 heavens. Boom! The dark sky seemed to be torn open. 9 purple divine thunders, thicker than any previous ones, gathered into a huge thunder spear. With the majesty of judging all things, he stabbed the 2 chains of hell fiercely. Clang! The deafening roar echoed throughout the entire canyon. Thunder and hellfire, 2 completely different forces, collide madly. The violent energy shock wave blew away everything around it. Lei Qianjue groaned, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his body was shocked and flew backwards. The 2 chains were also blown back by the thunder spear. With his cultivation level of the middle stage of the burning fire realm, he actually took a blow from the 5 elements realm demon general. Even though it was just a casual attack, it was enough to be proud of. However, this brief obstruction completely enraged the blood-hell demon general. It gave up chasing Zhao Pingyan and locked its one eye on Lei Qianjue. In its view, this is an ant that dares to resist. It's even more annoying than that food that can only run away. All four of its arms moved at the same time, along with its massive body. With an unreasonable posture, he instantly crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and appeared in front of Lei Qianjue. The battle axe, as big as a door panel, was raised high. On the axe blade, dark red light flowed and condensed into a hideous evil ghost head. The shadow of death enveloped Lei Qianjue. Damn it! Lei Qianjue's pupils contracted. He had just used his ultimate move. It was precisely when the old strength was gone and the new strength had not yet been generated that there was no way to avoid this fatal axe. At this critical moment, a stream of purple gold light came crashing down from the side. Thunder Flame Emperor Dragon Fist. Zhao Pingyan is gone and back. After placing Yi Ziyi in a safe area, he immediately turned back to rescue her without any hesitation. He knew very well that if Lei Qianjue died at this moment, the next ones would be him and Yi Ziyi. The lips and teeth are interdependent. The purple gold thunder dragon roared. He did not choose to confront the battle axe head-on, but instead accurately struck the wrist joint of the blood-hell demon general holding the axe. There, the system instantly analyzed and found the weakest node in power transmission. Clang! There was a barely perceptible pause in the blood-hell demon general's movements. It was this pause of a few tenths of a second that bought Lei Qianjue a precious chance of survival. He roared, and a set of purple thunder armor appeared on his body. At the same time, he held a round shield engraved with thunder patterns in front of him. Boom! The battle axe slammed down on the thunder shield. Snap! The thunder shield shattered. Lei Qianjue felt like he was hit by a speeding train. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and he turned into a stream of light and slammed heavily into the distant mountain wall. The mountain wall exploded, and countless huge rocks rolled down and buried him. No idea whether he is alive or dead. The power of an axe is so great. Lei Qianjue. Zhao Pingyan's eyes narrowed. Roar! The blood-hell demon general severely injured Lei Qianjue with one axe. The huge single eye turned to Zhao Pingyan again. In addition to greed, there was also a hint of mockery in the one eye. As if mocking his arrogance. It took a step forward and walked towards Zhao Pingyan. With every step he took, the ground trembled. It was in no rush to attack, like a cat playing with its prey. Zhao Pingyan took a deep breath, and the immortal thunder and flame in his body began to run wildly. He knew that he had to buy time for Lei Qianjue and himself. Come! He took the initiative to attack. The figures turned into afterimages, wandering around the blood-hell demon general madly. His fists kept punching out. Each punch was accompanied by purple gold lightning flames. Accurately bombard the gaps and joints of the blood-hell demon general's bone armor. Bang! 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 The dull sound of impact never ceases. However, this time, his attack had little effect. The bone armor of the blood-hell demon general is harder than one can imagine. Although the eternal thunder flame can still cause damage to it. But that little bit of damage is nothing considering its huge body and terrifying recovery ability. It was too lazy to even use weapons and just let Zhao Pingyan attack. In the face of absolute realm suppression, all skills seemed so pale and powerless. Too weak. The playful mental fluctuations entered Zhao Pingyan's mind. The blood-hell demon general suddenly raised his foot and stomped hard on the ground. Boom! A dark red shock wave, with it as the center, swept out in all directions. Zhao Pingyan's figure was swept by the shock wave. It was like being hit in the chest by a huge hammer, sending him flying backwards, leaving a trail of blood in the air. Gap. The gap is like a chasm. Just when Zhao Pingyan was about to be completely crushed by the blood-hell demon general. Boom! The pile of rubble that buried Lei Qianjue in the distance exploded with a loud bang. It's not finished yet. Lei Qianjue staggered out from it. He was covered in blood, and his thunder armor was covered in cracks. But the purple spear in his hand burst out with an unprecedented bright light. His eyes were still defiant, and his fighting spirit was growing instead of decreasing. Zhao Pingyan. This guy's physical defense is too strong. Attack his single eye. That's where his soul core is. When Lei Qianjue was taking the axe's blow, he used his secret method to get a glimpse of the demon general's origin information. I'll create opportunities for you. He took a deep breath and raised the purple spear high. The power of thunder in his body, along with his chi, blood, and vitality. They were all gathering madly towards the spear. Above the spear, the purple lightning became more and more dazzling and more terrifying. A destructive aura emanated from it. Secret technique, Thunder God's Descent. Lei Qianjue seemed to have merged into one with the spear. It transformed into a purple lightning that pierced through the sky and earth, and with an unstoppable and devastating momentum, it pierced the chest of the blood-hell demon general. This is his strongest attack. It's also a blow that gambles everything. Chapter 35, Chase. Facing Lei Qianjue's life-burning attack. For the first time, a trace of solemnity appeared in the playful eye of the blood-hell demon general. It can feel it. This shot is enough to pose a real threat to it. It gave up chasing Zhao Ping'an. Forearms simultaneously raised the door panel axe and the hell chain, crossing them in front of the chest. A thick, dark red shield composed of filthy demonic energy condensed and took shape in front of it. Boom! The purple lightning spear collided violently with the dark red shield. There was no earth-shattering explosion. There is only the teeth-grinding, extreme sound of energy erosion. Chi-chi-chi. The purple divine thunder was frantically purifying the filthy demonic energy. The dark red demonic energy was constantly eroding the power of the lightning. The two forces fell into a brief stalemate. Now! Lei Qianjue used all his strength and let out a roar. Zhao Ping'an had already taken action the moment Lei Qianjue made his move. His body, like a cannonball, stuck to the ground and went behind the blood-hell demon general. Ding! Battle simulation mode activated. Target locked, blood-hell demon general soul core. Analyzing weaknesses. Analysis complete. 3 attack plans in total. Option 1, Thunderflame Emperor Dragon Fist, full strength attack, 17% success rate. Option 2, Thunderflame Spear, piercing attack, success rate 23%. Option 3, use the power of the immortal Thunder Flame's origin to detonate the demonic energy within its soul core. Success rate 41%. A hint of determination flashed in Zhao Ping'an's eyes. He chose the path with the highest success rate, but also the one with the greatest risk and the most consumption. He did not condense any form of attack. Instead, he compressed all the immortal thunder and flames again and again. Finally, it condensed into a wisp of the most original, purple gold fire. This wisp of fire was suspended at his fingertips. It may seem insignificant, but the power of destruction and purification contained in it is enough to burn mountains and boil seas. Shrink the earth into an inch. Taking a step forward, Zhao Ping'an's figure appeared behind the huge head of the blood-hell demon general. He stretched out his finger and tapped lightly at the huge single eye. That wisp of purple gold fire ignored the powerful energy defense on the blood-hell demon general's body. Like a drop of water merging into the sea, it silently seeped into the huge single eye. After doing all this, 90% of the strength in Zhao Ping'an's body was instantly drained. He felt so weak that he almost fell from the air. He held his breath, and lightning flashed under his feet. Retreat quickly in the direction where Yi Zi is. At this moment, the stalemate on the front battlefield ended. Lei Qianjue's shot that burned his life was ultimately better. Snap! The dark red shield shattered. The purple lightning spear, with its remaining force, fiercely pierced into the chest of the blood-hell demon general. Phew! The hard bone armor was pierced. A large amount of filthy black blood gushed out. Roar! The blood-hell demon general let out a roar of extreme pain. However, before it could fight back, its movements suddenly froze. A blood-red vortex swirled in its huge single eye. Suddenly it began to spin violently and uncontrollably. A wisp of purple gold flame quietly bloomed in the center of the vortex. Boom! It's like throwing a spark into a bucket of gasoline. All the demonic energy and soul power in the blood-hell demon general's single eye were instantly ignited. Purple gold flames burst out from its single eye. Ah! The shrill screams resounded through the sky. Its huge body twisted and struggled wildly. It swung the giant axe and chain in its hands wildly, smashing the surrounding mountain walls into pieces. But all this is in vain. The immortal thunder and flame burned its soul, its origin, from the inside out. This is the highest level of purification. Just a dozen breaths. The blood-hell demon general's movements gradually stopped. The dark blue flame in its single eye was completely extinguished. The huge body, like a weathered rock, turned into ashes inch by inch starting from the inside. In the end, only a dark red magic core remained, which was several times larger than the previous one and had a cluster of blue flames burning inside. The huge axe and 2 chains fell to the ground. A blood-hell demon general of the 5 elements realm died just like that. Plop. Lei Qianjue could no longer hold on and fell to one knee on the ground, gasping for breath. The purple spear in his hand dimmed and returned to its original state. His face was so pale that there was not a trace of blood, and his breath was extremely weak. The previous attack almost exhausted all his strength and even damaged his origin. But when he looked at the pile of ashes, a look of triumph appeared in his eyes. Ahem, we won. Zhao Ping'an supported Yi Ziyi and walked over. His condition was also not good, his face was pale and his body was shaky. Win. Zhao Ping'an nodded, walked forward and picked up the huge magic core. A pure and powerful energy came from the magic core. Ding! High purity 5 elements realm magic core detected, containing some of the power of the soul's origin. Do you want to absorb it? Absorb. Zhao Ping'an did not hesitate. A warm current flowed into his body from the magic core, quickly replenishing his exhausted immortal thunderflame. His breath was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even, it is still rising slightly. The immortal thunderflame, after absorbing this power which has the same fire attribute but a completely opposite nature. It seemed as if it had been tempered, becoming more solid and more agile. He even felt that he was only one step away from reaching the middle stage of the burning fire realm. This thing. Lei Qianjue looked at Zhao Ping'an's actions, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This filthy magic core is extremely poisonous to normal warriors. Zhao Ping'an can actually absorb it directly? What is the origin of the purple gold flame on his body? Just then, above the sky, the huge blood-colored leaderboard changed again. Remaining candidates, 327. In less than 10 minutes, nearly 100 people disappeared. It can be seen that fierce battles are being staged in every corner of the island. And there have been dramatic changes in the top few places in the standings. First place in points, Zhao Ping'an, points, 111. Second place in points, Lei Qianjue, points, 112. Third place in points, Xiao Fan, points, 45. Fourth place in points, Qin Wushuan, points, 41. A blood-hell demon general is actually worth 100 points. Zhao Ping'an and Lei Qianjue's points skyrocketed in an instant, leaving those behind far behind. This change is like pouring a bucket of cold water into a pot of boiling oil. On the entire Dragon Prison Island, all the surviving candidates saw this dazzling scoreboard. Holy crap! 111 points? What did Zhao Ping'an and Lei Qianjue do? They killed a blood-hell demon general? How is that possible? This is crazy. This must be crazy. We're a team of more than a dozen people, being chased like dogs by a demon general, and these two actually killed him? No. Look, the number of people on the leaderboard is decreasing sharply. Besides the demon general, there are others who are killing. Bloody hunt. Turns out, we're not the only prey. We can also be the hunters. In an instant, the mentality of countless candidates changed. Despair and fear were replaced by a trace of greed and madness. It's too difficult to kill a demon general. But what about killing a seriously injured candidate with a high score? Especially the two people ranked first and second in the standings. They have just experienced a great battle and must be at the end of their strength. As long as you kill them, you can reach the top in one step. In an instant, countless malicious gazes appeared. Through various secret methods, the locations of Zhao Ping'an and Lei Qianjue were locked down. Within the canyon, Lei Qianjue looked at the standings with a frown on his face. We have become targets. I know. Zhao Ping'an's tone remained calm. He threw the magic core that had absorbed half of the energy to Lei Qianjue. You've injured your origin, this will be useful to you. Lei Qianjue was stunned and caught it subconsciously. He could feel that the pure soul power in the magic core was exactly what he needed most now. We are allies now. Zhao Ping'an interrupted him, if you die, I will be the next one. He is telling the truth. But a strange emotion still arose in Lei Qianjue's heart. He, Lei Qianjue, has been a favored child of heaven since he was a child. With such smooth progress, why would I need help from others? He glanced at Zhao Ping'an and said nothing more. He just silently activated the Lei family's secret method and began to refine the energy in the magic core. Streams of pure energy repaired his damaged meridians in essence. Just then, someone's coming. Yi Zi's voice suddenly rang out. Her mental power is sharper than those of the two people present. She sensed that there were at least 3 teams, with more than 20 people. They are rapidly encircling this canyon from different directions. They all carried undisguised murderous intent. A pack of hyenas. Lei Qianjue snorted coldly, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. You've come just in time. I can use them as a sacrifice for my gun. Although he was seriously injured, the pride of this genius cannot be challenged. No, let's go. Zhao Pingyan shook his head. Walk? Lei Qianjue frowned. I, Lei Qianjue, have never been afraid of anyone. It's not a question of being afraid or not. Zhao Pingyan's eyes swept across the canyon exit. We're not in good shape. Even if we kill them, more people will come here smelling the blood. There's no need to waste our energy on this meaningless waste. Our target is the altar. Zhao Pingyan's eyes fell on the map he got from Sun Miao. Instead of passively being treated as prey by them, why don't we take the initiative and hunt down those shepherds? Every node has a blood hell demon general, which also represents 100 points and represents a part of the destruction formation. This is the fastest and only way to break the deadlock. Lei Qianjue fell silent after hearing this. He had to admit that Zhao Pingyan was right. Being impulsive won't solve any problems. Good. He stood up. Although his breath was still weak, his eyes had regained their sharpness. I'll do as you say. But next time, I'll take the lead. Can. Zhao Pingyan nodded and glanced at Yi Zi. Can you still hold on? No problem. Although Yi Zi's face was pale, her eyes were firm. Walk. The 3 of them no longer hesitated and chose the direction where the encirclement was weakest. The figure turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the depths of the canyon in an instant. Less than 3 minutes after they left, the 3 teams arrived at the devastated battlefield almost at the same time. They looked at the ashes left by the blood hell demon general on the ground and the terrifying bottomless ravine. Everyone's face was filled with shock and greed. They are indeed here. Damn it, he ran away. Chase. They just went through a big battle, they can't get far. Kill Zhao Pingyan and Lei Qianjue, and we'll be number 1. More than a dozen candidates were like sharks smelling blood. He madly followed the traces left by the 3 people and chased after them. Chapter 36 Goodbye Divine Revelation. In the dense forest, 3 figures moved around like ghosts. Zhao Pingyan led the way in the front, and he restrained the aura of the immortal thunder flame to the extreme. It only forms a thin layer on the body surface, isolating its own smell and energy fluctuations. Yi Zi is in the middle. Her mental power, like an invisible radar, scans every movement around her. After Lei Qianjue was killed, his injuries had not yet healed. But the violent thunderous intent is still a huge deterrent. Left front, 700 meters, a team of 5 people is approaching quickly. 1,200 meters behind, 2 teams, fighting very closely. Yi Zi's voice kept ringing in their minds. I can't get rid of it. Lei Qianjue's expression turned a little ugly. Some of them are good at tracking techniques. If they continue like this, they will be caught up sooner or later and surrounded. Then, forget it. Zhao Pingyan's footsteps suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at the dense jungle behind him with calm eyes. This is a good place to bury the bones. Lei Qianjue was stunned for a moment, then he understood what Zhao Pingyan meant. He grinned, a fighting spirit rising in his eyes. Finally, I don't have to run anymore. Hiding and escaping are not in line with his character. Z, find a place to hide and make some arrangements. Zhao Pingyan said. Clear. Yi Zi didn't waste any words. She disappeared into the bushes beside her in a flash. Zhao Pingyan and Lei Qianjue stood side by side, waiting quietly. The air seemed to have frozen. The sound of the wind and the chirping of insects disappeared. All that remained was a depressing silence, like the dead silence before a storm. Whoosh! 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 After more than 10 seconds, the silence was broken. 5 figures, like cheetahs, pounced out of the forest and surrounded the 2 men in an instant. Leading the group was a burly young man holding a huge axe. The school uniform he was wearing had the emblem of Magic City Martial Arts University printed on it. The middle stage of the burning fire realm. The 14 members behind him are also experts in the early stage of the burning fire realm. Zhao Ping'an, Lei Qianjue. The burly young man looked at the two of them, his eyes filled with undisguised greed and excitement. It's like searching for something unsuccessfully, but finding it is effortless. Hand over your points, and I can give you a quick death. Lei Qianjue looked at him as if he were an idiot. Qin Shan from Wuhan University in the Magic City? I remember you. I defeated you in one move at last year's national competition. Why, do you think you can do it again now? The burly young man called Qin Shan's face instantly turned the color of liver. That was the shame of his life. Lei Qianjue. Don't be so proud. You are seriously injured now, how much strength do you still have? Kill him and we can take his place. Qin Shan roared, and the huge axe in his hand ignited red flames. Let's go together. Quick and decisive. There are people behind us. He knew very well that he had to get rid of these two people before others arrived. Kill. 5 people suddenly jumped up at the same time and attacked Zhao Ping'an and Lei Qianjue from 5 different directions. Qin Shan's target was Lei Qianjue, who seemed to be more seriously injured. He wants to avenge his previous shame. The other 4 formed a battle formation and besieged Zhao Ping'an. Court death. Lei Qianjue looked at Qin Shan, who was rushing towards him, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. He was seriously injured, but the power of the tiger remains even after its death. A defeated general dares to be so presumptuous in front of him? Thunder Spear. The purple spear in his hand made a buzzing sound. It turned into a purple lightning and pierced Qin Shan's throat. Quick! Almost reaching the limit. Qin Shan's pupils shrank sharply. He had never expected this. Even in this state, Lei Qianjue can still burst out with such terrifying speed. He had no choice but to give up the attack and block the giant axe across his chest. Clang! The spear hit the axe precisely. An unmatched force, accompanied by violent thunder, exploded. Qin Shan felt a numbness in his palm, and the huge axe in his hand almost slipped out of his hand. The whole person was forced to retreat more than 10 steps by this shot. Every step leaves a deep footprint on the ground. The muscles in his arm holding the giant axe were shaking uncontrollably. Just one strike and the winner is decided. And the other side. Faced with the 4 people besieging him, Zhao Ping'an didn't even have time to use his weapons. He just stood there quietly, watching the 4 intertwining swords and shadows. In the battle simulation mode, the attacks of these 4 people are full of loopholes. It's like a slow-motion replay. At the moment when the 4 people's attack was about to hit him, he moved. The figure flashed, like a ghost. He slipped through the gaps between the 4 people's attacks. His hand turned into a palm knife. It seemed to be light as it passed across the necks of the 4 people one by one. Puff! 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 4 bloodlines shot out. Those 4 candidates in the early stage of the burning fire realm. The expression on his face was still frozen in ferocity and greed. Their bodies had already collapsed to the ground, powerless. Life is cut off. Flash sale. Another instant kill. Qin Shan had just steadied himself when he saw a scene that made his heart tremble. His 4 teammates just died like that? Can't even hold on for a single encounter? A bone-chilling chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Only then did he realize what 2 terrifying beings he had provoked. Escape. This was the only thought in his mind. Without any hesitation, he turned around and ran. Want to run now? It's too late. Zhao Ping'an's cold voice sounded in his ears like a death spell. A purple gold fist print broke through the air. He was the first to arrive and was hit hard on the back. Boom! The immortal thunder and flame exploded. Qin Shan's huge body suddenly stiffened, and then began to burn from the inside. He couldn't even utter a scream as he continued running. He turned into a charred human-shaped charcoal and fell heavily to the ground. The battle is over. It took only a dozen breaths. Just then. Careful! Yi Zi's voice suddenly exploded in the minds of the 2 people. A pitch-black arrow filled with poison. Silently, it shot out from the treetops 100 meters away. The target was Zhao Ping'an, who had just killed Qin Shan and was the most relaxed. This arrow is tricky and ruthless. The timing is perfect. It's a yellow bird. The oriole has been hiding in the dark, waiting for the mantis and the cicada to suffer losses. However, they underestimated Zhao Pingan's reaction speed. The moment Yi Ziyi reminded him, Zhao Pingan's figure had already moved half a meter to the side. Phew! The poisoned arrow flew past his arm. A string of blood beads appeared and was deeply nailed to the tree trunk behind him. The entire tree withered and turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhao Pingan took a look at the shallow wound on his arm. Black air was swirling around the wound. A paralyzing and corrosive force was trying to invade his body. But under the purification of the immortal thunder and flame, that bit of toxin was burned away instantly. His eyes looked coldly in the direction where the arrow came from. Get out! Lei Qianjue was also burning with anger. What he hated most were those villains who hid in the dark and shot arrows from behind. 10,000 Thunder Prison. He took a deep breath and activated the thunder technique. Boom! Large amounts of purple thunder fell from the sky like a rainstorm, covering the area. Ah! A scream came from the treetops. Two figures were struck out from their hiding places by thunder and fell to the ground in a mess. The two men were wearing the same black suit, masks on their faces, and had a cold aura. It's a killer. There are more people. Zhao Pingan's gaze swept in another direction. The leader there was a young man with a feminine face and holding a folding fan. His eyes, like a poisonous snake, stared at Zhao Pingan. As expected of someone who can kill the blood-hell demon general, he is truly amazing. The feminine young man clapped his hands and walked over slowly. Let me introduce myself. I'm a member of the Divine Revelation Society and a candidate for this exam. I'm Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan. Third place in the standings. Zhao Pingan's eyes turned completely cold. It turns out that he is also a member of the Divine Revelation Society. God's Enlightenment Meeting? Murderous intent flashed in Lei Qianjue's eyes. That madman Sun Miao, is he one of yours? Sun Miao? Oh, you mean that loser. Xiao Fan chuckled, his tone full of disdain. You can't even keep a few head sheep in check, you deserve to die. His eyes swept back and forth between Zhao Pingan and Lei Qianjue, as if he was looking at goods. But thank you for helping us get rid of those annoying flies. Now, hand over the map. Perhaps, I can consider letting you die more quickly. He spread out his hands, looking as if he had the upper hand over both of them. The four assassins behind him also spread out and vaguely surrounded the two men. Each one of them is in the middle stage of the burning fire realm. This strength is more than one level stronger than the previous Qinshan team. Map? Zhao Pingan asked back. Don't act stupid. Xiao Fan's smile turned a little grim. The things on Sun Miao must be in your hands. That is the shepherd's token and one of the keys to the main altar. Originally, we wanted to play for a while longer until you had cleared all 36 nodes. But now it seems that your value has reached its limit. The real purpose is revealed. This is the real plan of the Divine Revelation Society. Use all candidates to consume the power of the node demon general. Then, these insiders hiding in the dark will come out and reap everything. What a great trick! The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. So this is the true meaning of bloody hunting. Zhao Pingan understood. This exam is a scam from beginning to end. A huge slaughterhouse that serves as a divine revelation, screens sacrifices, and eliminates dissidents. I understand. Xiao Fan closed his folding fan. Then, make your choice. My choice is. Zhao Pingan's voice paused. The next second, his figure disappeared from the spot. I'll send you on your way. A cold voice sounded in Xiao Fan's ears. A fist burning with purple gold flames. His pupils rapidly enlarged. Chapter 37 Risking Life. Xiao Fan's pupils. It reflected the rapidly enlarging purple gold fist. Flames roared and lightning flashed. A destructive breath rushed towards him, making his hair dance wildly. Too fast. Zhao Pingan's actions completely exceeded the limits of the early stage of the burning fire realm. The calmness on Xiao Fan's face disappeared for the first time. The folding fan in his hand opened with a swish sound. On the fan, there is not a landscape, but a picture of 100 ghosts parading at night. As the evil energy was injected, the evil ghost in the picture seemed to come alive. It emitted a silent scream and transformed into black gas, wrapping around the fan bones. Ghost Bone Shield. He held the folding fan horizontally in front of him. Boom! The purple gold fist and the black fan collided heavily. There was a dull sound, like a huge hammer hitting a muffled drum. The violet airwave exploded with the two of them as the center. The surrounding trees were broken in half. Countless broken branches and leaves were swept into the sky and then shattered into pieces by the powerful energy. Snap! A crisp sound. The ghost bone fracture fan in Xiao Fan's hand is a magical weapon that is said to be able to withstand a full-strength attack from a late-stage burning fire realm. A clear crack appeared on the fan. His whole person. The huge force of this punch sent him flying back 7 or 8 meters. He plowed 2 deep grooves in the ground with his feet before he could barely keep his balance. His hand holding the folding fan trembled slightly. The tiger's mouth was already split open and bleeding. Xiao Fan's expression changed completely. It was no longer a joking look at the prey, but full of surprise and fear. The power of this punch is so overbearing. That purple gold flame. He also has a natural ability to restrain the evil spirit in his body. Just a collision. Most of the evil energy in his body was dispersed. Let's go together. Kill him. Xiao Fan shouted sternly, with a hint of exasperation in his voice. The 4 black-clad assassins in the middle stage of the burning fire realm behind him moved upon hearing the sound. They didn't hesitate at all. His figure turned into 4 black shadows, rushing towards Zhao Pingyan from 4 directions at the same time. 4 poisoned short blades. Like the fangs of a poisonous snake, it blocked all of Zhao Pingyan's escape space. Cooperation is tacit and murderous intent is awe-inspiring. Your opponent is me. Lei Qianjue's roar was like a thunderclap. Although he was seriously injured. But how could a man of such pride allow others to attack his allies? Thunder! He forced himself to suppress the injuries in his body and took a step forward. The figure was as fast as lightning and instantly blocked the way of 2 of the killers. The purple spear in his hand shook. Buzz! Lightning shot out from the tip of the gun. It transformed into a sky full of gun shadows, covering the 2 killers at the same time. 1 against 2. The 2 killers obviously did not expect Lei Qianjue to be in this state. He even dared to take the initiative to attack, and the attack was so fierce. They had no choice but to give up besieging Zhao Pingyan. Wield the short blade to resist the violent storm of gun shadows. Ding ding dong dong. The dense sound of metal clashing rang out in the forest. Lei Qianjue, despite his severely injured body, managed to hold back 2 killers of the same level. The other 2 killers bypassed Lei Qianjue. 1 on the left and 1 on the right, they continued to kill Zhao Pingyan. Their goal is very clear, to get rid of Zhao Pingyan, who poses the greatest threat, first. Facing the attack from both sides, Zhao Pingyan did not retreat but advanced. He stepped on the lightning movie and his body shook. At an incredible angle, he narrowly passed through the gap between the 2 men's swords. In an instant, he approached the side of the killer on the left. The killer was shocked and reacted very quickly. With a turn of the wrist, the short blade changed from stabbing to slashing, horizontally across Zhao Pingyan's neck. Zhao Pingyan didn't even look at it, he put the 5 fingers of his left hand together to form a knife, and arrived first. Phew! The hand knife accurately cut the wrist of the killer holding the knife. The power of the immortal thunder and flame is released and then withdrawn. Ah! The killer let out a short scream. The entire right arm was cut off from the wrist. The broken part was charred black. The purple gold flame was like a maggot attached to the bone. It spread madly into his body along the wound. The killer didn't even have time to utter a single groan. The body was ignited with purple gold flames, and within a few breaths, it turned into a handful of ashes. After a successful strike, Zhao Pingyan did not stop. He ducked down to avoid a fatal stab from behind by another killer. At the same time, the right leg was like a steel whip. With the sound of whistling wind, it swept backwards. Bang! The assassin who attacked by surprise was hit hard in the waist and abdomen by this kick. The protective magic energy on his body was like paper and shattered in an instant. The whole person flew out like a kite with a broken string. Finally, he crashed heavily into a huge tree that required 2 people to hug together. Snap! The giant tree shook violently. A human-shaped depression appeared on the tree trunk. The killer slid down the tree trunk softly. Blood gushed out of his mouth, mixed with fragments of internal organs. It's already impossible to survive. In a flash, 2 assassins in the middle stage of the burning fire realm, one died and the other was seriously injured. This terrifying fighting power made everyone feel cold. Waste. Xiao Fan cursed angrily, his eyes becoming increasingly cold. He stopped watching and opened the cracked folding fan in his hand again. 100 demons parade at night, chaos and chaos. He swung his folding fan violently. Call. On the fan, the picture of 100 demons parading at night suddenly came to life. Countless ferocious evil spirits turned into black smoke and rushed out from the fan. These ghosts let out shrill screams. That sound seemed to be able to directly impact people's souls. For a moment, the whole forest was filled with cold winds and the howling of ghosts and wolves. It seemed to have turned into a real ghost cave. The two killers who were fighting fiercely with Lei Qianjue were not affected. But Lei Qianjue was the first to bear the brunt. He was already injured and was now struck by the chaotic divine sound. I just felt dizzy and saw stars in front of my eyes. There was a slight delay in the movement. When masters fight each other, a hair's breadth of difference can mean life or death. The two killers seized the opportunity. Two short blades, like two poisonous snakes. Up and down, it stabbed at Lei Qianjue's heart and dantian. Not good. Lei Qianjue was filled with alarm and wanted to defend himself, but it was too late. At this critical moment, buzz! A green lotus shadow appeared out of nowhere and enveloped Lei Qianjue. Ding! Ding! Two short blades stabbed into the green lotus shadow. It made a crisp sound, but could not move forward any further. It was Yi Ziyi who took action. She had already set up a small defensive formation without knowing when. At the most critical moment, he saved Lei Qianjue's life. Thank you! Lei Qianjue shouted loudly and broke out in a cold sweat. There was a flash of lightning in his eyes, and he was completely enraged. Thunder Prison. He no longer held back and completely detonated the remaining thunder power in his body. Boom! With him as the center, countless thick purple lightning snakes appeared. It rushed out madly, forming a small lightning field. The two killers were enveloped by the thunder prison and instantly let out shrill screams. Their bodies kept twitching under the violent thunder, and were soon turned into two pieces of charcoal. And the other side. Zhao Ping'an was also attacked by the ghost. Countless ghosts pounced on him with bared fangs and claws, trying to penetrate into his sea of consciousness and devour his soul. However, these ghosts. When he got within 3 feet of Zhao Ping'an's body, it was like he had met his nemesis. On Zhao Ping'an's body, the thin layer of immortal lightning and flame shield suddenly shone brightly. Shichichi! All the ghosts that rushed over were destroyed the moment they came into contact with the purple gold flames. It was like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun, making a sharp melting sound. Before he could even let out a scream, he was completely purified. The immortal thunder and flame, extremely masculine and powerful, can suppress all evil. This level of soul attack is useless to him. How is that possible? When Xiao Fan saw the scene, horror showed on his face for the first time. His hundreds of ghosts and gods is a secret method bestowed by the Divine Revelation Society, which is specially designed to pollute people's souls and is extremely vicious. Even if it is someone in the late stage of the burning realm at the same level, he will suffer a great loss if caught off guard. But Zhao Ping'an was unharmed? What on earth is that purple gold flame? Just when his mind was lost, Zhao Ping'an's figure moved. He turned into a ray of lightning, penetrated the blockade of heavy ghosts, and appeared in front of Xiao Fan in an instant. Your trick is over. A cold voice sounded in Xiao Fan's ears. Zhao Ping'an raised his right fist high. The purple gold lightning flames gathered into a roaring thunder dragon. Thunder Flame Emperor Dragon Fist. This time, Xiao Fan no longer had any means to resist. The shadow of death completely enveloped him. He could even smell the scent of his own soul burning. No! He let out a desperate roar. However, just as Zhao Ping'an's fist was about to fall. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows broke through the air, faster and more deadly than the previous poison arrows. Suddenly, sounds came from 3 different directions. 3 crossbow arrows that were completely black and engraved with spiral blood grooves. The finished character shape shot towards Zhao Ping'an's head, heart and dantian. These 3 arrows blocked all his escape routes. The timing of the attack was extremely tricky. It was the moment when his old strength was exhausted and his new strength had not yet been generated. He had to strike with all his strength and was unable to change his moves. Besiege Wei to save Zhao. There are stronger hunters hiding in the dark. Zhao Ping'an's eyes suddenly became extremely cold. He faces a choice. He should continue to bombard Xiao Fan, and then bear these 3 deadly crossbow arrows himself. He gave up on killing Xiao Fan and retreated to avoid this fatal sneak attack. In a flash, Zhao Ping'an made a decision. He punched towards Xiao Fan without any pause. Even more violent. At the same time, a part of the immortal thunder flame in his body separated. Behind him, a thick purple gold dragon scale shield condensed. Exchange injury for life. He wants to use the toughest attitude to tell all the hyenas hiding in the dark. He, Zhao Ping'an, is not a soft persimmon that anyone can bully. Want to be a yellow bird? Be prepared to have all your teeth broken out. Chapter 38. Why should I kill you? Boom! The Thunder Flame Emperor's dragon fist hit Xiao Fan's chest hard. The fear and despair on Xiao Fan's face froze in an instant. The protective demonic energy on his body shattered into pieces like thin ice. Next, there was his priceless inner armor vestment. Under the violent force, it turned into fragments all over the sky. Puff! Xiao Fan's chest sank completely. The purple golden flames of thunder were like a flood bursting through a dam. It rushed into his body madly, destroying all his vitality. His body flew backwards like a torn sack. The person in the air has turned into a burning torch. Xiao Fan, who was ranked 3rd in the standings and a member of the Shinchi Society, fell. Almost at the same time. Ding! 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 3 pitch-black crossbow arrows also hit the dragon scale shield behind Zhao Ping'an. Terrifying penetrating power, bursting out instantly. The first arrow left the shield full of cracks. The second arrow completely pierced the shield. The third arrow, the remaining force remains undiminished. With the breath of death, it shot Zhao Ping'an in the back. Phew! Blood splattered. The crossbow arrow with blood grooves engraved on it. It penetrated Zhao Ping'an's protective lightning flame and pierced deeply into his flesh. A cold and vicious armor-piercing force burst out in his body along the arrowhead. Zhao Ping'an groaned, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. There was a sharp pain in my back, and it seemed as if all my internal organs were displaced. He could feel that a strange energy was madly destroying his body. But the immortal thunder and flame in his body also moved along with it. The purple gold flame instantly enveloped, purified, and burned the alien energy. Just 2 breaths. The energy that was enough to seriously injure and kill ordinary warriors in the burning fire realm was completely eliminated. He turned his hand and grabbed the arrow shaft behind him. Then he used his muscles to pull the crossbow arrow out of his body, bringing up a string of blood flowers. Flesh and blood were wriggling at the wound. Under the nourishment of the immortal thunder flame, it was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the domineering power of the immortal thunder flame. Not only can it burn away all evil, it can also temper the body and bring about powerful recovery ability. Kill 1, there are 3 left. Zhao Ping'an turned around and swept his cold eyes into the depths of the dense forest. There was no trace of weakness in his eyes due to injury, but instead they were filled with cold murderous intent. Come out, you cunning creature. Lei Qianjue also dragged his seriously injured body over and stood side by side with Zhao Ping'an. He looked at the wound on Zhao Ping'an's back with complicated eyes. This guy is even crazier than he imagined. Ha ha ha, it's really wonderful. A burst of laughter came from the woods. 3 figures slowly walked out. Leading the group was a young man wearing a luxurious brocade robe and holding a white jade sword. He has a handsome face and an elegant temperament, but deep in his eyes, there is a chilling coldness. Behind him, there were 2 strong men like iron towers. Their auras were powerful, and they were all powerful warriors in the middle stage of the burning fire realm. And those 3 deadly crossbow arrows were shot by one of the strong men. Beijing, Qin family, Qin Wushuang. The young man in brocade robe introduced himself with a playful smile on his face. Qin Wushuang. 4th in the standings. Lei Qianjue frowned. Qin Wushuang, my Lei family and your Qin family have no grudges against each other. What do you mean by this? Brother Lei, this is wrong. Qin Wushuang shook his head and smiled. Here, there is no Lei family from Beijing, nor is there a Qin family from Beijing. There are only hunters and prey. His gaze swept over Zhao Ping'an and Lei Qianjue, and finally fell on Zhao Ping'an. Zhao Ping'an, right? Hand over Sun Miao's map and your points. I can make the decision and leave you with an intact body. His tone was calm, yet filled with unquestionable arrogance. It seemed as if the lives of Zhao Ping'an and the other man were already in his pocket. Another one comes asking for a map. Zhao Ping'an's tone was calm and unperturbed. Are all of you in the Divine Revelation Society so confident? God's Enlightenment meeting? Qin Wushuang's brows raised slightly, and then a hint of realization appeared in his eyes. So, you thought I was from the Divine Revelation Society? No. What I hate most are those rats hiding in the gutter. I'm simply interested in your points and that map. Just then. Rustle. From the other side of the woods, footsteps were heard again. Two more teams, one in front and one behind, walked out of the forest. These two teams have more than a dozen people in total. They looked at the three parties confronting each other in the field, and then looked at the bodies of Qin Shan, Xiao Fan, and others on the ground. Everyone's face is filled with greed and vigilance. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. But no one expected that so many yellow sparrows would gather in this small woodland. For a moment, the atmosphere became extremely weird. Everyone's gaze was vague. It fell on Zhao Ping'an and Lei Qianjue, who were in the middle of the field and in the worst condition. They are like two pieces of fat meat. Everyone wants to take a bite, but they are all afraid of each other. Everyone. Qin Wushuang suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. He looked around with a confident smile on his face. Everyone's goal is the same. How about we first join forces to solve these two biggest problems? Then, we can each decide who gets the points and the map based on our own abilities. How about that? He wants to unite everyone and clear the area first. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the dozen or so candidates who came later all lit up. This is indeed the best way at the moment. Although Zhao Ping'an and Lei Qianjue were seriously injured. But a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and no one wants to be the first one to be attacked before dying. But if everyone goes together, it will be different. Okay. Young Master Qin is right. Kill them both first. That's right. The points between the two of them are enough for all of us. In an instant, everyone reached a consensus. More than 20 candidates in the burning fire realm slowly gathered around from all directions. There was a greedy and murderous gleam in the eyes of each of them. The air seemed to freeze. A solemn and murderous atmosphere permeated the entire forest. Ha 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 ha. Lei Qianjue looked at the group of hyenas approaching and suddenly burst into laughter. The laughter was full of disdain and arrogance. All right. Very good. Even if I, Lei Qianjue, die here in battle today, I will drag all of you down with me to be buried with me. The lightning on his body surged again. A tragic aura of destruction erupted from him. Zhao Ping'an's face remained calm. He simply gave Yi Zi an order through his mental power. Get started. Just when the group of candidates were about to launch a general attack, a sudden change occurs. Buzz. The entire forest was suddenly completely shrouded by a thick green mist. This fog came without any warning. In an instant, everyone's sight was taken away. It's pitch dark. What's even more terrifying is their mental strength. In this green mist, it was also suppressed to an extremely low range. What's going on? It's a formation. Be careful. There was a panic shout from the crowd. They were like headless flies, running around in the thick fog. Not good. Qin Wushuang's expression also changed. He didn't expect that the other party actually hit a formation master. Just when everyone was in chaos. The killing has begun. A purple gold lightning flashed silently through the thick fog like a ghost. Phew. A candidate who was looking around in panic felt a chill on his neck. He didn't even see who the enemy was before his consciousness fell into eternal darkness. Zhao Ping'an appeared and succeeded in one strike. Without stopping, he disappeared from the spot in an instant and pounced on the next target. In this green lotus maze, he is the only god of death. Yi Zi's mental power guides him to the location of each prey. But the others have become blind people with open eyes. Ah! Save me! Where are the enemies? The shrill screams came one after another in the thick fog. Every scream represents the loss of a life. Panic, like a plague, spread among the crowd. They couldn't even catch a glimpse of the enemy's shadow, and they died one by one. This is a boundless fear. Damn it! Everyone gather around me! Qin Wushuang roared, and the white jade sword in his hand shone brightly. He tried to use the light of his sword to dispel the strange fog. But the fog seemed endless. No matter how bright the sword light is, it cannot penetrate. Zhao Ping'an. If you have the guts, come out and fight me fair and square. You're no hero if you hide in a formation. Qin Wushuang roared fiercely but weakly. What answered him was a violent purple lightning. Lei Qianjue's figure emerged from the thick fog. Although he couldn't see, he could feel Qin Wushuang's location. Why would my brother need to take action to kill you? Lei Qianjue thrust out his spear, aiming straight at Qin Wushuang's face. Court death. Qin Wushuang was furious and swung his sword to block. Clang! Swords and guns collided, sparks flew. The two of them started fighting in an instant. And Zhao Ping'an's killing continues. Puff! 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 One after another, candidates fell silently. All their points were transferred to Zhao Ping'an. Above the sky, the bloody leaderboard is undergoing shocking changes. Zhao Ping'an's points are soaring at a terrifying speed. 200. 300. 400. This change made all the surviving candidates on the island feel their scalps tingle. What happened? Zhao Ping'an's points, is he slaughtering them? It's horrible. How many people did he kill by himself? In the thick fog, Qin Wushuang became more and more frightened as the fight went on. He could hear that the screams around him were getting fewer and fewer. This means that the people he brought with him are almost all going to die. Chapter 39, Number 07. Thick fog and dead silence. The fierce battle between Qin Wushuang and Lei Qianjue was the only light and sound in this desolate zone of death. The sword shines like snow, and the spear shoots out like a dragon. The sound of metal clashing was as dense as rain hitting banana leaves. But Qin Wushuang's heart was sinking. The screams around had completely disappeared. That means everyone he brought with him. And all the allies who joined later died. Died in this strange green mist. Died at the hands of the elusive Zhao Ping'an. Now the whole field. Only he and the two personal guards behind him were left. The two guards in the middle stage of the burning fire realm were now standing back to back, forming the simplest defensive formation. He was scanning the thick fog around him vigilantly, his forehead covered in cold sweat. They can't see anything. I can't hear anything. Apart from the sound of the young master and Lei Qianjue fighting not far away, the only sound was his own heartbeat. It is an unknown fear that can drive people crazy. It seemed as if in every corner of the thick fog, there were a pair of cold eyes watching them. In the next second, a butcher's knife will appear to take your life. Cut off their necks from an angle they can't expect. Phew! A slight, almost imperceptible sound of penetration into the flesh. The body of one of the guards suddenly stiffened. His companion next to him. I only felt a warm liquid splashing on the back of my neck. Old. He was just about to speak. A flash of purple gold lightning flashed before his eyes. His voice suddenly stopped. The vision was spinning. He saw his headless body, still in a guarded posture. Then, consciousness completely sank into darkness. Two headless bodies fell limply to the ground. The smell of blood quietly permeated the thick fog. So far. Except for Qin Wushuang, all the besiegers will be killed. Zhao Ping'an's figure appeared in the thick fog. The aura emanating from him was steady and long. It seemed as if the one-sided massacre just now was just a warm-up for him. On the standings, his name has climbed to an astonishing height. Points, 1150. Far behind, leaving everyone behind. He did not look at the new corpses on the ground, but cast his gaze calmly towards the battle circle. In the combat simulation mode, every move of Qin Wushuang. He analyzed and understood every sword move. Qin Wushuang's swordsmanship is gorgeous and exquisite, with the pride and composure unique to the children of aristocratic family. The white jade sword seemed to come alive in his hand. Sometimes it is like the spring breeze blowing on the willows, sometimes like the heavy summer rain, sometimes like the falling autumn leaves, and sometimes like the cold winter snow. For seasoned sword technique. The Qin family's secret. It is indeed very strong. But in front of Lei Qianjue's violent, brutal and indomitable thunder spear technique, he was restrained everywhere. Lei Qianjue was seriously injured. Every time he swung his gun, a trace of blood would flow from the corner of his mouth. But the fighting spirit in him was like a burning volcano, growing stronger and stronger. He completely gave up on defense. Every shot is a life or death fight. Above the tip of the gun, purple lightning flashed wildly, carrying the aura of destroying everything. Madman! Qin Wuxuan cursed in his heart. He simply couldn't understand why Lei Qianjue could burst out with such a strong fighting will. It's clearly on the verge of running out of energy. Clang! Another violent collision. Qin Wuxuan only felt a huge force coming from the sword. The shock made his palms numb and he took 2 steps back uncontrollably. However, Lei Qianjue used the recoil force to forcibly twist his body. Another shot, like a poisonous dragon emerging from a cave, pierced his heart. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. Qin Wuxuan's face changed drastically. His old strength is gone, and his new strength has not yet emerged. Facing this fatal shot, there is no way to dodge. The shadow of death hangs over my heart. Now is the time. Zhao Ping'an's eyes suddenly became sharp. He moved. Stepping on the lightning movie, the figure left a trail of afterimage on the spot. In an instant, he appeared on Qin Wuxuan's left side. An absolute blind spot for his sword. Qin Wuxuan was trying his best to deal with Lei Qianjue's fatal shot. He didn't even realize that death was coming from another direction. Your swordsmanship is too fancy. A calm voice sounded in his ears. Qin Wuxuan's pupils suddenly contracted. Without thinking, he forced himself to change his tactics and draw his sword to protect himself. But, it's too late. A fist burning with purple gold flames. With unparalleled power, it was imprinted on his left rib. Immortal Thunder Flame Emperor Dragon Fist. Snap. The sound of bones breaking can be heard clearly. Puff. Qin Wuxuan spat out a mouthful of blood. The whole person was like being hit by an ancient ferocious beast and flew out. All his ribs on the left side were broken. Purple gold flames. Like a maggot attached to the bone, it madly invaded his internal organs through the wound. Ah! Qin Wuxuan let out a shrill scream. The true energy in his body. It was like meeting his nemesis, and he was instantly ignited by the domineering thunder and flames. And Lei Qianjue's gun also arrived. Phew! The purple tip of the gun, precisely. It pierced through Qin Wuxuan's right shoulder and nailed him to the ground. The violent power of thunder exploded, completely destroying the meridians in his body. Why? Qin Wuxuan was lying on the ground, blood mixed with pieces of internal organs continuously flowing out of his mouth. He felt the vitality in his body rapidly draining away, his eyes filled with resentment. He doesn't understand. He is the prodigy of the Qin family in Beijing, and ranks 4th on the standings. Why did we lose so miserably? Because you talked too much. Zhao Ping'an's voice was cold and without a trace of emotion. He walked slowly to Qin Wuxuan and looked down at him. In your next life, remember to be a mute. Finished. He raised his foot and crushed Qin Wuxuan's head with a decisive move. Red and white splashed all over the floor. 4th on the standings, Qin Wuxuan fell. Ha ha! Lei Qianjue was half kneeling on the ground, leaning on his spear, breathing heavily. Several wounds on his body broke open again. The blood completely dyed his robe dark red. His face was as pale as paper. He overdrew too much in this battle. It's over. He raised his head and looked at Zhao Ping'an. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of teeth stained with blood. Zhao Ping'an nodded. With Qin Wuxuan's death, Yi Zi also removed the formation. The green mist that enveloped the entire forest slowly dissipated like a tide. The sunlight penetrates the branches and leaves again and falls down. It also illuminated the battlefield, which looked like a Shura hell. Broken limbs and debris were scattered everywhere. The bodies of more than 20 candidates in the burning fire realm were lying on the ground in all directions. Each one of them died miserably. The strong smell of blood mixed with the scent of earth is nauseating. Yi Zi's figure walked out from behind a tree nearby. Her face was also a little pale. Not only must they maintain such a large-scale maze, but they must also accurately guide Zhao Ping'an to his target. It took a huge toll on her mental strength. How are you? She walked quickly to Lei Qianjue. He took out a pill from the storage ring and handed it over. I can't die. Lei Qianjue took the pill and swallowed it directly. Then sit cross-legged and start regulating your breathing. Zhao Ping'an pulled out the crossbow from behind him, and the immortal thunder and flame surged, and the wound healed quickly. Although the consumption is not small. But he was protected by the immortal thunder flame, and his condition was actually the best among the three. He looked around to make sure there were no enemies he had missed. However, just when his mind was most relaxed, an extreme sense of danger exploded from the bottom of my heart without any warning. Call out. A sound of breaking through the air, so subtle that it was almost inaudible, suddenly rang out. Zhao Ping'an's pupils suddenly shrank. He didn't even have time to look back. The body relies entirely on the battle instinct that has been tempered through thousands of trials and tribulations. Move sideways an inch to the extreme. Phew! A cold sharp edge brushed past his temple and flew past, bringing up a strand of broken hair and a string of blood beads. It was a poisonous needle that was pitch black and as thin as an ox hair. The poison needle was deeply nailed into a big tree in front of him. No sound, no energy fluctuations. But the giant tree that required two people to hug was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Starting from the needle hole, it turned into a pool of black pus. Vicious. Insidious. This attack is more deadly than the previous 3 crossbow arrows. It targets not the body, but the brain. Zhao Ping'an's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. If he had been a fraction of a second slower just now. Now, he is already a corpse. Who? Lei Qianjue suddenly opened his eyes, roared, and stood up forcefully. Yi Ziyi's expression also changed drastically, and her mental power instantly spread out, sweeping towards the direction where the poison needle came from. He. A burst of laughter came from the forest. 3 figures, like ghosts, slowly walked out of the shadows. The leader was a young man with an ordinary face wearing a black windbreaker. There was an indifferent expression on his face, as if he was looking at a dead object. Behind him followed 2 strong men holding special crossbows. It was the person who shot the 3 armor-piercing crossbow arrows before. Their aura was completely different from that of all the previous candidates. That was the kind of cold, dead murderous aura that could only be honed by years of walking on the edge of life and death. They are not candidates. The performance was wonderful. The leading young man clapped his hands and spoke in a calm tone. Clearing up so much garbage saves us a lot of trouble. His eyes swept across the corpses on the ground and finally fell on Zhao Ping'an. Please introduce yourself. Purifier, number 07. I've been ordered to clear the abnormal data from this exam. His gaze rested on Zhao Ping'an. Zhao Ping'an, you are the biggest abnormal. Chapter 40 Main Altar activated. Purifier? Anomalous data? Zhao Ping'an looked at the 3 people in front of him with cold eyes. He couldn't understand what the other person was saying. But he could feel it. The threat posed by these 3 people far exceeds the sum of all the previous ones. That is a kind of suppression from the level of life. It seems that you don't know what kind of exam you are taking. The young man numbered 07 seems to be very patient. His tone was as if he was stating a fact that had nothing to do with him. This blood hunt is, in essence, a screening. A massive screening process prepared for a grand ceremony. All of you, from the moment you set foot on this island, are part of the process. Your pursuit, killing, cooperation, betrayal, everything is under our surveillance. Those idiots from the Divine Revelation Society think they are the Orioles, but in reality, they are just slightly larger cicadas. Number 07's gaze swept across Xiao Fan's charred corpse not far away, and a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. We are the firewall that monitors the entire process and ensures everything goes smoothly. And you, Zhao Ping'an. His gaze was fixed on Zhao Ping'an again. Your appearance is like a virus, causing the entire program to deviate uncontrollably. They killed the demon general and saw through the plan of the Divine Revelation Society. They even triggered a purge here that we didn't expect. Your presence has seriously threatened the normal progress of the ceremony. So, according to the regulations, you have to be formatted. The words of number 07 shocked Zhao Ping'an, Lei Qianjue, and Yi Ziyi. A scam. From beginning to end, it's a complete scam. The so-called national competition and the so-called secret trial are nothing but a cover. All of them are captive livestock. And this exam is the last carnival before the slaughter begins. Who are you? Lei Qianjue tightened his grip on the spear in his hand and asked in a hoarse voice. This is also the question that Zhao Ping'an wanted to ask. Us? Number 07 smiled. You can think of it as the corrector of this world. As for where we come from and who we work for, you, the data that is about to be erased, have no need to know. He raised his hand and waved gently. Get started. Quickly resolve this, and don't destroy the core token. The two strong men behind him, holding crossbows, moved at the sound. Their movements were in perfect unison, without a single unnecessary movement. Their figures moved to the left and right, like two cheetahs pouncing on their prey, and instantly closed the distance between them and Zhao Ping'an. They did not use crossbows. Instead, he pulled out two black battle blades with strange shapes, one long and one short, from his waist. A dark and unclear energy fluctuation was flowing on the battle blade. That fluctuation caused the immortal thunder flame in Zhao Ping'an's body to become a little restless. It is a weapon specifically used to restrain energy bodies. Zi, take Lei Qian away. Zhao Ping'an shouted loudly, and instead of retreating, he advanced and took the initiative to meet them. He knew that this battle was unavoidable. The other party's target, from the beginning to the end, was only him. Lei Qianjue and Yi Zi no longer have the strength to fight. If they stay, they will only be a burden. Want to leave? Number 07 chuckled and his figure flashed. It's like teleporting. Appeared behind Yi Zi and Lei Qianjue, blocking their retreat. He just stood there quietly. A terrifying aura completely locked the two of them. Yi Zi only felt that her mental power seemed to have hit an invisible wall and was instantly bounced back, causing a sharp pain in her sea of consciousness. Lei Qianjue wanted to swing his gun, but found his body. It is as heavy as a mountain, and even lifting my arms is extremely difficult. Burning Fire Realm, late stage. Moreover, it is the peak of the late stage. Stronger than any enemy they had encountered before. The other side. Zhao Ping'an has already started fighting with the two strong men. Clang! The purple gold fist and the black battle blade collided heavily. Sparks flying. Zhao Ping'an only felt a chill. A strange force followed the opponent's weapon and invaded his fist. That power seemed to have life, biting and tearing madly, dissolving his immortal thunder in flame. He was so shocked by the blow that he took a step back. And the strong man also took a step back. Evenly matched. Zhao Ping'an's heart sank. Each of these two strong men possesses strength that is no less than that of a mid-stage burning fire realm. What is even more terrifying is that their fighting skills and their weapons seem to be born for fighting. Every move is deadly, no frills. Another strong man had quietly circled behind him. The short blade in his hand, like the fangs of a poisonous snake, stabbed into his back. Zhao Ping'an didn't even turn his head, but threw an elbow with his backhand, and blasted backwards with surging thunder and flames. Bang! Elbow and blade collide again. Zhao Ping'an used this force to rush forward several meters and put some distance between himself and the two men. He glanced down at his fists and elbows. The immortal lightning flame there actually became a little dim. There's something strange about the opponent's weapon. It's useless. The voice of number 07 came from a distance. Energy-devouring black gold is a special metal we developed specifically to deal with energy practitioners like you. Although your flames are powerful, they will be weakened by every collision with the energy-devouring black gold. Your power will become weaker and weaker. And we will become stronger and stronger. This is an open conspiracy. It is an absolute crushing victory in terms of strength. Zhao Ping'an's face turned completely cold. He knew that what the other party said was true. If he keeps fighting like this, he will be exhausted to death sooner or later. We must act quickly and decisively. Thunder Flame Emperor Dragon Fist. Zhao Ping'an no longer held back and pushed the immortal thunder flame in his body to the extreme. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a purple gold sun. The shadow of a roaring thunder dragon wrapped around his right arm. He took a step forward and the ground cracked. The figure turned into a stream of light and took the initiative to attack the strong man on the left. Catch the leader first. He has to get rid of one first. The sturdy man looked at this devastating punch with no expression on his face. He simply crossed the two blades in his hands, one long and one short, in front of his chest. Buzz. Above the black battle blade, the dark energy fluctuations instantly became stronger. It formed a black energy shield that seemed to be able to absorb all light. Boom! The purple gold thunder dragon collided violently with the black shield. This time, there was no earth-shattering explosion. There was only a harsh, melting sound like metal friction. The purple gold flames and the black energy madly corroded and annihilated each other. Snap! The ground beneath the sturdy man's feet could not withstand this terrifying force. It cracked inch by inch, forming a small spider web-like depression. His body was shaking violently. Obviously, it was not easy for him to take Zhao Pingin's full-strength attack. And at this moment, another strong man seized this opportunity. His figure, like a ghost, appeared beside Zhao Pingin. The short blade in his hand drew a tricky arc and pierced Zhao Pingin's neck. This is a fatal blow. Zhao Pingin's old strength was exhausted and his new strength had not yet been generated, so he had no way to dodge. Careful! Yi Ziyi screamed. However, just as the short blade was about to cut Zhao Pingin's throat, the corner of Zhao Pingin's mouth curled up into a cold arc. This is the opportunity he has been waiting for. Buzz! A thick dragon scale shield burning with purple gold flames appeared out of thin air beside him. It was the same defensive measure that blocked those 3 crossbow arrows before. Bite! The black short blade pierced the dragon scale shield, making a crisp sound. Although the shield was instantly covered with cracks, it ultimately blocked the fatal blow. At the same time, Zhao Pingin's left hand had transformed into a palm knife burning with lightning flames at some point. At an incredible angle, he chopped off the attacker's wrist. Phew! Blood splattered. The strong man's right hand holding the knife was cut off. Ah! He finally let out a painful groan. But he reacted extremely quickly. Without any hesitation, he turned around and retreated. Want to run? Zhao Pingin's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He endured the recoil force from the strong man in front of him and twisted his body forcefully. The right leg was like a steel whip, sweeping across the waist of the strong man with a broken arm with a whistling sound. Bang! A muffled sound. The strong man's body was like being hit by a speeding truck, and instantly bent like a shrimp. The whole person flew backwards for more than 10 meters and crashed into several large trees before he stopped. He struggled to stand up, but spat out a mouthful of blood and died. Flash sale. He traded injuries for injuries and instantly killed a purifier in the middle stage of the burning fire realm. But Zhao Pingin also paid a price. The strong man in front of him took advantage of the gap when he was attacking his companion and chopped him on the shoulder with a knife. Phew! The battle blade made of energy-devouring black gold easily broke through his body, protecting lightning flames. A wound deep enough to see the bone appeared on his left shoulder. The cold, energy-devouring force rushed into his body frantically, destroying his meridians. Zhao Pingin groaned and staggered. Interesting. Number 07, who had been standing at a distance and watching the battle, showed a hint of surprise for the first time. He didn't expect that in such a desperate situation, Zhao Pingin could actually kill one of his men. It seems that the degree of your data anomaly is even higher than the report states. But that's all. His figure moved. There is no amazing speed and no powerful momentum. He just walked towards Zhao Pingin in an ordinary way, step by step. But with every step he took, Zhao Pingin felt that the space around him seemed to solidify. An invisible and irresistible pressure came from all directions. Field. This is the embryonic field that can only be initially mastered by those at the peak of the late burning fire realm. In this domain, he is God. Zhao Pingin wanted to move, but found that his body seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, and every movement became extremely difficult. And finally, the strong man attacked again. One in front and one behind, it's a decisive game. A hint of madness flashed in Zhao Pingin's eyes. The immortal lightning flame in his body began to reverse in a violent manner. He wants to self-destruct. Even if I die, I will take these 2 bastards with me. However, just when he was about to detonate everything, in his arms, the one he got from Sun Miao, the shepherd's token that looked like a black iron token had been silent for a long time. Suddenly, there was a violent vibration. Buzz. A beam of light that is as black as ink, yet seems to contain endless stars. From the token, it soars into the sky. In an instant, it pierced the sky. The entire island began to tremble violently at this moment. Number 07's forward step suddenly stopped. He looked up at the black beam of light that penetrated the sky and the earth, and for the first time, an expression of horror appeared on his face. That's impossible. The main altar, how could it be activated prematurely? Chapter 41 Sacrifice, Resurrection. A black beam of light penetrates heaven and earth. An ancient, vast, and evil aura. With the light column as the center, it spreads wildly in all directions. The sky turned gloomy in an instant. Blood-colored clouds began to gather at the top of the light column. forming a huge, slowly rotating vortex. All living beings on the island, whether they are candidates or monsters. At this moment, everyone felt the trembling from the depths of their soul. It seemed as if some terrifying existence that had been sleeping for eons was about to wake up. Alarm! Alarm! The Shepherd token has activated abnormally. The main altar program has been forcibly activated. Repeat. Main altar program forced to start. A rapid scream with an electric noise came into the ears of number 07. The calmness and indifference on his face completely disappeared, and was replaced by unprecedented shock and anger. The plan is completely messed up. According to the original script, the Shepherd's token should be cleared at all nodes. When the energy of the blood sacrifice reached its peak, Sun Miao, the leader of the Divine Revelation Society, activated it at the core position of the main altar. Thus, the final ceremony to welcome the arrival of God begins. But now, Sun Miao is dead, and the token is in Zhao Pingan's hands. And this token? It was forcibly activated when the energy of the blood sacrifice was far from sufficient. It's the battle just now. Too many burning fire realm warriors died in this area in a short period of time. Their souls and blood were used as sacrifices by the token, forcing the program to be activated. Number 07 instantly figured out the key. The instigator of all this is Zhao Pingan. This damn virus. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Zhao Pingan, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. We must kill him before he is teleported away. Take back the token. He no longer held back, and the prototype field was fully deployed. The figure turned into a black lightning and rushed straight towards Zhao Pingan. Finally, the strong man also jumped up suddenly, and the blade in his hand cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound. The two of them must complete the final kill before Zhao Pingan is teleported away. However, they are fast. Zhao Pingan's reaction was even faster. The moment the token was activated, he knew that this was his only chance. A chance to survive, or even turn defeat into victory. Facing the two men's thundering attacks, Zhao Pingan did not dodge or evade. There was a flash of resolute madness in his eyes. Bet on it. Instead of suppressing the riot of the token in his arms, he madly injected all the remaining immortal thunder and flames in his body into it without reservation. Since you want energy, I will give it to you. I'll give you enough. Boom. Infused with Zhao Pingan's extremely masculine and powerful energy, the black token exploded instantly like a fire poured with oil. The beam of light that was originally just shooting up into the sky suddenly expanded outwards. It turned into a huge black energy vortex with a diameter of more than 100 meters. In the vortex, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and space fragments flew everywhere. An unmatched and terrifying suction force erupted from the center of the vortex. The surrounding trees, rocks, and even the corpses on the ground were all swept up by the suction force, and then the moment they approached the center of the vortex, they were twisted into the most primitive particles by the violent space turbulence. Not good. The figures of number 07 and the strong man who were rushing forward suddenly stopped. They felt like they had rushed into a level 12 storm at sea. The body was completely uncontrollably pulled towards the center of the vortex by the terrifying suction force. Hold steady. Number 07 roared, pushing his embryonic domain to the extreme. The ground beneath his feet sank inch by inch, trying to resist the suction. But it's useless. In the face of the power of the main altar, his ridiculous embryonic domain was as useless as paper. Snap. The domain was shattered in an instant. Ah! Number 07 let out an unwilling roar. His body was sucked into the vortex. The specially made black windbreaker was shredded in an instant. Next came his flesh and blood, his bones. The moment he came into contact with the violent purple-gold lightning flames and space fragments at the center of the vortex, this purifier at the peak of the late burning fire realm could not hold on for even a second and was completely turned into ashes. His subordinate also suffered the same fate. And the instigator of all this was Zhao Pingan. At this moment, we are at the center of the storm. The suction force he endured was hundreds, thousands of times greater than that of the outside world. Even under the protection of the immortal thunder and flame, his body was still torn and bleeding. The bones groaned as they could not bear the heavy burden. But he gritted his teeth and didn't take a single step back. He turned around and rushed towards Yi Ziyi and Lei Qianjue, who were not far away. The two people were also pulled by the suction force, tumbling in the air, and could be sucked into the vortex at any time. Catch me. Zhao Pingyan shouted loudly, grabbed Lei Qianjua's arm, and with his other hand, he put his arm around Yi Ziyi's waist. Then, he used all his remaining strength to condense a dragon scale shield to protect the three of them. Next second, the three of them were completely swallowed up by the huge vortex. There was endless darkness before my eyes. I don't know how long it took. It seemed like just a moment, yet it also seemed like 10,000 years. Zhao Pingyan felt his body fall heavily onto the cold ground. Severe pain, like a tide, surged from every corner of the body. The immortal lightning flame in his body had dimmed to the extreme, as if it would go out at any time. The meridians were broken and the internal organs were severely shaken. This was the most serious injury he had ever suffered in his 2 lifetimes. He struggled to stand up. The scene before him shocked him. This is no longer the dense forest. Instead, it is an extremely huge underground temple that seems to be built under the abyss. The dome of the temple is so high that the top is invisible, and it is engraved with countless complex and evil star tracks. There are murals carved on the surrounding walls. Thousands of demons pay homage, gods shed tears of blood, and all living beings offer sacrifices. Each one of them reveals a heart-pounding madness and bloodiness. In the very center of the temple is an enormous altar made of countless bones. On the altar, blood gathered into a river and flowed slowly. An overwhelming sense of resentment and death enveloped the entire altar. Here is the main altar. It is the Divine Revelation Conference, the final place of the great ceremony mentioned by the purifier. They were actually teleported here directly by the token. Plop. Plop. Lei Qianjue and Yi Ziyi also fell beside him one after another. Both of them have fallen into a deep coma. Zhao Pingyan checked the condition of the 2 people and found that they were just knocked unconscious by the space teleportation and were not in danger of life. He breathed a sigh of relief. He forced himself to stand up and looked around vigilantly. This dead silent temple gave him a feeling of extreme danger. His gaze moved slowly, and finally, landed on the top of the bone altar. There was a huge throne made from the skull of an unknown black giant beast. On the throne, a figure sat there quietly. His entire body was shrouded in a distorted shadow, and his features could not be seen clearly. It was as if he himself was part of the darkness. He was like an eternal statue, without any breath of life. But Zhao Pingyan's intuition was frantically alerting him. Danger! Extreme danger! Just when Zhao Pingyan's eyes met that figure, the statue-like figure moved. He just slowly raised his head. In the shadows, 2 points of scarlet light suddenly lit up. What kind of eyes are those? No anger, no joy, no sadness. There is only endless, indifferent coldness. It seems that in his eyes, all living beings are ants. Being stared at by those eyes, Zhao Pingyan felt as if his soul was about to be frozen. An unprecedented fear spread uncontrollably from the bottom of my heart. He used all his strength to barely avoid kneeling down. Consciousness is rapidly blurring. The injuries, fatigue, and the pressure from the higher dimensional life finally pushed him to his limit. Before completely losing consciousness, he saw the figure on the throne slowly stand up. A hoarse, ancient voice, as if it had traveled through endless time and space, slowly sounded in the empty temple. The sacrifice, finally, has it arrived. Chapter 42 Chaos. Consciousness floats and sinks in the boundless darkness. The body seemed to be crushed into billions of dust particles, and then forcibly glued together. Every inch of bone and every meridian is groaning under the heavy burden. The immortal flame of thunder is like a candle in the wind, flickering unpredictably. Zhao Pingyan used up all his remaining strength to barely pry open a crack in his eyes. What comes into view is the altar made of endless bones. And the shadowed figure at the top of the altar. Hoarse, ancient. The sound seemed to have traveled through endless time and space, still echoing in the temple. The sacrifice, finally, has it arrived. That figure slowly stood up from the black bone throne. As he moved, the light in the entire temple seemed to dim a little. It wasn't physical darkness. It is a kind of deprivation that comes from a higher dimension, as if he himself is synonymous with nothingness and the end. He walked down from the throne step by step. There were no footsteps. What seemed to be under his feet was not a solid bone step, but an invisible void. With every step he took, Zhao Pingyan felt as if his heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. The feeling of suffocation is overwhelming. That figure walked to the edge of the altar. Looking down from a high vantage point, he gazed down at the 3 people on the ground, who were as tiny as ants. the shadow still shrouded his face. There were only 2 points of scarlet light, like will-o'-the-wisp burning in the abyss, cold and indifferent. 13,000 years. He spoke again, his voice filled with the loneliness of eternity. The key to this cage has finally arrived. His gaze penetrated the distance of space and fell accurately on Zhao Ping'an. No, it fell into Zhao Ping'an's arms, and it had become extremely hot. And on the shepherd's token that was almost stuck to Zhao Ping'an's flesh and blood. It's really an unexpected surprise. I originally thought that we would have to wait until those foolish descendants outside had accumulated enough blood food before we could begin the ceremony. I didn't expect that a pure source of thunderfire would actually catalyze everything in advance. His words confirmed number 07's guess. Zhao Ping'an tried his best to mobilize the remaining thunder and fire in his body and to be on guard. But my body felt like it was filled with lead and I couldn't even move a finger. Under the gaze of that figure, he felt as if his soul was being frozen and peeled off inch by inch. Who are you? Zhao Ping'an used all his strength to squeeze out 3 words from his throat. The sound was as dry as sandpaper rubbing against each other. I. The figure on the throne seemed to smile. It was a smile without warmth or emotion. They call me Shepherd of the Old Gods. He's the caretaker of this god's ranch. And, the first guest who will enjoy your sacrifices. Old God Shepherd. God's ranch. Every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting Zhao Ping'an's heart hard. He remembered what number 07 said. Screening procedures, great rituals, anomalous data. It turns out that all of this is true. The entire island, and even the entire national competition, is one giant ranch. And these so-called geniuses are nothing more than livestock that are carefully raised in the pasture and waiting to be slaughtered. How ridiculous. How sad. No need to give that look. The voice of the old God Shepherd seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Becoming the cornerstone of God's advent is the highest honor for you humble beings. Especially you. His gaze refocused on Zhao Ping'an. The 2 scarlet lights were so bright that they were somewhat frightening. Your soul, your flesh and blood, and even the flame you wield, their quality far surpasses any sacrifice I've ever seen. You are not a captive animal. You are a gift from God. The moment the words fell, an indescribable terrifying pressure came crashing down. Snap. Snap. The ground beneath Zhao Ping'an couldn't withstand the pressure and cracked instantly. He felt his bones breaking into pieces. The soul seemed to be crushed into powder by this pressure. Lei Chenjue and Yi Ziyi, who were in a coma, groaned in pain, and their faces turned pale as paper in an instant. Stop. Zhao Ping'an's eyes were bloodshot and he let out a roar. He tried to burn his last bit of life force to activate the immortal thunder flame. But that weak flame seemed ridiculously small in the face of this vast and abyssal pressure. Oh? You still have the energy to resist? The old God Shepherd seemed a little surprised. He raised his hand and grabbed Zhao Ping'an in mid-air. Buzz. Zhao Ping'an's body floated up from the ground uncontrollably. A cold, evil, and corrosive force flowed madly into his body through his 7 orifices. This force is thousands of times more powerful than the energy of the energy-devouring black gold. It is not weakening the eternal thunder flame. But it's devouring. It wants to devour the unquenchable thunder flame and Zhao Ping'an's soul together and make them its own. Ah! Zhao Ping'an let out a heart-wrenching scream. The pain of having the soul torn apart and the essence devoured surpasses any physical torture. His consciousness was rapidly becoming blurred. The world before my eyes began to twist and spin. He seemed to see his dead parents and his sister lying on the hospital bed, breathing weakly. Is everything going to end? No. I can't die. I promised my sister that I would cure her illness. I promised her that I would take her to see the most beautiful scenery in the world. I haven't fulfilled my promise yet. An extremely strong feeling of unwillingness erupted from the deepest part of the soul. Just when Zhao Ping'an's consciousness was about to be completely devoured, a cold, emotionless mechanical prompt sound suddenly exploded in his mind. Warning! The host has been detected to be possessed by a higher dimensional life form. The origin of life is being rapidly eroded. System Core Protection Protocol activated. Activation failed. The opponent's energy level is too high. Second startup failed. 3 attempts to start failed. Warning! The host's vital signs are about to fall below critical values. The system is about to enter the final self-destruct sequence. Detected that the host has a strong desire to survive. Final plan activated. Project name: Disintegration of Gods and Demons, Living in Death. If this plan is implemented, there is a 99.99% chance that the host will be completely annihilated and die. There is a 0.01% chance of breaking through and then re-establishing, wielding the power of gods and demons. The countdown begins. 10. 9. The cold numbers were beating mercilessly in Zhao Ping'an's mind. This is the system, giving him the last choice. It is to give up everything, to be completely devoured in endless pain, and to be turned into nourishment. Or, bet on that tiny, 1 in a billion chance. Go fight for an unprecedented future. Struggle, wail. Your pain and your unwillingness will only make your soul more delicious. The voice of the old god shepherd, with a hint of morbid joy, echoed in the temple. He enjoyed this kind of thing, playing with geniuses in his hands and admiring their journey from hope to despair. However, he didn't notice. In his eyes, the sacrifice was on the verge of collapse, and the eyes were about to lose their luster. A crazy flame is quietly igniting. 3. 2. Let's bet. Zhao Ping'an used up his last bit of spiritual power and let out a silent roar. 1. Final plan, confirmed and implemented. The disintegration of gods and demons begins. Boom. A force that is more violent, more primitive, and more unreasonable than the power of the old god shepherd. It exploded from the deepest part of Zhao Ping'an's body. That is not the immortal thunder flame. That is, the power of the system itself. It is the most fundamental power of rules that supports the concept of becoming a god through martial arts. At this moment, Zhao Ping'an's body, along with his soul, his immortal thunder and flame, and the evil energy belonging to the old god shepherd that invaded his body. Everything. They were all forcibly squeezed together by this force. Then, it completely exploded, decomposed, and turned into the most primitive chaos. Chapter 43 tastes good. Chaos. Endless chaos. There is no time, no space, no light, and no darkness. Zhao Ping'an's consciousness. Floating in this void, it feels like a lonely boat that could capsize at any time. His body has disappeared. His soul also shattered into billions of points of light. The only thing left is the stubborn desire that comes from the instinct of survival. I can't die. This thought, like a spark, burned tenaciously in this dead silence and chaos. And in the outside world, the magnificent underground temple is shaking violently. With Zhao Ping'an's body as the center, a chaotic energy storm composed of purple-gold lightning flames and dark evil energy is madly taking shape. What's this? For the first time, an expression of horror appeared on the face of the old god shepherd. His hand that was trying to grab Zhao Ping'an in midair was bounced away by an invisible force. He could feel that the part of his original divine consciousness that had invaded Zhao Ping'an's body was being forcibly decomposed and torn apart by a force that he could not understand. It's like a piece of iron thrown into aqua regia. No. More thorough than that. That power was not destroying his spiritual thoughts, but analyzing them. Analyze the composition of his power, analyze the origin of his soul, and analyze his high-dimensional information that comes from some ancient existence. A mortal, how could it be possible? The old god shepherd let out a roar of disbelief. He tried to take back his power. But, it's too late. The chaotic energy storm was like a greedy black hole, biting his spiritual consciousness tightly. Instead of letting go, it burst out with an even more terrifying suction force. It wants to turn around and devour him. Presumptuous. The old god shepherd was completely furious. He is the guardian of the old gods and the supreme ruler of this pasture. After sleeping for 10,000 years and waking up, the first sacrifice he encountered not only did not kneel down and beg for mercy, but instead wanted to retaliate against its master? This is the greatest blasphemy to his divine power. Break it, for me. He no longer held back, and with that power that was above the burning fire realm and that transcended the mundane, he unreservedly suppressed the energy storm. The entire temple groaned under his rage. Above the dome, those evil star trails began to flash wildly. On the walls, the murals depicting demons worshipping in God's weeping blood seemed to come alive and let out a silent roar. However, faced with this terrifying force that is enough to instantly wipe out hundreds of peak-level burning realm powerhouses, the energy storm only paused slightly. Right after. Boom! In the center of the storm, in the chaos, Zhao Pingin's tenacious fire seemed to have found new fuel. It began to frantically devour the purest original energy that had been decomposed by the system. There are fragments of the immortal thunder and flame that belong to him. There are also fragments of the cold and evil power belonging to the old god shepherds. Two completely different, even inherently opposing energies. Under the forced matchmaking of the system's domineering rule power, they began to merge in an incredible way. Crack! A purple-gold arc of electricity lit up in the chaos. But what was different from before was that this arc of electricity was surrounded by a wisp of deep darkness, like ink. Then came the second, the third. Tens of millions of strands, billions of strands. In the chaos, lightning and darkness intertwine into a sea. The purple-golden lightning flames were no longer purely masculine and masculine. It has a touch of coldness and tyranny from the abyss. And that dark evil energy is no longer pure death and corrosion. It has a touch of violence and vitality from thunder. Yin and yang, life and death. At this moment, the two extreme forces reached a strange balance. A brand new power that has never appeared in this world is being born. No! This is impossible. The old god shepherd felt the increasingly terrifying aura in the energy storm, and the shock and anger on his face had turned into a hint of fear. He discovered that the power he suppressed not only failed to destroy the storm, but instead added fuel to the fire, making the storm even more violent. He is personally creating a monster that he cannot control. Damn ants! Stop! He frantically mobilized his strength, trying to sever his connection with the storm. But the suction force was like a leech attached to his bones, making it impossible for him to break free. Plop! At this moment, there was a slight noise. Yi Zi, who was affected by the energy shock wave, slowly woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the most shocking and terrifying scene in her life. Not far away, Zhao Pingin's body was suspended in mid-air. A terrifying storm composed of purple gold and pitch-black energy completely enveloped him. At the other end of the storm was the terrifying figure that walked down from the throne, like a god or demon. That figure was roaring in anger and unwillingness. His body seemed to be being pulled in by the storm little by little. What happened? Yi Zi's mind went blank. Her last memory was the irresistible pressure and the painful figure of Zhao Pingin being grabbed in mid-air. How come the situation took such a shocking turn in the blink of an eye? Was it Zhao Pingon who did it? He was devouring a god-like being? As soon as this thought came to her mind, her scalp went numb and her whole body went cold. Boom! The shaking of the temple became more and more violent. The energy storm has expanded to a limit. In chaos, Zhao Pingin's billions of soul light spots began to reunite quickly under the nourishment of the new power. A brand new energy body, composed of purple gold and pitch-black lightning flames, is slowly taking shape. More condensed than before. More powerful than before. Snap! A crisp sound, as if something was breaking, came from the center of the storm. The divine thought that the old god shepherd used to connect with Zhao Pingin was finally completely swallowed up and crushed. Ah! The old god shepherd let out a scream and staggered back several steps. His figure, shrouded in shadow, became somewhat unreal. Obviously, his original divine consciousness was swallowed up, causing him to suffer heavy damage. He looked at the energy storm, and for the first time, an emotion called fear appeared in his eyes. The storm slowly subsided. The light gradually dissipated. A figure reappeared in the air. He still looks like Zhao Pingin. But his aura had undergone a drastic change. If we say that before he was a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, his edge was fully exposed. So now, he is a bottomless abyss that hides endless thunder. It is restrained and heavy, yet carries the terror that may erupt at any time and destroy everything. He slowly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes are those? In his left eye, purple gold lightning flashed, as if containing the majesty of creation. In his right eye, the dark abyss spun, as if reflecting the end of all things. Creation and destruction, divinity and devilishness, are perfectly integrated in his eyes. His gaze fell calmly on the old god shepherd. No anger, no hatred. There is only one way, the way he looks at his own kind, or even, the way he looks at his prey. Your power. Zhao Pingin spoke. The sound is no longer as clear as before. Instead, it carries a hint of magnetism and hoarseness that seems to resonate with heaven and earth. It tastes pretty good. Chapter 44 Damn Ants. It tastes pretty good. These 6 plain words came out of Zhao Ping'an's mouth. But it was like a loud slap in the face of the old god shepherd. You, damn ant! The old god shepherd was completely enraged. He felt an unprecedented humiliation. I, a dignified shepherd of the old gods, have been sleeping for thousands of years. After waking up, he was treated as food? I will pull your soul out of your body inch by inch. Use the abyssal devil fire to burn for 10,000 years. He roared angrily. The figure that had just been injured and became illusory became solid again. An aura that is more violent and evil than before. A loud explosion erupted from his body. The entire bone altar was buzzing. On the altar, the river formed by blood began to boil. Countless twisted souls filled with resentment. He struggled to crawl out of the river of blood and let out a silent roar towards Zhao Ping'an. Die! The old god shepherd pointed out. Thousands of resentful souls gathered into a gray-black torrent. Carrying enough hatred and curses to contaminate all living things, it swept towards Zhao Ping'an. This is one of his most powerful methods, the 10,000 souls devouring god. It is enough to make the strong men of the same level collapse instantly and become walking corpses. However, facing this devastating blow, there was no expression on Zhao Ping'an's face. He just slowly raised his right hand. 5 fingers, make a fist. Buzz! A ball of flame quietly ignited on the tip of his fist. The flame was a strange purple with black color. Purple gold thunder surged within the core of the flame. The inky black energy of the abyss, like the most loyal guard, lingered on the outer layer of the flame. 2 completely opposite forces are perfectly integrated at this moment. It exudes a sacred, evil, and heart-pounding aura. Abyssal Thunder Emperor Dragon Flame. This is the immortal thunder flame, which has devoured part of the essence of the old god shepherd. After being reshaped by the system disintegration of gods and demons, a new power has been transformed. Your methods are too low level. Zhao Ping'an's voice rang out in the temple. Next second, he moved. No fancy moves, no stunning momentum. Just take a simple step forward. Then, throw a punch. Boom! A fist print made of purple-black lightning flames flew out of his hand. The fist mark was not huge. But wherever it passed, space was violently distorted. It seemed as if it couldn't withstand the force and was about to collapse. The gray-black torrent composed of thousands of resentful souls came into contact with the fist mark. Not even a scream could be uttered. It's like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun. No. It is even more domineering than that, complete annihilation. Those resentful curses are enough to pollute the soul. The moment it came into contact with the Abyssal Emperor Dragon Flame, it was swallowed up by the abyssal energy. The bodies of those resentful souls were instantly evaporated and purified by the thunder power in the core. Destroy with overwhelming force. Unstoppable. The purple-black fist mark pierced through the torrent of souls in an instant. The remaining force continued to blast towards the old god pastor on the altar. What? The pupils of the old god shepherd suddenly contracted. He was totally unable to comprehend what was happening before his eyes. How could his 10,000 souls devourer be broken so easily? Why can the opponent's flame devour the power of one's own curse? No time to think. The crisis of death has loomed in my heart. Without a second thought, he crossed his arms over his chest. An extremely thick bone shield made of countless bones suddenly took shape. The bone shield is covered with evil runes, exuding an immortal aura. This is his innate defense. However, snap. A crisp sound. That bone shield is strong enough to withstand a nuclear explosion. The moment it touched the purple-black fist mark, it was like being made of paper. In an instant, it was covered with cracks. Then, it exploded with a loud bang. Puff! The old god shepherd spurted out a mouthful of black blood mixed with soul fragments. The whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and slammed heavily into the black bone throne behind him. Boom! The throne made of the skull of an unknown giant beast was smashed into pieces. You, what kind of monster are you? The old god shepherd struggled to stand up. His body, shrouded in shadows, had become riddled with holes, emitting wisps of black air. His breath was extremely weak. He lost. What a complete defeat! He couldn't understand why he, an old god who had lived for tens of thousands of years, was guarding the place. Why would he be defeated by a mortal who is not even at the burning fire realm? I'm not a monster. Zhao Ping'an's figure appeared on the altar as if teleporting, and appeared in front of the old god shepherd. He looked down from a high position at this being that had seemed so arrogant just a moment ago. There was no emotion in those eyes, one sacred and the other evil. I'm just a person who wants to survive. Finished. He raised his foot, ready to put an end to this so-called god completely, just like he had crushed Qin Wushuang to death. Stop. At this moment, the old god shepherd suddenly let out a shrill scream. You can't kill me. If I die, this altar will completely lose control. The entire island will be swept into the spatial turbulence and reduced to dust. None of you will survive. Zhao Ping'an's feet stopped in mid-air. He could feel the heavy blow to the old god pastor. This temple, which had already become unstable due to the premature start of the ceremony, was indeed heading towards collapse. From above the dome, rubble has already begun to fall. Visible cracks appeared in space. And do you think you won? The old god shepherd saw a glimmer of hope, and his voice became resentful and crazy. You have devoured my divine essence. You are branded with the mark of the old ones. From now on, you are the number one mortal enemy of all shepherds, all purifiers, and even all believers of God in heaven and on earth. Like sharks smelling blood, they will seek you out from every corner of the world and hunt you down until you are completely wiped out. You can't escape. Ha ha ha. He let out a maniacal laugh. Zhao Ping'an's eyes turned cold. He knew that what the other party said might be true. I have gotten myself into a huge trouble. But, so what? Noisy. He uttered 2 words lightly. The foot still fell down. But he didn't crush the other person's head. Instead, he stepped on the opponent's chest precisely. Bang! The divine body of the old god shepherd exploded. It turned into the purest, purple-black ball of original energy. Before the other party completely disappeared, Zhao Ping'an opened his mouth and took a breath. Like a whale sucking in water, it swallowed all the energy into its stomach. Boom! The aura in Zhao Ping'an's body surged again. Although he has not yet broken through to the burning fire realm, his level of strength has undergone a qualitative leap. Walk! After doing all this, Zhao Ping'an did not stop. He flashed and returned to the ground. He grabbed the still unconscious Lei Qianjue with one hand and embraced the stunned Yi Ziyi with the other. Let's get out of here. Where are you going? Yi Ziyi finally came to her senses and looked at the doomsday-like scene around her, her voice trembling slightly. Zhao Ping'an did not answer. His dark right eye spun in the abyss. With the new power, his perception of space became sharper than ever before. He could feel it somewhere in the direction of this crumbling temple. There is an extremely weak point with abnormal spatial fluctuations. There is the exit. Follow me. Zhao Ping'an let out a low roar, and lightning and darkness intertwined under his feet. The figure turned into a stream of light and rushed towards that direction. Rumble. The bone altar behind him collapsed completely. The entire underground temple is falling apart. Huge rocks fell from the sky like meteorites. The ground cracked into a bottomless ravine, and violent spatial turbulence gushed out from it. Zhao Ping'an took the 2 of them and shuttled back and forth frantically in the doomsday scene of destruction. Finally, he came to a wall covered with cracks. This is it. He no longer hesitated, gathered all his strength, and punched out. Abyssal Thunder Emperor Dragon Fist. Boom! The wall shattered. What was revealed was not rock, but a constantly rotating space vortex that flashed with colorful light. No time to think. Zhao Ping'an held the 2 of them and plunged into the vortex. Just as their figures disappeared, the entire underground temple, including the bone altar, it was completely swallowed up by the endless turbulence of space and turned into nothingness. Only the resentful curse of the old god shepherd still echoes in the void for a long time. You'll regret this, Ant. We will meet again. Chapter 45 Pollution. The colorful light twisted and pulled wildly before my eyes. It was as if the whole world was shattered and turned into a ball of chaotic paint. The force of spatial turbulence is enough to tear steel into the tiniest particles. Zhao Ping'an held Lei Qianjue and Yi Ziyi tightly in his arms, with an energy shield formed by the Yuan Lei Emperor's dragon flame. Under the impact of the violent turbulence, it kept flickering and flickering. His body Having just been reshaped during the disintegration of gods and demons, it is now under tremendous pressure once again. This kind of transmission is 100 times more violent than the previous one when the token was caught in the vortex. I don't know how long it took. The colorful light in front of my eyes suddenly disappeared. A huge repulsive force came from all directions. Bang! 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 The three of them fell heavily from mid-air as if they were hit by a high-speed train. It fell on a cracked ground that was a strange dark red color. Gravel flew everywhere. Zhao Ping'an groaned and was the first to turn over and stand up. Lei Chenjue and Yi Ziyi in his arms rolled to the side, still in a coma. He quickly checked on the two men. After confirming that he was only injured by the space shock and his life was not in danger, he looked around. My heart sank little by little. This is not the dense forest they were in before. It is not any known area for national competitions. The sky is morbid. The interweaving of pale green and dark purple looks like a rotten curtain. No sun, no clouds. There were only a few huge, scar-like space cracks across the sky, and chaotic energy overflowed from them from time to time. The air was filled with a pungent smell mixed with sulfur and decay. Every breath felt like inhaling a hot blade. There is no normal vegetation around. The ground was dry and cracked, and the dark red soil seemed to be soaked in blood. Some twisted, black plants like spurs. It grows tenaciously from the cracks in the ground, its surface covered with a layer of sticky liquid. In the distance, the mountains that were supposed to exist had now collapsed in half, revealing their hideous cross-sections. The whole world is filled with deathly silence, madness, and despair. We're still on the island. Zhao Ping'an whispered to himself. He could feel that this space had not yet completely broken away from its previous coordinates. But this place has become a different place. The death of the old god shepherd and the collapse of the main altar caused this ranch that had been kept in captivity for thousands of years to completely get out of control. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. Beneath the skin, there is purple gold thunder and pitch black abyss energy. Like two dragons chasing each other, they flow slowly along the meridians. An unprecedented feeling of power filled every corner of the body. Abyssal Thunder Emperor Dragon Flame. This new power. The damage he suffered during the space transmission is being repaired at an astonishing speed. At the same time, he also felt a sense of disharmony. Although the two extreme forces were forcibly merged by the system, they have not yet reached a perfect balance. Like a volcano that could erupt at any time, it poses huge risks. More importantly, Zhao Ping'an's consciousness sank into the depths of his soul. There, he could see clearly. A mark composed of countless twisted runes, emitting a cold and dead aura, was deeply imprinted on the origin of his soul. The mark of the old ones. This thing is like a locator. A coordinate, announcing his location to some unknown existence at all times. Trouble. He frowned slightly. Cough, cough, cough. A violent coughing sounded. Lei Chenjue slowly woke up, covering his aching head and struggling to sit up. Zhao Ping'an, where are we? He looked around blankly. When he saw this hellish scene, he froze. Then, where's that damn thing? Dead. Zhao Ping'an said lightly. Dead? Lei Chenjue widened his eyes, then seemed to remember something and looked suddenly at Zhao Ping'an. He saw Zhao Ping'an's strange eyes. In his left eye, purple gold lightning flashed, majestic and sacred. In the right eye, a dark abyss spun, evil and cold. Your eyes. Lei Chenjue took a deep breath and felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. At this moment, Zhao Ping'an gave him a feeling of being even more dangerous than when he faced the old god shepherd in the temple before. Don't be afraid. Zhao Ping'an retracted the strange vision in his eyes and restored his normal black pupils. There was a little accident. I will explain it to you later. On the other side, Yi Ziyi also woke up. She didn't say anything, but just looked at Zhao Ping'an with a complicated look. She had been awake briefly before and witnessed Zhao Ping'an's shocking reversal in devouring gods and demons. That scene has become an indelible mark in her heart. Roar! Right now! A roar unlike any known creature suddenly sounded from the depths of the crack in the ground not far away. The earth shook violently. The three people's expressions changed and they looked in the direction of the sound at the same time. Dozens of monsters of various shapes crawled out frantically from a huge crack in the ground. Some of those monsters looked like lizards, but had 8 legs, their bodies were covered with pustules, and they were constantly dripping with green corrosive liquid. Some looked like giant wolves, but half of their bodies had rotted away, revealing their white bones, with green ghostly fire burning in their eye sockets. They all exude the same aura as this world. The same origin, chaotic and crazy aura. The moment he saw Zhao Ping'an and the other two, the pupils of all the monsters turned scarlet. They are attracted by the breath of living people. Be careful. These things are contaminated. Lei Chenjue roared, lightning flashed on his body, and he assumed a fighting stance. Yi Ziyi also drew her sword, her expression solemn. The aura of each of these monsters is no weaker than that of the previous ones in the early stage of the burning fire realm. Dozens of them charging together, the oppressive feeling is enough to make any genius despair. Zhao Ping'an, however, just stood there calmly. He looked at the monsters rushing towards him madly, and slowly raised his right hand. There is no amazing momentum. There is no bright light. He just waved lightly in the direction where the monsters were coming from. The action is as freehand as brushing off the dust from the corner of clothes. Laugh. A barely perceptible arc of purple-black electricity flashed from his fingertips. Next second, the eight-legged lizard monster rushing in the front suddenly froze. Immediately following, its body, from the inside out, began to decompose and collapse silently. First came those disgusting pustules, then the flesh and blood, and finally the bones. The whole process takes less than a second. The monster, which was comparable to the burning fire realm, disappeared out of thin air without leaving even a drop of blood or a bone. It's as if it never existed in this world. However, the purple-black arc of electricity did not dissipate after annihilating the first monster. It was like the deadliest plague, flashing again and again among the group of monsters. TSK. 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 With every flash, a monster was completely wiped out from the plane of existence. There was no explosion, no roar, no screaming. There was only dead silence. Lei Chenjue and Yi Ziyi were completely dumbfounded. Their mouths opened wide and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The scene before them was completely beyond their comprehension. There are dozens of monsters at the fire realm level. It was actually wiped out so casually. What kind of terrifying power is this? Just a few breaths. The group of monsters disappeared. It was as if the devastating beast tide just now was just an illusion. Zhao Ping'an withdrew his hand without any fluctuation in his expression. The power of Emperor Yuan Lei Longyan is even more domineering than he imagined. It is not just a fusion of the destruction of thunder and the devouring of the abyss. Moreover, under the reshaping of the system's rules, it has acquired a hint of conceptual attributes. Annihilation. Let's go. He glanced at the two stunned people and took the lead. We have to find a way to get out of here quickly. Lei Chenjue and Yi Ziyi looked at each other and saw deep shock and awe in each other's eyes. They followed Zhao Ping'an silently. The three of them were struggling to move forward in this dead and eerie wasteland. Zhao Ping'an walked in front, his dark right eye was spinning like an abyss, and his perception of space became extremely sharp. He wanted to find the weakest node in this broken space. Sudden. He stopped and looked into the distance. At the end of the horizon, a dilapidated metal structure stood stubbornly on the wasteland. That's a signal tower. It is one of the facilities used by the organizers of the national competition to monitor the entire island. Found it. As long as we can use the equipment there, maybe we can contact the outside world, or find an alternative channel to teleport out. However, just as Zhao Ping'an's eyes locked onto the signal tower, boom! The ground behind the signal tower suddenly arched up. A huge monster slowly rose from the ground. It was a being made up of countless twisted pieces of flesh and blood. A giant over 100 meters tall, forcibly pieced together from broken metal parts. Its body was covered with countless monster limbs and arms, which were still twitching slightly. A head composed of hundreds of eyeballs slowly rotates. In the end, all pupils were fixed on Zhao Ping'an and the other two. A pressure that was 100 times more terrifying than the previous group of monsters came overwhelmingly. That is... Yi Ziyi's voice was trembling. Zhao Ping'an's eyes became extremely solemn. He looked at the monster guarding the signal tower. In the vision of his divine and demonic eyes, he saw more than just monsters. He also saw that within the monster, at the core of its chaotic energy, there was a person. A man wearing a black purifier windbreaker. He was wrapped in countless flesh and blood tentacles and merged into one with the monster. Chapter 46, The Purifier Returns. New Prey. 100-meter-tall giant of flesh and blood stands tall in the wasteland. A head made up of hundreds of eyeballs. When it rotates, it makes a teeth-grinding crunching sound. It exudes an aura of chaos, madness, and tyranny. The pale green sky seemed to dim a little. What the hell is this? Lei Qianjue's scalp went numb, and he felt a chill running up his spine. The oppressive feeling from this monster was even more direct and violent than when he first met the old god shepherd in the temple. Yi Ziyi's knuckles had turned white from the excessive force she exerted on the hilt of the sword. Her instincts were sending out alarm bells. Run! Run! This monster is simply not something they can contend with. You guys stand back. Zhao Pingan's voice remained calm. He took a step forward, alone, facing the terrifying mountain-like monster. Zhao Pingan. Don't be impulsive. That thing. Lei Qianjue shouted hurriedly. Stand back. Zhao Pingan didn't look back, but just repeated it. The voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Lei Qianjue and Yi Ziyi's bodies stiffened involuntarily. They looked at Zhao Pingan's back, which was not a very tall figure. At this moment, it seems even more majestic than the giant who was 100 meters tall. Roar! The flesh and blood giant noticed Zhao Pingan's provocation. Its head, which was made up of hundreds of eyeballs, and all the pupils shrank into needles in an instant. A deafening roar turned into visible sound waves and swept out. Wherever the sound waves passed, the dry and cracked earth was plowed into gullies several meters deep. Lei Qianer and Yi Ziyi's expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly used all their strength to resist. Even so, he was still shocked and his blood was boiling, and he retreated repeatedly. But Zhao Pingan, who was at the center of the storm, didn't even move the corner of his clothes. He just looked at the monster quietly. Looking at the figure of the purifier wrapped in flesh and blood inside its body. So, this is what happens when purification fails. He whispered to himself. This purifier was probably contaminated by the chaotic energy leaked at the moment the main altar collapsed. Not only did he fail to complete the mission, but he also ended up with this out-of-control ranch. They merged into one, becoming an even more terrifying monster. Let me see how much of the old god's power you still have left. Zhao Pingan's right foot gently retreated. The body sinks slightly. The dragon flame of Emperor Yuanlei surged in his body like a river. The next moment. Boom! A deep pit suddenly appeared on the ground beneath his feet. The whole person turned into a purple-black stream of light and soared into the sky against the sound waves. Quick! Almost reaching the limit. Lei Qianjue and Yi Ziyi only had time to catch a fleeting afterimage on their retinas. The hundreds of eyeballs of the flesh and blood giant also seemed unable to react. Just when Zhao Pingan was about to rush in front of it. On the giant's huge body, there are dozens of huge tentacles made of twisted flesh and blood. Like a poisonous dragon coming out of a cave, it rushed towards Zhao Pingan with a scream that tore through the air. Each tentacle contains a terrifying force that is enough to easily shatter a mountain. All his routes forward were blocked. Facing this dragnet-like attack, Zhao Pingan's figure made an incredible movement in mid-air. He didn't dodge or block. Instead, it just disappeared out of thin air. When he appeared again, he had passed through the blockade of dozens of tentacles and arrived at the chest of the flesh and blood giant. The core composed of purifier is within reach. The power of space. After integrating the essence of the old god shepherd, Emperor Yuanlei Longyan, it gave him a slight control over space. Although long-distance transmission is not possible, this short-distance flashing is possible. But it is more bizarre and efficient than any other physical skills. Die! Murderous intent surged in Zhao Pingan's eyes. He clenched his right fist, with the tip of his fist above his head. The purple gold thunder and the dark abyss energy spiraled madly and condensed. One punch, blast out. Abyssal Thunder Emperor Dragon Fist. This punch was aimed at the core of the monster. However, just as his fist was about to touch the monster's body, a sudden change occurs. The squirming flesh on the monster's chest suddenly split open. What was revealed was not the wrapped purifier, but it was an extremely huge mouth full of sharp teeth. There was no tongue in that mouth, only a constantly rotating, dark vortex of energy. A terrifying suction force suddenly erupted from the vortex. Zhao Pingan's punch was powerful enough to shatter mountains. All the strength was actually swallowed up by the vortex. Not even a ripple was caused. Devour? This monster can actually devour energy. Interesting. A strange look flashed in Zhao Pingan's eyes. Before he could react further, in that huge mouth, the vortex that swallowed up his fist power suddenly reversed. Boom! One that was thicker and more violent than the previous one. A dark energy beam mixed with countless fragments of flesh and blood shot out from the giant mouth. It actually mixed Zhao Pingan's power with its own power. And then he hit back. The distance is too close. There is no time to dodge. Zhao Pingan's body was hit head-on by this terrifying beam of energy. Boom! The whole person flew backwards from a height of 100 meters like a meteorite and slammed heavily into the wasteland in the distance. The earth shook violently. A huge deep pit with a diameter of more than 100 meters appeared on the ground. Smoke and dust covered the sky and the sun. Zhao Pingan! Lei Chenjue and Yi Ziyi exclaimed at the same time. Their hearts sank to the bottom in an instant. It's over. Such a terrifying blow, if it hits directly, even a man of iron will be reduced to ashes. Roar! After a successful strike, the flesh and blood giant roared in victory. Its hundreds of eyeballs looked towards the smoke-filled pit in a playful manner. However, its roar has not yet subsided. A cold voice slowly came out from the deep pit. Nice power. Unfortunately, it was used in the wrong place. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated. In the center of the deep pit, Zhao Pingan's figure was quietly suspended in the air. His clothes were a little torn. But, no harm at all. In front of him, a shield made of pure, inky black abyssal energy was slowly dissipating. That shield completely blocked the devastating blow just now. Yuan Lady Longyan, thunder is for attack, and Yuan is for defense. Attack, you can destroy cities and strongholds, and annihilate all things. Defense, can devour nothingness, and is immune to all kinds of attacks. The roar of the flesh and blood giant came to an abrupt end. For the first time, a trace of the emotion called fear was revealed in hundreds of eyeballs. It cannot be understood. Why can this tiny human being block my full strength attack? Now, it's my turn. Zhao Pingan raised his head, and the pair of divine and demonic eyes appeared again. In the left eye, purple gold lightning flashed. In the right eye, the dark abyss rotates. He didn't rush forward again. He just slowly raised his left hand. With 5 fingers spread out, they pointed at the flesh and blood giant in the distance. Deep. A cold word came out of his mouth. Buzz. Under the feet of the flesh and blood giant, the dark red land suddenly turned pitch black without any warning. That's not a change of color. It's a kind of qualitative change. The earth turned into a swamp that swallowed everything, and turned into an abyss connected to endless nothingness. A huge suction force came from the abyss. The mountain-like body of the flesh and blood giant suddenly sank. Both legs were instantly pulled into the abyss. Roar! 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 It let out a terrified roar and its huge body struggled frantically. Dozens of tentacles were waving wildly and slapping the ground, trying to break free. But, it's useless. The abyss seemed to have infinite power, pulling it downwards tightly. Thunder! Zhao Pingan uttered the second word. Boom! Above the pale green sky, a huge space crack suddenly opened. Endless purple gold thunder poured down from the crack. It turned into a sea of thunder. Not a single bit of the thunder sea leaked out. All the thunder was extremely precise. All of them bombarded the flesh and blood giant that was being swallowed by the abyss. Ah! This time, it was no longer a meaningless rant. It was a shrill scream filled with endless pain and fear. That was the final wail of the purifier. Under the pull of the abyss and the purification of thunder, the huge body of the flesh and blood giant began to fall apart at a speed visible to the naked eye. Those twisted flesh and blood were evaporated in the lightning. Those solid metals were melted in the lightning. Less than 10 breaths. That arrogant, terrifying giant that was 100 meters tall completely disappeared between heaven and earth. Swallowed by the abyss. Purified by thunder. Not even a trace of existence was left. Deathly silence returned to the world again. There was only the slowly closing crack of thunder above the sky. And the dark abyss on the ground gradually returned to its original state. Proving that the miraculous scene just now really happened. Lei Chenjue and Yi Ziyi were completely numb. One thought turns the earth into an abyss. One thought can draw the divine thunder from the 9 heavens. Is this really a power that humans can possess? What is the difference between this and God and the devil? Zhao Ping'an slowly fell down, his face slightly pale. The simultaneous use of 2 extreme powers also consumed him enormously. He ignored the gazes of the 2 people behind him and walked straight towards the broken signal tower. However, just as he was about to step into the signal tower, deep in his soul, the mark of the old one suddenly jumped. A cold, malicious feeling of prying eyes suddenly descended. Zhao Ping'an's movements suddenly froze. He could feel something coming. Not those polluted monsters, but purifier. He suddenly looked up and looked at the sky. In the distant sky, several black spots were rushing towards here at an astonishing speed. The familiar custom-made black windbreaker looked particularly dazzling under the pale green sky. Damn it! This mark is really a trouble. Zhao Ping'an's face completely sank. The curse of the old god shepherd has come true. And it came so quickly. He had just experienced a great battle and had consumed a lot of energy, so he was not fit to fight again. Walk! He made a prompt decision and gave up his plan to enter the signal tower. He grabbed Lei Qianjue and Yi Ziyi, who were still in a daze. Hurry! The pursuers are coming. However, it's too late. The moment they turned around, a cold, emotionless voice seemed to ring directly in the minds of the 3 of them. Anomalous data, number S001. Detected the original energy of the old god shepherd. Confirmed, the transformation into God's evil has been completed. According to the highest regulations of the Divine Purification Act, you are designated as a first-order elimination target. Buzz. An invisible force field descended from the sky. Completely blocked the area within a radius of 1 kilometer. The bodies of Zhao Ping'an and the other 2 suddenly sank, as if they were carrying an invisible mountain on their backs. Immediately following, several figures dropped from the sky and landed around them, surrounding them. There are 5 people in total. The leader was a middle-aged man with a stern face and eyes as sharp as knives. There was no number on his windbreaker. There is only one emblem engraved in ancient characters. Judgment. Surrender, heretic. Or, I will personally strip you of everything and let you return to dust in endless repentance. The man called Judgment looked at Zhao Ping'an and spoke slowly. Behind him, 4 purifiers raised their strange weapons at the same time. The weapon was not aimed at Zhao Ping'an, but it was Lei Qianjue and Yi Ziyi who were beside him. Chapter 47: The Old Ones. Cold, murderous intent. Like a real blade, it locked onto Lei Qianjue and Yi Ziyi. The weapons in the hands of the 4 purifiers were of strange shapes, like guns. But the muzzle of the gun was not a black barrel, but a constantly rotating silver ring engraved with countless runes. In the center of the ring, energy is gathering, emitting a dangerous aura. Lei Qianjue was furious. Lightning flashed on his body and he was about to take action. Don't move. Zhao Ping'an pressed his shoulders and spoke in a low voice. He could feel that the 4 weapons contained a strange energy that could extremely restrain living beings. Once hit, the consequences will be unimaginable. A very smart choice. The leading judge showed a hint of approval on his face. He looked at Zhao Ping'an as if he was looking at an interesting collection. Let me introduce myself. I'm from the Divine Revelation Society, an executive officer of the 7th Judgment Sequence, codenamed Judgment. S001, your existence has violated a taboo. You have stolen power that does not belong to you and polluted the pastures of God. Now, I'll give you a chance. Give up resistance, hand over the divine essence you stole, return with me, and accept the holy judgment. In exchange, your 2 companions can live. His voice was calm and indifferent. It was as if he was talking about a trivial matter. It is a kind of arrogance that comes from the bones and is condescending. It seemed as if the lives of all living beings depended on his thoughts. What if I refuse? Zhao Ping'an's eyes turned cold. Reject? The judge codenamed Judgment seemed to smile. You have no right to refuse. The moment the words fell. Buzz. The invisible force field that blocked an area of 1 kilometer in radius suddenly shrank. A terrifying pressure came crashing down. Snap. Snap. The ground couldn't bear the pressure and cracked inch by inch. Lei Chenjue and Yi Ziyi's faces turned pale. My legs went weak and I almost fell to my knees. Their bodies seemed to be bound by countless invisible chains. Even moving a finger has become extremely difficult. This is the field. Moreover, it is far better than the ridiculous prototype area of number 07. To be 100 times, 1,000 times stronger, a real domain. Soul calming force field. The sound of judgment echoed in the force field. Specially used to suppress those of you who have strong mental powers, abnormal data. In this force field, your souls will be infinitely weakened. The energy you are so proud of will become sluggish and difficult to mobilize. Now, do you still want to refuse? He was like a patient hunter, admiring the prey's final struggle. Zhao Ping'an's brows were tightly furrowed. He did feel it. A cold force was trying to invade his sea of consciousness and suppress his soul. The speed of the abyssal thunder emperor dragon flame in his body was also significantly affected. This judgment is very powerful. His strength has probably surpassed the scope of the burning fire realm and reached a whole new level. It seems that you still don't give up. The ruling seemed a little impatient. He tilted his head slightly towards a purifier behind him. Teach him a lesson. Yes. The purifier received the order and without hesitation, aimed the rune gun in his hand at Lei Qianjue's right leg. Buzz. The silver ring shines brightly. Stop. Zhao Ping'an's eyes were bloodshot. The abyssal thunder emperor dragon flame in his body suddenly exploded. Purple gold and pitch black flames shot up into the sky, forcibly creating a tiny crack in the soul calming force field. He took a step forward and stood in front of Lei Qianjue. Laugh. A beam of silver light hit Zhao Ping'an's chest accurately. However, the expected scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere did not occur. The silver beam of light hit Zhao Ping'an's body the moment it touched him. It's like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. It was completely swallowed up by the layer of defense on his body made of abyssal energy. What? The pupils of the purifier who fired the shot suddenly shrank. Even Judgment's face showed a hint of surprise. You can actually devour the light of oblivion? The power of the abyss within you is even purer than I imagined. It seems that the good-for-nothing old god shepherd has given all his wealth to you. The judge's eyes became a little eager. That is a kind of greed, seeing more precious prey. In that case, it's even more impossible to keep you here. He stopped talking nonsense. Slowly, he raised his right hand. In his palm, a cross sword made of pure light slowly took shape. That light was not warm, but cold, full of judgment and verdict. In the name of God, I sentence you. Capital offense. Boom. He swung his sword. A crescent-shaped blade of light, 100 meters long, flew out of his hand. That blade of light seemed to be able to cut off everything in the world. Wherever it passed, a dark crack was cut into the space. The soul-calming force field seems insignificant in front of this blade of light. This sword already contains a trace of the power of rules. The crisis of death instantly enveloped the hearts of Zhao Ping'an and the other two. The blood had completely drained from Lei Qianjue and Yi Ziyi's faces, leaving only despair. In front of this sword, they felt as small as a speck of dust. However, facing this sword that is powerful enough to kill everything, the suppressed and threatened anger on Zhao Ping'an's face slowly faded away. What replaced it was a kind of madness that was extremely cold. You pissed me off. He spoke in a low voice, his voice was hoarse, but it seemed to come from the depths of the underworld. He no longer tried to fight against the soul-calming force field. He no longer tried to suppress the two forces in his body that were not yet perfectly balanced. He gave up all resistance. Then, completely released. Boom! An indescribable terrifying aura suddenly exploded from Zhao Ping'an's body. That is not just thunder, nor is it just the abyss. Rather, it is God and the devil, light and darkness, life and death, two extremely opposite concepts. At this moment, everything broke free from its restraints, intertwined, merged, and sublimated crazily. Snap! 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 The soul-calming force field that Judgment was so proud of could not hold out for even a second under the impact of this breath. It's like a balloon that has been blown to its limit and exploded. The judge himself was struck by lightning. He groaned and staggered back several steps. His determined crossblade of light was powerful enough to cut through the rules. When he was still 10 meters away from Zhao Ping'an, he suddenly stopped. Then, it shattered into pieces. It turned into spots of light all over the sky. Puff! Judgment spat out a mouthful of blood, his face full of disbelief. Impossible. This is impossible. How could you possibly break free from my domain? And even hurt my very essence? He roared madly. And the fate of his four subordinates, the four powerful purifiers, was even more miserable. The moment Zhao Pingin's aura exploded, their bodies, like burning paper figures, silently turned into ashes. Along with the rune firearms in their hands, they were also destroyed. Nothing is impossible. In the smoke and dust, Zhao Pingin walked out slowly. His body was suspended in the air 3 inches above the ground. The left half of the body was wrapped in sacred purple gold thunder, and the lightning turned into dragon scales, covering it, majestic and domineering. The right half of the body was shrouded in an evil, pitch-black abyss. The darkness condensed into a magic armor, runes flowed, and it was dead silent and cold. Behind him, 2 huge shadows, one on the left and one on the right, slowly emerged. On the left is the Thunder Emperor, standing on a sea of thunder and holding divine punishment in his hands. On the right is the demon god of the abyss, clad in darkness and observing the universe. God and the devil, in his body, achieved a strange and perfect unity. Field? Zhao Pingin raised his head, and his eyes, one sacred and the other evil, calmly stared at the completely dazed judgment. Your thing, is it worthy of being called a domain? He slowly opened his arms. Boom! Centered on him. The whole world was divided into 2. On the left is a purple gold world of thunder, where thousands of thunder dragons are roaring and galloping. On the right is the pitch-black abyss kingdom, where countless demonic shadows whisper and float up and down. A brand new, real realm that spans gods and demons, encompasses life and death. Coming with a bang. Abyssal thunder, the realm of gods and demons. In this domain, Zhao Pingin is the only master. Judgment's body was forcibly pulled into the field. The holy light on his body was madly suppressed, weakened, and even assimilated the moment it came into contact with the power of the domain. Half of his body was burned by thunder, with skin and flesh torn apart. The other half of the body was eroded by the abyss, and the flesh and blood melted away. Ah! Judgment let out a scream that was so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice. The power he was proud of was as fragile as a joke in this realm of gods and demons. You, what kind of monster are you? You're not S001. You're the Forbidden One. The banished, forbidden existence in mythology. He seemed to have recalled some extremely terrifying legend, and there was only endless fear in his eyes. Zhao Pingin did not answer. He simply slowly stretched out his right hand towards Judgment, who was struggling in the field. On the palm of his hand, the purple-black energy gathered into a constantly rotating miniature black hole. God? Demon? He spoke softly, and his voice echoed throughout the entire realm. In front of me. They are all prey. The moment the words fell, he squeezed it hard. Boom! In the domain, there was the powerful 7th Judgment Sequence Executor who had surpassed the Burning Fire Realm, along with his soul, his power, and everything he had. They were all completely crushed and swallowed by the endless thunder and abyss. Do all this. Zhao Pingin slowly turned around, and the realm of gods and demons gradually dissipated. He glanced at Lei Chenjue and Yi Zi, who had been completely petrified. Then, he raised his head, his gaze seeming to penetrate the barriers of this broken space and the pale green sky. He could feel it. Just now, his realm of gods and demons was fully unfolded. A will, no, several wills that are older, larger, and more indifferent. From a dimension so far away that it is unimaginable. A glance was cast here. The rulers of the old days. Those who truly stand at the top of the food chain. Finally, I noticed that he was the one who stole the power of God. Ants. Chapter 48, The Crown. The world returned to dead silence. That terrifying realm that spans gods and demons and encompasses life and death. It receded like the tide and reappeared in Zhao Pingin's body. Above the sky, the huge thunder crack slowly closed. Beneath the ground, the all-devouring pitch-black abyss returned to its original wasteland state. It was as if the scene of divine punishment and demonic punishment had never happened. The wind blows. A cloud of dust was raised. The 7th Judgment Order Executor known as Judgment, along with his 4 powerful purifiers. In this world, no trace of existence is left. Lei Chenjue and Yi Zi froze in place. Their brains have completely stopped thinking. The scene before them had shattered all their knowledge of power. One thought opens up a new realm. One thought, judge the apostle of God. What kind of great power is this? Zhao Pingyan's figure slowly fell from mid-air. His feet stepped lightly on the cracked ground without making any sound. The vision on his body was rapidly fading away. The majestic and domineering purple-gold dragon scales on the left half of the body turned into specks of lightning and scattered into the air. On the right half of his body, the evil and deadly black magic armor also decomposed into wisps of black gas and returned to nothingness. He returned to his original appearance. But that pretty face was now so pale that it was devoid of a trace of blood. Puff! A mouthful of blood mixed with purple, gold and pitch black spurted out of his mouth and spilled onto the dark red ground. TSK TSK. The ground was corroded into a small pit that emitted black smoke. Zhao Pingyan's body shook violently, and he fell to one knee, supporting the ground with his hands, and gasping violently. The forceful release and perfect control of that power, which had not yet been completely balanced, put a strain on his body that was beyond imagination. The Yuanlei Emperor's dragon flame, like an enraged beast, rushed wildly into his body. The power of thunder burned his meridians. The power of the abyss corroded his bones. The conflict between the two forces caused him to suffer tearing pain. Zhao Pingyan. Lei Chenjue and Yi Zi finally woke up from their shock and rushed over at the same time. How are you? Lei Chenjue wanted to help him, but when he stretched out his hand halfway, he hesitated. Although Zhao Pingyan looked weak at this moment, the remaining aura from the realm of gods and demons still made him frightened. Don't touch me. Zhao Pingyan's voice was hoarse and dry. He forcibly suppressed the energy running wild in his body and slowly stood up. I'm fine, just a little exhausted. His gaze passed over the two people and looked at the signal tower that was still standing stubbornly in the aftermath of the battle. We must leave here as soon as possible. His instinct was to frantically call the police. Right now. That cold, malicious feeling of prying eyes descended upon us again. And there is more than one. It's several. Dozens of them. Hundreds and thousands of them. It seemed as if at this moment, in the dark corner of the entire universe, all the sleeping, indescribable horrible beings opened their eyes at the same time. Their gaze penetrates endless dimensions and the barriers of space. Accurately, it focused on Zhao Pingyan. Focus on the mark of the old ones that is flashing with a strange light deep in the origin of his soul. Snap! Without any warning, a huge crack appeared in the pale green sky. That is not a thunder crack, nor is it a space crack. It was a wound that seemed to lead to a higher dimension. Behind the crack is not the starry sky, nor is it nothingness. It is a chaotic chaos that cannot be described by any color or expressed in any language. In the midst of that chaos, one could vaguely see outlines that were so huge that it was unimaginable. There are twisted tentacles covered in eyeballs. There are huge wings burning with black flames. There are mountains made up of countless wailing skeletons. Just seeing a corner of those outlines, Lei Qianjue and Yi Zi's eyes were filled with tears of blood. Their souls seemed to be bursting by the huge flow of information. No, don't look. Zhao Pingyan let out a loud shout. His pupils, which had just returned to normal, changed again. The left eye flashed with purple gold lightning, while the right eye spun into a pitch-black abyss. Eye of gods and demons, activate with all your strength. A mixture of sacred and evil aura emanated from him. An invisible barrier was formed, protecting Lei Qianjue and Yi Zi behind them, isolating them from the terrifying gaze from the higher dimension. Lei Qianjue and Yi Zi groaned and collapsed to the ground together, gasping for breath, their faces as pale as paper. At that moment just now, they felt like they had died once. Zhao Pingyan, however, bore all the pressure alone. He raised his head and looked directly at the wound in the sky that was getting bigger and bigger. He could feel it. Those old rulers are trying to project their power and their will onto this world. And the coordinates are him. This is a big trouble. He muttered to himself, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He can kill one judgment, or even 10 judgments. But what he faced was not a judgment. But it is the real gods who give the power of judgment. Or rather, the devil. Boom! The entire broken space began to tremble violently. The earth is collapsing. The sky is falling. This world, which is already on the verge of destruction, cannot withstand the power of just a glance from those beings. We must go. Zhao Pingyan made a prompt decision. He no longer cared about the injuries in his body, and picked up the still somewhat weak Lei Qianjue with one hand, and held Yi Ziyi with the other. "Follow me." In his right eye, the dark abyss spun wildly. The perception of space has been stimulated to the extreme. He had to find a weak point and force open a passage before this space completely collapsed. "Want to leave?" A cold voice, which did not belong to any known language but could be understood by all living beings, resounded directly in the depths of the three people's souls. That voice was ancient, grand, and cold. Without any emotion. It was as if the universe itself was declaring their fate. As this voice sounded, above the sky, in that chaotic wound, one, just one, an eyeball composed of pure, distorted light slowly emerged. That eyeball is bigger than a mountain. Its pupil is a constantly rotating nebula. The moment its gaze locked onto Zhao Ping'an, buzz. Time seems to have stood still. The space seemed to freeze. Lei Chenjue and Yi Ziyi's bodies were completely frozen, and even their thoughts came to a standstill. Only Zhao Ping'an, relying on the two extreme powers in his body, was able to maintain a trace of clarity. But he couldn't move. An irresistible force of absolute suppression, originating from the essence of life and from the dimensional level, nailed him to the spot. The huge eyeball did not launch any attack. It just looks. It is analyzing Zhao Ping'an's body. Analyze his power. Analyze his soul. He was also analyzing the system that gave him all this. Zhao Ping'an felt like he was being seen through from inside out. There are no secrets at all. This feeling is more terrifying than death. Immediately following, that great voice sounded again, this time with a hint of barely perceptible doubt. The mortal soul carries gods and demons. The power of thunder, the essence of the abyss. And the remnants of rules? Interesting, creature. You will become my most perfect collection. The words fell. A gray light shot out from the huge eyeball. That light is very slow. It was so slow that Zhao Ping'an could clearly see its trajectory. But he couldn't avoid it. Because the light was not locked on his body, but his existence itself. Once hit, he, along with all memories and traces of him, will be completely erased from the long river of time. This is a dimensionality reduction attack from a higher dimension. Death is closer than ever. There was no despair or fear in Zhao Ping'an's eyes. All that is left is madness, which is forced into a desperate situation. You want to keep me as a collection? You are worthy? He let out a roar from the depths of his soul. The abyssal thunder emperor dragon flame in the body is no longer suppressed and balanced. Instead, it exploded completely. He wanted to use the collision of two extreme forces, the energy generated that was enough to destroy everything, to fight against this fatal blow. Even if the price is to perish together with this space. However, just when he was about to self-destruct. Mutation, rebirth. Deep in his soul, there is the mark of the old ones that has always served as a locator and a source of trouble. Suddenly, a completely different aura burst out. That breath was just as cold and deadly. However, it carries with it a will that is even more ancient, more noble, and more domineering. It was as if the king was judging the usurper. Buzz. A faint, almost invisible black ripple flashed across Zhao Ping'an's brow. That gray light that was enough to wipe out all existence. The moment it touches the black ripples, it was as if it had met its nemesis, and was annihilated silently. Above the sky, the huge eyeball trembled suddenly. The nebula in the pupil became disordered for a moment. That magnificent voice, for the first time, was filled with emotion. An emotion called fear. This mark is him's mark? Impossible. Wasn't he already banished to the sea of nothingness during the final war? Why would the mark of him appear on a mortal? That terrifying existence seemed to have seen something, the most incredible and incomprehensible thing. The pressure that locked down the entire world suddenly dissipated. Above the sky, the huge eyeball, as if it had seen a ghost, hastily shrank back into the chaotic wound. The cracked wound healed madly at a speed 100 times faster than when it appeared. Just a breath of time. The sky returned to its pale green. All the prying, all the malice, all the coercion disappeared without a trace. It's as if they never appeared. Only the broken space that was still collapsing proved that everything that had just happened was not an illusion. Zhao Ping'an was stunned. Lei Chenjue and Yi Ziyi also regained their ability to move and looked around in confusion. They don't know what's going on. But Zhao Ping'an saw it clearly. He sank into the depths of his soul. The mark made up of twisted runes was now emitting a faint, cold black light. In the very center of the mark, a new, extremely tiny symbol, one he had never noticed before, slowly lit up. It was in the shape of a crown.